wildfire.com with many other wildfire prevention tips.
Right. Thanks, honey bear.
Because remember, only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
When a heart stops, the clock starts. You are the first responder until help arrives. In that moment, 4 minutes equals brain damage. 6 minutes equals too late in an emergency. The first responder is you. We need you. Will you be ready? Learn CPR. Visit heart.org/nation. That's heart.org/nation.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now. How about 15 runs on 17 hits and 5 home runs for the Diamondbacks yesterday in their 15-5 win, highlighted by James McCann's 100th career home run and Ryan Waldschmidt's first major league home run. And don't look now, but the Snakes have won 8 out of their last 10 as they head off to their one-off makeup game against the St. Louis Cardinals. That game will get going at 2:15 with Brandon Pfaadt on the mound, and you can hear it over on ESPN 620. New Suns power forward Miles Bridges was introduced yesterday, and according to general manager Brian Gregory, Bridges will be held to a high standard here in Phoenix. For more on Miles Bridges, his press conference, and the Suns, head on over to Arizonasports.com. And as the Arizona Cardinals reported to training camp yesterday, it is worth noting Jacoby Brissett did report as he is in search of a new contract, and the first open practice will be tomorrow for the Cardinals, and that's what's trending now.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta,
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin,
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
and Sammy Sabolka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Welcome to Thursday, the Thursday edition of Bickley and Marotta Mornings. You know the drill. When I'm the first voice you hear, that means Dan Bickley is not here. He is, as Jared Carlin would say, on assignment. Also on assignment today, Kellen Olson sitting in the Bickley chair. KO, good morning, man.
Hello, good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing?
Thanks for being available.
Yeah, of
Availability
course.
is the best ability, they say, correct?
That's what they say. Yeah, a little bit of a busy day yesterday. Miles Bridges press conference. We're going to be talking a lot about writing up on that, then doing a little bit of Arizona sports at night with Mitch last night. But it's a good time to be in the chair. Plenty to talk about today. We got a hot baseball team. We got a football team in training camp, and we have a always eventful basketball team.
Kellen, this is summer and winter is fill-in season.
Mm-hmm.
And Kellen is the top fill-in at the station. So very busy time for you, and you know it's a busy time. I think at one point last week, his voice was appearing on the promos for 2 different shows.
Really?
Because you had filled in on 2 different shows.
I came in this morning, and I signed into the computer, but the last person logged in on this computer, meaning the last person to do a show, was Kellen Olson.
You guys have been doing this longer than me. Are you used to hearing your voice now? I still, when I'm here in between breaks and I hear my voice in the promos, I go to turn it down.
This is a fascinating thing.
Yeah.
It is.
Especially, Vince, you of all of us by far have been in the public on radio, we've done a lot of TV stuff. What do you think, all these years later, when you see yourself on TV, when you hear your voice?
It's not healthy.
No.
There was a time when you're up and coming and it's a
exciting.
It's like, oh, that's me. Listen.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of other people that work in this business that feel the same way that I do. Anytime, basically, I hear my voice on the air anywhere, I'm turning it down or
Yes.
turning it off.
It's when it catches you off guard, right? Because there are times where you seek it out where, like, the first time, like, I was on ABC 15 or whatever, like, I watched it. I'm not afraid to admit it. I told my family, like, hey, we're on the news. Like, let's go check it out. This will be pretty fun to watch. And it was. And it was a cool moment. But when it catches you off guard, you're like, oh, God, like, it's just, no.
Yeah.
No, thank you. And it's the promos that always catch me between breaks where I'm like, oh, and then I turn down the headphones. Yeah.
I do the rare TV thing now, but when it happens, I usually will hear from somebody who's like, why didn't you let me know you were going to be on? I was like,
Yeah. And then you seem like you're big time now, and it's like, oh, yeah, just was on the news, whatever.
All right, I want to pull a Cam Scadaboo here and address the elephant.
I was going to say, make sure. Are you doing a backflip?
Yeah, I was checking his footing behind him. I was like, you don't have enough room over there.
That would definitely end in a catastrophic injury.
You're coming off 15 years of injury rehab, let alone one off season.
So
bash your head into the computer screen.
Kellen mentioned we got a hot baseball team. They had a day game yesterday. I went to the game yesterday. I told everybody, go and get your heckling hats on because Wolf and Luke were throwing out the first pitch.
How'd they do?
Well, they were getting ready to do the pitch. And I actually got in my seat in time, and I had the station seat, so I was set up pretty good, close to home plate. And I don't think he heard me, but I just yelled out, "Don't screw this up, Lipinski!" He didn't listen.
Here's what I'll say.
Jared had a reaction that started.
It wasn't like the pitch was like in the stands or something like that. It wasn't one of those.
High.
It was a bit high, but it was.
I think he missed his location.
The catcher, whoever it was, when they were in their squat, did Ryan Thompson have to stand up to catch the ball?
Did you see? Have you seen the video?
He's also 6'7".
Yeah, had it been Jorge Barosa and it's in the backstop.
Have you seen the video, Kellen?
I've not.
Oh, dude.
Because it's not necessarily the pitch itself and how it wound up. It's Luke has a unique throwing motion.
Yes, that's one way to say it.
Sure.
And it's like, I had heard rumors that he had been injured lately, but it turned out the injury was in his leg, and not that he had a prosthetic arm on. So after
that is a unique throwing motion. That's very unique.
So a few explanations. Either he, for kicks, was using his opposite arm, and he's actually a lefty. Just to be funny.
I don't think that's
can happen. It's possible they replaced the ball with one of those gag, 9-pound shot put balls, and that's why you couldn't really get a good motion.
Could have been
the thing
possible.
We don't account for with hockey players too is that their hands are always like below their stomachs, right? Like that.
True.
That's where they are. They're not used to being up here like every other sport. Yeah.
Just the opposite. When if they ever catch a puck out of the, they have to make sure they don't,
Yeah.
And they don't even use a ball in their game. They use a puck. So maybe all those things factored in to him looking like that.
He was wearing a GoPro as well.
Okay.
There was a factor.
I was wearing a GoPro when I played.
But I was filming it from my seat because I was going to send the video, and I actually did. Me and Luke are on a text thread together with a couple guys from our fantasy football team. Mm-hmm. And as I'm filming, Luke starts the delivery, and I see the motion, and I started to say, "Oh my God," something like "Sweet fancy Moses." But I caught myself, but then I made the joke that I was going to make on the text thread, and I said, "Wow, you throw like a hockey player."
Are you guys throwing from the mound if you do it?
1,000.
If they let you,
they don't let you.
They don't let you because
they don't let you at Chase.
No,
almost any.
Really?
I think you have to be somebody of great
George
status.
W. Bush.
I did it years ago, and I threw the first pitch to Randall Delgado to give you the time frame on when this happened.
No way.
And
can I get a Randall Delgado and Schulte, please?
I wasn't prepared for that. But the last thing they tell you before you go out there is don't step on the mound.
Really?
They don't want you to mess up
the
how they
groundskeepers.
manicure it. Yeah.
I'm sure someone went up there one time and really dug their foot in, and the groundskeepers were cringing. They're like, "Oh God, no!"
Be sure to check out the Luke Lipinski first pitch. Wolf's first pitch was a thing of beauty.
That's
it's like he was a professional athlete or something.
Well, he also, he played football though. He didn't play baseball.
But
if we're going to give Luke this, he played hockey. He didn't play.
Well, you guys are giving him way too much leeway because I'm sure he played other sports.
He was a professional athlete. He was in the National Football League. He made Pro Bowls. He is an exceptional.
Yes.
He is one of the best athletes in, like, you forget about that. Like, guys that make the NFL, guys that make the Pro Bowl. Like, Wolf is an incredible athlete.
It's a different level.
Yes.
Yeah. So check out that video. It's all over social media, ArizonaSports.com. Jared, start the show.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Yeah, those D-backs bats broke out in a big way. A 15-5 shellacking of the Athletics Wednesday afternoon at Chase Field. Gabby Moreno, James McCann, Ryan Waldschmidt all homered in a 7-run fifth inning, and that was after Corbin Carroll and Nolan Arenado went deep with solo shots in the fourth. Off of Gage jump, the D-backs 15 runs, 17 hits, 5 home runs, all season highs. Merrill Kelly allowed just 2 runs on 5 hits over 5 innings. He picks up his 8th win. Speaking of 8 wins, that's what the D-backs have in their last 10 games, and now a very crucial 10-game 4-city road trip starts today in St. Louis against the Cardinals. It's a makeup from a game that was rained out on June 25th. Brandon fought on the hill for the Snakes against St. Louis right-hander Michael McGreevy. First pitch, 2:15. You can catch all the action here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with the D-backs BP show at 1:30. This is becoming an interesting story right now with the Diamondbacks. We'll get into it a lot. Red Sox beat the Orioles 6-3 in the first game of a doubleheader Wednesday for their 15th straight win, tying an 80-year-old franchise record. But the streak would come to an end in the nightcap of that doubleheader. They fell to the O's 5-1. That 15-game streak, the longest in the big leagues this year by a full 5 games. There's only been 3 double-digit streaks in all of baseball this year.
Wow.
And 2 of them are by the Chicago Cubs.
And they've had, I think, a double-digit losing streak.
I believe they have,
as well. They've been very eclectic. They've been injury-riddled. But the Red Sox finally cleaning up that godforsaken third wild card spot in the AL that was held by a team below 500 for the majority of the season.
A very long time, yeah. Suns introduced newly acquired forward Miles Bridges at a press conference on Wednesday, during which Bridges and Suns GM Brian Gregory participated. The 35-minute session included many questions about Bridges' off-the-court domestic issues that led him to be suspended for the entire 2023 season, while the general manager, Gregory, exuded confidence in Bridges' ability to be an important part of the Suns organization on and off the court. Lots of reaction to it. We'll get into that today. Cardinals reported to training camp yesterday. They get to work today, and they finally signed their third-round pick, Carson Beck. 4-year contract. All 7 of the Cardinals draft picks now signed and ready to go as camp begins. The team also placed rookie defensive lineman Caleb Proctor on injured reserve and signed defensive lineman Keziah Izzard, who spent last year on the practice squads of the Saints and the Chiefs. And the Mercury heading into the NBA All-Star break with a little wind in their sails after an 86-82 road win over the Sparks in L.A. Alyssa Thomas, 20th career triple-double, 19 points, 10 rebounds, 15 assists. Kalia Copper had 21 in the win. They are 10-18 at the break. All-Star game is Saturday in Chicago, and it turns out the Mercury will have a representative, as Kalia Copper named the injury replacement for LA's Kelsey Plum. Mercury back at it next Wednesday night against Golden State.
Big break for them. They got to figure some things out, because they could easily just have a good second half here and get the 6th, 7th, or 8th seed in the playoffs. And be that classic, like, nobody wants to play them because of the team that they've been in the past, but they just do not look like themselves on both ends of the floor. Alyssa Thomas doesn't look like herself. Copper doesn't look like herself. Just a really bizarre season after how exceptional they were last year.
Yeah, a trip all the way to the finals last year. There you go. There is your splash for this Thursday, July 23rd. Coming up, the Phoenix Suns did introduce their newest player in Miles Bridges, and oh boy, is their reaction to it. We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings with Kellen Olson in for Bick, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 1-0 pitch. He swings, he sends it to right center field, and Barossa makes the catch, and the Diamondbacks win it. What a way to finish the homestand. They blow out the A's by a final score of 15-5. Home runs galore for the Diamondbacks.
D-backs Cardinals was rained out about a month ago, and after raining 15 runs on the A's, the D-backs play that rained out game today in St. Louis with pregame coverage at 1:30 on the Arizona Sports app and ESPN 620.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and every July we celebrate Independence Day, but financial independence is something you build, not a date on the calendar. That's why I highly recommend you call the fiduciaries at Trajan Wealth, because most people have a tax person here, an investment advisor there, and no one talking to each other. The family office at Trajan Wealth puts it all under one roof. Your investment, your taxes, your estate plan on the same team, working the same plan. Finally, most of us spend more time planning our summer vacation than we do planning our retirement. Trajan Wealth helps you change that, so when retirement arrives, it actually feels like the reward it's supposed to be. Now, if you've ever wondered if your existing plan could be working better for you, call Trajan Wealth and find out. Go get a plan that's actually built around you. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1. Online at TrajanWealth.com.
After the D-backs-Dodgers game on Friday, August 7th, enjoy a free post-game concert featuring Jayco. Add a concert field pass to your ticket and see the show from the field. Visit dbacks.com/concerts.
Progressive knows it ain't easy navigating the open plains of home insurance, but there is one man who can help tame that wild herd of options. The Home Quote Explorer.
Note, Progressive's Home Quote Explorer is not a real person, but an online tool that lets you compare home insurance.
He's the type of feller who helps you decide on the right insurance, even if it ain't with him.
Again, not a person, just an online tool that helps you find great home coverage.
A real pioneer.
Okay, fine. Just do the thing. Yeah! Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This July, it's time to celebrate our freedom to swim. Celebrate California Pools and Landscape giving $1,776 off a brand new pool. Plus, Bicentennial Bucks, $250 off the most popular backyard features, barbecue, shade, water, and fire features, all to complete your oasis. That's the way at California Pools do at Casa Galdici. Now it's stars, stripes, and summer nights. Don't miss the patriotic pool deals at calpool.com/Paul.
Progressive presents the Museum of You. We begin our tour with a unique piece, a relic from the early big screen television era. Remarkable. Next, we find a juicer, which historians believe has only ever been used once. And finally, compact discs from the emo era. A rare find indeed.
Some things should be history, but until then, you could protect what's important to you and save by bundling your auto insurance with a renter's policy from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Hey, it's Gambo. Can the Diamondbacks keep their strong play rolling this afternoon in St. Louis? Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Obviously, a lot of other questions, so I wanted to make sure that I acknowledged those questions and the concerns surrounding Miles and his unacceptable conduct that has occurred in the past. Those questions are part of his story. He's dealt with them before, and we'll deal with them today as well. And I think those questions we are aware of and knew about, and that's also why we took this decision so seriously during the process and when we made it.
Brian Gregory, general manager of the Suns, addressing the media. That was kind of at the outset of the press availability yesterday. Kellen, I know you were there. You were part of the contingent, and it was not your run-of-the-mill introductory press conference for a number of reasons, and that was the biggest reason why. What Brian Gregory just talked about, questions about Miles Bridges' character. He used the term unacceptable to describe some of the actions in Miles Bridges' past. But there was also an acknowledgement. Miles Bridges seemed very optimistic about a fresh start in a new city. He talked pretty confidently about his ability to patch things up with the fan base in Charlotte. Look, this is not something that they were going to wave a magic wand at yesterday and answer a couple questions that are uncomfortable to answer and make everything better for a lot of people that have an interest in the Phoenix Suns.
And for it to, like, poof, go away. We're not going to talk about this anymore. Like, this is, as Gregory said, like, this is a part of Miles' story. This is going to follow him for the rest of his career and the rest of his life.
Yeah, and look, there's a lot of people that don't like this trade for a number of reasons. There's a lot of people that look at the off-the-court issues with Miles Bridges, and that's it. They don't look any further. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. If that's the way you view the situation, you are entitled to feel that way. But I think, I've read a lot of people, and maybe I do this too much, what people are saying online.
Mm-hmm.
And the Suns are getting criticism for how they conducted that press conference. And I think it was about everything you could have hoped it would be from everybody involved. I thought the questions that were asked were the questions that needed to be asked. I thought the answers given, for the most part, felt genuine. Does this change how you feel? And we'll get into that question a lot today.
Yeah.
But what was being in the contingent yesterday? How different did it feel from other press conferences?
Yeah, it felt unique, and I think everyone in the room sort of understood what was at hand, right? Like, there was a level of respect that had to be shown for the overwhelming seriousness of his suspension, the allegations, the accusations, his plea, and the ensuing accusations after that. Like, the amount of respect that had to go to that and have it covered, because that is the biggest part of this trade. It's a basketball trade. I understand that. But this is a guy, and Gambo said this line a lot, and I completely agree with him, is that, like, you are, if you sign, like they signed Pat Spencer to a two-way. Pat Spencer is now a member of the Phoenix community, the Valley community, and now Miles will be as well. So I think all of those questions needed to be asked. They were asked, and to your point on how people felt before and how people felt after, I'm sure there were people who heard Brian Gregory say unacceptable conduct, and they were like, yeah, no kidding, man. It's unacceptable what he did and what he was accused of. To say the least, Brian, no duh. And there were other people who heard unacceptable conduct, and they were like, that was strong. That was direct. So there are sides to all of this. And again, we're going to talk about it throughout the show. How many people were truly like, not swayed, but their opinions changed after. Like, that was not what this press conference was, and it was not a press conference to win. The low bar that both Miles and Brian Gregory had to clear, which they did, was not doing the past is in the past, we're focused on basketball, all that kind of stuff. They had to come out here and address it and talk about it and speak confidently on their ability to do their own investigation and what Gregory phrased as a thorough evaluation of everything that went on. And again, the people who look at this and are disgusted by the fact that the Suns traded for Miles Bridges will go, thorough evaluation, and you traded for him still? So, and I think those people are right in feeling that way. And then there are the people who feel the other way as well, which are like, okay, that's great that they did all of their work and they believe in him and like the second chances arc of all of this kind of stuff as well. So polarizing is such a minuscule word to describe how this goes. And even like towards the trail end of the press conference when we're 30 minutes in and I get like one basketball question, and it still did feel like maybe I just shouldn't have asked a basketball question at all because it felt like other things were going on. But at the same time, it was the last time we're going to talk to the general manager for 3 months. And this is probably the last time we're going to talk Sun stuff with any of those guys until media day next year. So there's a lot to get to throughout the show. If you're one of our loyal listeners who's going to stick with us through the entire show, we've got a ton of Brian Gregory to play for you, a ton of Miles Bridges to play for you throughout the show.
Yeah, because there's people who will hear him say, well, that was unacceptable behavior, and say, well, if it was unacceptable,
why is he here?
Are you not accepting it right now by having him here?
Yeah. Look, we talked about this yesterday, and you hit on it too, Kellen. The Suns could not take that tact, and I called it, they can't mark it. They can't say, well, today's not the day to talk about this. Now, they might take that tact moving forward on this subject.
They might say, we addressed this in the introductory.
Yes, and now we want to concentrate on basketball.
And if another TMZ report drops, like one that did a few weeks ago, and it happens during the season, and we bring it up to Miles, is he going to talk about it then? Is this something that is just going to be an off the court, away from the team kind of situation going forward? I think that's also the other layer of this, right? Is that like he cannot have any sort of slip ups here, but also I think, Vince, they're just going to pay him right now anyway. So the tone of this conversation from Gregory would lead you to believe that he is in a situation where he has to prove himself to the organization even further, which, and again, like, should he even prove? I'm there with you, everyone. I understand, but they're also just going to probably extend him because that's the way this whole trade works, and they don't want to lose him for nothing potentially next year.
Here's Miles Bridges talking about what people do know about him.
I know it's going to be, like BG said, it's mixed feelings about me being here. But, I take full responsibility, of my actions. I've been to counseling, I've been to therapy. And right now I'm just prioritizing, just like BG said, just being better as a man every day. On and off the court, mainly off the court, and just being a great father and earning the trust of this fan base and this community. I can't wait to get started. But yeah, I'm very excited.
Yeah, like Kellen said, there are a lot of different tangents and angles on this story, and we're going to do our best to hit all of them during today's show. But also, coming up next, the Arizona Diamondbacks have won 8 of their last 10 games, but it might be these next 10 that decide their season. We'll tell you more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Kellen Olson in for Bick today here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports. Countdown to Canton. The Arizona Cardinals franchise in the entire world will witness the induction of one of the NFL's greatest.
It's a dream come true.
Into the Pro Football Hall of Fame on August 8th.
2nd and 5 now at the Atlanta 42. They're going to keep it on the ground with James. It's a flea flicker. Warner going to throw deep. Near side going for Fitz. He's in double coverage. It doesn't matter. He caught it anyway. Touchdown Cardinals. You can't stop that guy.
Flea flicker! Wow! What a play! The Japanese fighting fish, Larry Fitzgerald, deadly and single-minded of purpose, stabs the ball out of the air.
More memories of number 11 coming your way on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM as we continue our countdown to Canton.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and joint pain is awful when you're the person who's fighting through it, but I'm betting you aren't the only ones affected by it. Maybe you love someone who struggles with joint pain. You see what they don't say, what they've slowly stopped doing. For instance, it's July, the days are long and hot, it's time to be in the pool, moving, living, and you're on the sidelines sitting it out. Let's talk about getting that life back, because at QC Kinetics, that's what's happening every day. People who were stuck in that cycle of pain are finally stepping out of it with regenerative treatments done right there in the office. No surgery, no long recovery, no putting your life on hold. Just real relief. The inflammation eases, the pain lets go, and you suddenly feel like your old self again. Go find out what's possible with a free consultation. They have clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
If you don't have gas in your home, but something doesn't smell good. Ew, what's that smell? If it smells like rotten eggs, there could be a leak in your neighborhood. Now what do I do? If you suspect a leak, move fast, call 911 and Southwest Gas. From a safe location. But I don't have natural gas in my home. Gas lines are buried all around, so even if you don't have gas. I know, call 911 and Southwest Gas.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7, all the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Are you planning a home renovation? Getting quotes on windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, or flooring? Before you commit, visit the Window Depot and make sure you're not overpaying. The Window Depot is your one-stop shop for top quality products at the lowest prices. We're locally owned and operated with no installers and no middlemen, so you save big. Perfect for DIYers, contractors, and homeowners. Visit a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now. It's safe to say the bats got going for the Diamondbacks yesterday. 17 hits, 5 of which left the ballpark, and a season-high 15 runs in their 15-5 win over the A's, as they have now won 8 of their last 10, dating back to before the All-Star break, and are in sole possession of that third wild card spot currently as the team heads to St. Louis for a makeup game against the Cardinals. First pitch today will be at 2:15, and you can hear it over on ESPN 620. Miles Bridges held his introductory press conference yesterday and is ready for the opportunity the Suns have given him.
That's my main focus. I want to prove them right every day with my actions off the court, on the court. And I'm very excited, and I'm thankful for this opportunity, and I think they're going to be proud of me by the end of this.
And as the Cardinals reported to training camp yesterday, rookie quarterback Carson Beck signed his rookie contract, and Jacoby Brissett did report as he seeks a new deal. For more on the Cardinals as training camp is underway, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by Earnhardt Ford. Get an extra $1,000 rebate plus 2.9% financing for 84 months on 2026 Ford F-150s at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. Shop now at EarnhardtFord.com.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Murata talk D-backs baseball now.
Fly ball to deep left field. Going back on it, Soderstrom. He is looking up. It is gone. Corbin Carroll goes the opposite way. One out, base is empty for Arenado. He swings. Ooh. This is drilled deep to left field. And another home run for the Diamondbacks. 2-2. Swung on, that is barrel high and deep left center field. Soderstrom running, looking, that baby is out of here. Into the basket, a majestic tape measure shot for Moreno. And this is swung on and hammered. I mean crushed, deep to left center and gone. on.
Homer party here today for these Diamondbacks. What a swing there from James McCann. Wasted no time.
Just a 1-0. Runner takes off. There's a swing. That's hit pretty well. Is this his first big league homer? Yes, it is. Ryan Waldschmidt, #1 in his career. And it's 9-2 Diamondbacks here in the bottom of the 5th.
Good chance for Chris Garagiola to practice his home run calls yesterday. That was all 5 of them. The first time this year the Diamondbacks have hit 5 home runs. A 15-run outburst. And they win the series finale against the A's 15-5. And I mentioned I was at the game yesterday, and what a refreshing feeling, because I never do this either. As a fan, I left early.
Yeah, why not?
Because there was absolutely no intrigue left in that game.
Why not?
Unless I was really interested in watching position players pitch the ninth.
And the only way that game becomes eventful is not in a fun way as a Diamondbacks fan, and you don't want to be there for that, so get on out of there.
Yeah, but man, those are the types of games we're talking about this team, and now it's 8 out of 10. This is something to take notice of. And it's a crucial 10-game stretch that starts today with this makeup game in St. Louis. But this team, with all of its warts and all of its faults and imperfections and injuries and whatever you want to pile on top of it, Kellen, they're making it interesting going into the trade deadline. And I guess that's all you can ask for right now, because we've seen teams in the past that have been, teetering one way or the other. Last year's team was a good example where they decided, hey, we're going to be more sellers than buyers at the deadline, and then there was a resurgence. But this year, they're making it difficult on Mike Hazen to say, you know what, we're okay. I think they're going to be more aggressive now.
I'm glad you phrased it that way, because this season has exceeded my expectations, because a lot of the conversation that we talk about is, could this be the last year for Torey Lovullo? Are they going to sell? Are they going to buy? And I haven't really zoomed out and thought about it that way, but as someone who only thought they were going to win 75 games this year, this has been a pleasant surprise so far, and I would make the point, Vince, that this is the most momentum they've had all season. They come off the sweep of the Dodgers going into the All-Star break, and then they take 2 out of 3 against the Cardinals and the Athletics. Not elite competition, but winning in extras to secure the series win over the Cardinals, and then winning in extras to not fumble away the game on Tuesday, followed by this emphatic win on Wednesday against the Athletics. That sets up 10 crucial games, you could say, but I would argue right now, they're 53-49. They've got these 10 games coming up. They'll make up the game in St. Louis today, and then it's Washington, Pittsburgh, Cleveland across 9 games for a total of 10. I would argue, like, let's say they drop 7 to 10 here, they're going to be 500 at the deadline. Like that's still enough to buy. So I think we're in a position where they're going to buy. It's just a matter of how strongly will they commit, because if they do something like that, maybe it's like, okay, do the player to be named later trade for like a decent bat, maybe sell a reliever and just kind of go out there and see what happens. But if they can pick up a little bit more here and win 2 out of 3 of these series coming up and win 5 or 6 of these games, I think they're in a position to really go hard at a bat and or a starting pitcher too.
Yeah, but and in theory, you're absolutely correct. The other challenge that's baked in for a lot of these teams that are in the Diamondbacks position now is, where are the available players? Because there are so few teams that right now are waving the white flag of being a seller, because everything is so bunched up with the expanded wild cards. You got a lot of teams hovering within 4 or 5 games either way.
The Tigers are pushing right now. We thought Scuba was going to be the guy undoubtedly traded, by far the biggest name that was going to get dealt, and all of a sudden here come the Tigers and their offense. So who knows?
Yeah. Here's Torey Lovullo, manager of the Diamondbacks, talking about that big 7-run 5th inning.
Yeah, all good vibes. It was a great, a lot of high fives, a lot of laughter, and we did it. We did it without trying to do it. We went up there and just had quality at bats, and the McCann one was one that stands out to me more than anything. It looked like he dug out a down ball and he was ready to hit. I know Moreno hit a long home run, and that's what he's capable of doing. And everybody was super excited for one another. That's what a true team can do.
Yeah, and we started this with the montage of all the home runs, and it was good to see Ryan Waldschmidt finally get that first one, over 130 plate appearances as a major leaguer. Finally got the first one. He talked about hitting that first dinger.
Great. Obviously, just trying to keep it simple. Just go back to the basics. I've been kind of going through a little bit, trying to just get the best pitch to work with. They've been throwing me some good pitches, and just trying to keep my mind in the right spot. Just kind of sticking with my plan, keep it out throughout the at bat, and just keep trusting it that I'm going to get the pitch I'm looking for and the plan I go up there with. And happened. Like I had pitches going away from me mostly, and just looking for something starting on the inner half, and I got the fastball in a hitter's count and just tried to make the most out of it.
Yeah, but again, going now to this 10-game road trip in 4 different cities, this could be make or break, quite honestly. And to your point, I think what we just saw in this previous 10-game stretch does solidify them as buyers, even if they do, in your instance, your example, Kellen, go 3-7 over this 10. That'd be a little bit of a damper, but they're going for it.
Can I ask why? I know that these next 10 games might make or break the season as a whole, but if you're Hayes and like, haven't you seen enough to like go do it already? Like not
do it
wait.
now, get ahead of everything.
Just how like big does he go here, right? Because to Vince's point, let's say Joe Ryan is your preferred target. He's been one of the best starting pitchers in the American League the last couple of years, and most importantly, makes only about $6.5 million this year and next year. What if Joe Ryan is the best starting pitcher truly available? Now you have to outbid a half dozen teams and really commit to like the prospect pool in there before even addressing adding a bat at first base or adding a bat at DH as well. What Mike Hazen told our own Alex Weiner about 2 weeks ago is that this is essentially what he said, and this isn't a quote, but what I took it as, this has just as much to do with us as it does other teams. Like if the D-backs go on this run and the Marlins kept ripping games off, then we would have been in a different situation here, I think. But the Marlins have lost 9 straight. They're now a game and a half back of the Diamondbacks, who sit in that lone wildcard spot. Of course, the work they did against the Cardinals is big, and then that Pirates series coming up, I think is massive, because I think if they continue this hot streak just for another week or two, they're in a great position to buy. One more thing I wanted to mention, Vinny, is really great to see Merrill Kelly pitch well. Again, it was a 2-2 ball game when he checked out of it. So he did his job there. Hits allowed in his last 3, 5, 4, and 3. He's at 6 earned runs in his last 4 games. He still does not look like Merrill Kelly. We know what it looks like when Merrill Kelly is pitching well. Even when the numbers look good, we know what we're seeing here. But to know that he's still capable of like these little patches where he can at least be successful in that regard is really great to see, because I've said it on a couple of different shows. Regression is coming for Erod, no matter how severe or minimal it is going to be. It is coming for him. So some of the other starting pitchers need to step up. So Cole Drake doing a good job, Merrill doing a good job here. You're going to need way more of that the next 2 months.
Yeah. Just go ahead. I'm sorry. I was going to just go back to the wild card and the trade deadline. They're surrounded by such mediocrity. You mentioned the Marlins, but it's not just them. The Cardinals in their last 10 games are 4-6. The Pirates are 6-4. The Marlins are 1-9. The Nationals are 5-5. The Padres are 4-6, and the Reds are 5-5. Yeah. It's absolute mediocrity around them. The Diamondbacks are playing the best of all those teams. Why not just pounce and make a move now and try to get that running start?
And the reason to buy is you are mediocre too. you deserve to be in those teams because you are a mediocre baseball team right now. But
they're the only ones at least playing a little bit better now as far as winning games.
But that was the Marlins 2 weeks ago, and it will be the Nationals in 2 weeks, or it'll be the Padres, or it'll be the Pirates. So that's how this thing's going to go, in my opinion. But can they buy and make themselves above mediocre with the return of several players from injury as well?
I've said it numerous times. There might be one, there might be 2 mediocre National League teams that are in the playoffs this year.
100%.
Why not be one of them?
That's how this works. Hey, 3 years ago turned out pretty well when they were one of them.
Yeah. The countdown to Canton Best Fits Moments bracket rolls on. Round 2 voting is open now through Monday. If you missed round 1, no problem. You can still jump in, vote for your favorite Larry Fitzgerald plays, and you'll be entered to win one of 3 autographed Fitz footballs. Text Fitz, F-I-T-Z, to 620-620. We'll send you the link to the bracket. Coming up next, whether it's a holdout or a hold in, what's holding up Jacoby Brissett and the Cardinals as camp gets underway? We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Kellen Olson in for Bick. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports is your exclusive home for Cardinals training camp breaking news, roster updates, video highlights from camp, and takes on the team from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Let's go! Cardinals Camp 2026, back to football. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Cardinals, baby.
Keep up with the Cardinals on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, Arizonasports.com, and 98.7 FM.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
Have you noticed all of a sudden there's a bunch of lawyers saying they're going to fight for you? Yeah, until you read the fine print below them. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. If you look closely at that fine print, you'll see not an attorney in this state or not a law firm.
You never trust your future in the hands of someone other than a serious, experienced trial lawyer. And you definitely can't trust someone who won't even tell you who they are.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
From the people who brought you It's the Dog Park comes.
It's a hot spot on your dog's leg that the internet says you can treat it at home. You're not sure though, because now it's oozing.
Protect your dog from injury and illness with Progressive Pet Insurance.
Ooh, he's licking it. Super gross, dude.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Coverage subject to policy terms.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. And your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
Arizona, your summer upgrade starts now during the Sanderson Ford Summer Sales Event. Get 0% financing for 36 months, 0 payments for 90 days, 0 maintenance fees for 2 years, and $1,000 towards your down payment on select Ford models. Summer won't last forever, and neither will these deals. So hurry in today and choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Must be financed through Ford Motor Credit OAC. Not applicable on specialty models. See dealer for select vehicles that qualify. All offers expire 8/31/26.
When I was a kid, my dream wasn't a mansion. It wasn't a yacht. It was a 250cc Kawasaki dirt bike sitting in the garage. That garage and that bike represented freedom. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. At A1 Garage Door Service, we know your garage holds more than tools. It holds dreams. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
Triple digits are here, and you can avoid an AC system breakdown by calling Collins Comfort Masters to schedule an $89 AC tune-up. Collins is trusted by the community with nearly 11,000 5-star Google reviews and expert technicians that get the job done right the first time. Take advantage of this offer now, so your home will stay cool and comfortable all summer long. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, the no-worry solution for all your air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration needs.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Cardinals Camp 2026. Back to football. With Bickley and Murata. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Jacoby Brissett, no news yet on a possible new deal.
Okay, is he showing up, though? Jacoby's going to show up? We just don't know if the deal's going to happen?
I would expect him to show up and kind of just stand around until he gets a deal. But the team does want to give him a raise. They believe he's worthy of it and deserves it. So the hope is they will come together and figure something out.
Yeah, Jacoby was getting paid, I think, like the janitor.
Yeah. It's like $150
at
a game.
Arizona. Yeah, I think he was getting maybe double the cash if he threw a touchdown. Maybe get an extra granola bar or something like that. Yeah, if he's going to be your starter, you got to pay him. That's just kind of the business that we're in.
That's Ian Rappaport, of course, on the Pat McAfee Show about the story that will not end, Kellen. It just has legs for days. The Jacoby Brissett saga continues.
And if there was an organization right now that could use one of their sagas to end right now, it would be the Arizona Cardinals, and yet they refuse to let this saga end. Rappaport continues to report that the Cardinals are willing to give him the raise. So give him the raise! Stop haggling! What are you doing? Like, look, McAfee's standing up for one of his guys. Everyone loves Jacoby Brissett. McAfee's doing that at the same time. He is speaking to the consensus, like logical thinking in NFL circles, which is he's a starting quarterback. Now he has to get paid. Everyone knows this. This is what you have to do now. So I would have loved to go into this time and be talking about the new eras, whether it is LaFleur, whether it is Beck, whether it is Love. Like that should be the topic of conversation around your team. Instead, it is, okay, your quarterback still hasn't signed. Okay, potentially your starting right guard got arrested in Canada. Okay, one of your front office members got let go because he allegedly gambled and allegedly told his friends that they were taking whoever in the 2026 draft. Like, can we just go 2 weeks without any more of this? Like, I would love for Brissett to sign, the Adams stuff to sort itself out, and then we can just progress to the Hall of Fame game and talk about the team that, depending on like how excited we are, it's at least like a new era to talk about. But instead, we continue to talk about this, and this continues to be the story about your football team, and will be until you take matters into your own hands and handle it.
Yo, this storm of negative headlines that you just mentioned, very succinctly, by the way, you wouldn't want a 5th or 6th year head coach dealing with that going into camp. You absolutely don't want a first year head coach dealing with that going into camp. So, Mike LaFleur is climbing uphill from day one, in my opinion, as the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals. I'm real curious to see what the offense looks like. I think they have some intriguing pieces on offense, especially at the running back position with Jeremiah Love and Tyler Algier in the fold. But, man, you have to wade through so much garbage just to get to the football questions that people have about this team.
And to start where Kellen started it, this is going to get resolved in some way. And it has been months where we knew that. What is the holdup? If it's just negotiations and each side is waiting for the other one to crack to get that extra $1 or $2 million or whatever.
We're in camp. This is the time to stop right now. And we're not going to get there. And apparently Brissett is going to do, according to Rappaport, going to do the stand around and not participate until he gets paid. What I would love for LaFleur to be focused on, Vinny, is how to get the most out of Marvin Harrison Jr., not who's going to be a starting right guard because one could be going through a court case at the time. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I would just love that. Yeah. I would love for him to know for sure who his QB1 is, and I'm sure there is some level of confidence that is clearly coming through Rappaport's report that the Cardinals know Jacoby Brissett's their starting quarterback. He will be their starting quarterback. But when LaFleur is trying to now start that process of him being the starting quarterback and can't have him participate, now we're at a roadblock. And you're totally right. It's just setting up LaFleur for disaster. And you need to be setting him up for success. And so as much as I hate to sit here and talk about the ineptitudes of the football team that I'm a fan of for some reason still at this point right now, this just continues to happen. It frustrates the crap out of me. I'm sorry. I know I'm coming off very negative here, but that is being an Arizona Cardinals fan lately. I bought into the excitement of draft night. I bought into Jeremiah Love at 3. I think the people saying it's too high for a running back are kind of like overestimating it a little bit and getting a little bit too hands-on with it. I like taking Carson Beck, maybe not in that run, but around the point is I'm excited about LaFleur.
Sure.
There are parts that for me as a Cardinals fan that I was excited about, and I can't get excited about them because there's a laundry list of things that have occurred in the last couple of weeks. And that is just, it is so frustrating to watch themselves continue to get in their own way. Was the Isaiah Adams thing controllable, Vinny? No. Like that's out of the Cardinals' hands, right? It was the thing with the gambling in the front office guy. No, like that's just one idiot who didn't follow the seminar. You know what I mean? Like It is what it is. The Brissett thing is entirely controllable for them.
Absolutely.
Pay the guy. Let's go.
And it's the closest thing related to actual football that they can take advantage and check the box going in. And look, we've been talking about this story for months now. This was an issue during OTAs, and then Jacoby Brissett showed up at a very truncated mini camp because that's when the fine started to kick in. So, Ian Rappaport says he's going to be there. He's going to be there. What level of participation, if any, will there be? But also the attitudes of teammates. I mean, when you hear it in mini camp and OTAs and players were asked about it, it's like, oh yeah, well we got our guys back. He's got to do what's best for him at this point. Well, the attitude's starting to change a little bit. We saw the desperate tweet from Buda Baker about, let's just get this done. He's asking for less than the bare minimum.
Your franchise icon right now for black, I'm being blunt here, but he's calling your organization cheap.
Yes. And then Kyle Odegaard has a quote from B.J. Ojulari, who was asked, hey, does he expect Jacoby Brissett to be on the field? Quote, to be honest, I'm not really sure. I know Monty and him are going to be able to communicate. I'm pretty sure they're going to get something done. Hopefully he's there. He's a team guy, so he's going to put the team first. I know they're all going to make the right decision. Well, how do you know this?
But this is like the way that this is playing out in the reporting is essentially the Cardinals saying, we want you to be our starting quarterback, but only for a certain amount of money.
Yes.
So do you want him or do you not want him? Like, is this the best for the team or is it not best for the team?
If they don't want to pay him, great. Then just come out and say, we're not paying him, and then just move on with Minshew and Beck. Just move on. Like, this team needs that in the next day or two. They need that.
Well, do we think that the timeline played out where this was already in negotiations when they signed Gardner Minshew, when they drafted Carson Beck? No. Was this already a discussion? Like, did they do those moves knowing that he wanted a raise at that point?
Well,
that would look pretty poorly.
It would look really bad, in my opinion, because if Jacoby Brissett representing himself, and we talked about the timing of all of this, should he have been, put more pressure on the Cardinals immediately after the season, knowing what was up? We all knew they wanted to play coy about it, but we all knew Kyler Murray was going to be gone. Should he have put more pressure on them after the season? If he communicated to them, hey, if I'm going to be your starter, we need to do something about this number that you're paying me. And he did it in a timely manner, and then they went out and signed Minshew, and then they went out and drafted Carson Beck. I'm not sure if I'm Jacoby Brissett, I want to be a part of this team.
Like, I would love.
He's got no leverage there at all, but
I would love to sit here and talk about like the exciting young talent on the defense and how I'm really excited to see Walter Nolan and how he comes back from injury, how this corner group is the most healthy that it's been in several years and is the most talented that it's been in several years, to see who emerges in the edge rushing group. Like, yes, this is probably going to be a 3 to 4 win team. I think they're going to win 3 games this year, but there are reasons to be excited about this team, but they keep preventing us from allowing to have this excitement. So frustration continues to be the word here, and it's going to be very interesting, Vinny, over the next couple of days once players talk to see how emphatically they stand up for the guy. Because Trey McBride in particular, if you've heard him talk about Jacoby the last couple of months, has been like, I love him. That's my guy. He doesn't say, like, let's get it done, but you can tell in his tone of voice, like, let's get this done. This is the guy that I want throwing me the ball this year.
Yep. Did Brian Gregory and Miles Bridges do enough to convince skeptical fans that the new forward is a good fit for the Suns on and off the court? We'll get into that and a lot more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on this Thursday with Kellen Olson in for Bick on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
My antenna is up, and I want to see, is this the beginning of Erod coming back to earth, or is this going to be something that it's going to be an example, once again, the next time he takes the ball, of him overcoming this entire season and walking through it as an all-star?
There are a lot of people in the analytics community, take this for what it's worth, who have been saying for a month and a half that Erod's going to come back to earth. I'm always worried when people go too far with the analytics.
Yeah.
Like, how about what he's actually doing on the field? There's some value to that.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Summertime has arrived in Arizona, a time when your windows are the only thing standing between you and the extreme desert heat. And if your windows are shot, your windows are about to cost you a fortune in electric bills, which is why now is a great time to call Advanced Window Products, Arizona's #1 window replacement company, where they build windows designed specifically for our harsh climate, and they build windows specifically for the dimensions of your home, never retrofitted on site. They replaced all of my windows. I could not be happier with the result. They look fantastic, and everything from the installation to the cleanup process was immaculate, and that's because their installers are vetted full-time employees, never random subcontractors. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life. That warranty is transferable. If you ever sell your home, their windows will literally pay you back. Here's my buddy Joe to tell you about their great summer special.
All right, Arizona, listen up, man. Ron Wolfley here for Tim Hovig's summer sales event at Santan Ford, bringing the heat. Right now, you can drive home a new Ford with no payments for 90 days, plus a free 2-year maintenance program. Boom! That's how you attack summer. If you've been waiting for the right time to upgrade your ride, this is it. It's an easy drive, the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. No payments for 90 days, free 2-year maintenance. Head on over to Tim Hovig's Santan Ford.
We wouldn't be celebrating America 250 if it wasn't for a strong foundation set by the framers. Hamilton built America's financial foundation on sound money, later embodied by the gold standard. But we abandoned that discipline in 1971 and have seen inflation erode the dollar's value. What's the foundation of your savings? Is it gold or something that can be devalued? Hi, it's Dr. Ron Paul, and I encourage you to speak with my friends at Birch Gold Group about diversifying an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. Learn more by requesting a free info kit on gold IRAs. Just text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Let Birch Gold help you build your foundation with gold. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Text SECURE to 989898.
I'm Ken Goodrich with Gettle. We once got a call from two neighbors yelling at each other over a shared wall. We got there fast, isolated the leak, repaired the pipe, and calmed down a suburban standoff before it turned into full-blown neighborhood warfare. At Gettle, we do things the right way, not the easy way. So we don't just fix the pipes, we keep the peace. Because burst pipes bring stress, and we bring solutions. Gettle, G-O-E-T-T-L. We'll fix your pipes, but it's hard to spell.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Bunker to Bunker's annual Summer Throwback Golf Tournament presented by Shady Rays Sunglasses is coming up Sunday, July 26th at McCormick Ranch Golf Club in Scottsdale. The popular two-person scramble is loaded with team competitions, the big raffle, special prizes, and breakfast. It even includes a coupon for a second round of golf, all for just $120. Proceeds benefit St. Mary's Food Bank. This event is open to the public, but space is limited, so grab your partner and register today at bunkergolf.com.
Hi, it's Lisa Lund. If you've been putting off consolidating high-interest debt because you don't want to lose that great first mortgage interest rate, I've got some good news. We've recently helped a family lower their monthly payments by more than $1,000 by consolidating debt without touching their low first mortgage interest rate. If you built equity in your home, there may be a way to use that equity without replacing that mortgage you already have. Before you make any decision, let the team at Lund Mortgage review your situation and help you find the option that is right for you. For all things mortgage, call or go to lundmortgage.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. How about 15 runs on 17 hits and 5 home runs for the Diamondbacks yesterday in their 15-5 win, highlighted by James McCann's 100th career home run and Ryan Waldschmidt's first major league home run. And don't look now, but the Snakes have won 8 out of their last 10 as they head to their one-off makeup game against the Cardinals in St. Louis today. That game will get going at 2:15 with Brandon Pfaadt on the mound, and you can hear it over on ESPN 620. New Suns power forward Miles Bridges was introduced yesterday, and according to general manager Brian Gregory, Bridges will be held to a high standard here in Phoenix. For more on Miles Bridges, his press conference, and the Suns, head to ArizonaSports.com. And as the Arizona Cardinals reported to training camp yesterday, it is worth noting Jacoby Brissett did report as he looks for a new contract. The first open practice will be tomorrow for the Cards. This report is brought to you by Earnhardt Buick GMC. Get up to $15,000 off a 2026 GMC Sierra, $1,500 at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa or at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
Hey, it's Luke. What were the biggest takeaways from the Miles Bridges introductory press conference? We get going at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, I mean, we conducted a thorough, evaluation where we looked at the conduct, the seriousness of that. We also looked into, was there accountability taken? Was there remorse? Was he growing as a person off the court? When we put all those together, we came to the conclusion and feel very, very, very strongly about the fact that he does and will live up to the standards that we have here, that he is a good cultural fit and character fit.
It's Brian Gregory, GM of the Suns, yesterday at the Miles Bridges introductory press conference talking about the diligence that the organization put in. They also, and Brian Gregory spoke very openly about this, he relied on his past experience in working directly with Miles Bridges while he was a consultant during Bridges' freshman year at Michigan State. I kind of wonder, had that experience not happened for Brian Gregory, would we be talking about this right now?
No, I don't think so. If and this is unfortunate that we're back here a year later, and again, we made fun of the Michigan State thing. We made our jokes and all that kind of stuff. And then I was the person saying 50 games into the year, start playing the fight song at the arena because it's working. But if he went to Iowa State, he would not be on the Suns right now. It's just, it wouldn't be a thing. And that is not only clear within what needs to happen with this trade, off the court stuff, on the court stuff. You need to be able to buy into the person and have an expansive, deep knowledge of the person in order to make a decision like this. The Suns believe that they have that knowledge, and it comes from the Michigan State pipeline. And look, to your point on like Gregory being around during Miles Bridges' freshman year, Gregory told us the story where he was in the room when Tom Izzo was told that by Miles Bridges he was coming back for his sophomore year. So he was like intimately involved with the organization, with the school, at that time. So I think that's undeniably a part of this as well. And it's one of those things where, again, like Gregory will be direct. Doug Haller asked the great question about the Michigan State thing, and he could have talked around it a little bit. But remember when Gregory was introduced, he said, like, I know why I'm here. I'm here because I have a relationship with Matt Ishbia. I'm not going to dance around that. And he didn't dance around the Michigan State thing either. So for people who were, because there were so many different bullet points for yesterday that people were looking for, if you were looking for some reassurances that this was not only a Michigan State thing, it seems like it's only a Michigan State thing right now.
Would you rather him say, this has nothing to do with that, we didn't even factor that in, it's just the coincidence that he had, if they said that, would you believe it?
No, I'm not criticizing or analyzing like the quote itself. I'm just saying the reason why he's on the Suns right now is because he went to Michigan State. That's why. And again, it doesn't have to do with like the meme of it or anything like that. It's just that is the reason why they have such an expansive, deep knowledge of who he is as a person, who they believe him to be as a person, is because of the pipeline there that Gregory's involved in and that Ishbia is in as well. Gregory came out and said, like, this was the guy at the top of our wish list during the offseason, and we know the interest from 2 years ago as well. This has been a thing for a while.
Yeah, it has been, definitely. Miles Bridges himself was asked about what he's learned about himself in the last few years, given his off-the-court issues.
I've been at rock bottom before, and I've had to work my way back up to where I am now. So just being committed to one thing, being great off the court, being great on the court. Like I said, I've been to therapy sessions, I've been to counseling. They help me a lot. I can't pinpoint one thing that I've learned. It's a lot of things that I learned about life in general, because when you're playing basketball, you're really not thinking about anything else. And then when off the court stuff happens, then you really get introduced to life. So, I try to live life a different way every day now, and take advantage of every day.
Look, and again, we talked about this earlier. I don't think the majority of fans that feel, strongly against this trade, like, I'm done with the Suns, I can't root for this guy, I don't think they were swayed by anything yesterday, quite honestly. And what sways them, that's an individual process.
And how is that 2% of the fan base, 5% of the fan base, 10% of the fan base, 0.2% of the fan base? Like, we can't put a number on it.
No, but I think this is even more interesting because it's an examination of fandom in a way, but also in this city because there's historical precedent with a great basketball player. I talk about this from time to time, that when we sit around, we could be sitting at a sports bar right now and just reminiscing about great Suns players. And you might talk for an hour before anybody brought up the name of Jason Kidd. Jason Kidd in a Suns uniform is one of the most decorated, accomplished players that's ever worn this uniform.
One of the best point guards of all time.
Yes, he's a Hall of Famer. He's also really persona non grata when it comes to Suns fans. It's almost like he never played here because of the way his tenure as a Phoenix Sun ended. The historical precedent set back by Jerry Colangelo when he still owned the team. He had a no-tolerance policy on domestic violence and shipped him out of town for a much lesser player, Stephon Marbury. And I think Suns fans were perfectly okay with it at the time, and all these years later, they're still okay with it, which makes this that much harder for that group of people to accept.
And to Jarrett's point with what I'm about to say, again, this is not criticizing or analyzing. It's not criticizing what Gregory and Bridges were saying, but more so just analyzing the fact that their tone was and Miles's especially was, I went through this in Charlotte. I sensed that there was a lot of tension when I came back, and he felt like he had earned the trust back of the fan base from his perspective. And he feels like he is going to be able to go through that process again. And I think that the tone that I got from the organization is that there is this middle group that is going to be, from their perspective, again, not mine, that they are going to be willing to eventually trust and embrace Miles Bridges as they get to know him around their team and around their community more in that kind of way. What Gregory and Bridges did not speak on, and they weren't in a position to speak on it, of course, is the overwhelming amount of people who are not going to be swayed by any of this, and they're going to, and this is where we can go into like anything in like sports or society these days, like people feel how they're going to feel, and they're not going to be swayed on it no matter what. People are going to feel the same way they feel about this trade right now as they did 5 years ago, 10 years ago, or 10 years in the future, I should phrase it as instead. And those are the people that are going to be entrenched there. So how much work are they going to be able to get done in that type of regard? Like, for example, Vince, if I was someone who was more on the fence and I was coming from that perspective, when I asked Miles Bridges about the work that he's done in the community, I would have loved to hear that he was working with domestic violence organizations that do advocacy in that regard. He did not mention those. And when Eric Ruby from PHNX later followed up on those organizations, Miles said it was something that he would love to do in the future. This happened 3 years ago. He should have been doing this work with these organizations a long time ago. He needs to get on it right now. And those are like the little more explorative things that he is going to have to start to do over the next couple of years to build the trust of the people who are in the fan base that are willing to see the trust built up from him.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming up next, how will LeBron's upcoming decision affect the Phoenix Suns? If it ever happens. We'll get into that and more next. Bickley and Murata Mornings with Kellen Olson sitting in for Bick here on this Thursday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports. Countdown to Cat. The Arizona Cardinals franchise and the entire world will witness the induction of one of the NFL's greatest.
It's a dream come true.
Into the Pro Football Hall of Fame on August 8th.
Backs are in an eye. Fitzgerald to the right. Johnson to the left. McCown back to throw. Looking for Fitzgerald. Then throwing it to him in the end zone. Fitzgerald leaps. Fitzgerald catches it. It's a touchdown. The first career NFL score for Fitzgerald.
More memories of number 11 coming your way on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM as we continue our countdown to Kent.
Hi, I'm Jay Arthur, the current president of Drowning Prevention Coalition of Arizona and a retired captain with the Phoenix Fire Department. The number one killer of children, age 1 to 4, in Arizona is drowning. As a first responder of 36 years, a child drowning was my worst nightmare. On those calls, I would desperately try to revive a cold, limp, lifeless little child with every ounce of the skills I possessed, many times with no success. In just a few devastating moments, a child gone too soon. Don't let this be your nightmare. This is preventable. Surround your pools with an approved fence. Have high locks and audible alarms on all doors leading to the pool area. Have a designated adult with eye-to-eye contact when children are in the water. Learn how to swim and learn CPR. Drownings can happen to anyone. Please, don't be that anyone.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. And your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good life's sleep.
1-877-CARS for kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS for kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
I don't think LeBron's only playing 1 year. I think he's playing multiple years, and I don't think it's necessarily going to be on the same team. I think there's a difference between chasing a ring and ring chasing. Chasing a ring is joining a team that you think has a chance to win it all. Ring chasing is joining the Knicks, is joining the Thunder, is joining the Spurs. That's the team that's right there. What he's trying to do is chase a ring. I think the best case of chasing a ring would be Miami or Philadelphia, and then I think potentially, or I guess Denver or Minnesota, it doesn't seem like they're still alive, or he could go and potentially try to chase a ring with Golden State, and who's to say he doesn't ultimately finish in Cleveland, and why does it have to be this year?
Not sure I understand the difference between chasing a ring and ring chasing.
Well, play it again then. He just explained it beautifully.
Ring culture is just the worst thing to happen to basketball in the last 15 years. There's been a lot of bad developments in basketball, but that's the worst one by far.
Evan Cohen of ESPN Radio. And the reason why we're getting statements like that is because LeBron is yet to make a decision. So everybody's wondering
for the guy known about making a decision. He's not making a decision.
What's the deal?
I saw
the irony, the delicious, delicious irony.
This graphic on a Bleacher Report tweet popped up yesterday, and I just lost it. There it is. LeBron irritated by Adam Silver rushing decision with LeBron like leering
and irritated in like big red letters. Awesome.
How is this not irritating to everybody?
Yeah.
I mean, the whole Adam Silver. I thought he had a pretty sterling record as a commissioner for a really long time. Seems like he just makes misstep after misstep. And I think this is also a misstep. Go about your business as the league. Why is he putting more wind in the sails of LeBron James that the basketball viewing public has had 23 years to watch him play? We're okay.
Yeah.
We're going to be fine if you release the schedule, regardless of where he goes.
His stock, Silvers, is in a free fall for me right now, particularly with what's going on in Portland. A very concerning situation. Like you and I were talking about the departure of Dave Pasch earlier. How about like Kevin Calabro and Lamar Hurd, who were top 3, top 5 local duo on the call? Like,
I think Calabro is fantastic.
He's an absolute pro, just an absolute gem, and another team is going to scoop him up and be extremely happy that they've got him calling games for them right now. Tom Haberstroh, Casey Holdall, like there's so many people within their organization. If you haven't been following the Blazers thing, essentially an owner came in, made cuts everywhere because the spreadsheet told him to, and did not realize the impact of the people that he was letting go for an organization that is beloved, one of my favorite franchises in the league. And now there is relocation buzz already, and it's extremely concerning that Silver somehow let this guy own the team.
Yeah, there's a building sentiment in Portland that he is clearing all, cutting all the fat to get ready to relocate
a one sport city, by the way.
A one sport city.
To get back to LeBron, though, I think that this is a decision that, in terms of like Suns fans listening who don't care about LeBron and don't like LeBron or whatever, this decision will impact the Suns this season. And what I mean by that is there are 2 potential destinations right now. Maybe Denver is still in it, as Cohen said. It seems like they're out of it as well. It seems like Minnesota is out of it, but I think if LeBron goes to Minnesota, that gives them a more concrete floor to work with, because I am probably the number one team I'm looking forward to watching the most in terms of new dynamics is how LaMelo and Ant work together. But LaMelo doesn't play. He averages like 40, 50 games played a year. Charlotte was very precise with how they used his minutes last year. They have a pretty low floor, in my opinion, and that'll get concretely solidified if LeBron goes there. And then, of course, Golden State, coming off the year that they had, and pretty much running back the same team if LeBron doesn't go there. Like Axel Lindenborg is a good find for them in the draft. I think that's going to be great for them right away. But if they add LeBron, again, like LeBron is just going to provide a floor to those 2 teams as well that would deny them a sort of free fall of sorts out of the top 6 or maybe even the top 8, where a team like the Suns could capitalize on a team falling out of that as well. So it seems like he's going to go to the East. It seems like Cleveland, Miami, and Philly are the 3 teams with the most buzz right now. My whole take on this, Vince, has been if he wants to just like have a nice story, swan song, whatever, he goes to Cleveland, because basketball-wise, I don't see it. If he wants to have fun, he wants to go play with Steph, then he goes to the Warriors. If he wants to win a ring, he will go to Miami or he will go to Minnesota. I'm guessing that he wants to live in Miami much more than Minnesota, which would eliminate Minnesota from the proceedings as well. Philly, I wouldn't understand at all. I don't know if you see the reason why he would go to Philly, but I don't see that.
Look, there's so much resting and every year on the health of Joel Embiid with what Philadelphia does. I love what they've done with their team, so I think that would be somewhat intriguing.
You and I are huge Maxey fans. I think he's an absolute stud.
VJ Edgecombe. I mean, and look, the Jaylen Brown analytics argument that's happened this summer has been absolutely fascinating. That he's become like the wedge between basketball, production and analytics.
And like the Trae Young thing where it's like, is Trae Young incredibly overpaid? Yes. He's still really good at basketball. Does he have like critical weaknesses that make him at times not fun to play with or really hurt his team? Sure. But like Jaylen Brown is still incredible at basketball. Is he overpaid a little bit? Maybe. But like, He's still fantastic.
See, the one thing in the soundbite that we played from Evan Cohen getting into this discussion that I kind of can get on board with is the idea of him playing multiple years for 2 more teams. And you mentioned it. Nice story, Cleveland. Well, maybe it's the return tour. Maybe it's Miami for a year. You roll the dice with Giannis and Bam there. Could be intriguing. And then next year, you get your farewell tour in Cleveland. The only thing I think that could work against that would be, at that point, LeBron's 43.
Yeah.
And Cleveland is still going to be in contention in the Eastern Conference, I would think, in 2 seasons. Does that jive with their championship pursuits?
And he is going to manage his body in a very foundational way because he's going to be 43 at that time. So like that doesn't help you in terms of building cohesion and consistency with everything that you're going to run as well. The really frustrating part about this for me, like you guys know how I feel about LeBron. I think he's incredible. He's my GOAT, all that kind of stuff. In that kind of way, I don't necessarily jive with some of the criticism that he takes over the time, but I'm incredibly frustrated with him right now because there has basically now been a split dividing point in the offseason where part 1 of the offseason happened. It happened 2 weeks ago. And we're waiting on LeBron right now. Like, what's going to happen with Denver? What's going to happen with Cleveland? What's going to happen with DeMar DeRozan? What's going to happen with James Harden? We don't know any of these answers yet because all of these teams are intricately involved in this LeBron sweepstakes right now, and we're sort of waiting. And for me personally, I was really excited about this string of fill-ins that Jared mentioned over July because, like, it's NBA season. I get to talk a bunch of NBA. Like, I haven't had an NBA segment to talk about on any of these shows in 2 weeks because nothing's freaking happening.
That's true. Kevin O'Connor of Yahoo Sports said, quote, "The popular theory around the league is that LeBron has been slow playing his decision to see if any of his suitors could find a way to land Kyrie Irving or Anthony Davis. If a team proved capable of acquiring one of his championship teammates, sources say it might sway him in that direction. Nobody has been able to or willing to do it yet. The Irving path doesn't seem to exist, and the Davis situation is stalled. For the first time, LeBron might have to choose between rosters as they are and not rosters as he wishes they were."
It seems like to me that he made a decision about a week ago, probably maybe even 10 days ago, and that was with some kind of move like this. Maybe it was Kyrie, maybe it was AD, maybe it wasn't, where he thought there were additional moves coming afterwards, and then those got stalled out. And now he's in a position where it's like, okay, man, just are you going to go to Miami? And like, that's the team. We're not going to be able to add anyone else, bro. It's going to be Giannis, Bam, you, and a bunch of dudes. Like that's all it's going to be.
Kind of like the first time you went to Miami.
We got Tim Hardaway Jr. off the bench. Isn't that great, LeBron?
Like the first time you went to Miami, except the NBA world is much different now.
It is.
It's no Shabazz Napier, LeBron, but...
How about, real quick,
Mario Chalmers played basketball the other night.
Norris Cole?
Yeah.
You can bring him back as like an assistant coach?
You see what your boy Markieff Morris tweeted yesterday?
I did not.
Don't.
Oh yeah. Classic. Just.
He tweeted,
Jared, I've been through a lot with the Suns this summer. Like, don't even put this in the atmosphere.
Bron to Cleveland. James Harden to Phoenix. And Jalen Green to Cleveland.
Oh, man. That would give you something to talk about, Kellen.
Yeah, so a sign and trade with Harden for Jalen Green, and then LeBron goes to Cleveland to play with Jalen Green.
I just really focused all my energy for 30 seconds trying to teleport out of the room, and I couldn't do it. I'm still here.
You are still here.
Hey, guys, then you get your point guard next to Book.
That's right.
Yeah, you're a floor general.
Homecoming.
There it is.
Wow. Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the big stories on this Thursday in the Rush Hour reboot. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Kellen Olson in for Dan Bickley on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata this morning at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. I spent years in professional football taking hits. Never backed down from anything, Basinonians, but living with teeth that are broken and falling apart, that wore me down in a way football never did. Every meal was a battle to smile. What a gamble that was. Listen, I got the all-on-4 implants. It really changed. It's a game changer. Eating what I want, smiling without thinking twice. Trust me, if you need this done, you want the best hands in the game, and that is Dr. Joe. That's right, at Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. Over 3,000 full-mouth cases. 3,000, man. This is what he does day in and day out. Right now, Aria Dental is running their summer promotion, the all-on-4 with premium zirconia teeth, starting at $12,500 per arch. This deal will not last. Call now, 602-877-0429.
At the UPS store, we get it. Being a small biz owner requires grit and hustle, but you don't have to do it alone. We've got your back. You put your heart and soul into your biz, we put ours into packing and shipping. While you're keeping track of your custom-made orders, our mailboxes are keeping your packages safe. Because we're here to help you be unstoppable with shredding, printing, notary, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents, rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters can help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Get a new high-efficiency Lennox AC system installed for as low as $99 a month. Serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins Comfort Masters has served the Valley for over 40 years. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule today. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
That refresh you've been putting off until the right deal came along? It's here! Wayfair's Black Friday and July sale is happening now, so you can finally get the style you've been waiting for less. Get up to 80% off area rugs and up to 60% off outdoor and bedroom furniture. Shop Wayfair's huge selection of styles and find the piece to fit your style, budget, and space. Plus, free shipping. Black Friday in July ends July 27th. Shop today at wayfair.com.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. It's safe to say the Bats got going for the Diamondbacks yesterday. 17 hits, 5 of which left the ballpark, and a season-high 15 runs in their 15-5 win over the A's, as they now have won 8 out of their last 10, dating back before the All-Star break, and are in sole possession of that third wild card spot currently, as the team will now head to St. Louis for a makeup game. First pitch today will be at 2:15, and you can hear it over on ESPN 620. Miles Bridges held his introductory press conference yesterday and is ready for the opportunity the Suns have given him.
That's my main focus. I want to prove them right every day with my actions off the court, on the court. And I'm very excited, and I'm thankful for this opportunity, and I think they're going to be proud of me by the end of this.
And as the Cardinals reported to training camp yesterday, rookie quarterback Carson Beck signed his rookie contract, and Jacoby Brissett did report as he seeks a new deal. For more on the Cardinals as training camp is underway, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by Galaxy Lending Group. Paying off your mortgage in 30 years is old news. What's new is the Ownership Accelerator loan from Galaxy Lending Group that helps you pay off your home decades faster. Text Galaxy to 620-620 to learn more.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
All right, good morning and happy Thursday. It is 7:30, and it's time for the Rush Hour Reboot. Here to give you the big stories going on in sports. And the Diamondbacks were dominant yesterday. 15 runs, season high in hits, runs, and home runs. But if we know anything about this team, what will today's one-off makeup game look like against St. Louis?
I think McGreevy pitches a 2-hit shutout.
Kellen brought it up pre-show. It's like when the Diamondbacks have scored like 10 or more runs in a game, what they look like the game after. And it's what they've looked like all season, right about average.
Was not super psyched to see that it was McGreevy being the pitcher in that one game against St. Louis. But they found some brief semblance of momentum offensively, and I think the thing, Sammy, that has at least paused for now was like the reprehensible runners in scoring position situation, which, by the way, like didn't get brought up enough. Is like over the first 6 to 8 weeks of the season, they were absolutely incredible with runners in scoring position. That was the old regression of the main thing that we talk about all the time. So yeah, there's going to be some offensive drop off for sure, but I think the big, more encouraging overall point is that Merrill pitched well in that game. Brandon's coming off of a couple of great outings as well, and then all of a sudden, like you look at the rundown of like a Fott, Rodriguez, Bratt, and you're like, yeah, sure. That should work out fine, and I can't imagine saying that 2 to 3 months ago.
Yeah, to that point, earlier this year, the Diamondbacks scored 11 runs against the White Sox in an 11-7 win. They lost the next day 4-1. Shortly after that, they beat the Padres 12-7. That was the Mexico City game. The next game was their first game in Milwaukee. They lost 13-2. They beat the Giants 12-2 and then followed it up with a 5-3 win, but they always beat the Giants.
Yeah.
Look, I think yesterday was a really good sign. Now they were going up against a marginalized pitching staff, but to see a team hit the ball with that much confidence and 5 home runs, that was such an extreme outpouring of offense. Maybe you see a different looking lineup moving forward.
And a weird and just like a weird game too, because St. Louis is coming from LA too. It's not like they've been in St. Louis this whole time. Like both teams are coming across the country
and I know
for this one game.
Paul Sewald was critical of the Cardinals for not moving that game up earlier in the day to complete that series, and he didn't like it from the Diamondback standpoint, but it wasn't ideal for the Cardinals either.
Yep.
I think that's another point, Sammy, too, with this run of games now. They're not going to have a day off till after the Pittsburgh series, which is 7 games away, and we already saw how important it was for Merrill to get through 5 innings so their bullpen could get a little bit of relief. Like they are 1 or 2, like Fott, Rodriguez, and Bratt all going 5+ innings in these 3 games would be very important for the bullpen to get back to its full level of rest because they won't have a day off here for another week.
Yep, and with the win yesterday, the Diamondbacks in sole possession of that 3rd wild card spot right now. The Marlins are behind them. They've lost 9 in a row. The Cardinals are struggling post All-Star break. The Pirates are the Pirates, and the Padres are 2 back. Of the teams behind them, what's the biggest worrisome of the teams behind them?
I mean, are you saying like which team should they be worried about? Which team do you think is the best of those teams that are behind them?
Which team are you most concerned could catch the D-backs? Who's their biggest competition?
I can't believe I'm saying this, but it's Pittsburgh. Their run differential is plus 51 right now, which is by far the best of any of these teams. For reference, the Cardinals 0, Diamondbacks -3, even the Phillies are at -15. The thing about Pittsburgh is that for years and years and years, Vince, we watched them scramble up some amount of like really good pitching, whether it's like random like Liriano and AJ Burnett years to what they've done with their young staff the last couple of years. It's always been offense for them. It's been the opposite now. Their offense is one of the best in baseball right now. It's been their pitching and Skeens in particular that needs to catch up. So for me, it's like looking at the picture of their team and seeing them kind of do a Diamondbacks from the last 2 years, where surprisingly their offense is what gets going. So if their pitching can catch up to their offense, like they're going to be a real legitimate threat for me. So Pittsburgh is the team I'm worried about. Can't believe I'm saying that out loud right now about the Pittsburgh Pirates, but I am.
I'm still somewhat in disbelief that San Diego is under 500.
Wow.
Tatis is coming around. I mean, the power numbers are starting to improve, and he's having a decent offensive season. But Merrill, Machado, and Bogarts have all been terrible this year. And they're probably having similar conversations in San Diego about the top of their lineup that we've been having in Arizona. I would expect one or two of those guys to get it going, and I just think that with their bullpen makeup and Mason Miller on the back end, that would be the team that I got my eye on. But
that's my team.
You know,
as well.
I see Kellen's point. Pittsburgh that's a pretty good team.
Brian Reynolds having a Brian Reynolds year. Brandon Lau has 21 homers and 65 RBIs. Probably the best player in baseball that no one talks about like at all. Nick Gonzalez has been great for them. They're going to get Connor Griffin back at some point. They're a threat, man.
Yep. And yesterday, Miles Bridges introduced to the media in his presser. How difficult is it to separate Miles Bridges, the person and his past, with Miles Bridges and the basketball player? And is that even possible?
It's possible. It depends on the individual.
Okay.
We always talk about, there's a phrase that came up years ago on this show. We weren't talking about sports. We were talking about musicians and actors. And Bick asked the question, how do you separate, how do you reconcile the art of a monster? And whatever word you want to use to describe Miles Bridges and what he has on his past, that's up to you. It depends on the individual, it's such a slippery slope to go down in this chair. I'm not equipped to tell people how to feel on it.
No,
fair.
No, not at all. And I don't say no like that to you, Vinny. I say it to anyone in this chair as well. Like the phrase that I used in my story the day Bridges got traded here was like the arbiter of morality. Like I want everyone to be especially clear. Like we're just sports fans, just like you are. We don't want to sit here and say how you feel, but that's an impossible question to answer, Sammy, because everyone's answer, I think, is different in their own right, just based on their philosophy around like second chances and who deserves them and who doesn't and all that kind of way as well. I think the interesting point that you're getting to is there will be a segment of the fan base where, let's face it, their opinion is going to be based on how well Miles Bridges plays. Let's say if for some reason he explodes, and they're right about this Michigan State thing, and he's an all-star next year, then a lot of people are going to be really excited about Miles Bridges and willing to forget about all the stuff that they were really frustrated by and turned off by a few months ago. There will still be fans who were just as turned off as they were before, but a lot of this, I hate to say it, but just comes down to how well this goes and how well the trade goes down.
Fair point. All right, and yesterday the Cardinals reported to training camp. Jacoby Brissett still looking for that new deal, and does it make sense to pay Brissett if he's only going to play 10 games for you?
I think that's part of the hurdle in all of this from the Cardinals side of thinking on this is the way that they've structured that quarterback room by drafting Carson Beck, who's now under contract. And one of their tasks as an organization this year is to find out if Carson Beck can be a starting quarterback. Does it make sense when that's your task to hand over the money to Jacoby Brissett? They painted themselves in just a terrible corner, in my opinion.
Vince nailed it earlier in the show. You should be doing everything possible to make it as easy as possible for LaFleur in his first year. So if that means paying Jacoby Brissett more than you want to, pay Jacoby Brissett more than you want to. Set up your coach for success, because the last thing that I want to do is come in here after they win 3 or 4 games in the offseason and say, oh, well, how can we judge LaFleur? The whole Brissett thing kind of was going on, and like we didn't know, and then there was this and that, and like using excuses, in my opinion, to not critically analyze guys that need to be critically analyze. Like for Rollis, it's like, well, the defense and all the injuries, and then like with Austin Ford, it's like, well, all the injuries. It's like, I'm tired of doing that. I don't want to do it again. Just sign the quarterback.
It almost feels like paying Brissett will make LaFleur his first season a lot more comfortable than what it's already been.
Exactly.
All right, so there you guys go. Happy Thursday.
We're all rebooted. Thank you, Sammy.
Thanks,
Coming
Sammy.
up next, our weekly visit with the president and CEO of the Arizona Diamondbacks, Derek Hall. Kellen's in for Bick today on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 1-0 pitch. He swings. He sends it to right center field, and Barossa makes the catch, and the Diamondbacks win it. What a way to finish the homestand. They blow out the A's by a final score of 15-5. Home runs galore for the Diamondbacks.
D-backs Cardinals was rained out about a month ago, and after raining 15 runs on the A's, the D-backs play that rained-out game today in St. Louis with pregame coverage at 1:30 on the Arizona Sports app and ESPN 620.
Earnhardt Ford in Chandler just cranked up the heat this summer with the Ford Summer Sales Event, and the deals are too hot to ignore. Hey, it's Vince Murata. And if you're sweating about looking for that next ride, don't. Because at Earnhardt Ford, you get transparent deals, zero pressure, and serious savings, and that ain't no bull. Like on the 2026 Ford Explorer, up to $6,500 off MSRP. You can save some serious coin, too, with available 0% financing. All offers do require approved credit. See dealer for full details. These offers end August 31st, 2026. The heat is on during the summer sales event, and these deals won't last long. So get them now at Earnhardt Ford, trusted in the Valley since 1951. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. Earnhardt Ford, I-10 and Ray Road in Chandler, or online at earnhardtford.com.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
All right, Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you'd tell your listeners about them?
Oh, brother, you gotta have shade.
Temps hitting triple digits and the kids won't go outside?
You gotta have shade.
Hosting a backyard barbecue?
You gotta have shade.
Patio furniture fading?
Robert, you gotta have shade.
Wolf, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
This July, it's time to celebrate our freedom to swim. Celebrate California Pools and Landscape, giving $1,776 off a brand new pool. Plus, buy Centennial Bucks, $250 off the most popular backyard features, barbecue, shade, water, and fire features, all to complete your oasis. That's the way at California Pools do at Casa Galdici. Now it's stars, stripes, and summer nights. Don't miss the patriotic pool deals at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey, it's Gambo, and when you think about Diamondbacks baseball, everything comes down to what you can see. The pitch coming in, the movement of the ball, the play unfolding in the field. The clearer your vision, the better your game. That's why I've always believed in the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Schwartz and his team have built a reputation on precision, experience, and results. And it's no surprise he's the official team eye doctor of the Arizona Diamondbacks, trusted to help keep the pros seeing their best. If you're ready to ditch glasses and contacts, LASIK is your winning play. It's a quick procedure with fast recovery and proven results. Not a LASIK candidate? Evo ICL or Clear Lens Exchange could be your next move for sharp, clear vision. Schedule your free consultation and see how Dr. Schwartz can clear things up. With locations in Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa, visit teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
The D-backs host the San Diego Padres at Chase Field for a 4-game weekday series starting August 3rd. Get your tickets for the matchup at dbacks.com.
Every summer road trip starts somewhere. Start yours at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, we have employee pricing for everyone and 0% APR for 60 months on new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 models. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Employee pricing for everyone and 0% APR for 60 months for well-qualified buyers. Must finance with GM Financial. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by August 3rd, 2026.
Freeway Chevrolet. I-10 and Ray.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Mr. Speaker, the President. To have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you the President.
He's the president and CEO of your Arizona Diamondbacks.
Hail to the chief.
Derek Hall.
The President.
On Now with Bickley and Murata. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Big win yesterday as the D-backs now embark on a 10-game road trip. Starts today in St. Louis with that makeup game. Here to talk Diamondbacks baseball as he does every week. The president and CEO of the ball club, Derek Hall, checks in on the Arizona Sports Line. Derek, good morning to you.
Good morning, guys. Vinny, we got to have you sit in these station seats more often if we can put 15 up on the board like that.
Yeah, I went to one other game. I went to another Wednesday day game earlier in the first homestand against Detroit. That was the 1-0 game. So you never know what you're going to get when I'm in the stands.
I'll take the lead, but it's wins. Those are 2 W's. That's all that matters.
Yeah, we'll take it. Look, you've been very open and honest with your feelings throughout the course of this season. When you think the play on the field hasn't been good enough, you've said it. 8 out of 10, that's nothing to sneeze at, with some really good wins in there. Are you confident in the elevation of this ball club right now, and do you think it's happening at the right time?
Yeah, great question. I think obviously we have played some good baseball. We're not going to continue to play at that clip. We're just not. And teams around us are not going to continue playing to the level of mediocrity or failing the way they are either. There's a team that lost 9 in a row. Well, guess what? They're not going to continue to lose. So, we have to keep that in mind. And I know there's a lot of talk, buyer, seller, why aren't you doing it now? It's very difficult to do right now, as you guys know. There's only a few teams that are proclaimed sellers at this point, and they're going to hold everybody ransom as they should. And they're going to take their time, I think, unless they're totally trying to dump payroll right now or as soon as possible. So there's still a lot of baseball to be played. And as I said last week, we've got pretty tough homestand that we got through and in good fashion, but now we have a really tough road trip, those 4 cities and 10 games, and we'll see how we look. But I'd say we're trending in the right direction. I also believe we have, we still have guys that are going to be coming back that are like acquisitions for our roster. So I think there's a lot to look forward to in a positive way for our roster building.
Derek, with you bringing it up, I'm curious how much this time of year has changed with the expanded wild card format, not only the amount of buyers, but the decrease in the amount of sellers as well, and how much it has really turned into a last day or two here with every team seemingly wanting to get every game out of this before making a decision on where they'll stand.
Yeah, Kellen, for sure. It has changed the landscape dramatically. The way that we go about our business, the discussions we have, the timing of those discussions. In the past, if you were 500, you probably still were not in the hunt to make the playoffs. You were going to have to get really hot and go on a winning streak. Whereas now, if you're 500, you're right in the midst of it. So I love what it's done for the game. I love what it's done for parity, where in the past you had a lot of teams that were dead. They were out by June. And that's simply not the case now. You have so many teams, and as you mentioned, Kellen, so fewer teams now that can say that they're selling, at this time. I think it's really good for the competitive nature of our industry.
Derek Hall, President and CEO of the Diamondbacks, our guest as he is every week here on the Arizona Sports Line. Yesterday, Merrill Kelly, a little under the weather, so he didn't have to go very deep into the game and got a lot of support, and I think that was a good thing moving forward. But also the 4th straight start, Derek, for Merrill Kelly with 2 earned runs or less. And he's had his struggles this year. How is Merrill Kelly starting to look like the Merrill Kelly of old in your eyes?
In my eyes, yes, I think so. Especially the command of his changeup and his put-away pitches. He's got a lot more swing and miss. He's getting the strikeouts. I think he's going too deep in counts. I bet he would agree with that. Going 3-2 too often, and the pitch count was up, to nearly 80 when we were almost in the 5th inning. So, he'll have to get a little more control of that to look more like himself. But I think he has for sure, and the results have been there. But we've been, using our bullpen. We really needed him to get, 5 innings, as you guys discussed earlier. And then it certainly helped that when it was 15-3, we could bring in Vargas in that 9th inning and let him eat an inning because I thought it was smart of Tor to do that. And I think it's great that Ildemaro or Drip said he would go in there and take the ball because that certainly helped. And he only gave up 2.
Yeah.
Derek, whenever I get a chance to talk about the team lately, I want to bring up Gabriel Moreno. A two-part question for you. He's been absolutely fantastic the last 2 months, so elite at getting on base, and at the point now where he's undeniably been one of the best catchers in baseball this season. What have you seen from the consistency from him, both defensively and offensively? And then again, with the extension talks that could be coming in the offseason, what is your guys' intent in terms of wanting to keep Gabby long-term and revisiting those conversations this offseason?
Yeah, we love Gabby, and we've had those conversations in the past with him, and I'm sure we'll continue to have conversations with him about his future because he has become really a mainstay, and he's one of the best catchers in all of baseball. I mean, this kid, if he was playing like this, he definitely would have been in Philadelphia for the All-Star game, but he's so good behind the plate now, and he's gaining the confidence of all of our pitchers. You can see that. The pitchers don't have to call their own game. We're not calling pitches from the dugout. He's taking control of that game, and he really is the general back there. And then his offense, I mean, what we always said about Gabby, Kellen, we would say, yeah, he can hit the ball to all fields, but he really likes hitting the ball to right field or to right center. But you're not just seeing that. I mean, he's not afraid to pull the ball if they're going to come inside on him. And he's looking around that field at the defensive placement before he takes any at bat or any swing, and he's adjusting accordingly. And for his ability to do that, he's got a tremendous eye. He's got a great knack for putting the ball where he needs to. And I think he sends a good message to the rest of our team. I mean, he struggled for a while. He stuck with it, got out of it, looks like himself, looks even better than himself right now. So what kind of message does that send to, like, his best friend Corbin Carroll? Like, you're going to get out of this. I mean, look at me. I'm hitting over 300 now. Yeah. And we're starting to see Corbin and others do so as well.
Derek Hall, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings with Kellen Olson, sitting in for Bick. I want to branch out and ask a question off the beaten path a little bit because, Derek, in your leadership position with the Diamondbacks, and I think there may be applications here. The Phoenix Suns had a press conference yesterday where they introduced a new player in Miles Bridges who has got a lot of off-the-court issues in his past, and the Suns are resolute that he can be a real part of this community and a real good part of this, character of the Phoenix Suns moving forward. The question I wanted to ask to you is, there's a lot of Suns fans that are unhappy with this decision. In a leadership position for an organization in Major League Sports, how much is the potential or the outcry of the fan base considered before making what could be termed a controversial acquisition?
Yeah, Vince, great question, and it's definitely a part of the equation, no doubt. At the end of the day, you try and remind yourselves as sports teams that you don't make decisions just based on PR, yet it's such a major factor, and it's such a part of, my background and my life, so I always try and bring it into play. Yet, these decisions are tough. There was a time where our organization would not bring a player in if he had PED history, and now, as you know, I mean, on our roster right now, we have someone who just came off an 80-day suspension. Right. So, yeah, I mean, these are tough choices. You have to pivot at times. You have to look each other in the eye and say, okay, this is on you. Hopefully it works out. And it's also one where it's not a bad idea to have a conversation with a player or two, and see how they feel before you make a move like that. If you have a player who you have great communication with and he's a leader on the team, you can have an open, honest, frank conversation about someone you're going to be bringing in. Hey, here's the history. Here's what he's been, accused of, or here's what he's been involved with. How comfortable are you? And, when the players look you back in the eye and say, we'll take him. He'll be fine. He'll be a fit. We need him. We need his skills. You got to think about it. So there's a lot that goes into it. Yeah, Vinny, for sure.
Derek, I say this as someone who was immensely frustrated at the lack of additions in the bullpen and then went on to be made look like a fool with undeniably the biggest strength of your guys' team. But Paul Sewald, 7 of his last 11 games now, he is allowed to run. What is the confidence level in Paul as your closer going forward, and is adding to the bullpen a possibility at the deadline, even with how it has been such a big strength for you guys this year?
Yeah, I'll do those in reverse order, Kellen. I think it's always a possibility to bring in new arms for the bullpen, and I think every team, even if that's their strength, like it has been ours, is still going to look at changing around pieces in the bullpen, whether moving them or bringing them in. I think you have to, and you're also building a bullpen for next season and the season after that when you're bringing in guys and adding to your bullpen roster. As far as Sewald, I'm a huge Paul Sewald fan, both on and off the field. I don't think you'll meet a better person off the field. He is unbelievable. I mean, I could see this guy being a coach or manager one day too. I'm not so concerned. I know the numbers are there, but like the other night, And, Vinny, I heard you guys joking. You don't need to see him with his hands on his knees anymore. You know what that looks like. But he was a strike away from getting that save, and he was in full control and just one bad pitch. So I'm really not. I think he's been so dominant this year and so confident. I just think we need to make sure that with him, and I'd say with most pitchers, you say, okay, they got to have a breather, they need to have a blow, they're gassed. But with Sewald, I think where we see issues are when he's not pitching regularly. He needs to be in there, as much as he can. And I know that sounds crazy with the age and with the miles, but I've just seen that over the years. The more that he's pitching, not more than 2 days in a row, but if he's got 4 or 5 days off, that's where you'll see issues. That's where the wheels can fall off. But that's the case with a lot of pitchers too, not just him.
Yeah, Derek, here's to a successful road trip, even though it is 4 cities, and maybe it didn't have to be.
Guys, it was supposed to be 3, and today was going to be an off day. But I'll go join them in Pittsburgh. I'm not going to go to St. Louis. And I'm unfortunately not going to Washington, but I'll join them in Pittsburgh, and I will fear like Kellen.
Yeah. Well, good luck on the trip, and we'll talk to you next week, Derek.
Thank you, guys.
Derek Hall, President and CEO of the Arizona Diamondbacks, joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, the Suns did introduce their latest player in Miles Bridges yesterday. Lots of reaction to it. We'll give some more of ours next from a basketball standpoint. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Kellen Olson in for Bick here on this Thursday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks President and CEO Derek Hall. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader.
Arizona Sports is your exclusive home for Cardinals training camp breaking news, roster updates, video highlights from camp, and takes on the team from Arizona's biggest sports personalities.
Let's go!
Cardinals Camp 2026, back to football. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Cardinals, baby.
Keep up with the Cardinals on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7 FM.
You bought an RV, and you got an automatic discount from Progressive by bundling it with your home or auto insurance. That's great, but a serious word of warning every RVer should heed. You don't need to talk about things like dry weight or dump stations. And you don't need one of those expensive water filter straws either. Because the most extreme thing most RVers encounter is a campsite without hookups. So just enjoy yourself. And Progressive's automatic discount when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. Get a free oil filter and more during the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone, now through July 27th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Out here, you know the drill. Animals are hungry, dogs are getting muddy, and you just noticed you're low on feed. Stocking up at Tractor Supply is easy on your wallet with our unbeatable prices on select shavings, retriever dog food, and Producer's Pride animal and poultry feed. From backyards to barnyards, we've got everything to keep your pets, animals, and livestock well fed and comfortable with low prices all summer. At Tractor Supply.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like Public Works Supervisor.
Hey, this water main is under a ton of pressure. Did you ever fix it?
Yeah, 3 layers of duct tape. Wait, should I have added a 4th layer?
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
All right, Arizona, listen up, man. Ron Wolfley here for Tim Hovig's summer sales event at Santan Ford, bringing the heat. Right now, you can drive home a new Ford with no payments for 90 days, plus a free 2-year maintenance program. Boom! That's how you attack summer. If you've been waiting for the right time to upgrade your ride, this is it. It's an easy drive, the Santan 202 freeway and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. No payments for 90 days. Free 2-year maintenance. Head on over to Tim Hovik, Santan Ford.
Hi, it's Lisa Lund. Imagine finding the perfect home, only to find out that you're not quite ready to make an offer. It happens more than you think. Here's a little insider tip. Before your realtor starts showing homes, one of the first things they're going to ask is, have you been pre-qualified? And when you find the right home, the seller will want to see your pre-qualification. I've never had anyone tell me they regretted getting pre-qualified first. I've talked to plenty who wish they had. So save yourself the frustration and call Lund Mortgage today, or go to lundmortgage.com.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta here, and Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa just made summer the best time to buy with employee pricing for everyone. That means no markups or runarounds, just honest deals on the trucks and SUVs Arizona loves all month long. Drive home a 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 with 0% financing or up to $15,000 off MSRP. Now, here's where it gets really good. Get into a 2026 GMC Sierra Heavy Duty with up to $11,000 off MSRP, a 2026 GMC Canyon with up to $8,000 off MSRP, or the 2026 Buick Envista 0.9% APR with a $1,000 purchase allowance. And best of all, 0 payments for 90 days. Find your perfect match now at Earnhardt Buick GMC and experience the difference, or shop today at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models, all offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offer ends July 31st, 2026.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. How about 15 runs on 17 hits and 5 home runs for the Diamondbacks yesterday in their 15-5 win over the A's, highlighted by James McCann's 100th career home run and Ryan Waldschmidt's first major league home run. And don't look now, but the Snakes have won 8 out of their last 10 as they head off to their one-off makeup game against the St. Louis Cardinals today. That game will get going at 2:15 with Brandon Pfaadt on the mound, and you can hear it over on ESPN 620. New Suns power forward Miles Bridges was introduced yesterday, and according to general manager Brian Gregory, Bridges will be held to a high standard here in Phoenix. For more on Miles Bridges, his press conference, and the Suns, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. And as the Arizona Cardinals reported to training camp yesterday, it's worth noting Jacoby Brissett did report as he looks for a new contract. The first open practice will be tomorrow for the Cardinals. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Worried if your retirement savings will last? Don't guess. Cash flow test it. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Hey, it's Luke. What were the biggest takeaways from the Miles Bridges introductory press conference? We get going at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Somebody call for some help.
Luke
has fallen into a well.
Do you need aid? Are you okay?
I'm going to lower the rope, Luke.
We've all been there.
Him being stuck in a well would explain the atrophy of his right arm as he tried to throw yesterday.
Luke had a lot on his mind. The Wolf and Luke show had a lot on their mind. They were out live at Chase Field, of course, and then those guys had to throw out a first pitch, so taping the lookies wasn't of mine. So
I'll give them credit for doing it remotely instead of just having Jesse record them.
I've done those too, and it's weird because you got to find a really quiet part of the house. You're recording it on like your phone or like a microphone setup or something, and like not everyone has like a podcast-esque setup around their place. It's like, okay, let me turn off the air conditioning so that's not humming in the background, that whole thing. But I'm sure next time he has to do that, he'll hear that on the air and is probably like laughing at himself.
Can you just
hearing it?
Hit the first couple seconds of that again, Jared?
Hey, it's Luke. What were the biggest takeaways from the Miles Bridges introductory press?
That's not even into the phone. That's a paper cup and a string.
The phone quality's pretty good these days. Honestly, it's not that bad.
It's not bad. By the way, Wolf and Luke had to follow. They didn't even throw out the first pitches.
Really?
What? Prince Amukamara. Prince? He threw out the first pitch.
He was the opener for Wolf and Luke?
Yeah.
Wow. Multiple first pitches?
Oh, yeah.
3 first pitches yesterday.
That's interesting.
Prince had a long career.
And 2 of them found the strike zone.
Prince, local athlete, right?
Apollo High School, yeah.
Yeah, we need like a pitching ninja. We need Luke Lipinski's arm slot broken down a bit there.
Yeah. I thought Derek Hall was going to bring up the first pitches yesterday.
He was merciful.
He was. Very nice. Very nice of him to say.
The Phoenix Suns had a press conference. Miles Bridges, his introduction to the Valley as a new player. And from a basketball standpoint, we've covered a lot of the other ground about the acknowledgement of the past and Miles Bridges wanting to be a part of the community, and Brian Gregory kind of standing on the table and said, we're confident that he can be that guy for us. But also, Brian Gregory, from a basketball standpoint, said this. Hold on, let me turn it on first.
You go through the system, you go through the season, and you're always looking. You're always trying to find a piece that can help you, a piece that's missing, a piece that can make an impact. Obviously, we have scouts out there garnering intelligence and watching games and different things like that. And there was a need, there was an opportunity for us to make the move, and we're really excited about making that move. And I think it's going to be impactful every single day on the court with our young guys, with the guys that he's already knows and has played with, like Mark Williams and so forth. So I think from a basketball perspective, everything we were looking for in terms of if we made a move, we accomplished it by bringing Miles Bridges into our organization.
Those are strong words from the basketball fit standpoint of it. And I, as somebody for the last year plus, has been clamoring for the Suns to get more of a prototypical, if there is such a thing in the NBA anymore, prototypical four. He certainly checks that box, but I will cede to you on your opinion of basketball fit solely with Miles Bridges on the Suns. Is he the missing piece?
No, I don't think so. And hearing Gregory talk about Miles' game, Miles even went out of his way to say, like, for people who think, like, I'm only out there to score, like, I'm a willing passer, I do all this other stuff on the floor. He does do it. He just doesn't do it at the level that you would be suggested that he does based on hearing that. Like, hearing the first 15 seconds of that, if you didn't know it was Miles Bridges, you'd be like, oh my gosh, who did the Suns like get? Like this, are they gonna contend this year? Like, it sounds like the Suns really do believe that this is like that level of like, this is our big move, which it needs to be because of the pick that they brought up. And in a minute here, we'll play the cut from him because it's very interesting to hear Gregory talk about giving up that pick as well. But I just don't think that he is the player that the Suns think he is, because I've seen it for 8 years in the NBA now, what Miles Bridges is as a player. Like Gregory, when I asked about shooting, he brought up Bridges' excellent catch and shoot numbers and said they were fantastic. I've had the numbers in front of me. They're not fantastic. The defending, like he's been okay, average, below average, somewhere around there. He needs to be good for this to work out. He needs to be a great rebounder for this to work out. He has not been a great rebounder since his second year in the league. He gets pressure on the rim. He got a lot more 5 years ago. So this whole element of it and him getting pressure on the rim, get used to floaters more than shots at the rim. That's at least been the background for him the last 2 years as well. There are strengths that he brings to the organization, don't get me wrong, from the on-the-court standpoint, that are going to help this team and that are going to make them better in some ways, but this is a trade that I could argue that if it was Miles Bridges for Grayson Allen and Royce O'Neal, that the Hornets would have won the trade anyway. Jeff Peterson is the name of the guy who's the GM for the Hornets. Let's delete his number for a few years. Let's just not talk to him. Let's stop doing that.
4 separate trades with the Charlotte Hornets, I think, in a span of 17 months.
Nick Richards did not work. Cody Martin did not work. Mark Williams, TBD. I don't think it's working, but it's TBD there. And this one, TBD, of course, as well. But, like, let's stop doing that for a few years, huh?
Hey, you left out the name of legendary Suns point guard Vasa Micic.
Ah, of course, Vasily.
Who I have never, ever in my life, watching the NBA, seen a player less interested in playing than
he was there to be. By the way, Nick Richards still unsigned right now.
Wow.
Yes.
You mentioned...
You're saying a 4-headed monster at center is what the Suns should do. Bring him in. No?
Turn your mic off.
Well, they had that 4-headed monster at the beginning of last year, did they not?
They did. Yeah, they did. You wonder if they're going to go after Ryan Kalkbrenner next with all the bigs that Charlotte has now, drafting Hans Steinbach. Maybe they got too many. Maybe they need to get rid of one of them.
You mentioned also the other part of this trade that is getting criticism from many around the league, and that is that unprotected 2033 first-round draft pick. That came up yesterday, and here's Brian Gregory explaining that situation.
Well, we feel very comfortable with the overall, all the different aspects of the trade. Getting another first-round pick back. I remember multiple years ago, the question was we have no first-round picks. With that pick that we acquired, we're now going to have 7 straight years of first-round picks. Who would have thought it? And an additional second-round pick in that as well. You know, and I think the one thing you have to look at when you're talking about an unprotected versus least favorable among 2 teams and different things like that, we're always going to be good. So where are our draft picks going to be, especially with the new rules and all those different things? That pick value down the road was not the same as it was a year ago because of the changes in the draft lottery and different things like that. So we felt very comfortable. We thought it was a fair deal, but most importantly, we got Miles Bridges. So that, in my opinion, tipped the scales for us.
Look, you had a reaction in the middle of that, especially when Brian Gregory said, we're always going to be good. I know that's the goal.
That is a hell of a claim to make when you've traded now 7 years in the future, claiming that you're going to be good for 7 straight years. Now, what version of good is that? Is that 45 wins? Is it 60 wins? Is it 35 wins? And they'll claim that's good. I don't know. The opening portion of that is fascinating because it's like almost like a look at us now. You guys are making fun of us for not having draft picks. We actually have draft picks. Like, you know when you see a movie that's a sequel, but it feels like 1.5? Like it's like the 1.5 and not the full-out sequel? That's what it feels like these first-round picks are. Like, they are first-round picks, but they're going to be in the 20s. So are they really first-round picks? They qualify as them, but the way in which you get awesome players in the draft is by drafting in the top 3, top 5, in a lottery at some point. Not to say that gems don't get found in the 20s, but that is where the goods are, and they are not going to be drafting in the goods for several years now. And it they are incredibly confident that this is going to work out. And the level of confidence that he had in that cut, I found fascinating.
Start your day with Arizona's top sports headlines. The Arizona Sports Daily Insider has everything you need to know before you head out the door. Text the word INSIDER to 620-620 for more information. Coming up next, more reaction on the Bridges press conference. We're going to open up the phone lines and get your reaction. Were you swayed at all, and what are your thoughts going into this season with Miles Bridges as a member of the Phoenix Suns? 602-260-9870, the phone number. Your phone calls next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings with Kellen Olson in for Bick on Arizona Sports.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Like, I like Jacoby Brissett. If I were him, if I were advising him, I'd be like, okay, right or wrong, you're going to start hurting yourself, not the team, if you're not in there by the end of this week. Because, go out there, play on a team with Trey McBride and Jeremiah Love and Marvin Harrison Jr. and Michael Wilson. You vibe with him, and just put up as many stats as you can. You'll probably be down in a lot of games. You have a chance to put up stats, and it helps your career beyond just this season. Point. You open the door for Minshew or Beck, and maybe that door gets closed on you.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Lovebird Lowdown with Tom and Tawny.
Flying's overrated.
Bold statement for a bird.
Constant flapping, wind in your face. Much rather be in a Toyota.
Hey, you're right. Smooth ride, comfortable, quiet.
Just cruising along.
20 people dream of flying.
Give it a week.
Bird brains.
Right now, get 5.99% financing for 60 months on our most popular models, including Camry, Corolla, RAV4, and 4Runner. Or get low 3.99% financing for up to 60 months on Tacoma. With great deals like these, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 5.99% with $19.33 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 3.99% with $18.41 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. Offers end 8/3/26 and exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models. See dealer for details.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Right now, get 2 bottles of Lucas Fuel Treatment for just $9. Plus, receive 2 times O Rewards points at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. and your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good life sleep.
Empty slogans and cute jingles, lawyers love to act like they care. Do they back it up? Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. One study found that half of all clients were unhappy with the lawyer they hired. The number one complaint, a total lack of communication.
We take client happiness seriously. That's why we survey all our clients and know that over 97% are happy. Do your research. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Hey, it's Austin with Moxie Pest Control. When I was about 13, I started mowing lawns to make a few bucks. Looking back, I don't know how I survived those Arizona summers. What I didn't realize then was how much I was learning, showing up, doing the job right, and taking pride in it. That's what guides us today at Moxie Pest Control. Because reliability isn't something you say, it's something you demonstrate. Call 888-MOXIE-10.
If your windows can't keep up with the heat, it's time for an upgrade. At the Window Depot, windows are what we do. Biggest inventory, best prices, guaranteed. Found a lower price? We'll beat it. Shop in stock or custom vinyl windows, built for efficiency and style. From one window to full home replacement, we help you get the right windows for less. Lower your energy bills and stay comfortable year-round. Visit a location near you or order online at thewindowdepot.com.
My uncle's Maytag washer lasted over 37 years. His motto, buy once, cry once. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. When I started at A1 Garage Door Service, I thought about my uncle's Maytag. Most garage door springs get about 10,000 cycles or 3 to 5 years. Our Max Life springs last over 100,000 cycles. That's a minimum of 30 years. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
Folks ask me how to spot a termite. I tell them, if you're waiting for a sign, you're letting them get the jump on you. Termite don't want your attention. He wants the bones of your home, and he's been whittling at them longer than you think.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites get the jump on you. Smart protection starts before the damage does. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Hey, it's Luke. Can the Arizona Diamondbacks keep this momentum going into their long upcoming road trip? We'll discuss that at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Just being in the community more, helping kids out, doing different camps, interacting with the fans all the time, and just showing them how much I care, and how good of a person I am. Because I know I'm a good person, and from stuff that y'all seen, people would think the opposite, but I want to show everybody who I really am and earn the respect here.
Miles Bridges talking about how he regained fans' trust while he was in Charlotte, wanting to do that now as he is a member of the Phoenix Suns. It is official. The press conference happened yesterday. Lots of ground covered in a 35-minute session. I want to get your reaction to it, too, with some open phone time. 602-260-9870 is the phone number to give your thoughts on Miles Bridges, the press conference, and all the reaction to it. Let's start out in Santan and talk to Juan, who's up first here on Arizona Sports. Good morning, Juan.
Good morning, boys. How you doing?
Doing well, thanks.
Well, my big take, I'm sorry to cut you off, but my big take is, you know what, we're all, I'm pretty sure that he's going to do his very best, to try to, regroup with himself, I guess. But like I was telling Jared, I was like, we were a bunch of tryhards last year, and hopefully this is something that he needs, a new change of scenery where he could come and be himself. We're a bunch of laid back guys over here too, but at the end of the day, he has to put in his work, and actions speak louder than words. And at this point, I feel like as a Suns fan for teams. But anyways, thank you guys.
Thanks, Juan.
Not the great. Do you think this late in his career, do you think that Miles Bridges can change as a player on the court?
I mean, to a degree, getting plugged into a new system with a new roster certainly will have effects on that. But at this point of any player's career, this deep into it, you kind of are what you are, especially when you've reached a certain level. He's a good basketball player. He's a solid NBA starter.
But can he be a better three-point shooter, a better defender, a better rebounder, the things that the Suns were missing?
I'm usually willing to give some credence after a couple of years in the league, but we're at 8. Like we've talked about this with Jalen Green. Like this is year 6 for him. Now, at a certain point, you should have to believe a player is just about the version of what they've shown so far, and that is the case for him right now. We always do this with the change of scenery, and sometimes it does end up being the best thing that can happen for someone on the floor to unlock parts of the games that weren't there before. But for now, in that specific case, it remains to be seen for me at least.
Yeah, I mean, some of the reaction to it, and Vic wrote a column that you can read on ArizonaSports.com about, hey, they better be right on this one for a number of different reasons. And one of the comments under the article I thought was interesting. And again, you can take this as you want. But somebody made the point, I don't think Miles Bridges is good enough a player to take this risk based on his off-the-court issues. And it might sound flip to say that, but that's kind of how a lot of people are going to judge this.
Yes.
Right now, they might be very aggrieved that the Suns did this. They might be upset that the Suns did this. If Miles Bridges comes out and plays well, blends in, and this is a good basketball team, for a lot, I'm not saying across the board, for a lot of people, that's the way this will be judged.
And if it goes the opposite way and he doesn't play well, that is going to be primarily like we're in a tough spot here in terms of estimating the amount of fans we're talking about, but I would guess from my perspective, the majority of fans here are going to be swayed by how he performs on the floor. Like that is going to be the determining factor in how they feel about this trade going forward, and not so much the off the floor dynamics where a large number of fans are still making their voices heard for sure.
Yeah, we've talked about the community fit, the basketball fit. Brian Gregory also commented how confident he is in Miles Bridges being a perfect fit for the culture of what the Suns are building.
It's a perfect fit for where we're at right now, but also where we're building to. A unique skill set that was needed on our roster and also meshes well with our system and style of play. And so when you have those two situations, again, I talk about fit. I talk about the opportunity to come in here and make an impact. Obviously, his athleticism, skill level is elite. His offensive ability to shoot the ball, to attack the basket, to make plays, to play in the open court, fits extremely well with our offensive system and style. There's a physicalness that he plays with, a versatility on the defensive end. And when you talk about our defensive game plan with the pressure that we put, the havoc that we try to create, the rebounding that we try to dominate, he brings all that to the table every single day. But maybe the most important thing was the fit with the culture in terms of what's important to us, the work ethic, the daily work ethic.
When I asked Derek Hall about that subject in a sports leadership position, how much all of this is considered when you're going down that road, and I thought he brought up an interesting point about asking players, getting the viewpoint of those that are going to be sharing a locker room and basically living with this individual and working with them every day to see how he thinks, or that particular individual thinks this person would fit in. And like we're going to find out. One thing I do know is that Miles Bridges he's paid his debt. This will stick with him forever. Even if he keeps his nose clean from now until the end of time, people will remember this. But I was encouraged by his attitude yesterday. Now, could he have done more in the press conference? And I know you brought this up off the air about, all right, what is he doing in the community specifically to try to mend or aid victims of
we
domestic
talked about
violence.
we talked about it on the show while the mics were on. Yeah, like the community outreach that he has done so far, that he did in Charlotte. It would have been great, to say the least, over the last 2 to 3 years, to see him step up when it comes to advocacy for domestic violence victims, and hopefully he gets started on that really soon. When he was asked about it during the press conference, he said that his people are working with local organizations to try and make something happen here. I would like Miles to see himself go out of his way to do it himself individually, to seek out that effort as well, and not just rely on his team to do that and his people to do that as well. He could go out and do that himself as well.
Yep. Coming up next, Cardinals camp is here, and so is Jacoby Brissett. So what now for the Cardinals and the quarterback? We'll get into it. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings with Kellen Olson in for Bick on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports. Countdown to Kent. The Arizona Cardinals franchise in the entire world will witness the induction of one of the NFL's greatest.
It's a dream come true.
Into the Pro Football Hall of Fame on August 8th.
Murray to Fitz on the far side, caught at the 45, and number 2 takes it to the 36. Larry Fitzgerald moves past Tony Gonzalez, number 2 all-time on the NFL receptions list.
Larry Fitzgerald, number 2 all-time. Unbelievable. And what did he do? Spotted the ball for the referees, spotted it, and went out and stood the slot.
More memories of number 11 coming your way on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM as we continue our countdown to Kent.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're looking to take your fandom to the very next level, if you need a new television or looking to upgrade your entertainment center, do me a favor, forget about the big box stores, forget about shopping online, head on down to Walt's TV and Appliance and ask for my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who owns Walt's. Tell him I sent you, because if you do that, you are going to get the best price you are going to find in the Valley. For instance, head into Walt's today, drop my name, you can get a 98-inch TCL television for $17.99, which is $400 off the normal price. And this is what you'll get from Walt's: competitive pricing and 10 times the service, where you can get same-day delivery 7 days a week. You can enjoy a worry-free installation done by a pro. They're a Valley institution that has been serving Arizona since 1957. So head to Walt's right off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA, or online at waltz.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here with the owner-operator of Moving Team 6, Tim Lee. You just expanded to Mesa. Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, we're excited about it because we've been doing jobs. Obviously, we cover the whole United States. But to have a location down there, it makes it so much easier for us to react. So that we get a lot of calls like, hey, I need my move today or tomorrow. So now we have, 11,000 square feet of storage for new customers, a lot of people that are doing remodels, a quick move in and out. It helps a lot. And so we're excited about that opportunity. And it's right next to the Gateway Mesa Airport.
You're really big into hiring U.S. servicemen, and tell us a little bit about why that is important to you.
We love our veterans, and we love the people that served our country, and they want to join this operation because we're real military-minded. Get in and get out and do the job right.
If you are getting ready to move, you need to go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com.
Your move is our mission.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, there's a lot of excitement around the dealership this month.
There is, Dave. Our red, white, and blue sale is here. Lease a 2026 GMC Train for just $269 a month, or drive home a new 2026 Canyon for only $319 a month. Plus, you pay what we pay, employee pricing on our 2026 GMC Sierra 1500, or take advantage of 0% for 36 months.
Visit Liberty GMC or shop online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. It's safe to say the bats got going for the Diamondbacks yesterday. 17 hits, 5 of which left the ballpark in a season-high 15 runs in their 15-5 win over the A's, and they have now won 8 out of their last 10, dating back before the All-Star break, and are in sole possession of that third wild card spot as the team will now head to St. Louis for a makeup game against the Cardinals. First pitch will be at 2:15, and you can hear it over on ESPN 620. Miles Bridges held his introductory press conference yesterday and is ready for the opportunity the Suns have given him.
That's my main focus. I want to prove them right every day with my actions off the court, on the court. And I'm very excited, and I'm thankful for this opportunity, and I think they're going to be proud of me by the end of this.
And as the Cardinals reported to training camp yesterday, rookie QB Carson Beck signed his rookie contract, and Jacoby Brissett did report as he seeks a new deal as well. For more on the Cardinals, as training camp is indeed underway, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. Advanced Window Products builds every window in Tolleson, ensuring factory direct quality with no middlemen or delays. Call 480-676-3600 to schedule your consultation.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Cardinals Camp 2026. Back to football. With Bickley and Murata. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Brissett in the gun. Got 2 men in the backfield. Wilson wide right. Brissett back to throw. Fires near side. Caught by Wilson. A touchdown. What a start for the Cardinals against a Ram team that needs this to win the division and maybe get the #1 seed. And it's Arizona that comes out blazing hot. 6-0 less than 3 minutes in.
Dave Pasch on the call back in December. Jacoby Brissett finding Michael Wilson for a touchdown. Will we see that in 2026? I'm thumbing through the slideshow, Kellen, of all the arrivals yesterday on azcardinals.com.
Mm-hmm.
They got like 50 pictures of the arrivals. Jacoby Brissett, one of the arrivals. Josh Sweat is in there as well. We do know this, that Jacoby Brissett is at camp. But the biggest question for the Arizona Cardinals remains unanswered, and that is the status of the contract negotiations. It's been widely reported these two sides have talked extensively. There's been wide reporting that they are in agreement that, yes, Jacoby Brissett deserves a raise. That's where it ends, apparently.
Yeah, and this is the difficult part for us, because as much as I enjoyed my time yelling about this earlier in the show, and just how this just seems so ridiculous and the Cardinals are making this so much harder on themselves, it's easy for me to say when I don't know the details of the negotiations. Like at this point, for all we know, it could be Jacoby asking for a ridiculous raise that is like way above what he should be getting paid, even as a starting quarterback. But that is where I return to the Buda Baker tweet, and Buda saying himself, like, he's not even asking for that much. Let's go. Let's get the show on the road. Buda outcried that a week ago. Mm-hmm. And the thing that we were talking about for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks was is this going to bleed into training camp? It has. Here we are.
Yeah.
It is bleeding into training camp, and you wonder, I believe if we're running through our rundown of like how training camp is going to work, like tomorrow would be the first time where Jacoby would be like openly practicing, like they might have like testing to do today or whatever else. But the true, like, is Jacoby suiting up with the ones and being QB1 in practice, or is he standing off to the side like Rappaport suggested? that he would be. That is the day tomorrow, and the outcry, to use that word one more time from you and Vince, from Vince and I, has been, we really like this LaFleur hire. Can you guys just make it as easy as possible for him? And this is step one of not doing that, is not knowing who his quarterback is, or knowing who his quarterback is, but having to wait to use him in practice to get your offense up to speed.
Yeah, moving away from the Brissett part of it, and we've spent some time earlier this week, and let's face it, the Cardinals it's very in vogue right now for the national talking personalities to kick the Cardinals when they're down. And they are down right now. And they've made it into kind of a sport when they're starting the free Jeremiah Love campaign before he ever steps on a field for the Cardinals. But I do want to highlight this. Louis Riddick from ESPN, in kind of looking into the future of Mike LaFleur in his first year, what the Cardinals have offensively, he actually has some pretty positive things to say about what the Cardinals have cooking on that side of the ball.
I think the Cardinals did a great job in hiring Mike LaFleur because philosophically how he wants to build an offense. Think the LA Rams, think the San Francisco 49ers, think, Seattle Seahawks. That's what they want to do. That's the tree he comes from. I think they have a lot of the pieces in order to do that. I think they have an offensive line that is athletic. They add Chase Besantis this year from Texas A&M in the second round, who's one of the best offensive line athletes in this draft. They have these big perimeter players like Marvin Harrison, like Mike Wilson, like Trey McBride. And now at running back, they have all these guys. Now, they got a nice complement of guys between Jeremiah Love, Tyler Algier, James Conner. They can hit you in a lot of different ways, man. So I think it's an exciting time if you're a Cardinals fan because the personnel matches philosophically how they probably want to attack. Run the football, the wide zone, the play-action passing game, which will help the quarterbacks. Now, there's the key, right? Who's going to actually play the quarterback position? Who's it going to be? Is it going to be Jacoby? Is it going to be someone? Is Carson Beck going to be able to rise to the challenge and wind up saying, hey, look, you know what? I was overlooked, man. Maybe I'm the missing piece of this offense. I'm excited about this offense.
Just when you thought you were out, Louis Riddick pulls you back into the quarterback discussion. And the way I break it down, and I've kind of fluctuated on my feelings on this because, again, what I said earlier in the show is one of the Cardinals' tasks this year is to find out what Carson Beck is all about. Does that make sense? Does it line up with paying Jacoby Brissett, giving him a raise to be the starting quarterback? What I can't get on board with ever, especially in July when you're heading into a season, there's not very many high expectations for the Cardinals. But if the goal is to win as many football games as you can in 2026, and that should always be the goal, realistically, idealistically, yes, Jacoby Brissett is the best quarterback to accomplish that right now. Of the four quarterbacks that are at the Wigwam, that checked into the Wigwam yesterday, he's the guy that gives you the best chance to win, in my opinion. So, yeah, that pushes me over to the side of just give the guy the raise and let's move past this and focus on the next hurdle you have.
And the part of this to me as well is that the defense is something where we're going to figure out how many of these guys, like my biggest wish for this Cardinal season is to require more than one hand to count how many solidified starters I can count for the Arizona Cardinals defense for the next 3 years after this season. So can I include Walter Nolan? I think so. Can I include Darius Robinson? I don't know. Can I include Will Johnson? I think so. Can I include Denzel Burke with another year like last year? Absolutely. Can I include Max Melton? Can I include Jordan Birch? Like, these are the names that we're going to kind of parse through on defense and see. On offense, Vince, we know who it is. Like, we know it's Michael Wilson. We know it's Marvin Harrison. We know the best tight end in football, Trey McBride. And we know one of the 10 to 15 best running backs in the league already in Jeremiah Love, who could end this year by proving he's one of the best top 5 or top 7. That group together is going to be the next good to great Cardinals offense, is going to feature the majority of these guys, if not all of these guys. So for those guys to continue to get reps together, to continue to get that continuity together, it won't be with Jacoby Brissett in 2027, but for that group to build off of something together and get the gear spinning so that when you do take a quarterback in the top 5 or the top 10 of the NFL draft, they come into a system where, in my opinion, in terms of the skill positions, this is one in the better half of them in the league. When you look at them in totality, I think that this is one of the better groups in football. If you can get that part of it going, if you can get another step forward for Paris Johnson Jr., it's going to be so much easier for the quarterback coming in 2027, or so much easier for Carson Beck if he turns out to be the steal of the draft. But for all of that to happen, you need to put these guys in the best position to succeed. Look at Michael Wilson's numbers. Look at Trey McBride's numbers. Hear Trey McBride talk about Jacoby Brissett. It obviously has to be with Jacoby Brissett in order for that to happen.
No, I think you hit on some really key points there, and some positive points. Is that all right? When you look at this, the build of this offense, it's hard to say right now because of the uncertainty on the right side of the offensive line,
Yes.
and especially with the Isaiah Adams situation right now. But you would assume that line is going to be better.
Sign a right tackle in the offseason next year, and I think you're in business.
Yes. But everywhere else, I think they have one of the best running back rooms in all of football.
100%.
I think their wide receiver room, even with questions going into year 3 about Marvin Harrison Jr. and what he exactly is right now, I think that group is better than it was a year ago. I think Kendrick Bourne added to that group. That's a huge improvement there. Their tight end group is great. Quarterback position, there are some questions there. So, yeah, maybe that's how they're viewing this whole thing is a 2+ year process. Cardinals fans don't want to hear it because there's been a lack of winning for a long time. But I was also, in the Jeremiah Love front, you summed it up perfectly earlier when you said, yeah, you got on board with Jeremiah Love at number 3. At one point during the draft process, it made no sense, but I think a lot of Cardinals fans, and I'm in that group too, he's in probably, and I've been watching this team in Arizona since they got here in '88. Top 3 most anticipated rookies the Cardinals have ever had.
Kyler Murray,
Larry Fitzgerald. Jeremiah Love's probably number 3 for me.
Leinart hype was crazy.
It was.
It was up
and
there.
Josh Rosen was also a first-round quarterback.
It's where you go into like the quarterback versus running back. But I think we're saying this honestly, Vince, because we haven't seen Jeremiah Love play in the NFL yet. And once we do, we're going to be like, oh my, like we're going to get giddy. Can you imagine, like the first couple of highlights we get from the preseason are going to be awesome. One point I wanted to bring up on that offense before we go to break is compare it to the situation in Chicago with Caleb Williams, where you looked at like everything that he had to work through in his first season. But that team last year on defense with their takeaways and on offense with the overwhelming amount of talent that he had around him, when he was ready to explode, the team around him was ready to explode as well. The Cardinals need to be in that position for that quarterback. And I think they're there, but this is step 1 of the process, in my opinion, is getting this guy in.
Yep. Coming up next, the Diamondbacks heading out on a 10-game road trip at a crucial time. Have they done enough to push the front office into being buyers at the deadline coming up in early August? We'll get into that and more. Diamondbacks talk next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and the Life Changer loan does exactly what it says it does. It changes lives, allowing people to pay off their homes in years, not decades, and it saves their clients hundreds of thousands of dollars in interest. But there's another element that comes in really handy, because when life throws you a curveball, Life Changer loan helps you knock it out of the park. And that's because Life Changer loan clients get to keep 24/7 access to their equity, and there is no monthly minimum payment. That means you have the freedom, the flexibility, and more importantly, the control when it comes to your mortgage. When times are good, you can pay down and pay off quickly. In fact, 5 years is the average length of time a Life Changer loan client pays off their home. And should financial instability arise, you can manage those scenarios much easier because you have that access to your equity. And like they say, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
At Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, saving customers money isn't a promotion. It's how they built their business. That's why they're the home of the no-fee emergency. No trip fees, no overtime fees, no weekend fees. If you'd like a second opinion on your AC or plumbing repair, Ready Services would love the opportunity to earn your business. They'll do a great job, treat you right, and work to get you the best value possible. Are you ready? Go to nofeeemergency.com.
Arizona, your summer upgrade starts now during the Sanderson Ford Summer Sales Event. Get 0% financing for 36 months, 0 payments for 90 days, 0 maintenance fees for 2 years, and $1,000 towards your down payment on select Ford models. Summer won't last forever, and neither will these deals. So hurry in today and choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Must be financed through Ford Motor Credit OAC. Not applicable on specialty models. See dealer for select vehicles that qualify. All offers expire 8/31/26.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 25% upfront bonus? And are they promising you up to 9% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait, only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They aren't. That's up to $25,000 upfront or up to $9,000 per year on $100,000, guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Make the move to Mopsy. Call Mopsy Pest Control.
Hey, it's Austin with Moxie Pest Control. When I was a kid, we didn't have a whole lot. I didn't really know it then because my parents made sure our home was full of love and not things. But one day, a box showed up on our doorstep. No name, no note, just gifts, treats, and kindness I didn't fully understand at the time. I was probably 7 or 8, but I still remember opening that box and feeling the kindness of someone who wanted nothing in return. That moment stuck with me. It taught me that kindness matters. That's why we show up the way we do at Moxie, because I know what a single act of kindness can mean to a kid, a family, to anyone. I don't know who left that box, but I've tried to pass that kindness on in everything we do at Moxie Pest Control. Moxie Pest Control, the highest and most reviewed pest control company in Arizona.
Make the move to Mopsy. Call Mopsy Pest Control.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Murata talk D-backs baseball now.
It's going to be gritty, and that's how we are. That's part of our personality. It's something that we knew when we left St. Louis a couple weeks ago, that we were going to have to turn around and come right back, and it was going to be a four-city road trip. We've been talking about it. It shouldn't catch us by surprise, and we got to go and play good baseball. There's good baseball teams that are lumped together right with us in this wild card situation, and we're right where we should be in this journey. We got to keep playing good baseball.
Torey Lovello on the upcoming road trip, which begins today with the makeup game in St. Louis against the Cardinals at Busch Stadium. Breaking news, Sammy continues to not like the word gritty.
Like, just say we're going to grind it out. Like, it's going to be a grind. Like, let's use a different term. Oh, gritty, man.
Grind is better than grit?
For now.
That's another one of Torey's favorites.
Grizzlies had both. They had a little bit of grit and a little bit of grind, too.
Yes, they did.
That'd be a sweet cross-sport comparison. You were like the grit and grind Grizzlies right now. Gosh.
It's hard to say 5 times fast.
That would be.
Yeah.
Grit and grind Grizzly, grit and grind Grizzly, grit and grind Grizzly.
Would love to watch Zach Randolph play baseball. I have no idea what it would look like, but that'd be fun.
I would like to see the mascot Gritty play baseball.
Ooh.
From the Philadelphia Flyers. Then you'd really have something.
Gritty on the mound, Zebo behind the plate. I'm down.
No.
I'd watch that baseball team.
Gritty Gritty at bat. Luke Lipinski on the mound.
That one's going a long way.
Who wins that exchange?
What would be more ridiculous?
We've been referencing the first pitch that Luke threw yesterday, and I just told Jarrett there's a video that was posted by a listener that he took with his own camera from his seat at the ballpark yesterday. When you watch the video, when Luke throws the ball, this guy just goes, "Yikes, dude."
I haven't said it yet on the program because we've been bashing Luke for a lot of the show, if I'm being honest. Yes. It takes immense courage to do what he did, and I'm sure that he was aware that's what he looked like when he threw a baseball, and he went out there anyway to say that he threw a first pitch at a Diamondbacks game, and that's awesome that he gets to say that as well. But Luke, we could have worked with a pitching coach for maybe a couple of days here before.
Just 10 minutes.
Worked on that arm slot. Just like let's get the arm slot in somewhere in a decent spot as well. And by the way, like Wolf, just an outstanding job by him. Just absolute pro. It's like he was a professional athlete.
Luke
at the
even brought
highest
his
level.
glove, though, if you notice also.
And he was wearing eye black.
Mm-hmm.
Luke was?
Yes.
He looked incredibly prepared to me because as he
Pitchers don't wear eye black.
As he went to go take the pitch, he held it up here.
Yeah.
You know, he did his full wind up routine.
At least his pants didn't fall down in the middle of it. Could have been worse.
You just can't be 50 Cent, right? You don't want the people who don't know who Luke Lipinski is to now know who Luke Lipinski is because of the first pitch that
That's
he threw
true.
as well.
And
And
he didn't
avoided
appear
that.
on SportsCenter.
There really isn't any way everyone's going around to you after a year after you threw out a great first pitch and be like, oh, remember that great first pitch that you threw out? But if you hit the backstop, it's like, hey, remember the first pitch that you threw? So he avoided the only scenario that he needed to avoid. Good job, Luke.
Well, and a lot of people are pointing out too, they throw out the first pitches.
15
runs. They might need to be throwing out the first pitch
This is
again in the
true.
next homestand.
Might want to pull it out again.
But it's on the road now for the next 10. It's a crucial stretch. Trade deadline looming. I think we've more than hinted that it looks like the Diamondbacks have done enough to solidify their position as buyers. Are we all convinced?
Yes. Yeah. I am.
Yeah,
4 games above 500 for the first time since early June.
Just how far, on the spectrum are we talking? Are we talking light buyers? It could be for Josh Bell himself, but the Josh Bell trade a couple years ago, the player to be named later, we don't even know still. If you go to the baseball reference page of Josh Bell, it still says player to be named later. All these years later, it does, yeah. And usually they do an outstanding job at eventually filling those things out and updating them. It still says that on his page. So that sort of innocuous deal to add a bat or take a big swing on a starting pitcher that's having a really down year. Mitch proposed on Arizona Sports at night, the Freddie Peralta kind of situation where a distressed asset, a rental that you don't feel great about adding and being a part of your playoff rotation, but if it clicks together, it could turn out to pay off for the low price that it would take to acquire him. So it's are you going to go to that level, or are you going to go get Luis Arraez or Taylor Ward as your batter? You're going to get Joe Ryan or Reed Detmers as your starter and really kind of go for this thing in the National League. And part of me looks at the mediocrity of this team, Vince, and goes, okay, well, it's even are they a starting pitcher and a bat away from being a contender in this? And then I think 3 years ago, okay, you look at the standings right now and you look at all the teams in 3 years ago that were in the postseason. Okay, Atlanta, yep. The Phillies, yep. Milwaukee, yep. The Dodgers, yep. All those teams were gone or eliminated by the Diamondbacks when they went on their run 3 years ago, and that's the reference point that's so easy to return to whenever you have a little bit of doubt on how much they should buy.
Yeah, Mike Hazen spoke to the media yesterday and said, quote, we'll see what happens the next 10 to 15 days or whatever we have left. We're playing stiff competition coming up, and we'll see where it lands. But when you win 8 of 10, and the goal now, and Derek Hall alluded to this, you don't have to be great to get into the playoffs. You just have to be around 500. There are differences of opinion, and Derek said, look, I think it's great for the sport that this many teams involved in a playoff chase. And yeah, when you're one of those teams in that, it makes sense to have that viewpoint. Is it great for baseball overall, especially when the regular season is a 162-game marathon, to only weed out a few teams before the trade? Because there's only a couple teams that are really weeded out. The Giants, the Rockies, even the Angels are only 10 games out of first place or whatever it is.
And they'll probably buy anyway because they're the Angels.
But if you're prioritizing, if you're Mike Hazen and you've got the opportunity now to start making calls, start listening, start having conversations, is it a pitcher? Is the glaring hole at first base in terms of lack of production, is that more pressing to you? That's where I would start.
First base is where I would start too, just because you and I are not asking for them to go get a Josh Naylor even level of first baseman, right? We're just asking for a middle of the road fine first baseman, because the difference between the current OPS the Diamondbacks are getting from their first baseman right now and what they're getting from the league average is about 150 points. It is absolutely insane. The average. And that's the other thing about that, Vince, is that when you look at the average OPS of every single position in the MLB this year, the highest number is at first base. So not only are the Diamondbacks have by far the biggest gap between them and the 29th place team in terms of being the last place OPS at a specific position, they're doing it at the position where it is the easiest to get good production offensively. So just anyone that's just kind of a middling, okay, slightly above average, slightly average offensive first baseman would be a huge upgrade.
Yeah, it's remarkable with the lack of production at that very, very important position offensively that they are where they are.
Well, and Mike Hazen also has a tough call to make of, okay, how much and how reliant are you going to be on the guys coming back from injury, right? Because Mike Soroka, it was said that he should be back right after the All-Star break. I don't know if we've gotten an update on him. Ryan Nelson, it's going to be a little bit longer, maybe on the Corbin Burns kind of timeline. But if you're playing good enough baseball, both those guys could return to the fold. So how much is he going to rely on those guys returning to the rotation to then go bolster the lineup? We can all sit here and play GM. Like that's what I would do. Like first base and another bat, like the lineup has to continue to produce runs.
Yeah.
The rotation, again, this is all hope, but you'd hope it's going to get healthy.
But look, the path changed too, because when this season started, Mike Hazen himself was counting on, wow, Justin Martinez, AJ Puck, and Corbin Burns all coming back mid-season. That's a pretty big boost to things.
Yeah.
We haven't seen one of those guys yet and might not see two of them all year.
If you could just add a bat with the way Gabby's playing right now, like all of a sudden that looks like not only like a real lineup, but like one of the better ones in the National League, in my opinion, because Gabby's been one of the best catchers in baseball this year. We know one of Corbin, Geraldo, or Ketel is going to have an absolutely insane second half. I would bet on two of those guys doing it. I think Ketel's going to do it. I think Corbin's going to do it as well. If that happens.
When's that going to start?
Huh?
When's that going to start? Because we're
eventually
well
60,
past the actual
I'm the nerd with the glasses on. The numbers say that eventually.
No, I know. I always bring that up as well. It's amazing that they're in this position with none of those guys really having that. Like,
that is certainly one way to look at it.
Corbin, I would have thought for sure by now.
Corbin up till 3 weeks ago was by far the most consistent of those three, but he's had a big skid here. Jerry is starting to get going the last 6 weeks, and Ketel has been good. But Ketel's not good. Ketel's fantastic, and they need him to be fantastic, and that'll happen. It's very easy to talk yourself into how much better this team could look in 6 weeks.
But if Lourdes Gurriel gives them anything this season,
it's hard to give you anything from the injured list. I found.
Well, that's true.
And he's the guy to watch for in terms of if they can trade him as well. Because if they're looking to get other buy moves that are going to spend or require a lot of money, the money they could move off of is him if they could find the right buyer.
One game stopover in St. Louis today, 2:15 first pitch. You can hear that on ESPN 620 in the Arizona Sports app. Sammy's got social studies for us next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Kellen Olson sitting in for Bick today and tomorrow here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Damon Allred. The 10 biggest position battles to watch as the Cardinals open training camp today. The Diamondbacks begin their own odyssey, a 4-city road trip that could determine their trade deadline. And Dan Bickley writes the Suns are betting their credibility on Miles Bridges and better be right. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and by now you know Sweet James, the official accident attorneys of your Phoenix Suns. I'm sure you've seen the television commercial of Sweet James dunking a basketball. I don't know whether that vertical leap is real or digitally enhanced, but I do know this. Sweet James and his accident attorneys, great at dunking on your opposition you will be facing if you're ever injured in an accident. And of course, I'm talking about those insurance companies that don't want to pay you a nickel for your injuries. At Sweet James, they've got a full in-house trial team, and their 98% winning record and experience in over 500 trials gives them incredible leverage when dealing with those insurance companies. They know they cannot play games when dealing with Sweet James. This is why Sweet James consistently delivers some of the largest settlements in America. They're exactly the kind of attorney you need on your side. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
To learn life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com. AllProShade.com or text the word swim to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you'd tell your listeners about them?
Oh, buddy, you gotta have shade.
Exactly. You want to cool down your patio?
You gotta have shade.
That's right. And how about a little privacy?
You gotta have shade.
Want a comfortable outdoor space for your whole family to enjoy?
You gotta have shade.
Wolf, can you say anything else?
Do like I did. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. How about 15 runs on 17 hits and 5 home runs for the Diamondbacks yesterday in their 15-5 win over the A's, highlighted by James McCann's 100th career home run and Ryan Waldschmidt's first career big league homer as well. And don't look now, but the Snakes have won 8 out of their last 10, and they head off to their one-off makeup game against the Cardinals in St. Louis today. That game will get going at 2:15 with Brandon Pfaadt on the mound, and you can hear it over on ESPN 620. New Suns power forward Miles Bridges was introduced yesterday, and according to general manager Brian Gregory, Bridges will be held to a high standard here in Phoenix. For more on Miles Bridges, his press conference, and the Suns, head to arizonasports.com. And as the Arizona Cardinals reported to training camp yesterday, it's worth noting Jacoby Brissett did report as he is in search of a new contract. The first open practice will be tomorrow for the Cardinals. This report is brought to you by Earnhardt Buick GMC. Get up to $15,000 off a 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa or at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
All right, it is 9 o'clock on this Thursday. That means it is time for some social studies. You can find us on social media at Bickley_Murata on Instagram and Facebook at Bickley and Murata, and on YouTube every single day at Arizona Sports. All right, first question for you guys. This is for Suns fans, but describe your thoughts on the team acquiring Miles Bridges in 3 words or less.
Cautiously optimistic. That's 2.
There you go. It's
Two is less than 3
or less.
Doesn't make sense.
Okay, I'm kind of in that boat.
And in every way.
J-Rod Cards, he made a good point. He said this is more than 3 words. But if you're interested,
right away, not a strong start.
No, right away.
It's
a lot of people.
I think it's a fair point, and we have some 3-word answers coming up. But this is a fair point from him. But if your introductory press conference requires 30+ minutes of explanation and defense of a player you're bringing in, it might not be worth bringing in that player, which I found to be a pretty fair point. Kai said, "We shall see." That's also fair. Wookie said, "Roll the dice," and then TP said, "First round pick," with a question mark. And then Tom, he said, "No, no, no. Just a bad idea, and against everything the Suns front office said this team was about." But on the flip side, he's very cautious, or very curious for the Suns to prove me wrong, and maybe it'll work.
Suns out, puns out. 3 words. Prefer other Bridges.
Well done. Yes.
For other Bridges. That's also a really good
Jalen.
point.
Yeah. right?
That was the one.
Yeah, the former two-way signing out of Baylor.
Jalen Bridges, yeah, for sure.
Now everybody named Bridges in the history of NBA been on the Suns.
Whoa.
Oh, man.
This sounds like a Vince Marotta Google that is going to get done here.
I won't be distracted for the rest of this.
It's okay. I'll ask Kellen this question first.
What's up?
No, there was a Bill Bridges.
Bill Bridges. How old is he?
Who could forget?
Bill Bridges.
Is he the 7th grader that's going to be that first-round pick?
76 years old.
76 years old.
Bill's got a couple of things on the top right of his basketball reference page there. Make an all-star team? What do you do? Scroll up a little bit more. Up there.
Bill Bridges.
Your computer's just not working.
3-time All-Star Bill
Hey!
Bridges.
All right, Bill.
All right, Bill. Wasn't familiar with your
McKelly
game.
got some work to do.
No
I
doubt.
owe you an apology, Bill Bridges. We were unfamiliar with your
We thought we would have guessed McKell was the best Bridges to ever be in the NBA, but Bill said, hold on a second, youngin'.
Wow.
Hold my bridges.
Shout out, Bill.
All right, next question. This is for
Bill Bridges. Don't burn him down.
Man, that's 5 minutes of good Bridges content. Diamondback fans, what will it take for you to truly believe in this team, and why?
I've been saying it for a while. Just a long 8 out of 10 is great.
Yeah.
And they're pushing me into a direction certainly right now. But if it was like 16 out of 20 or 18 out of 20
or 8 in a row,
or a winning
instead of
streak
broken
like
up over an all-star break,
that would go a long way into convincing me.
In the ways in which I brought up 2023 as a reason to believe in just like a long-term postseason run being possible, even with entering this postseason as a potential like 6th seed going in. This question brings up 2024 as well, and the collapse in the last week as well, where like my guard is up a bit. So I would say like when they clinched a postseason spot, if I'm being honest, because 2024 still has like a nasty part of my memory right now.
Yeah, a couple people actually saying that when you see the X next to their name in the postseason. Eddie V says when their winning percentage against 500 teams is closer to 500, not the current 380 that it is. They're 19-31 against teams with a 500 record or better. Matt J says, erase my memory of the past 2 seasons, and you've got yourselves a believer, boys. Which also pretty fair. And then I liked SRW. He said, I need to see the stars in Corbin Carroll, Ketel Marte, and Geraldo Perdomo be more consistent. The bottom half of the batting order has been carrying them a little bit, so need them to step it up. And then Daylight Film says, consistently winning series after series and stop the 1 step forward, 2 step back mentality, which I think we all can agree we would like that to stop. Okay, last question. I believe this was on the premise of the Luke Lipinski first pitch.
Yes.
But we made it more of like an actor type of thing. So what movie features the worst or least convincing performance by an actor playing an athlete?
These are always tough because it's like you're challenging them to just like look like a regular normal human being, like the Tom Cruise rule. If you've ever seen A Few Good Men, the scene might have slipped by you, but there's a scene where he's doing Sorkin walking and talking, and he grabs a donut. If you slow it down, he eats that donut frosting down.
Oh my gosh. What a psycho.
It's in the movie. So clearly Tom Cruise had never interacted with a donut before, had never like seen a donut, seen anyone eat a donut. It's like, can you just be a normal human being? Can you throw a football properly?
Kind of the same reaction to like when we all saw how Bryce Harper brushed his teeth.
Exactly. Like it's like what have you been doing there?
You mentioned Tom Cruise in sports movie. I thought you were going to go like A Few Good Men, or even in A Few Good Men, the
baseball scene is weird. It's weird. His football.
He also played a football player.
Not too bad in Top Gun Maverick. I thought that he looked pretty good. Yeah.
As hard-hitting cornerback Steph Georgievich.
Hard-hitting 5'4" cornerback.
There's one that showed up on the list that it's impossible not to agree with. And it's Andy's response.
Yeah.
Michael J. Fox in Teen Wolf. Now, if you haven't seen Teen Wolf, I'm not worried about giving away spoilers. It's 40 years old.
It's about a teen.
Yeah, Michael J.
who turns
Fox
into a wolf.
Plays basketball on his high school team as a normal human being. Then he finds out he has the ability to turn into a teen wolf, and he plays as a wolf, too. That's not him as the wolf, but as Michael J. Fox, it's brutal.
It's such a pivotal part of sports movies, though, because can you imagine if and Moneyball, you can argue, is not a sports movie, but if, like,
Correct.
the Hatterberg scene doesn't look legit, if Pratt doesn't have, like, Hatterberg swing down, it makes the movie much worse. So, like, there's a Netflix show called, like, Running Point about Kate Hudson running it.
in it.
The basketball scenes in that show are brutal. They're, like, so slowly paced, and I can't tell if filming, like, legitimate athletics is the easiest thing to do or the most difficult thing to do.
It's hard.
But it's also weird when they cast, because a lot of times they'll just cast someone because of their acting ability and assume they can get the other stuff down. So one of the famous examples is Wesley Snipes in White Man Can't Jump.
Yes.
He dribbles the ball up the top, over his head, and he couldn't make a jump shot.
One of my favorite movies ever, and maybe my favorite sports movie ever, is called Everybody Wants Some, and it's about a college baseball team. And Tyler Hoechlin is like the big stud player on the team. He played collegiately at Arizona State. Like a lot of the guys that they brought in to perform and play baseball in the movie had baseball experience, and they went through a pretty intense camp before the movie to get everyone's baseball up to speed as well.
There's one, the practice scene.
Yes, where Hoechlin shows them up,
Yeah, but everybody in that scene they look like they can play.
Even in a league of their own. I think that it looks pretty good in a league of their own. Like the amount of work that they put in beforehand to make everyone like look like a baseball player.
I read a book on that movie, and that was a big part of the casting process. But Tim Robbins
Tim Robbins
See,
and Bull
that's
Durham.
a tough one because Kevin Costner and Bull Durham is on the other end of the spectrum.
Exactly.
And Tim Robbins, not so much.
Burns, if you're listening, give us your best and worst. He's the resident film buffer on the office.
The last one.
Your list.
The last one, Narf the Z-Paul, Rodney Dangerfield in Back to School.
You didn't buy into the triple Lindy?
It is a good question because you do have on the other side, like, some athletes some actors are very good athletes. Like, Costner is a great, great athlete.
He's pulled it as a pitcher. He pulled it off. As a golfer, he pulled it off.
Redford in The Natural, right? Is that
Redford in The Natural?
Yeah,
he pulled it off.
Yep. And on the way out, we'll give a quick update to Mock My World that we did yesterday. Our greatest movies of all time, and Team Carlin of Pulp Fiction, Back to the Future, The Big Lebowski, and Willy Wonka, The Chocolate Factory, running away with 40% of the vote. A close for second. Team Murata 21%, myself 20%, and Bix team 18%. So you can keep voting on the Arizona Sports homepage all week long.
I would have done horrible in that Mock My World because I just have like personal favorites.
Yeah, I did.
What's your personal favorite movie?
Scott Pilgrim versus the World is my favorite movie.
Really?
Of all time. I love that movie. It is a perfect movie. It is the comedic timing masterpiece. It's so funny. It bleeds into like 8 different genres. Like it's a rom-com at some points. It's an action movie at some points. It's a thriller at some points. It has an unbelievable stacked cast.
Why doesn't Michael Cera do that much anymore?
Yeah, do more?
Yeah.
I think he just kind of picks cool stuff and just does the cool stuff when he pops up in it, and then it turns out he's in cool stuff.
That is a weird movie.
It's very weird. Never seen it.
Quirky movie.
Moneyball up there for me. La La Land up there for me as well. League of Their Own. All the President's Men. Did All the President's Men get drafted?
No.
That got drafted.
No. Kellen would have been single digit this week.
I would have been at like 2%. Yeah, maybe.
There's some good movies on that list.
And those 2% would have been
Scott Pilgrim fan.
Me, my mom, and my dad voting for me. Yeah, that would have been
fair enough.
Thanks, Sammy. Social studies every day at 9 o'clock. Coming up next, Miles Bridges or no Miles Bridges? I guess he has to be included. But how did the Suns do this offseason in the eyes of the experts? We'll get into that and more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports is your exclusive home for Cardinals training camp breaking news, roster updates, video highlights from camp, and takes on the team from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Let's go! Cardinals Camp 2026, back to football. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Cardinals, baby.
Keep up with the Cardinals on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7 FM.
Summertime is here in Phoenix, and you know what that brings, a barrage of triple-digit temperatures. When Phoenix turns up the heat, keep your home running smoothly with American Home Shield. Hey, it's Vince Murata. An AHS home warranty can help protect your wallet from pricey breakdowns on even your oldest appliances and systems. like your AC, your plumbing, or your fridge. If they can't repair your covered item, they'll replace it. American Home Shield. Don't worry, be warranty. Sign up today at ahs.com, cahs.com/contracts for coverage details, including limit amounts, fees, limitations, and exclusions.
We watch these lawyers get on TV and say they're going to treat their clients like family, when we know they put secret mandatory quotas on their lawyers. That means your own lawyer pressures you into a premature, terrible result. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. We don't set settlement quotas. We measure success by achieving each client's best outcome and by each client's happiness.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Hey, it's Gambo, and when you think about Diamondbacks baseball, everything comes down to what you can see. The pitch coming in, the movement of the ball, the play unfolding in the field. The clearer your vision, the better your game. That's why I've always believed in the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Schwartz and his team have built a reputation on precision, experience, and results. And it's no surprise he's the official team eye doctor of the Arizona Diamondbacks, trusted to help keep the pros seeing their best. If you're ready to ditch glasses and contacts, LASIK is your winning play. It's a quick procedure with fast recovery and proven results. Not a LASIK candidate? Evo ICL or Clear Lens Exchange could be your next move for sharp, clear vision. Schedule your free consultation and see how Dr. Schwartz can clear things up. With locations in Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa, visit teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. I spent years in professional football taking hits. Never backed down from anything, Basinonians, but living with teeth that are broken and falling apart, that wore me down in a way football never did. Every meal was a battle to smile. What a gamble that was. Listen, I got the all-on-4 implants. It really changed. It's a game changer. Eating what I want, smiling without thinking twice. Trust me, if you need this done, you want the best hands in the game, and that is Dr. Joe. That's right, at Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. Over 3,000 full-mouth cases. 3,000, man. This is what he does day in and day out. Right now, Aria Dental is running their summer promotion, the all-on-4 with premium zirconia teeth, starting at $12,500 per arch. This deal will not last. Call now, 602-877-0429.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on. Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
We continue on the Thursday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings. Kellen Olson sitting in for Bick today. We've had a lot of reaction to the Miles Bridges press conference yesterday. And, of course, that reaction will continue throughout the day here on Arizona Sports with Wolf and Luke and Burns and Gambo. But moving away from that specific acquisition, that trade made by the Suns, which did, look, there's no other way to say it, Kellen, got raked over the coals by a lot of people. In terms of the off-season activity as a whole from Brian Gregory and company, I think, generally speaking, it's been a mixed bag of reaction. There's some things that the Suns did. I think the Luke Kennard signing, very positive. The Koa Pete acquisition to move up to get him in the first round of the draft, I think could pay dividends. We went into the offseason, I think a lot of people did, thinking, wow, they're going to run this whole thing back, aren't they? Not quite. Not certainly massive roster changes, but what are your overall thoughts on how the Suns did this offseason?
It's hard to brush past the Bridges trade because it was the big move that they made, and it was a big price that they gave up for it. That, for me, a key word that I used a lot to describe the Suns roster both last year and heading into next year was redundancy, and it had to do with guys like Schnell and Royce O'Neal, so I didn't see myself feeling about a trade where they traded both Grayson Allen and Royce O'Neal, where they had even more redundancy than before, but I believe that they do. With that being said, I really liked the move to trade up and get Cole Pete. That is a guy who fell all the way to 30, who before the college basketball season started was a mid to late lottery pick. And you might hear that and be like, well, then he fell for a reason. Why would you take a swing on him? Because he has really high upside and he's 19 years old. There are a lot of refined parts of his game that we saw at Summer League that are ready to go right now, but there's a lot of development that still needs to get done and can get done because in the ways that we talked about, come on, Mileage, he's only 18, he's only 19, like take a breather, take a second. We need to remember that with Koa too. He's a much more polished player at this point in his career, and he's coming in and at the same situation essentially too. Really like the Colin Gillespie deal. I think that could have gotten ugly in free agency if they let it get there because there was going to be a smart team out there that threw a big offer at him and made him choose to take a hometown discount or not. I thought the price was good. It's just one of those situations where you know this in the league. If a guy's one big year, like Sandro Mamukelashvili, look at how much money he freaking got from the Lakers after he was on the edge of the league for a few years, had a great year in Toronto, and then gets paid. That's how it works. You have to pay those guys. They paid Gillespie, and then I thought they got a bargain for Jordan Goodwin. This is an unpopular take, but I would have given Jordan Goodwin 8 figures without blinking, and they got him at a much cheaper price than that.
I was surprised at that number. By the way, in this league, too, you can also have a bad year and really cash in, like Gary Trent Jr.
Well, see, there's some different reasons. That's under investigation.
Not so much. That's where you want to be like, allegedly. I don't think there's any need to add the allegedly tag there as well. Liked the Kennard signing for the price. Maybe like I would urge fans to temper their expectations in terms of his overall contribution to the team this year, but for the price, they couldn't have done better for the shooting need they had.
Last year, we talked a couple times throughout the season. This is when Jalen Green and guys were injured, but we mentioned the lack of talent a couple times last season. Do you think this roster is more talented than last year's roster?
More talented? Mm-hmm. Yes.
Collection of talent. I do too.
Look, and I think Miles Bridges, talent-wise, is an upgrade over Royce O'Neal or Grayson Allen overall, big picture.
Mm-hmm. And the question that I'm not going to be able to get past, no matter how low I feel on the roster compared to others, is, okay, last year they got like the 95th, 100th percentile outcome in terms of how the season could have gone. They won 45 games. If they manage to do that again this year, they're going to win a lot more than 45 games. Sammy. So if they can pull that off again twice, which I don't think they'll be able to, but if they can do that again, or if Ott can maximize his players in a way this year like he did last year, this is going to be a 50-plus win team. They have so much talent on their team, even compared to last year, in my opinion.
Zach Cram of ESPN.com gave out offseason grades for every NBA team. He's got kind of the Suns in the middle of the pack. Gave him a B-, top to bottom. He wrote, the Suns handed out a bunch of smart contracts this summer to Colin Gillespie, Jordan Goodwin, Mark Williams, and Luke Kennard. If they stopped there, they would have had one of the best off seasons for any team. But then they went one step further and traded an unprotected 2033 first-round pick for Miles Bridges. We've talked about that today, who has just one season left on his contract and is less impactful than his surface stats suggest. That deal was so questionable on its own that it knocked the Suns from a B-plus summer to a B-.
It's fair. I think that's fair, and I think B- might even be like a little bit high, honestly, compared to the rest of the league. But it showcases the good work that they did beforehand. And I think the other part of this is that I don't think their offseason is done, because once we see the Dylan Brooks and Miles Bridges extensions and what the numbers are and what the guarantees are like and all that kind of stuff, I think that will give us like the full totality of the grade for this offseason.
So you're convinced the Bridges contract extension is coming this summer?
Before he even plays.
Yes.
That's risky.
You don't give up. You don't give up what's risky is giving up a 2033 unprotected first round pick for a guy that could leave in a year. Does that mean that they should re-sign him? I don't think they should re-sign him to a contract extension. I think they should wait a year and see what happens, and then they can use bird rights and go from there. In a world where salary cap space doesn't really do too much for you in the league. These days as well. I would wait, but they're not going to wait.
Yeah. Cram gave out 2 incomplete grades to the Raptors and Clippers. Gee, I wonder why.
Yeah, still waiting there. TBD.
Worst grade overall, the New Orleans Pelicans got a D. They're getting absolutely skewered for basically not doing anything.
Exactly. They have a position where it looks like they could sell and retool a little bit, rebuild a little bit. They would get a lot of good stuff for Trey Murphy or Herb Jones or maybe even DeJounte Murray or Zion Williamson, but they want to go out and try and win basketball games. Good luck with that, Joe.
2 teams got A grades, only 2. the San Antonio Spurs. Oh, great. And the Utah Jazz. Jazz are going to be an interesting team this year.
They are going to be really fascinating because the question you can't get past with them is, okay, you guys tried to purposely lose in ways that compared to no one else the last 3 years. Does that culture linger and stick around now that you want to win basketball games now? Or does your team that, in my opinion, looks like a top 6 roster balance out as well? I thought they had a good offseason as well. And then one more West team I wanted to shout out that could become relevant to the Suns and racing for a play-in spot is Memphis. They do not have a number 1. They do not have a number 2. We'll see if Cedric Howard or Cameron Boozer or Zach Edey is ready to be a number 3 right away. But they quietly added Jeremy Grant and Isaiah Stewart, who are really good veterans for them, I think, off the bench as well. Their question has always been health because they have had guys like Cam Spencer, like Scottie Pippen Jr., like Ty Jerome, like Gigi Jackson, who have stood out for them when they have been injured and haven't been relevant at all. But can they finally stay healthy as a team and have all the potential of these guys come through? Because they have a complete deep team. They don't have the all-star, but we've seen teams win 45-plus games without an all-star or without an all-NBA player. And, man, I don't know how much you watched of Cedric Howard last year, but I really loved what I saw. And I think Boozer is going to be really good right away for them, too.
Boozer fan.
And Edey played, I think, 10 or 15 games last year. It was really small, but when he did it kind of looked like Purdue a little bit in the NBA. Kind of did.
Coming up next on this Thursday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, unprecedented 1 versus 3. In the generation gap.
I still don't like our chances.
I feel like, we're about plus 300.
Sammy's going into it really, really confident, as you can tell. We'll do it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
Marte grounds it to first, and it's under the glove of Sheets. That's into right field.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream house and you could just move in right away without waiting around to sell your old place first? That sounds perfect, right? Okay, now what if on top of that, you could maximize the return on your old home? That's even better. See, most home sellers get one offer, and it's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. But Orchard changes that. With Orchard's new Orchard offers, you don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors who are all competing for your home. That's right. Make investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers, you review them all, and you pick the best one on your terms. So you don't have to settle on one offer or worry about leaving money on the table. You see every offer side by side. That way you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. Get a free home valuation and see your offers today with Orchard Offers. Go to Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
All right, Arizona, listen up, man. Ron Wolfley here for Tim Hovig's summer sales event at Santan Ford, bringing the heat. Right now, you can drive home a new Ford with no payments for 90 days, plus a free 2-year maintenance program. Boom! That's how you attack summer. If you've been waiting for the right time to upgrade your ride, this is it. It's an easy drive, the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. No payments for 90 days. Free 2-year maintenance. Head on over to Tim Hovig's Santan Ford.
Progressive provides protection for your boat and other outdoor vehicles so you can explore new things.
Oh, I can finally try pesto.
We meant like water skiing.
I've just never had pesto.
Or maybe take the boat somewhere new.
I mean, is pesto spicy or sweet? Oh, guess we'll find out, right?
Right. Bundle home or auto insurance with your boat, RV, or motorcycle and stay protected with Progressive while you explore.
I don't know. Maybe I'm not ready for pesto.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. Get a free oil filter and more during the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone, now through July 27th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Make the move to Moxie. Call Moxie Pest Control.
Hey, it's Austin at Moxie Pest Control. I grew up in a neighborhood where people really showed up for each other.
I remember one Sunday we were all sitting in church when our pastor stood up and said, "The rest of our services are canceled today. A neighbor's fence was knocked down, their home was robbed, and they need our help." So right then and there, we all walked right out of church, grabbed our tools and materials, and we all rebuilt that fence together. I'll never forget how that felt. Seeing an entire community stop everything to protect one family's home. That day taught me something I've built into Moxie Pest Control. When a home doesn't feel safe, nothing feels right. And when people show up for each other, a community becomes a family. At Moxie, we don't just control pests, we help families feel secure. Moxie Pest Control, the highest and most reviewed pest control company in Arizona.
Every summer road trip starts somewhere. Start yours at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, we have employee pricing for everyone and 0% APR for 60 months on new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 models. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Employee pricing for everyone and 0% APR for 60 months for well-qualified buyers. Must finance with GM Financial. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by August 3rd, 2026.
Freeway Chevrolet. I-10 and Ray.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. It's safe to say the bats got going for the Diamondbacks yesterday. 17 hits, 5 of which left the ballpark, and a season-high 15 runs in their 15-5 win over the A's. And they've now won 8 out of their last 10, dating back before the All-Star break, and are in sole possession of that third wild card spot. And the team will head to St. Louis today for a makeup game. First pitch will be at 2:15, and you can hear it over on ESPN 620. Miles Bridges held his introductory press conference yesterday and is ready for the opportunity the Suns have given him.
That's my main focus. I want to prove them right every day with my actions off the court, on the court. And I'm very excited, and I'm thankful for this opportunity, and I think they're going to be proud of me by the end of this.
And as the Cardinals reported to training camp yesterday, rookie quarterback Carson Beck signed his rookie contract, and Jacoby Brissett did report as he still seeks a new deal. For more on the Cardinals as training camp is underway, head on over to arizonasports.com, and that's what's trending now.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll question.
All right, today's Arizona Sports Poll question. After his introductory press conference, do you feel better about the Suns acquiring Miles Bridges? Yes or no?
I can't say I feel better about it. I'll feel, I guess, if it's possible to feel better about it, it'll be after watching him play with the team.
Yeah.
But I will say this, again, I have to reiterate this. I thought everybody involved in that press conference yesterday did their jobs. Miles Bridges spoke with some, there was some meat behind what he said, I think.
Didn't hide.
Brian Gregory didn't hide. I don't think anybody was afraid to ask tough questions at the press conference, so I thought it was useful from that. But yeah, I'd say no to the answer to the question.
Yeah, 65% of the vote agrees there. They voted no. 35% voted yes. I do think, Vinny, to your point, after the season, this might look a little different.
It might. We shall see. That's today's poll question. You could vote on it right now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Age versus youth in a Goodwill exhibition match.
It's awful being a kid. No one listens to you.
It's rotten being old. No one listens to you.
Okie dokie, man. Here we go.
Are we all ready here?
Barely.
I think so.
Jared he went to the printer and got his stuff. So
I got the stuff ready. Jamal is having trouble connecting. So this might
at cards camp today, huh?
The first ever 3-on-1 may turn into a traditional 2-on-1 here.
And I'm still our plan was here for me to kind of be maybe a mix of like a Lifeline and Who Wants to Be a Millionaire and stuff, because I'm in that age range where I do benefit from both sides. We've talked about this in the newsroom a lot. Like Mitch and Lauren on the Burns and Gambo show would probably be the perfect contestants on this, where they could play for
Both
either
sides.
side as well, because they're young enough to be hip on all the pop culture going on, but have an expansive knowledge on the other stuff. As we've learned from my performances on Mustache Not a Mustache, I should probably be on Sammy and Jamal's team if I am on one team. So that's where I'm going to be, but going to let you take the lead here, Sammy, for sure.
All right, well, Jamal is the Luke Lipinski first pitch of Generation Gap, so he might not contribute anything at all, even if he were connected. He's having trouble connecting. If he pops in, he pops in.
Okay.
Here's how the game
Cool.
works.
Let's do it.
Today, Vince Morata will be representing the older generation. Sammy and Kellen Olson will be representing the younger generation, and I'll be asking trivia questions about the opposing generations to each of them. There are 4 topics: sports, music, movies/television, and history/trends.
You said topics and not 4 big categories to win big.
Wow.
Ways to win big.
Sorry, I'm a little thrown off today.
Little
Here's how it's going to work. If you don't get the question right, the other team gets the steal. And we're going to let Sammy sort of answer first, and then
100%.
maybe Kellen can
Yeah, I think that's fair.
And sometimes I will just let Sammy dial
Crash and burn.
Yeah,
I love that.
And that kind
And
of
Vinny,
stuff.
since you are
solo,
the solo, you can choose whether you want to go first or second.
How did you term the last category? History and what?
History/trends.
Trends.
My worst.
Trends, fads.
Let's start there.
We're going to start there.
Yeah.
Okay. Vinny, what type of animal is viral sensation Jimothy, who was recently seen roaming a Seattle neighborhood and has been all over social media in the last couple of weeks?
I've actually heard reference to this.
Jimothy.
And I think I may have actually seen an image, but I don't.
You still don't know what it is.
Is it a possum? I'll go with possum.
It's a good guess, but it is incorrect.
Okay. I want to say it's a giraffe because I did see on my TikTok that there was like a giraffe that got loose somewhere. I don't know if it was in Seattle.
For these questions, you can contribute.
Yeah.
For sure. This is one where I am not a TikTok user, and it would be extremely helpful if I was. I've heard, like Vince, I have heard the story, but I have not seen the images. So it would just be a random guess for me.
Okay.
Sammy, you're alone
We're
here.
gonna lock in giraffe.
Oh no.
Dang it.
Jimothy. Vince was close, but Jimothy is a raccoon with a spinal condition that makes him
he's kind of hunched
over into a ball, and he walks around like this.
Good for Jimothy.
Good for Jimothy, indeed. Okay, 0-0.
He doesn't even know how famous he is.
Yeah, I know.
Poor Jimothy.
All right.
Okay, we're gonna
Sammy.
We're gonna go sports.
Well, you got to do first. You got to do your part of this category.
Yeah, you're right.
Sammy. Dang it. This is a history question for you. Following a 27-year imprisonment, this person became the first president of post-apartheid South Africa. Oh, he's pumping his fist. He knows it.
Nelson Mandela.
Nelson Mandela. Well done.
That was stated with confidence.
That was very...
Let's go, Sammy.
Come on, Kellen.
Okay.
Boy.
All right, so what category are you going to go with?
We're going to go sports.
Okay, Sammy. In 1976, at the age of 14, this gymnast became the first person to ever be awarded a perfect 10 in the Olympics.
Oh, man. I've seen... The clip's not going to do me any good because I've seen the clip 1,000 times, but
Jimothy.
It was not Jimothy, although
Was
at
it?
times she contorted herself perhaps to look like.
Was this the same girl that was like, she did it injured?
That was 20 years later, but
Okay.
That's Carrie Strug. That
That's
is
Carrie
not who
Strug.
we're looking
Okay.
for as
It was
well.
18.
And that's why I'm actually struggling too, Sammy, because Carrie Strug is like the last name in my gymnastics Rolodex.
same.
going
Carrie
back to the
You're
90s.
Carrie struggling right now is what
We
you're
are
telling me.
Carrie
Struggling a bit.
struggling.
Yeah, we are both equally. I
The
think
first ever perfect 10, 1976 Olympics. Do you have a guess?
Carrie Strug would have been my guess.
And
no
nothing
guess.
from
no
all right.
guess. Yeah.
Vinny?
Nadia Comaneci.
Nadia Comaneci.
Not in my bag.
Exactly.
Not in my bag at all. No.
Okay. This one might be in your bag.
There we go.
But perhaps not in Vinny's bag. We'll see. Vinny, what do current WWE wrestlers,
not in my bag,
Cody Rhodes, Roman Reigns, Dominic Mysterio, and Braun Breaker all have in common? Cody Rhodes, Roman Reigns, Dominic Mysterio, and Braun Breaker.
They are all the sons of famous wrestlers.
That is correct.
That was well done, Vinny.
Well done, Vinny.
I think I was going to be able to get that one too. Dang. Okay. 2-1, Vinny.
Okay. Music or movie/television?
Let's go music.
Music. Okay. What? Oh, I need to pause this music for now because this is an audio clue.
It's going to throw me off.
What iconic song is this the intro for?
5, 6, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Do you have any guess for that? Big song in the last few years. That is the intro. Any idea?
She spells it. That's my
No clues allowed on this show.
She spells it.
No clues allowed on this show. You pass your turn.
I've ruined the sanctity.
Yes.
Is it? Oh man.
We're moving on.
I'll guess espresso.
Espresso is a good guess, but that's incorrect.
Okay.
Sammy?
I'm gonna lifeline my friend Kellen here.
Hot to go, Chapel Roan.
To go, Chapel Roan. HOTTOTO.
Yeah, I couldn't
All right,
remember
Sammy.
that song.
Sammy Sabolka.
Music. Yes.
What intro to what famous song is this intro? Sammy first, please.
Okay. Oh.
One of the most famous intros to any song of all time. Sammy, do you have a guess?
Oh man, it's like
to break the 2-2 tie.
Radio listener Sammy hunched over, glasses off,
Hunched
really
over
focused.
like Jimothy himself right now, trying to think of it.
It's where are no.
Quick! We need an answer.
I don't know the song. I'm gonna go with the song. I don't know if it's the name of the song, but Where Are You?
Where Are You? Do you know what band?
No.
Where are you?
Completely wrong.
I don't know. Oh man.
It's Nirvana, but this is my critical weakness of not knowing.
You don't know the song.
No.
It is Nirvana. The song is Vinny.
For the Steel.
Smells Like Teen Spirit.
Smells Like Teen Spirit. The quintessential grunge song. Real quick here.
Yeah.
Because we only have 3-2. We have to finish it.
Sure. Biter.
Young people first,
Yes,
right?
young people.
Turning off
Okay,
my microphone.
movies/television. Young person. Name any host of Family Feud not named Steve Harvey.
Dang, that's a great one.
There's 6 other possible choices.
Who does the the show?
Who does the show? Family Feud.
Did Dr. Phil ever host one?
Did Dr. Phil ever host Family Feud?
Did he ever host
Survey
it?
says.
Did he ever host a Family Feud?
No, he did not.
Dang
Okay.
it.
All right, Vinny for the steal.
Richard Dawson.
Correct.
Ray Combs.
Correct.
No idea.
Richard
Karn. Yeah. Louis Anderson, John O'Hurley.
Phil?
Okay. And finally, just for fun, this supernatural horror film about a magical wish that goes wrong recently became the highest grossing movie of all time that was made for less than $1 million.
This is my question?
Yes.
Obsession.
Yeah.
Obsession is correct.
I just watched it last week.
You did?
Watched it?
Yeah.
I can't do
Good
it.
boy.
How was it?
It was decent.
It was decent, but you know what wasn't decent? Your performance in the generation gap. And if only you knew Smells Like Teen Spirit.
If only Jamal was here, he would have known it. Come on.
I can't think
He would
of
have
any
only known the
bands.
wrestling question, and that was it. Well done, everybody. We got a break.
Thanks, Jarrett.
Thanks, Jarrett. Some final thoughts straight ahead on the Thursday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings with Kellen Olson in for Bick on Arizona Sports.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
And now the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and sports fans know it's great to be number one, and that's what you'll get from Chapman BMW, the number one rated BMW dealer in Arizona, your premier destination for luxury and performance. Chapman BMW, a family-owned, award-winning business for nearly 6 decades, and whether you visit their store on Camelback Road in Central Phoenix or Chapman BMW in Chandler, you are stepping into a world-class car buying experience. From Ted Chapman all the way down to the certified technicians in their service centers, everything they do is elite. Those 2 locations also guarantee you the best selection you are going to find in the Valley. So pick a location, take a test drive, then make sure you ask for their GM, Shane O'Hanrahan, who has vowed to hook up every one of our listeners. Put him to the test. You will not be disappointed. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here. I am with Brian Griffiths, who is a captain of Moving Team 6. Brian, how are you doing?
Not too bad, Wolf. How about yourself?
I'm doing great, brother. Tell me why you got involved with Moving Team 6.
I used to be in the Navy, had gotten out, doing a couple other things, and wanted to get back into something that actually helps people again.
How did being in the Navy actually help you with Moving Team 6?
It helps out a lot. It gives you the discipline, big things, showing up on time, work ethic. Show up, you get the job done, get it done the right way the first time. Makes everything much smoother and easier.
How much did it matter to you that Moving Team 6, they proudly support and hire veterans?
Oh, it mattered a lot. That's one of the reasons why I started working here.
So, Brian, if there's another veteran that is listening right now, what would you tell them about Moving Team 6?
First of all, it's a great place to work. Similar kind of brotherhood you had while you were in with the guys and the other veterans that we have here.
Thank you, Brian. Go to movingteam6.com.
Where your move is our mission.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the day. The song of the day is thanks to Gettle Air Conditioning and Plumbing. GOETTL, keeping you cool but hard to spell.
Buffering.
Hold.
Why is this not playing? Why is this not playing?
Hold.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nothing playing there? Frozen?
What?
What was the song?
Did you just play that?
I played that, yeah.
That's what I'm trying to play.
Oh, really?
It's just buffering.
I got a whiff of it. Huh?
I don't know the song, so.
You still don't know the song? We just told you what the song was.
Yeah.
Hey, here we go.
Hey.
Part of the problem, Sammy, is they never say the words "smell like Teen Spirit" in the song.
You can't really understand much of the words they do say.
That's true.
He does say entertainers a lot. I know that part.
He does say albino and libido, too. That would be a really, really hard but maybe fun Mock My World category. Best songs where the title is not in the lyrics.
I'd get one song. Maybe.
You and Bick would have a great time with that. Yeah, for sure.
That'd be a heavy research one, though.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I know a dirty word. Hello, 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 how low?
That's what I always say. A little double dose, and after the delay, Smells Like Teen Spirit from 1991, Nirvana, today's song of the day.
Bickley and Marotta going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
Wanted to update a couple of things that we've talked about in recent weeks, and they both came up on hardware. Because I ripped on Tim Hardaway Sr. for not letting Tim Hardaway Jr. Wear his number, but he finally did relent. That did happen. I never corrected that.
That's nice.
But also, Jarrett in Hardware a couple weeks ago brought up, I forget what you titled the award, but the Wilt Chamberlain jacket that was found and purchased at a Goodwill in Portland, Oregon, and purchased by somebody for $3.07. By the name, the person's name was Quinn Brown. You had mentioned in your Hardware award, Jarrett, it was going up for auction at Sotheby's. It sold for $89,600.
Do you guys have anything like that where you threw something away or give it away and later found out that it was valuable?
No.
My go-to here is Pokemon cards are extremely popular now, especially the retro ones. When I was a kid, when I was 8 years old, I had a plethora of the original Pokemon cards. Like I had an original like Charizard, and those are worth, if the card is in good enough condition, worth like thousands and thousands of dollars.
Man.
I had a binder full of these cards. I picked out like my 5 favorite like 15 years ago, and then we either threw it away or donated it. I don't know where it is. And there's like at least a couple $1,000s in that binder for sure.
Okay, that one's similar with Magic the Gathering that I played when I was young, and then it.
No, I'm still. I don't have anything. I mean, I may have told this story before. I was a big card collector at the time when it was the least lucrative to be a card collector.
Yeah.
In the mid 80s to like the mid 90s, it was pretty useless because they just overprinted everything. But there were some cards that were worth a little bit of money. And I got into high school and started dating and like didn't have enough money to go out on dates. I would sell baseball cards to take girls out on dates.
That's
and I remember
elite.
selling my Ryan Sandberg rookie card to take some girl out.
Unfortunately, but even now, those aren't the cards that are worth like a ton of money. I was a card collector during the era where all the steroid guys are. So none of my cards, nobody wants like any A-Rod cards that I had. Or
well, we were talking about this off the air in the pre-show meeting, and Jarrett brought up something too, that most of the stories you hear about this stem from garage sales. And if you're a garage sale, and there's people that do it every weekend, they hit garage sales and they find great deals, they go antiquing, they find valuable stuff. But he brought up the question, if you're one of these people and you go to these garage sales and you find something that you know is incredibly valuable and they're selling it for $3, do you say anything to them? I mean, it's kind of a moral dilemma, but I think if you're having a garage sale, the reason why you're having it is just because you want to get rid of the stuff more than anything.
Yes, yeah.
And you'll take whatever you can get for it.
But a lot of that, though, is like, we got divorced and I'm selling my, or my kid moved out and now I'm selling his Pokemon cards or something, but I don't know anything about them. I'm just trying to get rid of them.
Yes.
So
I
they don't.
guarantee you that's happened a ton with old baseball.
Now, there's
cards.
never been an easier time to just Google stuff and find out if it's worth anything. So that could be their own fault.
The amount of collectors that have parsed through like a binder full of cards and like looking for the right one, and then like every 1 in 10,000 turns they land on like the Honus Wagner they're looking for or whatever.
Yeah,
right? There are people who do that for sure.
I've been waiting to get rid of this 1952 Mickey Mantle rookie card forever. Just take it off my hands. I don't care. $89,000 on a $3 purchase.
Wow. Good ROI there.
That'll do it.
And we've been telling you, too, about the countdown to Canton for Larry Fitzgerald.
Yes.
And the voting is still happening. Round 1 has wrapped, and there was a couple of routes. It's basically breaking down 16 of the greatest Larry Fitzgerald moments leading up to the best one. The closest race we had in round 1 was a vote that was determined by 10 single votes.
Wow.
Larry Fitzgerald spikes the football for the only time in his career, lost by 10 votes to his touchdown versus the Panthers in the divisional round. I'm surprised it was that close.
Arizona.
Remember the diving for the pylon touchdown?
Oh, yeah.
That was an amazing play.
Great play. ArizonaSports.com, top right corner of the website right now is where you can vote.
Yeah. The biggest route, not surprisingly, I think it was the 116 matchup. The 64-yard touchdown in Super Bowl 43 had 165 more votes than his first career catch.
I tried to rip a door off its hinges during that touchdown. I tried. I failed, but I tried. And then I tried to rip the door off its hinges for other reasons later in that football.
I cried
that's
so
true.
hard.
Countdown to Canton, best fits moments, brackets, roll on. Round 2 voting now open through Monday. You can still jump in even if you missed round 1. Vote for your favorite Larry Fitzgerald plays. Text FITZ to 620-620. You might win an autographed football from Larry Fitzgerald. That's going to do it for us. Thanks to Derek Hall. We'll catch you tomorrow. Wolf and Luke up next.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I don't want to be happy. I want to be miserable. Win 3 games, and then I'll be happy. Perfect. So misery will bring happiness. Do you understand?
Of course I understand.
Gamboism 101?
Do
we understand?
I just wanted
misery brings
Gambo, you don't
not
need
company.
You don't need to explain it 5 times. I get it. I just wanted a nice, clean cut so that when we play that over and over again, it sounds good. That's all I wanted.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
We're hiring at A1 Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at a1garage.com/careers.
A1garage.com. A1 from day one.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, a lot of people listening right now are probably wondering, do I actually have enough money to retire? How do you help someone answer that question?
Well, Gambo, the first thing is, I tell people, do not guess. Cash flow it. At Asset Preservation, we use planning software like eMoney to model the full retirement picture. Income, expenses, taxes, Social Security, investment withdrawals, inflation, healthcare costs. What happens if the market has a bad year?
So it's not just about looking at the account balance.
Exactly. $1 million can be enough for one family and not enough for another. It depends on spending and taxes and income sources and how the portfolio is actually structured. The goal is to see whether your money can support your lifestyle, not in just year 1 of retirement, but in years 10, 20, 30, and for the rest of the road.
So find out if you have enough money for retirement. Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
All right, Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you'd tell your listeners about them?
Oh, brother, you gotta have shade.
Temps hitting triple digits and the kids won't go outside?
You gotta have shade.
Hosting a backyard barbecue?
You gotta have shade.
Patio furniture fading?
Robert, you gotta have shade.
Wolf, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
To learn life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com or text the word SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Hey everybody, Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, what can customers expect right now from your service department?
What's up, Dave? It's our red, white, and blue sale all month long. You can save $25 off any service, including oil changes. Plus, with our after-hour drop-off, you can drop off your vehicle by 8 p.m. and we'll have it back to you on the road by the next morning.
And while you're there, don't forget you can also lease a 2026 GMC Terrain for just $269 a month. Schedule your service or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm for the people. Injured? Dial pound law.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. How about 15 runs on 17 hits and 5 home runs for the Diamondbacks yesterday in their 15-5 win over the A's, highlighted by James McCann's 100th career home run and Ryan Waldschmidt's first big league home run. And don't look now, but the Snakes have won 8 out of their last 10 as they head to their one-off makeup game against the Cardinals in St. Louis today. That game will get started at 2:15 with Brandon Pfaadt on the mound, and you can hear it over on ESPN 620. New Suns power forward Miles Bridges was introduced yesterday, and according to general manager Brian Gregory, Bridges will be held to a higher standard in Phoenix. For more on Miles Bridges, his press conference, and the Suns, be sure to head to ArizonaSports.com. And as the Arizona Cardinals reported to training camp yesterday, it's worth noting Jacoby Brissett did report as he is in search of a new contract. But the first open practice will be tomorrow for the Arizona Cardinals. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? We have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring, and a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks at thewindowdepot.com.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Thursday morning. It's the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what's going on?
Yeah, what's going on, Luke? How you doing, man?
Doing great. How's everybody doing?
Well, you know what? I haven't been able to actually fully get settled yet here with my notes, of course, and logging in. Sammy the Bull, of course, cut his update. I believe it's an update, is it not? I believe he cut his update short a little bit based on audience. Yeah, kick Sammy right in the cradle. That's right. Blame anybody else but yourself for not being ready to go
Sammy,
based on audience.
He's technically off the clock right now. He doesn't have to take this.
Yes, he isn't. Sammy, you doing okay? Honestly,
fantastic.
Okay.
I got to go get my AC fixed in my car, so
it's
brutal out there, man.
Oh my goodness, can you imagine? Yes, in the middle of summer.
They always break in July too. It's never like, oh, my AC broke in January, I better get this fixed. No, it's right in the heart of July. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
The good thing is the studio's like 4 degrees, so if you stay
great.
here long enough, you'll
nice.
cool off.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can go sit in your car and you'll be fine. You'll just you'll thaw. We got lots to talk about today. The Diamondbacks 15 runs yesterday. So maybe the offense is good to go now, which is good timing because they're heading out on a 10-game road trip. Steve Zinsmeister is going to join us because they have that early Paul Sewald game today. in St. Louis.
Yeah, the Paul Sewald game. I love the fact it's being dubbed the Paul Sewald game. Why is it being dubbed the Paul Sewald game?
It's the Paul Sewald Invitational because he said what I think a lot of people felt when this game got postponed a few weeks ago. Is that Paul Sewald's only tweet ever, by the way?
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen him post anything else.
That's a good question, Luke.
I got to pull that back up.
You got to have more of these good questions, too. You didn't sleep very well last night. Let's just get that on the table right now, right? You had a rough night.
This could go anywhere.
Okay, so this is the great thing about it, basically. Seriously.
So you're driving.
When you do, never in a million years. When you actually do not sleep, what happens to you, especially when you're so verbally intensive as doing a talk show, a sports talk show? Would you say it's verbally intensive?
I would say it's better when you're awake.
It's better when you're actually awake. But the good thing is this. Suddenly the adrenaline starts kicking in. And you're like, I slept 1 hour last night. Do you got what it takes? Can you do it? The adrenaline jacks you. So maybe that's going to hit you at some point in time, Luke.
Usually when the red light goes on, you're like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
And I would say I don't feel tired. I just have zero concept of what I'm saying.
I see.
So just be ready for that.
Okay, good.
But that's okay.
Luke could say anything today, based on
Rick, get the
Ron
dump
Wolfley
button
reporting.
ready. Okay, just make sure you have that good to go.
I was up late as well. I had trouble sleeping, and Luke and I were texting at like 12:15 a.m.
No way. Oh my goodness, you guys. Okay.
And that was when I woke up, Rick. I haven't gone back to sleep since then, so this is going to be a fun show. I was disappointed. You quit. You eventually went to sleep. I didn't have anybody to talk to at 3 in the morning. All right, so let's start with the press conference yesterday that was in the middle of kind of everything. You know, Cardinals training camp opened yesterday. You know, the first practice is today, and we'll get some more clarity on what that means as far as Jacoby Brissett later in the day, because Cardinals practices are later in the day now with Mike LaFleur than they were with Jonathan Gannon. But you had that going on. You had the Diamondbacks, a day game. It was supposed to be a getaway game. I guess it was, but they were supposed to have a day off today instead they're in St. Louis. But you also had the Suns doing this press conference. And Wolf, I'll just give you this isn't even 30,000 foot impression. This is like a 60,000 foot impression. There's obviously a lot of delicate subject matter that had to be dealt with. I think you can only do so much in front of a microphone. I thought, and I've been, I think, pretty clear on this show that I have pretty strong reservations about this trade. I'm not going to back off my stance that if Miles Bridges were to get in trouble again, this is the worst trade in Suns history. If you really want to tell me that trading for Kevin Durant was worse, as that's been people's response, Kevin Durant's one of the greatest players of all time. Like, it ended up not being a good move. But if Miles Bridges gets in trouble again, then they really are putting themselves out there. That said, I thought and that includes Miles Bridges, handled that press conference yesterday as well as you possibly could. I liked that they didn't run from anything. I liked that they addressed the heavy stuff, both when there were questions, but also before questions were even asked. That's about as well as you could handle that yesterday, I thought.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that, Luke, 100%. I think this, based on earnings right now, Miles Bridges, there was nothing he could have said yesterday to make me feel any better about this. But there's a lot he could have said that really could have damaged how I feel even more about this.
Yeah.
And he did not do that, in my opinion, based on earnings once again. I'm with you 100% on this. I believe in forgiveness based on earnings. I believe in second chances. I'm rooting for Miles Bridges to get his life right, to find the light, and to walk towards him. The key to life, based on earnings. Having said that, though, this is going to be a prove-it mentality. It is. There's nothing he could have said yesterday that would have made me feel better. But there's a lot he could have said that would have done a lot of damage, I think. He did not. I think this is a first step in the right direction. And you know what? I'm going to give him every opportunity to prove it.
Yeah, it's. I found myself, I don't know if other people did this as well, but like when Brian Gregory was talking, really listening to what Brian Gregory was saying, because Brian Gregory's putting his reputation on the line here to a certain extent.
Big time.
Brian Gregory's reputation.
I don't think to a certain extent. He is.
He is. That's right. He is. Because Brian Gregory in the first year as GM with the Suns,
Slam dunk.
Yeah, giving him an A or an A+, right? All things considered.
Slam dunk.
And he's taking a risk on Miles Bridges. So when Brian Gregory was speaking, I really wanted to hear what he had to say, but I found myself watching Miles Bridges for his reactions while Brian Gregory was speaking. And I thought Kellen Olson said it just right on the morning show. If that's not a press conference you can necessarily win. People aren't going to walk out of that being like, oh, okay, everything's great. You have to prove it. It's going to take years to prove it. But where I was encouraged is they both said that up there in front of the microphones. They weren't running from that. There was no, I didn't get the sense. I mean, so much of this is subjective with a press conference like that, but I didn't get a sense of like, oh, he's already proven it. You guys got to get over it. I didn't get that sense at all.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. Listen, I want to see Miles Bridges and what he is doing, okay? Show up, be a good teammate, ball out, be physical, play hard, and love people off the court. And guess what? I think I honestly do believe, Luke, that I think it's going to work. I do think it's going to work. And the reason why I think it's going to work is because of the extreme nature of what the Phoenix Suns did to make this work. They targeted him and they went after him. And they went out on a limb when they didn't have to.
When they didn't have to.
Out on the limb.
That's the biggest thing, when they didn't have to.
So I'm wondering, why? Why would a human being do that, Luke? Why would BG? Why would the Phoenix? Why would Matty Ish? Why would they do this? Unless they felt like the fix was in, Basinonians. Unless they felt like, we know this guy. We know this guy, and we know his heart. Now, again, if this goes bad, it's all on Brian Gregory for actually doing it.
Yeah.
It is. And that's the one thing that I continue to think of and be reminded and comforted that there's no way he would do this if he didn't think like the fix was in.
Yeah.
Like they knew this was a one-time thing, knew this was just an issue. He's got to get over it. New circumstances and particulars of this story that we don't know.
Yeah, it's you said it right there. It's a move they didn't necessarily have to make, and the fact that they were willing to do it.
Why?
That's They must believe they are never going to have to deal with an off the court issue from him ever. Obviously,
correct.
But then they also, and we'll get into the basketball side of things. We got a ton of audio to play, but it just kind of in this first segment, just sort of reacting in general to what we saw. It's putting a lot on the line. We've talked about this before. How great is the reward for what you're risking? Because again, Brian Gregory, any impartial observer, you would at least give him an A- if you had to grade his first year as Phoenix Suns GM, when you consider he had to find a coach, he had to trade Kevin Durant, he had to move off Bradley Beal, he didn't have a ton of picks to work with, and now they do have young. All of the stuff, the goodwill, the identity of that team, how relatable it was, and they are risking it.
Yeah, I've got a problem with your A-. Whoever gave me an A- based on it, I'd like to metaphorically, of course, slap that dude right in the face.
It's 2026. There's always somebody.
You're
win
right.
the title, so how good is he?
Luke, you're absolutely right. There are some people who gave him a B. I've already seen this for last season. A B. I just, what were you thinking of? When we were going into the season, how many games were we talking about?
Over-under was 30.
35.
Yeah, but the over-under was 30.
The over-under was 30. The Phoenix Suns went out there and destroyed that. The expectation, yes, okay, we've got to go. Rick is telling me I've got to go, basically.
We're going to get back into this
We're going to get back into it, yes, as the show unfolds.
There's very little I respect more than accountability. And again, in the moment yesterday, I thought that they didn't run from anything, which goes a long way for me. I'm not saying, I love this trade now all of a sudden, or, everything is, you got to prove it. Like you said, like they said, it's going to take time, but I would say yesterday was at least a good start. All right, when we come back, have the Diamondbacks maybe turned a corner for real at just the right time. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 1-0 pitch. He swings, he sends it to right center field, and Barossa makes the catch, and the Diamondbacks win it. What a way to finish the homestand. They blow out the A's by a final score of 15-5. Home runs galore for the Diamondbacks.
D-backs Cardinals was rained out about a month ago, and after raining 15 runs on the A's, the D-backs play that rained-out game today in St. Louis with pregame coverage at 1:30 on the Arizona Sports app and ESPN 620.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and joint pain is awful when you're the person who's fighting through it, but I'm betting you aren't the only ones affected by it. Maybe you love someone who struggles with joint pain. You see what they don't say, what they've slowly stopped doing. For instance, it's July, the days are long and hot, it's time to be in the pool, moving, living, and you're on the sidelines sitting it out. Let's talk about getting that life back, because at QC Kinetics, that's what's happening every day. People who were stuck in that cycle of pain are finally stepping out of it with regenerative treatments done right there in the office. No surgery, no long recovery, no putting your life on hold, just real relief. The inflammation eases, the pain lets go, and you suddenly feel like your old self again. Go find out what's possible with a free consultation. They have clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
At the UPS store, we get it. Being a small biz owner requires grit and hustle, but you don't have to do it alone. We've got your back. You put your heart and soul into your biz, we put ours into packing and shipping. While you're keeping track of your custom-made orders, our mailboxes are keeping your packages safe. Because we're here to help you be unstoppable with shredding, printing, notary, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today.
Hey Arizona, it's Vince Marotta here, and Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa just made summer the best time to buy with employee pricing for everyone. That means no markups or runarounds, just honest deals on the trucks and SUVs Arizona loves all month long. Drive home a 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 with 0% financing or up to $15,000 off MSRP. Now, here's where it gets really good. Get into a 2026 GMC Sierra Heavy Duty with up to $11,000 off MSRP. A 2026 GMC Canyon with up to $8,000 off MSRP. Or the 2026 Buick Envista 0.9% APR with a $1,000 purchase allowance. And best of all, 0 payments for 90 days. Find your perfect match now at Earnhardt Buick GMC and experience the difference, or shop today at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models, all offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offer ends July 31st, 2026.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. With the price of just about everything going up, we thought we'd bring our prices down. So to help us, we brought in a reverse auctioneer, which is apparently a thing.
Mint Mobile Premium Wireless. How to get 30, 30, bit to get 30, bit to get 20, 20, 20, bit to get 20, 20, bit to get 15, 15, 15, 15, just $15 a month. Sold!
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3 months, $90 for 6 months, or $180 for 12-month plan required. $15 per month equivalent. Taxes and fees extra. Initial plan term only. Greater than 50 gigabytes may slow when network is busy. See terms.
Veterans and active duty service members. When your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Hey, it's Gambo. Can the Diamondbacks keep their strong play rolling this afternoon in St. Louis? Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, welcome back. It is Wolf and Luke on a Thursday morning. Diamondbacks probably pretty much in buy mode at this point, aren't they?
Man.
Now you've taken a series from the A's and the Cardinals since the All-Star break when you swept the Dodgers going in.
Man, once again, and we talked to Amiel yesterday about this very thing, but it's just a situation-based audience where I thought that was a big game, and that's what I'm going to say, Mike Hazen. I believe that was a big game. To go out there and win Game 3, to win that series against the A's, a team coming into this series that had won 4 games out of their last 23.
Yeah.
4-19 in their last 23, and you pulled out a series win, and that's what the Diamondbacks have got to continue to do. win series going forward.
Yeah, and you're in a position right now. The Diamondbacks are in that third wild card spot by themselves. That far from locked up. What are they up by, like a half game on two teams?
Yes.
But because you're in that spot, you're not necessarily under the pressure to go out and win 8 in a row or 12 of 14. Now it is what you just said of just win the series. Just go out there and win the series in front of you. And they've done that 3 series in a row. One of them was a sweep, but they've done it 3 series in a row.
Luke, the downside far and away exceeded the upside of winning this series. You know, it's great they won the series. But can you imagine if they would have lost it, Basin Audience, to a team that was 4-19 in their last 23 games? Can you imagine if they would have lost that? This is the reason why I'm going to read a little bit into the fact that they went out and scored 15 runs and hit 5 home runs. Okay, good. Is there a better way you can start this 10-game road trip than that? I don't think so.
I think the guy who actually summed it up best was Amiel Sade when he was on our show yesterday. Because he referenced last year coming out of the All-Star break, needing wins, and you sweep St. Louis. Man, that's awesome. Okay, you swept St. Louis. Here you go. And then they got swept by the Astros and lost 9 out of 10. Going against the Astros, the Pirates, and the Tigers. Tigers were good last year, but the Astros and Pirates were, whatever. They weren't, like, amazing.
Yes.
And that's the A's series that they just finished kind of represented that Astros series in the sense of, okay, you went out, you didn't sweep St. Louis, but same team. You went out and beat the Cardinals. You won 2 of 3. And then you're going to lose to the A's? So to rally and win the series, you're so right. You had so much more to lose than gain, but you have now quietly moved into a playoff spot.
Yeah, you're into a playoff spot right now. They've won, Game 3, and now they've won the series, of course, but 8-2 in their last 10. I think you already said that. 8-2 in their last 10 base runnings, and only the Boston Red Sox have won more games in that time frame. Okay, they're 9-1 as a matter of fact.
I was going to say Boston hasn't lost in like 3
Boston,
months.
they're out of their mind right now. If the playoffs started today, the Diamondbacks would actually be in.
Yeah,
interesting. Yeah. How many times have we been able to say that?
Not consistently this year, and they obviously this game that we keep joking about is the Paul Sewald Invitational is a huge one because St. Louis is a half game behind them. So this game that the Diamondbacks wanted to play a few weeks ago that got pushed back to tonight is not one that they can just mail in. It's one of their most important games of the season. But here we are, 102 games into the year, and despite the fact that they probably haven't played their best baseball with any level of measured consistency this season, they are currently in a playoff spot.
You know what I love too, Basin Audience? They got to go out and they got to do it on the road. I love the fact they need to do that.
10 straight.
10 straight on the road. I used to love playing on the road. Hey, boys, what do you say we go ahead and pack up our bags and move to a new river? You know what I'm talking about? I love that, man. Going on the road, it was so hostile. Everybody hated you, ladies and gentlemen, and many times they would tell you how much they hated you. All right? They would also do things to show you how much they hated you, throwing stuff at you. And what I loved about it was, even if you didn't win the game, Basin Audience, you didn't have to lose as a player. I've talked about this in the past, but it really is really cool. I love the fact the Arizona Diamondbacks are going on the road. Anything that is going to happen with the trade deadline is going to be decided by this 10-game road trip. I love that. Oh my goodness, the anxiety, the angst. Are you kidding me? Is there anything that could be worse going on the road? And this is going to be tough. You're playing teams that you are competing with for that wild card spot, that final wild card spot. You're competing with them. Now all of a sudden you're playing in their stadiums. Okay. Have I got your attention right now? What are you going to do about it? This is going to be a road trip like no other this season that will define what Mike Hazen and the Diamondbacks are going to do.
Yeah, they don't play.
It doesn't get much better.
They won't play another home game until after the trade deadline. So, I mean, that tells you 2 things. It tells you, one, this is a long road trip coming up, but it also tells you the trade deadline is not very far away. I mean, I think we had this conversation a couple of days ago, and I would say we're even more into this point right now as they get 4 games above 500. And maybe even more importantly than what their record is at this point in the year, it's where they are in the standings, because now we've passed the 100-game mark. and you're coming up on the trade deadline, I think we're at the point where if a trade materialized right now, they would just do it. I don't think it's we got to see if we win 9 of the next 10 before we know if we're going to buy. I think if somebody offered them a player that they want right now, I think they would just do it.
Yeah. I'm not saying you're wrong on that. I am saying this. I do believe the closer you get to the deadline, and it happens every year, that is a pressure point. That is a huge pressure point. You've got to do it now or never. And that's why I think a lot of deals actually get done at the last minute. It's a deadline for a reason.
Well, yeah, and there's plenty of teams that will be out of it that don't think they're out of it quite yet. So that's why this is so volatile. You may be willing to make a trade right now on July 23rd, but that trade isn't there for you, and maybe that trade is there for you on August 1st.
Yeah.
But if you lose 6 of the next 8 games, that trade's not for you on August 1st, You're in a position to buy right now, but if you go out there and fall apart against the Nationals, you're not in position to buy again.
I was just going to say, don't you think Mike Hazen, the freaky Mike Hazen with a brain the size of Gazoo, ladies and gentlemen? Freaky Mike Hazen. Wheeling and dealing. He's a very, very smart individual. Can I just say this? Don't you think he might be saying, just see how things go against Washington? You know what I mean? Let's see how it goes on. Can I just see what's going on with the Washington? I mean, to me, I honestly think at that point in time, he's going to know.
Look at the next 7 games, and they're all in the next, 7 days. There's no break. You've got 1 against the Cardinals, who are a half game back.
Yeah.
3 against the Pirates, who are a half game back.
Yeah.
And 3 against the Nationals, who are a game and a half back. Trade deadline aside, this stretch may determine whether you end up in the postseason at the end of the year or not.
Yes. Of course, it's hard for me to look at the Pittsburgh series and say, okay, if they got swept by the Pirates, that might be enough to say, it's just not going to work for us right now. But I don't expect that to happen. The likelihood of getting swept by any of these teams, I don't see that happening. Yet at the same time, you never know. Strike that from the logger, too, by the way. All right, please. There was no need for me to say that. But again, this road trip is monumental in terms of what they're going to do, and we all know it.
8 of their last 10, do you feel like they're turning a corner? I mean, there's been some ups and downs even in those wins.
Yeah, I don't know, honestly, how you cannot look at them winning 8 of 10 games and not saying they are turning the corner. Have they turned past tense the corner? This is what this 10-day road trip is all about.
All right, when we come back, let's get to football. Training camp opened yesterday for the Cardinals. First practice today. We may have a hold-in. We don't know for sure yet. Is a holdout or a hold-in more disruptive for an NFL team? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Larry Legend does it again!
Larry Fitzgerald is headed to the Pro Football Hall of Fame on August 8th as a first ballot inductee. And we're celebrating with the ultimate fan debate.
Larry Fitzgerald, the Japanese fighting fish.
We've picked 16 of Fitz's greatest plays, and you get to decide which one is the best.
And it's a pitch to Fitz, running straight ahead into the end zone. The shovel pass for the touchdown of the win.
16 plays, 4 rounds, 1 winner. It's a bracket-style showdown. Head to the Arizona Sports Contest page to cast your vote. When you vote, you're automatically entered for a chance to win one of 3 signed Larry Fitzgerald footballs.
Fitz lose 40, 30, goodbye!
Countdown to Canton. Winners announced August 7th. Vote now on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. Listen, if a new vehicle has been on your mind, you got a great reason. You should jump in your vehicle and head on over to Tim Hovick's Santan Ford, man. It's because of their summer sales event. That's right, the summer sales event is happening right now. They're making it easier than ever to get behind the wheel of a brand new Ford, brothers. Gather around the transistor right now. You can drive a new Ford with no payments for 90 days. No payments for 90 days. And they'll even include 2 years of premium Ford maintenance at no extra cost to you. Maybe you're dreaming about hitting the trails or have been looking for fuel efficiency, or maybe you just want to hear the engine rumble, baby. Well, Santan Ford, they have some serious summer deals. How about this? We're talking $5,000 off MSRP on the 2026 Ford Bronco, man. That's right. Go to santanford.com for more information. That's santanford.com.
If there's one thing you can count on, it's 24/7 protection when you bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive. And if there's two things you can count on, it's your smoke detector battery dying at 3 a.m. Not 3 p.m. on a Saturday when you have nothing going on, but in the middle of the night when you're fast asleep.
Oh, come on!
Get 24/7 protection when you bundle home and auto with Progressive. Just one more thing you can count on. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Have you noticed all of a sudden there's a bunch of lawyers saying they're going to fight for you? Yeah, until you read the fine print below them. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. If you look closely at that fine print, you'll see not an attorney in this state or not a law firm.
You never trust your future in the hands of someone other than a serious, experienced trial lawyer. And you definitely can't trust someone who won't even tell you who they are.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta here, and Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa just made summer the best time to buy with employee pricing for everyone. That means no markups or runarounds, just honest deals on the trucks and SUVs Arizona loves all month long. Drive home a 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 with 0% financing or up to $15,000 off MSRP. Now, here's where it gets really good. Get into a 2026 GMC Sierra Heavy Duty with up to $11,000 off MSRP. A 2026 GMC Canyon with up to $8,000 off MSRP. Or the 2026 Buick Envista 0.9% APR with a $1,000 purchase allowance. And best of all, 0 payments for 90 days. Find your perfect match now at Earnhardt Buick GMC and experience the difference, or shop today at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models, all offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offer ends July 31st, 2026.
Hey, it's Austin with Moxie Pest Control. I remember one Sunday at church, our pastor stood up and said, "Services are canceled. A neighbor's fence was knocked down, their home was robbed, and they need our help." So right then, we walked out and rebuilt that fence together. That taught me something. When a home doesn't feel safe, nothing feels right. At Moxie, we don't just control pests, we help families feel secure.
Make the move to Moxie. Call Moxie Pest Control.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks will play a makeup game against the St. Louis Cardinals this evening at Busch Stadium. First pitch is at 2:15 with pregame coverage starting at 1:30 over on ESPN 620 AM. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the D-backs. He'll oppose Michael McGreevy. And Miles Bridges was introduced as a member of the Phoenix Suns yesterday. He addressed his off-the-court concerns.
I've been at rock bottom before, and I've had to work my way back up to where I am now. So just being committed to one thing, being great off the court, being great on the court. Like I said, I've been to therapy sessions, I've been to counseling. They helped me a lot.
This report is brought to you by Earnhardt Ford. Get an extra $1,000 rebate plus 2.9% financing for 84 months on 2026 Ford F-150s at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. Shop now at EarnhardtFord.com.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Cardinals Camp 2026. Back to football. With Wolf and Luke. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
All right, the first practice of Cardinals training camp is later today, the first open practice. If you're thinking about heading out there, it's tomorrow. Jacoby Brissett is reportedly there.
Yeah.
Nobody knows what that means yet. Wolf, here's Ian Rappaport on with Pat McAfee yesterday.
Jacoby Brissett, no news yet on a possible
new deal.
Okay, is he showing up, though? Jacoby's going to show up? We just don't know if the deal's going to happen?
I would expect him to show up and kind of just stand around until he gets a deal. But the team does want to give him a raise. They believe he's worthy of it and deserves it. So the hope is they will come together and figure something out.
Yeah, Jacoby was getting paid, I think, like the janitor.
Yeah. Like $150
at Arizona. Yeah, I think he was getting maybe double the cash if he threw a touchdown, maybe. Get an extra granola bar or something like that. Yeah, if he's going to be your starter, you got to pay him. That's just kind of the business that we're in.
Yeah, it's true. If he's going to be your starter, you've got to pay him. And the Arizona Cardinals have always acknowledged the fact that they're probably going to have to pay Jacoby Brissett the guaranteed money. At the same time, they have to do it in a way that is very responsible. Does that make sense? Especially when you're looking at a guy that won one game once again last year, played very, very well. You still only won one game. Now, it does make you ask the question, is Jacoby Brissett going to have a hold in, right, as opposed to a hold out? He's shown up. Is he going to have a hold in? Is he not going to participate out on the field? Is that, to me, that is the question. What is a bigger distraction, Luke?
I mean, I'll turn that question back around on you. I would think a hold in would be a bigger distraction because you're like, especially when it's the quarterback. Because you're like, hey, there's my quarterback. That's my quarterback. But he's not doing anything. Because if you're holding out, it's not totally like out of sight, out of mind, but it's just kind of like, okay,
it's my team. It's my quarterback.
Talk about the people that are here, right? You can always go to that that canned answer when reporters ask you a question. When Buda Baker has to answer questions about the quarterback, he can say, hey, look, we're trying to get ready for the season. We're just going to focus on the people that are here. But when Jacoby Brissett's walking behind him, then he's technically there.
That's true.
I've always thought it would be more distracting when it's a hold in.
Yes.
Because you're almost making a public, like, hey, I'm boycotting, by the way, because I'm not getting paid what I want to get paid.
Yeah, you're right. You're right on it, man. There's no doubt about it. The hold-in is much worse to me than a holdout. Holdout, out of sight, out of mind. The old saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. And, you're still going to be asked a lot of questions by reporters about that guy that might be holding out. But a hold-in, a guy that is right there in front of you, his presence is right there. It's a constant reminder, is it not, Basin audience? And here's the one thing I do want to say. Jacoby Brissett is such a good dude, such a class act, such a veteran guy. He's not going to do anything to inflame things. He's not going to do that.
I don't think he's going to try to be a distraction.
I think he's going to be there for Carson Beck. I think he's going to be there. He's going to be talking to the quarterbacks. He's going to be giving his opinion on a lot of things. I don't think he's ever going to do anything that isn't classy. That's not Jacoby Brissett. Yet at the same time, his presence is going to be a distraction, and there's no other way to cut it.
Yeah, maybe I should rephrase that. I don't think he's going to intentionally try to be a distraction while he's there. But, seeing your quarterback stand there and not play is distracting. I think it would be for any position, but especially for when it's the guy that's supposed to be your starting quarterback. And this is what I don't totally understand, Wolf. We've now heard this a couple times in the last week. If the Cardinals and Jacoby Brissett agree that he should get a raise, why hasn't this been worked out? Like today being the real cutoff point.
Yeah.
Because now practice is starting, and maybe we get breaking news in the next 4 hours or something. But if we don't, this is where this goes from kind of just like a weird story that everybody laughed at the last couple months to like, okay, what is going on here? Because I can see it from both sides.
Yeah.
But I almost feel like there's two things. And I know I've said a bunch of times, you're already paying Gardner Minshew and you want to see Carson Beck play and you're paying Kyler Murray too. But you're not using this money on you. It's not like, hey, Jacoby, we're going to take this money and go buy some all-pro linebacker. Like either the money goes to Jacoby or it doesn't go anywhere. And I almost feel like at this point you would be more investing in Mike LaFleur's first year than just giving Jacoby money to be nice. You kind of got to set your new first-year head coach up for success, don't you?
No, I absolutely. I think you have to do that. And that's why I would love to know exactly what Mike LaFleur thinks about what he's seen so far from Carson Beck. by way of example. Okay, maybe I shouldn't be so specific on this, but again, Gardner Minshew, I've got all the respect in the world for this guy. He's an NFL quarterback, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, he's been a career backup, but I can tell you right now, you need good quarterbacks that are backups as well. If you're going to get through an NFL season, you need that guy to be able to be called upon and actually come in and execute your offense and possibly have a chance of winning a game. You have to have that guy. But at the same time, Carson Beck is the unknown. He is the unknown right now. And you want him to be known at some point in time. You want a better feeling. I would love to know how Mike LaFleur and his coaching staff right now feels. Would you say they have an experienced coaching staff when it comes to quarterbacks? Matt. Yes.
I would say so.
They do, and that's why, to me, I wonder, what do they think about Carson Beck and what they have seen so far? What do they think about this young guy?
Who do you think of the two between Beck and Minshew potentially makes Jacoby more expendable if it comes to that? If they get to a point where this isn't resolved in a week or two or whatever?
It's a great question because you could go either way on that. Maybe Carson Beck is going to be your starter, but you actually paid for Gardner Minshew, paid him more to actually come here and be a backup.
And they're not the same guy, but they're similar in their place in this league as far as like they're both considered low-end starters or really high-end backups. You have two of them. So do you really need two of them if this drags on? If they can just get this done with Jacoby today or maybe even tomorrow, then that's maybe not a question you need to ask. But if this starts to linger into camp, do you really need Jacoby Brissett and Gardner Minshew when you also just used the first pick of the third round on a quarterback?
Yeah. The other part about this story that it blows my mind, my mind, but Jacoby Brissett is representing himself. I can't even imagine going through. This is the reason why he's got to be holding in.
How does it?
It's got to be a hold in. Period. He's not going to participate. There's no way he's going to participate. Can you imagine actually trying to negotiate your contract as you're actually going out there and practicing?
No.
It blows my mind, and that's the other part of this that also comes into play here. Jacoby Brissett representing himself.
We need to get back into this at some point because I want your perspective on what a hold-in would have looked like when you were first breaking into the NFL.
1985.
Because I don't know when this concept started. It wasn't that long ago. It's been a few years now, but I can't imagine, hey, we're doing two-a-days for 2 months, and this guy's just going to stand here and wave.
Just Google it, my young crooks.
The countdown to Canton Best Fits Moments bracket rolls on. Round 2 voting is open now through Monday. If you missed round 1, no problem. You can still jump in. Vote for your favorite Larry Fitzgerald plays, and you're entered to win one of 3 autographed Fitz footballs. Text FITZ 620 for the link to the bracket. When we come back, did the Miles Bridges press conference make you feel any better about the actual on-court fit? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, I'm just here so I won't get fined.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
This is not the stuff you need out in the public. Well, you might have the first overall pick in the draft next year, and you've got a Manning family who one of them already decided not to go play for a team. And I think that negativity is something they don't need. If I'm Michael Bidwell, I want to get this freaking thing done because I don't want it out there to anybody that we lowball Trey McBride, that we don't want to pay Jacoby Brissett, because I might get a kid that says, I don't want to play for the Cardinals. So I want them to get this taken care of now.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, most people think having a 401k and a CPA means they have a plan, but they don't, do they?
Well, they have accounts and not a strategy. And there's a big difference. A real plan connects your income, taxes, investments, and estate planning all working together.
All right, let's say they're not connected.
Things start working against each other. You can do everything right and still make costly mistakes, especially in those first years of retirement.
So what does Bright Wealth do differently.
We build one coordinated plan, everything aligned, no gaps, no surprises, and right now we're offering a complimentary written financial plan, no cost, no obligation.
Nice. All right, how do people get in?
Call us right now, 844-726-9116. One call, and we'll show you exactly where you stand and what needs to change. Don't wait. Call us at 844-726-9116 or online at brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial #law.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a social media manager.
Did you just post our Q4 earnings to your personal social media?
Oh yeah, used the trending audio and everything.
That's confidential financial data.
Relax. It only went a little viral.
The SEC just commented with the eyeball watching emoji.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Hey, Albert, can you help us plan and budget for a bathroom renovation?
I certainly can. Let me review your finances.
Who are you talking to?
Albert, my AI financial assistant that I can access right in the app. It automates all things finance, moves money, pays bills, creates personalized alerts, finds savings, and so much more.
Your bathroom renovation financial plan is ready. I found cash you can put aside, and to cover the rest, Albert can get you up to $10,000 fast.
Can you find contractors nearby within our budget?
Here's a list of contractors. Would you like help requesting a $10,000 loan for your bathroom renovation?
Yes!
Download the Albert app and use promo code MULTIPLY to access Genius. Plus, get up to $10,000 for whatever you need. Just download the Albert app right now and use promo code MULTIPLY to get up to $10,000. That's promo code MULTIPLY.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. Which Cardinals rookie can make the strongest impression in training camp? The Bernsey and Gambo Show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, welcome back. Wolf and Luke on a Thursday. Training camp going. The Suns have been a story for a good chunk of this offseason, probably more than normally you would expect at this point. LeBron still hasn't signed anywhere yet, right? That's not
okay. Yeah,
not happening.
I don't know.
Okay, good. Were you dancing?
I was hit it, punt it up. Okay, no.
But I think probably now the Suns, with that press conference yesterday, there's a lot to talk about from that. But now you kind of go into the actual offseason. That was the one thing that was like, okay, they're going to have this press conference. Obviously, they couldn't do it right when the trade was reported because you're not official in the NBA for a few weeks until you get past the new league year. But we get to the point where they have it yesterday, Wolf. There's a lot to react to. We kind of gave our overarching thoughts in that first segment, but let's start playing some of this audio. And I'm going to start here with Brian Gregory talking about the basketball fit of why he went out and got Miles Bridges.
You know, we're excited about introducing Miles Bridges as the newest Phoenix Sun. Couple things that were very, very important to us during this process is understanding where he fit in with our team, not only our current team, but also the future teams that we'll have. And it was just a perfect fit for us. Obviously, everything that we're about as a team when it comes to how you feel when you watch us play, the grit, the energy, the toughness that we play with, the competitiveness that we play with. Miles Bridges brings that every single day, every time he walks onto the court. That's exactly who he is.
Okay. That's a good thing right there. Once again, you know, if we're talking about the basketball fit, this is something that we've commented on earlier in this story, of course, when it actually first came down. I do believe that the Phoenix Suns are going to be a better basketball team because of this move on the court. I believe they're going to be a better basketball team. I believe that he does as a basketball player. He fits their culture, I think, on the floor very, very well. You know, Dylan Brooks, he pretty much for the most part, when the Suns acquired him, when he was part of the roster, as we all know, he changed everything when he showed up, Dylan Brooks. And I wasn't a Dylan Brooks fan at that point in time, Basinonians, but I am now. And I was wrong, and I have recanted on that. He is a super hyper tough dude who loves to ball out. And guess what? So is Miles Bridges.
Yeah, I mean, I think in that cut right there from Brian Gregory, and I got another one here I'll fire off in a second, I think we're getting insight into why he's willing to take the risk we were talking about earlier, you know?
Yeah.
That was the thing about yesterday. You had to have the press conference because people had to be able to hear Miles Bridges, see how, you know, is he contrite? Is this just something that he thinks is silly, or is this something that he's taking seriously? And everybody's going to draw their own conclusions from that. It seemed to me like he's taking it very seriously. There's all that you needed to hear. I also really wanted to hear from Brian Gregory, you know, because
absolutely.
He hasn't been able to talk about this move yet, and there's so many levels to it of, yes, there's all the off-the-court stuff, and are you willing to risk all that goodwill, but also like, hey, are you sure this guy is the right fit for this team? Because this team only has so many moves they can make. People can laugh about the 2033 pick. I used to do this when they traded, whatever the pick was, when they had all the point guards, they traded away a pick that was like 6 years later. Then you realize if other NBA teams value that pick, it has value. It's like a stock, right? Even if it doesn't have that much value, if everybody else values it, it has more value. So you traded a big piece away. So as a basketball GM, setting everything else aside, why were you willing to do it? And you're hearing from Brian Gregory, it's because of the work ethic.
Yes, it's because of the work ethic, but not only that, he said the grit, he said the energy, the toughness, the competitiveness. You know, this is Phoenix Suns culture when we're talking about them and how they're going to play in a physical kind of way. This is who they are. They went out and they targeted Koa Pete as well. Would you say he's a guy that has been a physical specimen? Yes, he's a physical player. And the physicality of it all, you know how much I love this. And yeah, on the court, I think he does actually fit what the Phoenix Suns are trying to do. I've said it at the time, and I believe you actually back me up, but I do believe the Phoenix Suns on the court are a better team. I've said it before, and I'll continue to say it.
Yeah.
I think they're a better team with Miles Bridges. Now, so much more goes into that. What's he like in the locker room? What's he like in the meeting rooms? What's he like when he's with his teammates? What is he like? A team is impacted by all of that. So my questions remain.
I don't remember a move. Maybe it's because I don't remember anything before this morning right now, but maybe I don't really remember a move that a Valley sports team has made that is so complicated that anytime you make a statement about it, you also have to put like 5 disclaimers on it in either direction, right? I mean, because do I think in a vacuum this could make them better? Yeah, but situation is not in a vacuum. If he gets suspended and isn't available to his teammates, then he's not a good teammate. I don't really have that much of a fear of him not being a good teammate. You know what I mean? Like, and again, this is all just my opinion. It's just more, what's the risk off the court, or is there not one anymore? Has he moved forward? And also, the other caveat with this is, could he make the Phoenix Suns better, but they win less games because the Western Conference got better? And how much better does he really make them? They did give up pieces. You know, he is on some level potentially blocking Rasheer Fleming and Koa Pete's development.
Yeah.
So it's just everything you say in this story, you then have to cover your bases like 6 other ways.
No, I know it is. It's very, very difficult. I do know this, Basinonians, once again, that the person impacts the player. The person dictates what the player does. The person, period. You spend way more time off the court, way more time away from playing in a game than you do on the court playing in a game. Ron Wolfley reporting. And because of that, the person and the decisions you make away from the floor, when you're not playing, the decisions you make, the things you do, the things you say, what you do and what you say is who you are, period. That impacts this situation more than anything else. And that's why it's the person that BG, Brian Gregory, the Phoenix Suns, it's the person that they're betting on. And I want to know why that is, because I think they have inside information on this that they're not talking about.
Here's more from Brian Gregory.
You go through the system, you go through the season, and you're always looking. You're always trying to find a piece that can help you, a piece that's missing, a piece that can make an impact. Obviously, we have scouts out there garnering intelligence and watching games and different things like that. And there was a need. There was an opportunity for us to make the move, and we're really excited about making that move. And I think it's going to be impactful every single day on the court with our young guys, with the guys that he's already knows and has played with, like Mark Williams and so forth. So I think from a basketball perspective, everything we were looking for in terms of if we made a move, we accomplished it by bringing Miles Bridges into our organization.
Yeah, there it is right there, Basinonians. Listen, the Phoenix Suns believe in Miles Bridges, not what Miles Bridges did. They believe in Miles Bridges, and only time will tell.
All right, when we come back, let's get back into baseball. Diamondbacks have been getting big hits from a bunch of different guys over the last couple weeks, and then yesterday they got big hits from everybody, it felt like. So is the offense finally getting going at just the right time? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Oh, man, every great team has one thing in common. They diagnose the problem, they adjust, of course, and they execute. Well, pain works the same way for you. If you're dealing with sciatica, numbness, tingling, or deep ache that shoots down your leg, you need a team that knows how to fix it. That team is Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. They're fellowship-trained, board-certified orthopedic spine surgeons who pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, the least invasive surgical technique available. They've treated thousands of patients, including athletes, who need to get back fast. If pain is keeping you from workouts, from coaching your kids, or just enjoying life or enjoying the game, it's time for you to get your life back. Go to sciatica.com and connect with DISC today. That's sciatica.com.
Big wins are waiting this July at Casino Arizona. Join us for the final grand prize drawing on July 29th from 6 to 8 p.m., where you could take home a new 2026 Jeep Wrangler or your share of $25,000 cash. Continue earning entries now through July 29th. The countdown is on. Get all the details at CasinoArizona.com. Casino Arizona, uniquely Arizona.
Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
This July, it's time to celebrate our freedom to swim. Celebrate California Pools and Landscape giving $1,776 off a brand new pool. Plus, buy Centennial Bucks, $250 off the most popular backyard features, barbecue, shade, water, and fire features, all to complete your oasis. That's what we had California Pools do at Casa Galdici. Now it's stars, stripes, and summer nights. Don't miss the patriotic pool deals at calpool.com/Paul.
Advanced Window Products is the local manufacturer of high-grade vinyl replacement windows. The name homeowners trust here in Phoenix. And right now, we're offering $2,500 off when you buy 10 windows or more. Hi, I'm Joe with Advanced Window Products. Imagine your home feeling cool and comfortable, even in this extreme summer heat. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to boost your comfort and lower your energy bills by keeping that precious cool air inside your home. At Advanced Window Products, we build every window right here in Tolleson. No middlemen markups, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for this crazy Arizona climate. And we install them and guarantee them for life. Call me right now at 480-676-3600. Don't forget, you get $2,500 off when you buy 10 windows or more. Call 480-676-3600 and get a free estimate on upgrading your windows today. Advanced Window Products. Check us out at advancedwindows.com. Again, advancedwindows.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend and the guy who will hook you up, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where the summer sales event is already in full effect.
That's right, Bick, and the savings are incredible. So if you want to spend your summer in the ultimate driving machine, now is a great time to make it happen. And to all your listeners, remember to ask for me by name. I'll make sure you get the best price you're going to find in the Valley.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks will play a makeup game against the St. Louis Cardinals this evening at Busch Stadium. First pitch is at 2:15 with pregame coverage starting at 1:30 over on ESPN 620 AM. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the D-backs. He'll oppose Michael McGreevy. And Miles Bridges was introduced as a member of the Phoenix Suns yesterday. He addressed his off-the-court concerns.
I've been at rock bottom before, and I've had to work my way back up to where I am now. So just being committed to one thing, being great off the court, being great on the court. Like I said, I've been to therapy sessions, I've been to counseling. They helped me a lot.
This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
Hey, it's Kellen filling in on Bickley and Murata. The drama continues around the Arizona Cardinals and their training camp situation with their quarterback. We'll give you the latest updates at 6 a.m. here on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube page.
All right, we're live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Thursday. Wolf and Luke, Diamondbacks coming off a 15-run outburst, Wolf, where feels like pretty much everybody got involved in that. I mean, you could look at that a bunch of different ways. It was great to see Corbin Carroll get going again. Great to see Corbin Carroll get the home run. Great to see Ryan Walshman get his first major league home run. How many guys had multiple hits yesterday?
Yeah.
And as you said earlier, like beyond just individual hitting performances, how about the fact that they came roaring back to win that series after a lackluster opener?
Yeah, no, I absolutely love that, man. The Diamondbacks, this is what I thought was really, really cool. They dominated Game 3 in a way that we have not seen them dominate. We have not really seen them dominate very often. To go out there and hit 5 home runs. I don't care who you run out there. I don't care who you're playing against. To go out there and score 15 runs and hit 5 home runs, man, that's going to wake up, hopefully, a sleepy team, a team that has been sleepy at the dish from time to time. So hopefully this is going to carry over. Is there anything that would fill you with more hope than watching the Diamondbacks go out and Corbin Carroll by way of example? Looking at Corbin Carroll, would you say that Corbin had a good game?
Yeah.
Yeah, he had a great game. And the fact he went oppo and hit that home run, his 15th home run of the season, oppo, to me, he's starting to spray it a little bit. And that's when you know Corbin Carroll, I think, is on.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, any conversation we've been having of the like, okay, well, who do you want to see get going in these final 60 games or whatever? They all got going yesterday, unless you were going to talk about a pitcher. But I mean, I guess Jerry went 0 for 5. You know, he's been better lately. But like Cattell a couple hits, Corbin a couple hits in that home run. Gabby just keeps going. He's still hitting over 300.
Oh my goodness, Gabby.
Nolan Arenado goes deep again. Eldemar Vargas, you know, that amazing start, but he hasn't been the same hitter since the first month and a half. He had 3 hits yesterday. McCann steps in with 3 hits. Tim Tawa, couple hits. What is he turning into after that Dodgers series?
Exactly.
And anytime, I mean, Ryan Walshman is a highly rated prospect who's done some good things already, but he's also had some of his weaknesses exposed on breaking pitches, and we get that. Anytime a young player, though, can get their first major league home run, you never know what that might lead to.
Yeah, man, he crushed that ball, too. There's no doubt about it. It was good to see Waldy actually go out there and do that. You know, for me, again, will this carry over, Basinonians? Will this carry over on this next series, on this road trip, this one and done that's going to happen today? It starts with St. Louis, doesn't it? I love that. One and done. I don't know, brothers. I don't know if it's going to be any carryover. I am willing to say this. There's an old saying in baseball that says momentum is only as good as the next day's starter. That's been around for a long time. Momentum is only as good as the next day's starter, and there is a lot of truth to that. But I think just the confidence level, once again, knowing that this team is a work in progress. Every team, it seems like more and more in professional sports, certainly at the college level, but every team is a year-to-year proposition. For the most part, it seems like we're at that point, whether it's the NFL, whether it's Major League Baseball, we are at that point where it seems like it's more a year-to-year proposition. Who's going to stay healthy, who's not going to stay healthy? That's going to dictate who's good and who is not. So it's going to be really interesting to see, can they carry this over, especially at the plate? You know, to see them dominate the way that they did in Game 3, a game that I was willing to call a big game, Basinonians, and there were many executives laughing up there. I'm sure in the front office.
You said it to Amiel yesterday.
That's right, laughing in the front office. Well, if we called it a big game, you know, we got 61 more, but, you know, it's going to be interesting to see. The confidence level carries over. That much I do believe.
Yeah. Look, 21 runs in their last 2 games. We've seen this with the Diamondbacks. We've seen this with other teams. This is a staple of baseball. Sometimes hitting is contagious, and hitting slumps are contagious within a team. So just the simple fact that everybody got going yesterday at the plate. Look, does it mean they're going to go into St. Louis and light up McGreevy tonight or today or whenever this game is starting, 2:15? No, it doesn't. But, probably a couple of them are going to keep hitting today.
Yeah, you know what? And again, as soon as you say that, McGreevy, he's a right-hander, of course. He's a really good pitcher, Basinonians, for the Cardinals.
He's having a really good year.
Having a really, really good year. And now Corbin Carroll, suddenly, the Predator, woke up in a big way. Did he not? Oh, you have to wonder if this funk he's been in is coming to a close. And I'm looking at a left-handed bat. Now, I know Corbin has been really, really good against left-hand hitters. Left-hand pitchers. I know he's been really, really good. He blows all the metrics out of the water when it comes to him and left-hand pitchers. Having said that, though, man, you're looking at guys that are coming from the left side of the dish and hoping they'll have an impact today.
We've seen Corbin enough to know that if he is in a slump, it doesn't take a whole lot to get him out of it. In that, one game, he could go on a tear.
Yeah.
There's no guarantees. I don't know how much that injury was impacting him. And if it was, I don't think one day off is necessarily going to solve everything, but it seems to have helped a little bit. But there's also just guys go through slumps. We've seen Corbin go through slumps before, not very often, but when he comes out of them, look out. He makes up for it by the end of the year. His numbers are good overall. Here's Torey Lovello after the game talking about Ryan Waldschmidt getting that first home run, though.
Probably take a little bit of pressure off of him, wondering and being curious about can I and will I ever, and he can eliminate that. We all knew in this room that he was going to eventually hit one. He's just too good of a player. There's a lot of things that are going on with our young players. Our young players got to figure out how they fit into this ball club. Part of being a D-back, in my opinion, is not necessarily what you are capable of doing individually, but what can I do to fit into this program and fit into this lineup. And our young players are learning that. I think Waldy is doing that piece by piece. So a lot of conversations with him have led to this good moment. He deserves a lot of the credit.
It's really cool to see a young guy actually do that. And they gave him the silent treatment. A couple of guys, kind of slapped him up a little bit there as he came down, but they did give him the silent treatment in the dugout too. I thought that, I think that's one of those deals. Is there anything that even compares to that in the game of football? There isn't, Basinonians. There's nothing that
really? They do in hockey where if it's your first game, it's not your first goal, but your first game when you go out on the ice.
Yeah.
Everybody will stop, and the rookie just ends up skating a lap by himself. And some guys know it's coming, but some guys, they're just all of a sudden like you're the only guy out there because all the vets are like, hold on, just stay back here.
Okay.
Let this do a lap. Because halfway through, he's looking around like, where is everybody out here?
Yeah, there's nothing that I can really truly think of other than not talking to a rookie, period. That's the way that it used to be. Coming into the league in 1985, they would not talk to you, Basinonians.
1985.
And if you did anything to upset them, they'd vote you dead. They'd literally say, hey, 2-4. And they put the thumbs down, and everyone go, okay, yeah.
Like Gladiator?
Wouldn't talk to you. You could ask them a direct question, and they would not talk to you. You know how uncomfortable that was?
Well, the best silent treatment we've seen in a while was when they were giving it to Lou James Groover, and Cattell hit the home run right after. And so Cattell ended up getting the silent treatment, even though he's hit like 190 home runs. And he's like, what are you doing? I'm a vet. I've been here longer than any of you guys.
Waldy.
All right, when we come back, let's get back into football. There's a lot on Mike LaFleur's plate, and he hasn't even coached a real practice yet. But would his first year automatically be a success if one specific player got going? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 1-0 pitch. He swings, he sends it to right center field, and Barossa makes the catch, and the Diamondbacks win it. What a way to finish the homestand. They blow out the A's by a final score of 15-5. Home runs galore for the Diamondbacks.
D-backs Cardinals was rained out about a month ago, and after raining 15 runs on the A's, the D-backs play that rained-out game today in St. Louis with pregame coverage at 1:30 on the Arizona Sports app and ESPN 620.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Listen, they say out there that moving is the third most stressful thing you're ever going to do in your life. I don't know about that, Basinonians, but I know that stress is real, trying to move yourself, whether you're moving from across town or you're moving across country, man. It can be a very difficult proposition. And Moving Team 6, they understand that stress, and they want to take that away from you. Tim Lee is the owner-operator of Moving Team 6. He's a good buddy of mine. I can tell you he runs the business with his sons Garrett and JT right here in Phoenix, right here in the Basin. They also have a new facility in Mesa. They're built on a foundation of faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service. And they proudly support and hire our veterans. You got a move coming up, you need Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
For windows and doors that combine style, performance, and efficiency, come to the Window Depot. We carry a large selection of Milgard windows and patio doors with many options in stock and available today. Choose from a variety of colors, styles, and energy-efficient designs that can help improve comfort while adding value to your home. From new builds to window replacements, our team can help you find the right Milgard products for your unique project. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you.
When you see this in your kitchen,
the stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
you hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Empty slogans and cute jingles, lawyers love to act like they care. Do they back it up? Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. One study found that half of all clients were unhappy with the lawyer they hired. The #1 complaint, a total lack of communication.
We take client happiness seriously. That's why we survey all our clients and know that over 97% are happy. Do your research. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta here, and Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa just made summer the best time to buy with employee pricing for everyone. That means no markups or runarounds, just honest deals on the trucks and SUVs Arizona loves all month long. Drive home a 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 with 0% financing or up to $15,000 off MSRP. Now, here's where it gets really good. Get into a 2026 GMC Sierra Heavy Duty with up to $11,000 off MSRP. A 2026 GMC Canyon with up to $8,000 off MSRP. Or the 2026 Buick Envista 0.9% APR with a $1,000 purchase allowance. And best of all, 0 payments for 90 days. Find your perfect match now at Earnhardt Buick GMC and experience the difference, or shop today at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models, all offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offer ends July 31st, 2026.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Cardinals Camp 2026. Back to football. With Wolf and Luke. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
All right, we're back. Wolf and Luke on a Thursday. Camp getting going. A lot of things on Mike LaFleur's plate as a first-year head coach, Wolf. And now there's maybe even a little bit more with all the quarterback stuff that hasn't been resolved yet. The schedule and the division they're in and all these different things. But I ask you this, okay? I was talking to Mike Broomhead about this earlier on his show. You know, is there a way that the Cardinals are going to surprise some people this year? That was sort of that was a question he asked me off the air, and I was like, I I think, yeah, because everybody's expectations are so low for them that if they do anything, it's going to surprise people. But I don't know that that's going to look like wins with this schedule.
Yeah.
But there's one guy that if you tell me Mike LaFleur can unlock Marvin Harrison Jr. specifically, I think a lot of people would consider Mike LaFleur's first year a success, assuming everything else. I mean, I'm just saying, like, hey, maybe they win 4 games, but there's progress at these other positions and the development that you're talking about, and not like LaFleur's looks lost or something. Like, he just looks solid. But if they can get Marv going, that'd be huge.
Yeah, no, I think you're probably right about that. Now, listen, there's going to be a lot of Cardinal fans out there that are still going to expect, hey, listen, I want to see you go out, and I want to see you compete, and I want to see you win games. And I understand that as a fan. That's why you're there. You want to see your team go out and win games. 2026, I've been very, very open about this, and I've talked about it often. This year, for me, is about development of players. And you can't talk about players that need to develop without starting with Marvin Harrison Jr. You have to start there. Not only because he was number 4 overall in the draft he was selected, of course, but also because the talent is there, the work ethic is there, everything is there for Marvin Harrison Jr. And by the way, he has not been an abomination, ladies and gentlemen. He has not.
No.
He's been average.
I tell you, I mean, just to support what you just said when we were talking about potential breakout players a couple weeks ago, and I brought up Rome Odunze, and then we looked at Odunze's numbers compared to Marv's. Marv's are better through the first 2 years, which it doesn't feel like that. It really doesn't, but that's the reality. So to your point, Marv hasn't been terrible, but he has not been a first-round pick either.
Yes, and he also has had a couple of high-profile games in which he did not play well. Yeah. He did not. And again, I've talked about this over and over and over again, and I was talking about it when he was a rookie, and I'm talking about in training camp, that he needed to attack the ball and go get the ball. He does, and he needs to develop that part of his game. Will Mike LaFleur and his coaching staff be able to unlock Marvin Harrison Jr.? I think it's a great start. It really is. He needed a brand new set of eyes with a brand new brain and a brand new culture coming in and saying, okay, Marv, you're starting over. You're getting a start, a do-over, if you will, right now. What are you going to do about it? I think Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to flourish under Mike LaFleur's offense. We'll have to wait and see. But there's about 11 other guys. I call them the dirty dozen. The dirty dozen for the Arizona Cardinals base Orleans that really need to develop. Take that next step in developing what kind of NFL player you're going to be. It starts with Marvin Harrison Jr., but man, I look at Darius Robinson. I look at Tip Ryman, Jeremiah Love, Carson Beck, Garrett Williams, Will Johnson, Walter Nolan III, Chase Basantes, Isaiah Adams, Dadrian Taylor Demerson. That's right, Isaiah Adams, by the way.
You smell something, Rabbit?
Still not just going to go ahead and dismiss that, because there's more on this as the show unfolds and the career unfolds of Isaiah Adams. We'll see how that goes. Denzel Burke. I mean, these are guys that if they all take that next step, and you would expect them to, hey, you did this, why not get better based on what you've done? You've already shown that you belong here and you can play. Now, let's see how much better you can be. Whether you're a rookie, a second-year player, or a third-year player, you're still in development mode.
But of all those guys, Marv's the guy. Now, if only one of those 12 takes the next step, then we've got problems, even if that one is Marv. But it almost feels like you talk about the Diamondbacks. So they got 10 games left before the trade deadline. It's important that they win as many as they can, but especially the ones against Pittsburgh and St. Louis or whatever, right? Like that's all 12 of those guys probably aren't going to take the next step.
Correct.
I don't know what the number needs to be for Monty to feel comfortable that he's going to be the GM for a while. You know, obviously the higher the number, the better. If like 9 of those guys take the next step this year, then that makes Mike LaFleur look real good, and it also makes Monty's drafts retroactively look better. But of whoever that number is, Marv's got to be on the list because he's the most high-profile pick.
Yes.
Other than Jeremiah Love, but Jeremiah Love hasn't even played a snap yet.
Absolutely. No, it is definitely Marvin Harrison Jr., and then I would say a close second is Darius Robinson.
Yeah.
It's time for Darius to separate himself and actually say, you know what, I'm going to have a 12, 15-year career in the NFL. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to do that. And I'm hoping that will definitely be the case. But, you know, there are two guys, and I've talked about these two guys in player development. Player development. This is what 2026 is about, player development. The two guys, Will Johnson and Walter Nolan, the three technique. Those two guys, if they took another step, it would be Pro Bowl caliber for the most part, provided they stay healthy and they take that next step of development based on what they showed last year as rookies. Oh, my goodness. Walter Nolan, the three technique, and Will Johnson, they looked really good as a rookie. Look like they belong here. They take that next step together. Base earnings, those are two game-changing, season-changing positions. The three technique in a corner.
They're not as high profile as, hey, here's Marvin Harrison Jr. and look at the fantasy football numbers he's putting up. Or, is Jeremiah Love a top 10 running back in his second year? But if you have a shutdown corner, which you might in Will Johnson.
You might.
This is not a conversation of like, hey, we think he's the best Cardinals receiver, so let's overvalue our own local players. He's supposed to be a shutdown corner.
Yes.
The only knock on Will Johnson coming out of college was a mysterious knee issue.
Yes.
So if he's healthy, he should be a shutdown corner.
That's exactly right.
And he looked like it at times last year. But again, if you're a shutdown corner, I mean, we saw this with Patrick Peterson in his prime. You're a shutdown corner. That almost means we don't see you most of the game because the other team doesn't want to throw the ball near you.
That's right. There's no doubt about it. I mean, these guys showed that kind of ability. This is not pie in the sky. This is not hope. Oh, my goodness. I hope we're not talking about a rookie here. Okay, now, I do have rookies. I included Jeremiah Love. I included him. I included Carson Beck. I put him on this list.
I noticed you included Chase Basantis, too.
And Chase Basantis. Yeah. I did. I included those guys because I think they're going to get the opportunity. Based on earnings, I think they're going to get the opportunity to go out and develop as rookies. And if you're going to get that opportunity, I'm going to watch you closely as to how you do develop, regardless of your talent level. Jeremiah Love, first of all, if you just based a running back on his talent, Jeremiah Love would be number one. He'd be number one. He is exactly what you're looking for in a running back. A guy that can explode and take it to the house, whether you check it down to him or hand it off to him, doesn't matter. He could do it all. Guy can pick up blitzers, is excellent at it. This guy is everything you'd want in a running back. But until you do it at the highest level our species can generate, it don't mean jack. He's got all the talent he needs to be one of the best running backs the NFL knows. Now he's just got to go do it. That's a big if.
But I think you hit it when you said Marv and Darius Robinson are probably the top two on that list of all these guys. Because if you look at Monty Austin-Fort's draft classes, set 2026 aside. These guys haven't played yet. So, you got to set that aside. If you go back to 2023, Paris Johnson Jr. is the first-round pick. Yeah, okay, he's not Will Anderson. Paris Johnson Jr. has been good. Garrett Williams ended up being a great pick. Michael Wilson, that looks like a great pick, too. Like, Monty had a good first draft.
Yeah.
And last year, it's still up in the air because Nolan got hurt, but Nolan and Will Johnson did look good. And there's other guys like Denzel Burke looked like he could be a player. It's the 2024 class. That's the one. And they had so many picks. And there was all that talk when he first made that trade where it's like, hey, they may get Marvin Harrison Jr. and Caleb Williams in this draft. And whatever, 8 months later, they came out of it with Marv and Darius Robinson. Those are the guys. Those are the guys I think a lot of people are judging Monty Austin-Fort's drafts on, which is 2 first-round picks. Yeah. You got to hit on them there. All right, so when we come back, the Suns moved a pretty valuable 2033 draft pick for Miles Bridges. Brian Gregory explained why yesterday. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports. Countdown to Canton. The Arizona Cardinals franchise in the entire world will witness the induction of one of the NFL's greatest.
It's a dream come true.
Into the Pro Football Hall of Fame on August 8th.
Two receivers to the left of Kyler Murray. Larry Fitzgerald in the slot does not have a catch yet in this game. Snap to Murray. 5-step drop, looking, throws over the middle, caught by Larry Fitzgerald at the 30, tackled at the 35. Cardinals will call a timeout. Larry Fitzgerald has now caught more passes in State Farm Stadium than any receiver has ever caught in any stadium. Larry Legend continues to pile up historic numbers.
More memories of number 11 coming your way on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM as we continue our countdown to Canton.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Earnhardt Ford in Chandler just cranked up the heat this summer with the Ford Summer Sales event, and the deals are too hot to ignore. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and don't sweat looking for your next ride. At Earnhardt Ford, you get transparent deals, zero pressure, and serious savings, and that ain't no bull. Get seriously sizzling savings like the 2026 Explorer with up to $6,500 off MSRP. Save some serious coin with available 0% financing. The heat is on, and these deals won't last long, so get them now at Earnhardt Ford. Trusted in the Valley since 1951. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, I-10 and Ray Road, or online at earnhardtford.com.
After all applicable offers on select new models, exclusions apply. Zero security deposit. Discount examples on select available 2025 Bronco Sports and 2026 Explorers. Special APR financing with approved credit on select available 2026 F-150, Bronco, and Explorer models. See dealer for details. Offer ends August 31st, 2026.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Dan Bickley here for Waltz TV and Appliance, where you'll find a full lineup of JBL Party Box speakers. These are perfect for tailgating, perfect for backyard parties or indoor events. They bring the sounds, the lights, and the energy to the party, no matter where it's happening. Visit Waltz off the I-10 in Warner to check out their great selection, great pricing, and extremely knowledgeable staff. And while you're there, remember to drop my name for big discounts. Shop online at Waltz.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks will play a makeup game against the St. Louis Cardinals this evening at Busch Stadium. First pitch is at 2:15 with pregame coverage starting at 1:30 over on ESPN 620 AM. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the D-backs. He'll oppose Michael McGreevy. And Miles Bridges was introduced as a member of the Phoenix Suns yesterday. He addressed his off-the-court concerns.
I've been at rock bottom before, and I've had to work my way back up to where I am now. So just being committed to one thing, being great off the court, being great on the court. Like I said, I've been to therapy sessions, I've been to counseling. They helped me a lot.
This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Friday morning to the Diamondbacks keep their groove going in St. Louis. That and a lot more starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, it's Wolf and Luke on a Thursday. Got some insight from Brian Gregory. In addition to all the other stuff that goes along with that Miles Bridges trade, Wolf. We had a couple cuts. I'm going to play them both here because one of these, I think, in particular, is one of the main sound bites from that 35-minute press conference yesterday. A couple cuts from Brian Gregory on what they gave up to get Miles Bridges. Again, there's the layers of the off-the-court stuff, the how he fits on this team, and also did you overpay for him? It's basically a 3-layer trade with a lot of other layers inside those layers.
Yes, I see.
Here's, I like how we're talking like scientists now all of a sudden.
Layers upon layers.
Really just making me think of like bean dip at this point.
You don't have any.
No, I don't. You did ask if I had a baseball bat during the break, and there is one out there. So you can find that. Here's Brian Gregory, though. He was asked why giving up the 2033 pick was worthwhile.
When you talk about value, there's also like the real value when you're out there talking to other teams about what they're willing to do to get that particular pick. So we feel very comfortable with that. Again, getting another first-round pick out of it and an additional second-round pick to get a player of Miles' caliber, we feel very, very comfortable with that.
How do you feel about that, Luke?
I still think... Look, we're not going to be talking about this for 7 years until that pick. Look who they could have got. We're not going to be doing that.
Oh,
but
are you sure?
Well, hopefully not.
This is talk radio.
It's true. I think I don't understand why it wasn't at least like top 5 protected or whatever. And they did it so quickly. This is one of those conversations where every time you have it, people are like, dude, who are they even going to pick in 2033?
Yeah.
Like, you don't know. Absolutely not. I don't care who they're going to pick in 2033. I think they could have gotten more for that pick because it has more value to whoever. I think Charlotte would have given up more than they did to get it. So in that sense, I'm always going to think they probably threw in a little extra more than they had to get Miles Bridges. But to Brian Gregory's point, if Miles Bridges is the missing piece on the court right now, big deal if you overpaid. I mean, I understand what he's saying. It's still a big deal to me because we don't know if that's the answer, and they gave away one of their best trade chips. But I understand why he's saying if we got the right guy, then so what if we overpaid?
Yeah, no, I do understand that as well. And it's the threefold nature of man. It really is. When you evaluate Miles Bridges and you talk about him coming here and being part of this culture, it's the player you have to evaluate. It's the teammate that he's going to be, and it's also the person that he's going to be. The fact that they gave up that 2033 first-round pick, the fact they gave that up to me is further proof that they are sold on Miles Bridges.
Well,
sold on this guy. And, we all kind of wonder, BG, can I talk to you for a minute right now? Because we just want to know why you're so sold on Miles Bridges. And I don't think we're going to get that answer I don't think we're going to get 100% of that answer, Basin O'Neens, but I do believe they have inside information that we're not privy to.
Well, I mean, up until that point this summer, the only other players that were traded for unprotected picks were LaMelo Ball and Giannis. So I think there's been there's been at least one more since the Miles Bridges trade, but like Miles Bridges isn't Giannis, and he's probably not LaMelo Ball either.
Yeah.
I know there's certain parts of Miles Bridges' game I like more than LaMelo Ball's, but I'm just saying, like, typically you're not giving up an unprotected first in today's NBA just because of what teams will give you. But here's another cut from Brian Gregory. This is the one that jumped out to a lot of people.
Well, we feel very comfortable with the overall, all the different aspects of the trade. Getting another first-round pick back. I remember multiple years ago the question was we have no first-round picks. With that pick that we acquired, we're now going to have 7 straight years of first-round picks. Who would have thought it? And an additional second-round pick in that as well. You know, and I think the one thing you have to look at when you're talking about an unprotected versus least favorable among two teams and different things like that, we're always going to be good. So where are our draft picks going to be, especially with the new rules and all those different things? That pick value down the road was not the same as it was a year ago because of the changes in the draft lottery and different things like that. So we felt very comfortable. We thought it was a fair deal, but most importantly, we got Miles Bridges. So that, in my opinion, tipped the scales for us.
Oh, man, it's so cool. It's so cool to see this kind of conviction. I absolutely love it, Basin O'Neens, because no matter where you are, in your opinion, you have value, my brothers. Your opinion matters. And wherever you fall on this story in regard to Miles Bridges, you're entitled to that opinion. You are. But it's so cool for me to see somebody with such conviction that he's saying the kind of things that Brian Gregory is saying about Miles Bridges.
Absolutely. Like, I don't 100% agree with all of it, but the mentality I 100% agree with. Like that's I want my general manager and my coach and my players to have that sort of, this is what we're doing.
Scouting is about conviction.
Yeah. And you know, to be fair to Brian Gregory, again, his first year as the GM, he's done pretty well. So, you know, you build up some equity of like, yeah, okay, the money cut there is we're always going to be good. I don't know that you can guarantee you're going to be good in 2033. You better now. But again, to me, it's not, well, let's see where that pick lands in 2033. It's not that. It's just how much value did Charlotte play you because you're a new GM. That's my only concern with that. But you heard him say it there again at the end. What tips the scales is we got Miles Bridges.
Yeah.
Now, whether you listening right now think that's a good enough player or not for that, he does. And he's going to be judged on this trade. It's not just because of who they got back. It's because of what he gave up.
Have you heard the old expression, you've got to stand on the table? Somebody who's going to stand on the table for you. Yes, this is exactly what it looks like. What Brian Gregory is doing right now for Miles Bridges, he is standing on the table. That is exactly what he is doing. Fight. And this is what general managers love about scouts. Scouts that are convicted and saying, no, you don't understand. You don't see. Do you not see what I see in this guy? You don't understand. That's where you stand on the table and fight for the guy that you like and try to convince everyone around you why you like that guy. This is what Brian Gregory is doing. This is his decision. This is going to be his responsibility and his history in a couple of years.
This isn't a fair question to ask because we're going to break, but we're going to get back into this later. Do you think Matt Ishbia should have been there yesterday?
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised he wasn't.
I was surprised he wasn't.
Yep.
I did like that on some level that it was just Brian Gregory and Miles Bridges up there for 35 minutes facing the Heat. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I was surprised. I was surprised that Ishbia wasn't there. All right, when we come back, the Diamondbacks have 10 games before the Major League Baseball trade deadline. They're all road games. So how well do they need to do in this stretch to make sure they're buyers on August 3rd? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports is your exclusive home for Cardinals training camp breaking news, roster updates, video highlights from camp, and takes on the team from Arizona's biggest sports personalities.
Let's go!
Cardinals Camp 2026, back to football. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Cardinals, baby.
Keep up with the Cardinals on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7 FM.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7, all the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Folks ask me how to spot a termite. I tell them, if you're waiting for a sign, you're letting them get the jump on you. Termite don't want your attention. He wants the bones of your home, and he's been whittling at them longer than you think.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites get the jump on you. Smart protection starts before the damage does. Call 602-BLUE-SKY for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
I joke around and with my wife and call it my bionic knee.
But before Ernest became a patient with QC Kinetics, it was a different story.
I'd go to bed with my knee throbbing, heat, ice. I would get up in the middle of the night to get a drink or something, and I would just be hobbling.
He wasn't able to play on his rec basketball team or work in the yard. But QC Kinetics regenerative treatments turned around the situation without surgery or downtime, using Ernest's own healing properties to help restore his aching knee, now known as Ernest's bionic knee.
I am really happy because I am playing the game that I love so much, and I'm playing with my granddaughter, and I'm gardening, and I'm on my knees, and I'm jumping up. I have a 200-pound dog, and I'm playing with my dog.
Now Ernest is living his best life thanks to QC Kinetics, and so can you. Call today for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Earnhardt Ford in Chandler just cranked up the heat this summer with the Ford Summer Sales event, and the deals are too hot to ignore. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and don't sweat looking for your next ride. At Earnhardt Ford, you get transparent deals, zero pressure, and serious savings, and that ain't no bull. Get seriously sizzling savings like the 2026 Explorer with up to $6,500 off MSRP. Save some serious coin with available 0% financing. The heat is on, and these deals won't last long, so get them now at Earnhardt Ford. Trusted in the Valley since 1951. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, I-10 and Ray Road, or online at earnhardtford.com.
After all applicable offers on select new models, exclusions apply. Zero security deposit. Discount examples on select available 2025 Bronco Sports and 2026 Explorers. Special APR financing with approved credit on select available 2026 F-150, Bronco, and Explorer models. See dealer for details. Offer ends August 31st, 2026.
When your air conditioner stops working or a plumbing problem cannot wait, you need a company that's focused on helping you, not finding ways to charge you more. Home and business owners have trusted Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning since 1957. The home of the no-fee emergency. No trip fees, no overtime fees, no weekend fees. What matters most to Ready Services is saving customers money and doing the job right the first time. For plumbing or air conditioning service, are you ready? Go to nofeeemergency.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Damon Allred. The 10 biggest position battles to watch as the Cardinals open training camp today. The Diamondbacks begin their own odyssey, a 4-city road trip that could determine their trade deadline. And Dan Bickley writes the Suns are betting their credibility on Miles Bridges and better be right. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
All right, Brandon Pfaadt on the mound today in St. Louis against Michael McGreevy. Isn't Michael McGreevy like the guitarist for Pearl Jam?
No.
Oh.
That's McCready.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
You gotta fight for your right to party.
That's right, Brandon fought. He has fought, has he not?
Hey.
His last 4 outings have been really good, I think.
4-0 since the call up or the call back up for the Arizona Diamondbacks. And of anybody you could have pitching in this game, he's what, 1 or 2 right now, the way he's been pitching for the Diamondbacks. And then Erod will go tomorrow against the Nationals. And I don't think anybody's worried about Erod, but he is coming off a rough outing, which has been rare this year. So you always just want to see how somebody's going to respond. So 10 straight here now on the road for the Diamondbacks, Wolf. 1 in St. Louis, 3 in Washington, 3 in Pittsburgh, and then 3 in Cleveland. Their next home game will be August 3rd, but it'll be the evening of August 3rd, so it'll be after the trade deadline earlier that day. So every game, like any trades they make, they'll be on the road when they make them, essentially.
It truly is amazing right now when you think about this. August 2nd is going to be the 3rd game of that Cleveland series. August 2nd. Yeah. And, of course, August 3rd, they're going to be playing San Diego at home. Interesting. The trade deadline looms, doesn't it? How many games on this road trip do you think they have to win? And, Rick, I want to hear your opinion on this as well.
It's got to be the first 7 are the biggest ones. If you tell me, I don't know, if you tell me you go 6-4, but in the first 7 you went 6-1 or something, or 5-2, that makes a big difference. Not like the Cleveland games don't matter, but that's quite the turnaround too, by the way. If you're Mike Hazen and you're trying to make a deal the night of August 2nd or the morning of August 3rd, your team's flying from Cleveland to Phoenix.
Agreed.
I mean, maybe he's not on that flight. I don't know. He's got other things he has to do. He's got to be making trades. That's a crazy turnaround for back-to-back games. But yeah, I would say, depending who you beat, as long as you take care of business against these first 3 opponents, honestly, probably even 6 would keep you in buying territory.
I think 5 or 6, actually.
Okay.
5 or 6. Maybe even 4. But I'd like to see 5 or 6.
Yeah.
4 if they're early, right? Because, I mean, the door's open to trade, I would say, right now. So if you all of a sudden lose the next 4, you're closing that door.
Yeah, it's really interesting because, once again, we all know the pressure point is the trade deadline. It is the deadline itself. The Arizona Diamondbacks are going to play 7 games. The St. Louis game is huge today. It is. We all understand that. It is. It's starting off this road trip. And then you got 3 at Washington, 3 at Pittsburgh. Those 7 games, I think, are going to go a long, long way in determining what exactly it is that Mike Hazen is going to do.
That 3rd Pittsburgh game, too, is during our show next week. By the way, did you see? You know how we always laugh that there's a show meeting here or a station meeting, but it's during our show.
Oh yeah,
they scheduled one. It's not next week, but they scheduled one coming up, and it's not during our show. So I don't know how we're going to get out of that one.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
It's not during. Okay,
it's not. It's
interesting.
Rick, you said it's one of our shows that's cut short by the D-backs, right?
Yep.
So it's like, oh, okay, we'll just schedule it right as Wolf and Luke are. Not only that, like we're going to be here.
Oh, okay.
So we can't even sneak out.
Okay.
There is free Mexican food.
Oh,
okay. All right.
From where? I mean, can you say it? Is that payola?
I don't know. I don't
know if I can.
I don't know. Don't say it. Rick.
Yeah. Because it might not be free. The station might be paying for it. It's just free to the 3 of us. I don't know that it's like free from the actual place.
That's good.
But anyway, just be ready for that, Wolf. So don't be the guy in the front row asking additional questions at the end of the meeting.
No,
or you're going to hear from
Wolf.
Please
don't. Yeah. You know what? 5-2. I think those 7 games. 5-2.
These first 7 coming up.
Yeah, these first 7 coming up. 5-2. I think. 4-3. Now all of a sudden you've got the Cleveland series, and how much is that going to factor into what you do? I think like 5-2 is definitive. It just says, hey, listen, we are starting to play Diamondback baseball and being more consistent.
Because that's on top of 8-2.
Yeah.
I mean, if they go 5-2, was that 13-4?
13-4.
Yeah.
Okay, 8-2 and 5-2, and man, doggone it, you got a good team suddenly.
If they are in a position coming out of that Pirates series where they are basically where they are right now, where they're in a wild card spot, they're buying. I mean, I know they still have 3 games against Cleveland, but they're not.
I think you're right.
Again, they're not going to wait till 5 seconds before the deadline on August 3rd to determine if they're buying. They're probably already feel like buyers right now. But if they get to the point where they get through these next 7 games and they win certainly 5, maybe even 4, then they're going to be like, yeah, let's go. Like there's no waiting around at that point.
So much of the time, too, with coaches or managers, whatever it may be, they want to see that consistency. They want to see their team grow and be consistent. And so much of the time when you face a team that you're competing directly with in regard to getting into the postseason it doesn't get much better. If you're a baseball fan and now listen, we all would love it if the Diamondbacks were in first place in the NL West. And you know what? We were not having this conversation at all. Yet at the same time, to see a team develop the way that the Diamondbacks have developed, to see this team be in the position they're in with all the injuries that have happened to them, to see it come down to this, this road trip before the trade deadline, this is high drama stuff. This is awesome if you're a baseball fan.
I think it takes on extra meaning, too, for Diamondbacks fans in particular, because, again, they got to this point last year and fell apart right before the trade deadline. Amiel Sade brought this up yesterday. I'll reference it again. They swept St. Louis right out of the All-Star break last year, but then got swept by the Astros. But that he was just referencing the Astros series. But then after that, they still went 1-7 in their next 8 games. So there was a stretch where they came out of the All-Star break, they swept the Cardinals to get to 50-50, and then they won 1 of their next 11 games. So there's the significance to this year, but there's also, I think, in general, hey, this group can get it done, right, when it's all on the line. And they couldn't last year. Largely, it's not the same group, but some of your core players are, obviously. Can you do it this year? I mean, the trade deadline's like a legitimate checkpoint. It's almost feels like a bowl game in college now. Like, did you at least get to the trade deadline where you were buying? Okay, you did that. Now what's the next thing?
Yeah, and, once again, the fact that Brandon Pfaadt is taking the ball today for the Arizona Diamondbacks, it got me all jacked up. It really does. We all know that since he's come back, of course, in his last 4 outings, he's been good. He's been really good, as a matter of fact. Brandon Pfaadt. Brandon, can I talk to you? This game is really, really important. It's a big game. I know it's a one-and-doner. We all know that. The Paul Sewald, what do you call it? The
Paul Sewald Invitational. Don't you want to see him closing this game out?
I would love to see him actually go out and close the game out in St. Louis, no doubt about that. But this is, me, this is a beginning. Because of what the Diamondbacks were able to do yesterday against the A's. Blowing them up, man. Scoring 15 runs, hitting 5 home runs, and winning that series, Basinonians. This allows them to go on this road trip and say, okay, we got one in St. Louis today. This one-and-done series, if you will. What are you going to do about it? This is the start of resolution. And guess what? Clarity is coming for the Arizona Diamondbacks on this 10-game road trip. Clarity is coming. And it starts with Brandon Pfaadt today against the Cardinals. What are you going to do about it? Oh, this is great.
There's Merrill Kelly on the road trip.
Yeah, it's obviously a big one. There's 2 teams, 3 teams, including the makeup game in St. Louis. Obviously 3 teams that we're right in the mix with. Definitely a road trip that we need to handle business and hopefully come out on the winning end of the end of the road trip, and obviously leading up not only for the mix of the wild card, but also leading up to the deadline. It definitely has some big implications on it. Hopefully we can take the momentum of the baseball we've been playing at home and take it on the road and squeak out some wins, and so that way we can put ourselves in a good place, to be on the right side of the ball for the deadline.
How about Merrill getting some run support yesterday?
Yeah.
And Merrill, we're going to get you 15 runs. Is that going to be good enough? And he was good, too, but he was so lost in the shuffle because the Diamondbacks offense put up 15. When we come back, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marana mornings.
Our best moment as a Cardinal fan base is going to happen during the Hall of Fame induction ceremony, because that's going to be a great, great day. That day is going to feel like being a Cardinal fan is worth it, because we get to experience this. We were part of this.
How many players get inducted and have only played for one franchise their whole life? Tom Brady did not play for one franchise. Right. Joe Montana did not play for one franchise.
Yeah, and Fitz, during his speech, I guarantee you, he will shout out the Bird Gang. He will make everybody who has spent any time cheering this football team feel really, really good about investing their time.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, a lot of people expect their taxes to go down in retirement, sure, but that's not always the case.
It's not, and for most people, it's the opposite. Every dollar coming out of a 401k or an IRA is taxed at ordinary income. Now you add in Social Security, required distributions, and you've got a serious tax problem.
And worse, people don't see it coming.
Not until it's too late to do much about it. The window to reduce your lifetime tax bill is before retirement or early in it. After that, your options are limited.
All right, so what's the move then?
Roth conversions, smart planning, bracket management, real strategies that actually reduce what you owe, but you need a plan, not guesswork.
And Bright Wealth puts that all together?
That's exactly what we do. Call 844-726-9116 for a complimentary tax review. Call now, 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Arizona, your summer upgrade starts now during the Sanderson Ford Summer Sales Event. Get 0% financing for 36 months, 0 payments for 90 days, 0 maintenance fees for 2 years, and $1,000 towards your down payment on select Ford models. Summer won't last forever, and neither will these deals. So hurry in today and choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Must be financed through Ford Motor Credit OEC. Not applicable on specialty models. See dealer for select vehicles that qualify. All offers expire 8/31/26.
This July, it's time to celebrate our freedom to swim. Celebrate California Pools and Landscape, giving $1,776 off a brand new pool, plus buy Centennial Bucks, $250 off the most popular backyard features, barbecue, shade, water, and fire features, all to complete your oasis. That's the way at California Pools do at Casa Galvisi. Now it's stars, stripes, and summer nights. Don't miss the patriotic pool deals at calpool.com/Paul.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
The Lovebird Lowdown with Tom and Tawny.
Wow, look at those tough Toyota trucks.
Tundra is so tough.
Tacoma, nimble and tough.
Tough like me. What was that?
A teacup Pomeranian.
Wow, those little things can really project.
Get behind me, honey.
Right now, get 3.99% financing for 60 months on a rugged Toyota Tacoma. Or get low 2.99% financing for up to 72 months on a full-size Tundra on both gas and hybrid models. With great deals like these, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 3.99% with $18.41 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% with $15.19 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 8/3/26 and exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models. See dealer for details.
Dan Bickley here, and summertime has arrived in Arizona, a time when your windows are the only thing standing between you and 115-degree temperatures. And if your windows are shot, your windows are about to cost you a fortune, which is why now is a great time to call Advanced Window Products, Arizona's #1 window replacement company, where they build windows designed specifically for our harsh climate, and they build windows specifically for the dimension of your home, never retrofitted on site. They replaced all of my my windows. I could not be happier with the result. They look fantastic, and everything from installation to the cleanup process was immaculate, and that's because their installers are vetted, full-time employees, never random subcontractors. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, windows that will literally pay you back. Call 480-676-3600. That's 480-676-3600 for Advanced Window Products.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks will play a makeup game against the St. Louis Cardinals this evening at Busch Stadium. First pitch is at 2:15 with pregame coverage starting at 1:30 over on ESPN 620 AM. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the D-backs. He'll oppose Michael McGreevy. And Miles Bridges was introduced as a member of the Phoenix Suns yesterday. He addressed his off-the-court concerns.
I've been at rock bottom before, and I've had to work my way back up to where I am now. So just being committed to one thing, being great off the court, being great on the court. Like I said, I've been to therapy sessions, I've been to counseling. They helped me a lot.
This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? They have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring. They're a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Go to thewindowdepot.com.
And I'm hungry like the wolf.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it's noon on a Thursday, I think. It's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is the only one of us who's actually fully here today. So, Rick, you're gonna lead us down this
I'm not, though, because I slept poorly as well.
Oh, boy, okay.
Remember?
Boy, we got a real show going here, don't we?
I thought you were going to say, Rick, like, you guys haven't been on the air yet. Like, we just hallucinated the last 2 hours or something.
Yeah, it's actually 10:02. We're going on the air now.
You could convince me of that right now.
Miles Bridges had his introductory press conference with the Phoenix Suns yesterday, and he addressed the off and on the court concerns people have about him. Our Arizona Sports poll question, which you can find on arizonasports.com, asks, after his introductory press conference, do you feel better about the Suns acquiring Miles Bridges, yes or no?
I mean, these are loaded questions. As good as you could after the press conference, but I mean that press conference couldn't change anything. I want to be consistent. That press conference yesterday was essentially exactly what I was asking for from them 2 weeks ago. And to be fair, they couldn't have the press conference a couple weeks ago when I was asking for it, but. So I want to stay consistent. A couple weeks ago, I was like, you got to go out there. You got to address it. Miles Bridges has to be sitting there. Brian Gregory has to be sitting there. It can't be a 5-minute press conference, you guys, and you can't say only basketball questions. And they did all those things. They did everything I was asking for in that sense. But the only way that you're going to truly win people over on this is it's got to work with action for years and years and years. So in the moment, I don't think they could have handled that much better yesterday. But words aren't going to instantly fix this.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, Luke, on this one. There was nothing he could have said yesterday to make me feel better. Now, there is something he could have said to make me feel worse.
Yeah, that could have gone badly.
I will say that.
And it didn't go badly.
It did not go badly. There was no way that Miles Bridges was going to win the press conference. There's no way he was going to do that. But he could have lost it. He didn't. For me, this is a prove-it mentality for Miles Bridges. It is. And I'm sorry, but this is the way that it's got to be. And I think this is what the Phoenix Suns expect as well. You got to prove it. And hopefully he will.
All right, I'll go with no. And that leads 61% to 39%, a little closer than I probably expected. We were out at Chase Field yesterday. We talked to Arizona Diamondbacks pitcher Brandon Garcia, D-backs first baseman Tyler Locklear, D-backs executive Amiel Sade, and y'all threw out the first pitches, which you can go watch on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Luke committed harder, and Wolf threw a better pitch. That's my takeaway from it.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Rick.
I don't disagree.
I don't know what you're talking about.
But neither of you bounced it, so you're good in that department.
Yeah, but I mean, we should probably address this right now.
What?
I know how to throw a baseball.
Okay.
And I looked like Uncle Rico from Napoleon Dynamite on that throw.
The throwing motion is a little...
Yeah. It was a bit of a shot put, I think, you know?
I mean,
but tell the people why.
No excuses. No excuses. But I've never worn a tight GoPro while trying to throw a first pitch before. And that made a huge difference. I understand why we had the GoPro on. I get it. But I understand that was not a natural throwing motion. I was wearing a GoPro that was not real loose. And I didn't warm up, and I should have.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm some amazing pitcher, but I do know how to throw a baseball. I've been doing it since I was 6 years old, and I'm surprised nobody has specifically said Uncle Rico from Napoleon Dynamite, because that's what that looked like.
Yeah.
The second I let it go, I was like, and I'll also say that was a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. The one time I went out and threw on Sunday, I was throwing from 60 feet, 6 inches, and I was like, okay, I got to sling this in there. And we got out there, and I'm like, Ryan Thompson's like right there. I was like, whoa, okay.
Yeah, you know, I had to beat myself up, Basinonians. I had to beat myself down because what I wanted to do was gas it. I didn't come over the top. Yeah. Throw it with some heat. And then I said, no, don't do that. Don't be that guy. Okay? Especially with the distance cut short, the way that it worked. Don't be that guy.
I thought we were going to get out there, and I was going to be like, I can't see him, and I'm going to have to chuck this. And instead, it was like, he's right there. I look like a quarterback trying to dump it off to a running back that's 2 feet away. This is not my favorite thing ever, to be honest. But I thought the Diamondbacks were great having us out there.
It was great, man.
It was.
So what are you saying, Luke? Would you like redemption?
I would like to do it again today, honestly. No, seriously.
Diamondbacks.
I do it.
You're hearing it live.
I'll fly to St. Louis because that did not sit well. Again, I'm not saying I can throw 100, but I know how to throw a baseball. That's the easiest thing to do in sports. And yeah, if you see the video.
Anyway.
Uncle Rico.
Anyway, Brandon Garcia spoke to us about the sweep of the Dodgers the Diamondbacks had going into the All-Star break, and it was quite interesting what he said.
That was a big boost for us. That was like, it was tough that the All-Star break was right after that.
Yeah.
Because if we played another series after that, I bet we would have done the same thing or had a really good series going on. But it's good to see that we picked up right on that, like, after the 4-day break too.
Yeah.
Like we picked up right where we left off. Like, yeah, we didn't sweep, but we're still playing good baseball. We're winning games.
Yeah. Just how big do you guys think that sweep of the Dodgers was?
Well, I mean, in the moment, it seemed huge. You never know if we're making something a bigger deal than it is inside the clubhouse. But for Brandon Garcia to say that, and you know what he said, their actions have sort of looked like that coming out of the All-Star break too, now that they are, 4-2 in these 6 games. But I thought it was interesting to hear him say that because we were wondering about that as they were going into the break. Like, this is probably a good time for the All-Star break because they have so many injuries, but do they really want a day off after you just swept the Dodgers in L.A.? And he basically just said, no, I wanted to play the next day, which I completely get.
Let me just say, if you go 2-4 coming out of the break, it didn't mean jack. And I think, honestly, it actually allowed the Arizona Diamondbacks to look at themselves and say, you know what, maybe we are a little bit better than what we might think. And maybe it starts with me. And every guy maybe had the opportunity over those 4 days, that 4-day break, to look at himself and say, what are you doing? What are you doing? And what are you willing to commit? How much are you willing to commit for the second half of the season? And I realize I'm not talking about 81 and 81 games here. Just talking about the break, the All-Star break and after. To me, I think this is exactly what they needed, and they're proving it. They're 4-2 coming out of the break.
Arizona Cardinals legend Larry Fitzgerald is going into the Pro Football Hall of Fame in just over 2 weeks. We here at Arizona Sports are running a bracket contest that pits some of Larry Legend's best plays against each other. You can vote by texting Fitz to 620-620, and each vote gives you a chance to win one of 3 footballs signed by Fitz. Round 1 is in the books, and Wolf's favorite play, which was a spike that Larry Fitzgerald had, did not advance.
That was not my favorite.
Or your suggested play. Your suggested play of Fitz's spike did not advance. So, sorry, Wolf.
Well, it's fine. It's fine. Once again, he only spiked a football once in his legendary Hall of Fame career.
Yeah.
Just saying.
You can still vote, though, even though round 1 is in the books. And my question to you guys real quick, Wolf, you already said that play wasn't your favorite, but what do you guys remember as your favorite Larry Fitzgerald play?
It's not fair to boil his career down to one play. I get that, but it's really hard for me to not immediately think that touchdown in the Super Bowl, just because of everything that went with it. Of just like, wait a minute, as crazy as that run was, and Chris Collinsworth saying they're the worst wild card team ever or whatever, which is crazy looking back. Like, that's a lot of talent on that team. But with all of that and the craziness to get to that Super Bowl, that was the one moment where I think a lot of Cardinals fans were like, wait a minute, they might win this thing. And for it to be Larry Fitzgerald, and that image is forever just like etched into my mind of him catching that ball and turning upfield.
2 minutes and 37 seconds on the clock. 2 minutes and 37 seconds. It's funny you say that moment was etched on your mind, because it was with me as well, and Dave Pash looking at each other going 2:37. That's too much time. 2:30 after the initial. No! You're 2 minutes and 37 seconds away from a Super Bowl ring, the Arizona Cardinals, and it was Larry Fitzgerald. And it was Larry Fitzgerald on a short pass. It was the speed that got him into the house. It blew your mind. And then we all know what happened after that.
But that initial moment that you're talking about and how you described it in a sound but not a word is spot on, because in that moment you're like, they're taking some serious hits from the Steelers here. James Harrison with the weird touchdown at the end and they're still coming back, and now they lead with 2 minutes and 37 seconds to go in the Super Bowl. Yeah, it's
you are a 4th down conversion away from winning the Super Bowl.
I'm guessing that wins this, but there's some great Fitz moments on here, so you should go check that out. All right, that was Wolf and Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. We're late, but it's because of Fitz, so it's okay. Did your opinion on the Miles Bridges trade change at all after his introductory press conference yesterday? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports is your exclusive home for Cardinals training camp breaking news, roster updates, video highlights from camp, and takes on the team from Arizona's biggest sports personalities.
Go! Yeah! Let's go!
Cardinals Camp 2026, back to football. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Cardinals, baby.
Keep up with the Cardinals on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, ArizonaSports.com, and 98.7 FM.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information, man. You want to learn about shades, right? Well, these shades are commercial grade, Basinonians. They are industrial strength, hundreds of colors, and a durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. You can actually choose from manual or motorized. That's right, sealed track or cable shades. All Pro Shade Concepts. They've got them all. Man, they came out to the Wolfley compound, and I can tell you they have met all of our shading needs. When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available. Voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades. Listen, they have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau as well. And you can check out all the 5-star reviews on Google. There's well over 1,000 of them. Installation is all done by their in-house team. There's never any subcontractors. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
By the time August rolls around, you've stopped being surprised by the heat. You walk outside, you get in your car, and wait for the AC to catch up. And at the end of the day, the one place you need to be cool is home. Your AC has been running since May, morning, noon, and night. And when it stays hot overnight, it never gets a rest. It just keeps grinding until something gives. At Gettle, we've been doing this for over 85 years. We know what a summer like this does to a system. Call us and make sure your home is the one place the heat can't follow you. GOETTL. We'll keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
Hey, it's Gamble, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, you handle retirement planning, financial planning, tax planning. How important is estate planning to somebody's overall portfolio?
Listen, I think it's one of the most overlooked things. A lot of people say they're going to get to it eventually, and they never do. Look, I mean, here's the thing. I sometimes say I'm a bit hypocritical because I've been preaching the importance of having an estate plan and a living trust for 20 years. I just got mine done a few years ago. So a lot of you out there know they need to get it done because, look, here's the thing. Probate is not an evil process. It's just expensive and time-consuming, and it's a process you can avoid by having proper estate planning.
And especially for those of you in split families, because then you've got to divide assets among 2 different families. It becomes very difficult. If you want to get an estate plan as part of your portfolio, call Stuart Willis at Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Every summer road trip starts somewhere. Start yours at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, we have employee pricing for everyone and 0% APR for 60 months on new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 models. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Employee pricing for everyone and 0% APR for 60 months for well-qualified buyers. Must finance with GM Financial. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by August 3rd, 2026.
Freeway Chevrolet. I can and may.
The faster we're falling, we're stopping and stalling, we're running in circles again.
Hey, it's Gambo. Can the Diamondbacks keep their strong play rolling this afternoon in St. Louis? Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM. All right, welcome back. Wolf and Luke on a Thursday afternoon. Lots going on yesterday with that D-backs game in the middle of the day. Cardinals camp opening and the Miles Bridges press conference. So we've reacted to this a little bit, Wolf, but for anybody that didn't get to hear it or didn't sit down and watch the whole 35 minutes, let's play some of these cuts from Miles Bridges, okay?
Okay,
we
sounds
really
good.
Got that for people.
Yeah.
So Miles Bridges was asked what he has learned about himself the last few years.
I've been at rock bottom before, and I've had to work my way back up to where I am now. So just being committed to one thing, you know, being great off the court, being great on the court. Like I said, I've been to therapy sessions, I've been to counseling. They helped me a lot. I can't pinpoint one thing that I've learned. It's a lot of things that I learned about life in general, you know, because when you're playing basketball, you know, you're really not thinking about anything else. And then when off the court stuff happens, then you really get introduced to life. So, you know, I try to live life a different way every day now, and take advantage of every day.
Wow, you know what, honestly, again, you know, what he has been accused of doing of course, ladies and gentlemen, what he's done. It's horrific. It is.
Yeah, no way around it.
There's no way around it. We all admit that it's unacceptable, is what BG said. It's unacceptable, and it is. Yet at the same time, I just want to say, Miles Bridges, I am rooting for you, buddy, to get it right, to do it right, and to be right for the rest of your life. I am rooting for you to do it. I just also know that you cannot say that without saying, prove it.
Yeah. That's it right there. I mean, it's such a complicated thing, but you just said it all right there. I would be lying if I said that I didn't find myself kind of rooting for him during that press conference last night, because he didn't just sit there and be like, this is stupid. I don't have to answer your questions. I mean, whatever. Like, I put this in the past. He didn't approach it that way. He was as accountable as you can be with words. Look, I wasn't there. I don't know all the stuff. None of us knows that. None of us knows everything that's been going on off the court with Miles Bridges, except Miles Bridges. Even Brian Gregory doesn't know it. You can't. You said this earlier. There was no way to win the press conference if you're Miles Bridges. There was a way to lose it.
Yeah.
And he didn't lose it. But the most important thing that you keep saying is prove it. I hear him talking last night, and I'm like, okay, this is a guy who understands this is a big deal. He's not running from it. He's up here being accountable next to the general manager, who's also. It's not Brian Gregory's fault, but he's taking accountability for the trade and saying we're putting a lot of trust in this guy. And what, like you said, what happened is unacceptable. You know, what's different about this trade, Wolf, is a lot of times if a guy gets in trouble for something that happens off the court, he was already kind of on the team. You know what I mean? You don't often see a team go out and trade for that guy, knowing what happened. So, he's got to prove it. He's got to prove it over years. He's got to prove it in the community. But the part that was encouraging to me, and it doesn't erase what happened, but he seems to think he's got to prove it too. It's not everybody else saying that and him being like, whatever, I can get 12 rebounds. I can do whatever I want.
So much of that, just listening to you say that, it reminds me of professional athletes who they don't like to prove it. I've already proven it. What are you talking about? I'm here. I've been in the NFL. I've been in the NHL. I've been in the NBA. I'm here. I'm making money. What do I have to prove? You know, a lot of guys don't like being called on the carpet and saying, prove it. This is a whole different paradigm, though, when you're talking about somebody's personal life. I talk about this all the time, Basinonians. It's so difficult because I look at my own failures in my own life. What a failed and flawed human being I am and have been in my own life. And whenever I see somebody else that got into trouble, I think to myself, what are you doing, Ron? What are you doing? And I have a hard time looking at somebody else and critiquing them, especially when it comes to the personal decisions that they've made in their life. Yet at the same time, this is unacceptable. And we all know what he did is unacceptable. And yet, is there anything wrong in rooting for somebody and wanting to see somebody actually turn their life around and get it right? There's a lot of us that have made a lot of mistakes over the course of our lifetime. And there are a lot of us that, not all of us, there are some that are not going to be very forgiving. They're not. But there are a lot of us that will, I think, extend an olive branch, metaphorically speaking, to Miles Bridges and hope that he gets it right in his life. Because, again, your personal life dictates everything else that you do.
Yeah.
Your professional life, I don't care what it is that your hand finds to do, Basin audience. If your personal life is not in order, your professional life doesn't matter. It's going to be a mess.
It is. You're so right. It's an uncomfortable spot sitting here being like, oh, okay, I'm going to sit here and tell you this guy is a good person or isn't a good person for stuff that we weren't there for. You know what I mean? But we're all in that position. And the thing with this trade is it doesn't just put people who cover the team in that position. It puts every Phoenix Suns fan in that position. Like, how comfortable are you now rooting for the team that you love to root for, who up until this trade was easy to root for? Is it easy to root for Devin Booker? Yeah, it is. You never have any questions about him or any of these other guys.
And, you know, I think you feel the same way with me on this, but it's a situation where you're entitled to your opinion.
Yeah.
Whatever your opinion is. I'm not attacking any fan that is out there and has an opinion. This is an abomination. that Miles Bridges, you would go out and do this. You'd go out on the limb and give up something of value to bring him onto your team. That is your right, brother.
I think a lot of people feel that way. And I think there are people that are looking at it kind of like you were saying, being like, okay, I want this guy. I want this to be a story where he's turned his life around. But if you're feeling that way, because, I mean, there were, like I said, moments watching that last night, like, okay, well, I mean, I want this guy to turn his life around. I don't know. How do I know if he's going to or not? The thought is like, dude, if we start to buy in, like if you go out there and you play for the Suns next year and you're a great teammate and you're great in the community and nothing happens off the court and you do that for a year and don't burn us all in 2 years. Don't make us all feel like idiots for believing in you, because we don't know you. We don't know Miles Bridges. Brian Gregory does, but we don't know you. And you are asking Suns fans to buy in. So don't make us all feel like idiots for buying in.
That's right.
All right, when we come back, let's get back into football. Training camp really gets going today. How much can Carson Beck speed up his timeline during training camp in the preseason? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I don't want to be happy. I want to be miserable. Win 3 games, and then I'll be happy.
Perfect.
So misery will bring happiness. Do you understand?
Of course I understand.
Gamboism 101? Do we understand?
I just wanted
misery brings
Gambo, you don't
not
need to,
company.
You don't need to explain it 5 times. I get it. Right. I just wanted a nice, clean cut so that when we play that over and over again, it sounds good. That's all I wanted.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Payson-Orleans. Ron Wolf, leader from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. Listen, I spent years in professional football taking a lot of hits, man, and I never backed down, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't, but I took the hits and got my face blown off. But living with teeth that are broken and falling apart, that wore me down in a way that football never did. Every meal was a battle, every smile a struggle. Listen, I got the All-on-4 implant, and it changed everything. That's right, eating what I want, smiling without thinking twice. So trust me, if you need this done, you want the best in the business, do you not? Well, that's Dr. Joe at Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. Over 3,000 full mouth cases, man. This is what he does day in and day out. Right now, Aria Dental is running their summer promotion, the All-on-4 with premium zirconia teeth starting at $12,500 per arch. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com or call 602-877-0429.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
We watch these lawyers get on TV and say they're going to treat their clients like family, when we know they put secret mandatory quotas on their lawyers. That means your own lawyer pressures you into a premature, terrible result. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. We don't set settlement quotas. We measure success by achieving each client's best outcome and by each client's happiness.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Earnhardt Ford in Chandler just cranked up the heat this summer with the Ford Summer Sales event, and the deals are too hot to ignore. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and don't sweat looking for your next ride. At Earnhardt Ford, you get transparent deals, zero pressure, and serious savings, and that ain't no no bull. Get seriously sizzling savings like the 2026 Explorer with up to $6,500 off MSRP. Save some serious coin with available 0% financing. The heat is on and these deals won't last long, so get them now at Earnhardt Ford. Trusted in the Valley since 1951. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, I-10 and Ray Road, or online at earnhardtford.com.
After all applicable offers on select new models, exclusions apply. Zero security deposit. Discount examples on select available 2025 Bronco Sports and 2026 Explorers. Special APR financing with approved credit on select available 2026 F-150, Bronco, and Explorer models. See dealer for details. Offer ends August 31st, 2026.
At the UPS Store, we get it. Being a small biz owner requires grit and hustle, but you don't have to do it alone. We've got your back. You put your heart and soul into your biz, we put ours into packing and shipping. While you're keeping track of your custom-made orders, our mailboxes are keeping your packages safe. Because we're here to help you be unstoppable with shredding, printing, notary, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks will play a makeup game against the St. Louis Cardinals this evening at Busch Stadium. First pitch is at 2:15. Pre-game coverage starts at 1:30, and you can listen to it over on ESPN 620 AM. Brandon Pfaadt will get the start for the D-backs. He'll oppose Michael McGreevy. And Miles Bridges was introduced as a member of the Phoenix Suns yesterday. He addressed his much talked about off-the-court concerns.
I've been at rock bottom before, and I've had to work my way back up to where I am now. So just being committed to one thing, being great off the court, being great on the court. Like I said, I've been to therapy sessions, I've been to counseling. They helped me a lot.
This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona. Big wins are waiting at Casino Arizona with your chance to win a 2026 Jeep Wrangler or a share of $25,000. Join us July 29th from 6 to 8 p.m. Details are at CasinoArizona.com.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Cardinals Camp 2026. Back to football. With Wolf and Luke. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
All right. I guess Carson Beck watch officially starts today, right? With the first practice. I mean, are we going to start... When do we start getting the Carson Beck sure looks good in 7-on-7 drills, throwing to wide open receivers? Like,
that's right.
When you're forced to start kind of reacting to drills and practice and training camp. But
we're talking about practice, man.
That's, AI gets it. But that's all we're going to have for a little bit here until that first preseason game.
Well, and not only that, too, because, out there throwing 7-on-7, even if you're in team, guys are not trying to kill you, okay, metaphorically speaking. They're not pass rushing. If they're not in pads, they're not trying to kill you, okay? So it's a situation where, again, it's so difficult to grade the quarterback, especially a young quarterback that you're hoping is going to develop. So it's a situation right now where I think the practices do matter. That Ron Wolfley reporting. The practices do matter for Carson Beck. But the preseason games will determine what kind of timeline it's going to be before we see Carson Beck.
Okay, so I'm glad you went there. I was looking at a story on NFL.com yesterday. And the headline was, will any rookie quarterback start in week one? There's not a ton of rookie quarterbacks that would be in contention for that. So they went through and they kind of just gave their projections for where they think these guys are going to start in the season, right? So they started with Fernando Mendoza. They said week 5.
Okay.
Then they went to Ty Simpson, and they said spot start in week 18, full-time in 2028. So they think Matt Stafford's playing for a little while.
I would agree.
But the next one down the list was Drew Aller, but they had Carson Beck in there, and they say week 13 this season. Look, there's no way to project this out unless your conversation is he going to start in week 1 or later? That's basically to sit there and be like, it's going to be week 13, not week 12. But I think we all agree here locally, week 13 would be way too late for Carson Beck to play football for the first time this season. But secondly, the thought that I had is sort of what you just alluded to there of the preseason games can speed this up for Carson Beck.
Listen, the games are going to be really, really important. By way of example, Basinonians, you've heard me talking about Dak Prescott in the 2016 season of Dak Prescott, a guy that was a fourth-round pick, of course, and suddenly you had Tony Romo getting hurt, and Kellen Moore was an established backup at that point in time. They went with Dak Prescott in week 1 of his rookie year.
Yeah.
Well, you look at his 3 preseason games. August 13th, 2016, against the L.A. Rams on the road. He was 10 of 12 for 139 yards and 2 touchdowns in that game. No interceptions. August 19th, 2016, against the Miami Dolphins at home. He was 12 of 15, 80% completion percentage. 12 of 15 for 199 yards and 2 more touchdowns with 0 picks. August 25th, 2016, the 3rd preseason game at Seattle, 17 of 23, which is still 74%. 17 of 23, 116 yards and a touchdown with 0 picks. See, this is the kind of preseason I think Carson Beck is going to have if he's going to get the opportunity to start early. How he plays, this is why I keep saying this, man. I get jacked up thinking about, man, the preseason game, this is going to matter for a young guy trying to make his way, a rookie trying to make his way in the NFL. It's going to matter what he does, because if he goes out and he's 83% completion percentage, for 139 yards, a couple of touchdowns, and he's not throwing picks, man, if he's going out there and plays well in the preseason, get ready.
Yeah, assuming Jacoby gets this worked out, which he still hasn't yet, and now practices are starting. But even if he does, Jacoby Brissett and Gardner Minshew set a pretty solid bar. Like if you're a rookie coming in, they set a pretty solid bar, but you can clear it. You know what I mean? Like nothing against those guys. You're not just going to get handed the job if the team has Jacoby Brissett and Gardner Minshew, because those guys are some of the very best backup quarterbacks in the NFL, and they've started before, and they've been solid, and they can move the ball down the field. So like you don't just get to walk in and take a job. You're not coming in here against 2 bad quarterbacks. But if you perform well as a rookie, you can clear that bar. You're not trying to pass Josh Allen or Joe Burrow or Patrick Mahomes, and so that's why we always look for preseason storylines, because we want football, but you don't have to look this year with the Cardinals. It's right there. It's even if Carson Beck, if you don't believe he can start in week 1, if he plays well in the preseason, you might see him in week 4.
Yes, that's exactly right. And once again, it's a situation where if you kind of put up games like this, like Dak Prescott was doing in the preseason in 2016, and that's a big if, basically. I get that. I mean, especially for a rookie quarterback, the hardest position to play in all of professional sports is quarterback. And you got this young guy, and he's trying to make his way. I get it. It's a big if. But I'm not going to say that Dak Prescott was more qualified to have an explosive rookie season than Carson Beck coming out. I think it's pretty even, as a matter of fact. So on that note, with all the games that Carson Beck has played, I think he's got a higher percentage chance of actually being a guy that could go out and play well in the preseason.
Because he's a bunch of question marks right now, Carson Beck, but you're right. Like if he goes out there and just kills it in the preseason,
I just gave you the definition of killing it, by the way.
Yeah, you did.
Dak Prescott and what he did.
But if Carson Beck does something similar to that, then all of a sudden it's like this guy might check some boxes. Like he was in college for a while, so he's a little bit older in a good way.
Yeah.
Look at, he played in very meaningful games in college. Like
stuff that is kind of a question mark right now is so on the fence that he could swing it in the preseason. I'll continue to say I don't think there's any way Mike LaFleur wants to start a rookie in week 1 of his first season. But there is a way Carson Beck can leave him with no choice. So I don't think it's a 0% chance. Like I said, I think it's like, what did I say, 7%? Because that's Jacoby Brissett's number.
That's right, yes.
I think it's
I had it at
15.
Range.
Yeah, but that is a chance. That's a real chance that it could happen. And I definitely think if you're saying what are the odds Carson Beck starting, I don't know, before Halloween, I would say like 75%, right? 80%. Because at a certain point, you got to get him in there.
Preseason and playing well in the preseason is really, really important, of course, because it's playing football. And that's where you could also sell it to some veterans inside the locker room.
Yeah.
This kid knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
Let's give him a chance. And you go do your job.
He's of all the quarterbacks that the Cardinals have, he's the only one that can show something new. They know what Jacoby Brissett is. They know what Gardner Minshew is. They don't know what Carson Beck is as an NFL quarterback yet. All right, when we come back, the Diamondbacks blew out the A's yesterday. How big was that as they head into this 10-game road trip? We're going to talk to D-backs broadcaster Steve Zinsmeister. He'll join us in here next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports. Countdown to Canton. The Arizona Cardinals franchise and the entire world will witness the induction of one of the NFL's greatest.
It's a dream come true.
Into the Pro Football Hall of Fame on August 8th.
Cobb back to throw on 2nd and 7. Has time. Going to go deep. Left side for Fitzgerald. Deion Grant is there defensively. It's a tied ball, and it's caught. Larry Fitzgerald sets the Cardinals' receiving record for a career in vintage fashion, ripping it away in midair from Deion Grant. First down at the 10-yard line.
Oh, there was no doubt who was going to come down with that ball.
More memories of number 11 coming your way on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM as we continue our countdown to Kent.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. One question I'm always asked is, how did you become the largest injury firm in the world with over 1,000 attorneys and $25 billion in verdicts and settlements? One way was our financial strength. Medical malpractice is the 3rd leading cause of death in America. To prosecute a typical case costs up to $250,000 in case costs. We advance them all. Product liability cases can have similar costs with an army of lawyers on the other side. Automobile insurance companies have the resources to fight. Guess what? So do we. Many law firms simply may not have the financial firepower to work up your case the way you deserve. And we don't charge by the hour. No recovery, no fee. If you have a question about your case or wish to become a client, go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer. 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
The garage door springs that come standard with most homes don't last. And when they fail, it's not just inconvenient, it's dangerous. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello at A1 Garage Door Service. Our springs are the toughest in the industry, backed by our lifetime warranty. That's right. Fix them once and you're covered for life. Don't risk your family's safety or your peace of mind. Let A1 replace your springs before they become a problem. From repairs to upgrades, it's A1 from day one.
A1 from day one. Dan Bickley here for Waltz TV and Appliance, where you'll find everything you need to take your viewing experience to the next level. Great selection, inventory you won't find anywhere else, super knowledgeable staff, and great pricing just like you'd get from the big box stores, but with 10 times the service. And if you really want the hookup, head on down to Waltz off the I-10 in Warner and ask for my guy Bear. You will not be disappointed. Online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control.
Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta here, and Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa just made summer the best time to buy with employee pricing for everyone. That means no markups or runarounds, just honest deals on the trucks and SUVs Arizona loves all month long. Drive home a 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 with 0% financing or up to $15,000 off MSRP. Now, here's where it gets really good. Get into a 2026 GMC Sierra Heavy Duty with up to $11,000 off MSRP. A 2026 GMC Canyon with up to $8,000 off MSRP. Or the 2026 Buick Envista 0.9% APR with a $1,000 purchase allowance. And best of all, 0 payments for 90 days. Find your perfect match now at Earnhardt Buick GMC and experience the difference, or shop today at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models, all offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offer ends July 31st, 2026.
Astro, no.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. Which Cardinals rookie can make the strongest impression in training camp? The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, the Diamondbacks play early today. You can hear it over on 620. Steve Zinsmeister is joining us in studio right now for the next couple segments. We'll talk some D-backs with Steve. Steve, thanks for coming in, man. How you doing?
What's up, guys? How are the arms?
Okay, we're doing well, as a matter of fact. Yes.
Yeah.
Luke, would you like to respond? Or
no, I just did this.
You guys were the talk of the town. We had the whole scouting department talking about you guys.
Please.
Wolf's 80 grade control.
Yeah.
Luke was also there.
Yeah, I was there. Yeah. Yeah, I've already given my excuses. I would say, what was that, Wolf? About 67% excuse, 33% on me.
Yeah,
that's about where I would go.
Yeah, that sounds fair.
I think so.
I would say, unless you are a professional pitcher.
I mean, Jeremy, you gotta
don't
blame
need
somebody for the shot.
You don't need to wear a super tight GoPro.
Why was the GoPro so tight? I didn't understand that.
I think it was designed for a 6-year-old.
Okay,
I don't know.
got it.
But I understand why we did it. Like it was good content. But I'm not a major league pitcher,
Right.
so going out there with my shoulders pulled forward, I mean, as I said to Wolf,
here's the excuses.
I can throw a baseball. I didn't yesterday.
Fair enough.
How's that?
Right. I feel like when you get Ryan Thompson, 6'5", out of his crouch.
He framed it pretty well because
He tried.
It was at least down the middle. It was just 5 feet too high, but he was just like, think. He just pulled it right down. He did all he could for me.
Good effort.
There was no saving that one. All right, so Steve, after that, the Diamondbacks went out and scored 15 runs.
Yeah.
It was almost like I was pitching for the A's, actually. But they put up 15, and we're seeing little outbursts from the Diamondbacks offensively since the All-Star break. And you could maybe even say going into the All-Star break with that Dodgers series. What do we make of the offense right now?
Well, it's interesting, the juxtaposition, because you had 2 walk-offs this week as well because of the fact that their offense started the game cold. I mean, there were 2 games, the finale against the Cardinals and then the opener against the A's, they didn't score in the first 5 innings in either of those 2 games. So it was interesting to compare that to what they did to the Athletics in the finale, where it was really nice to see them not just start on that kind of a run, but then to keep it going. I mean, they scored 14 runs all within the span of 3 innings. That's hardly ever seen in the game of baseball. So I think that's probably the best sign for the offense, is that at least at the end of that homestand, they were able to really turn it on.
Was there any one player in particular that contributed to the offense that you took note of?
I mean, it's hard to ignore what Max Kepler did in the homestand. The walk-off on Sunday night, delivering that double, and then, he got on base 4 times a couple days later. So the 3-run homer that was huge for them as well in that first inning. So I think he's definitely one that's been a big-time contributor, a guy who's had a whale of a journey so far just this year. He was a guy who was on the street, joined a new team after the suspension was lifted, went down to the lower levels of the minor leagues for the first time in 10-plus years, then reached 10 years of service time with the Diamondbacks, and now he's a major player in their outfield. So I think that's one that I can't ignore. Gabby Moreno is probably the most consistent hitter in the lineup right now. hitting like nearly 400 in the last month. I think
he's squaring up balls too, even the outs.
Well, you know what's funny to me, Wolf, is that he hits the ball to right field so often that I get the feeling that if they didn't make those new rules where you can't shift, I think every team would play like all 8 guys on the right side of the field. Like or 7, I guess it would be. But he's always placing the ball, and then what he does is he turns it around and he puts it over the left center overhang with a home run yesterday. So that's what I love about Gabby. But yeah, a lot of good contributors, especially in the lower half of the lineup.
Brandon Pfaadt, who's going to pitch today. I mean, I guess the game starts in like an hour and a half. 4 starts since he gets called up. He's won all 4. You know, sometimes you'll see a pitcher pitch well, and maybe the team will do well, but he doesn't factor into the decision, or maybe he'll pitch well and the team doesn't even win. He's left nothing to chance in his first 4 starts since he's come back up. So how much do we trust what we're seeing from him? Not that he's going to go undefeated, but that he's like, this has looked like the best of Brandon Pfaadt so far.
I think at the very least you can say that he found something different. I know a lot of people point to the mechanics and the over-the-head thing. He and I talked about that, and I'm truly convinced that he was just looking for something to alter when he got to the minor leagues. And I've talked with other pitchers and former pitchers about this before, but sometimes when you're looking to change your production, you're just looking to tweak something for no reason other than to do it differently. And I don't know if that's it, or I give him a lot of credit, and Brandon and I talked about this on the pregame show last week, was that when he went down to the minor leagues, the ultimate goal was just to stretch him out, just to get that pitch count up. But he went in with more purpose than that. He went to the minor leagues looking to actually tweak things, to actually improve his confidence level. And from what I've heard behind the scenes is that he's much more involved in his own game planning now than he was before he went down to the minors.
Really?
Whatever it is that has got him rolling, I do believe in it. I think that he is a different guy now than he was at the beginning of the season.
So, Zeke, this is so cool. I think it's so cool. The Diamondbacks have a 10-game road trip coming up in front of us right now.
Is that cool?
And it's kind of cool to
I don't know
me.
if it's cool for them. I'm not sure.
I kind of like it. The whole idea of, you know what, you've got to prove it.
Sure.
You got to prove it to Mike Hazen that you can go out on the road, play some teams that you're competing with for a wild card spot, and totally go and make up Mike Hazen's mind. I'm fascinated by this. How many games do you think they need to actually win to do that, to change Mike Hazen?
Where's the line in the sand? Yeah, I think, just my opinion, I don't know this for a fact, but my opinion is that what they're going to do when it comes to the trade deadline is pretty set in stone. I don't think it's going to be altered dramatically based on what happens here, unless you go out and lose 9 of 10 the way they did on the road trip last year right before the deadline. That could change your plan ultimately. But I think that this team is probably looking around and saying, all right, we've got a hole at first base. We've had 10 different players play first base for the Diamondbacks this season,
Amazing.
8 different guys who have started over there. I think that at the very least, adding a left-handed bat makes a lot of sense. And then they have a couple of other areas they might be looking at right now. They might be looking for relief pitching, even though the bullpen has been easily the most solid portion of this roster. It never hurts to add another guy, maybe a lefty even, to give you multiple options that are left-handed out there. They might be looking at their outfield and saying, well, Max Kepler is not technically available for the postseason, so we might lose what little left-handed bat depth we have. And then, you could always look at the starting rotation and say 40% of our rotation right now is rookies. Do we want to go get a veteran guy? There's a lot of different ways they could go. I don't know that they address all of them, but to answer your question in a roundabout way, I think that they're looking to do these things regardless of what happens over the next week and a half.
Wow, okay.
But what kind of difference could it be if you win, 7 of the next 10 games? Maybe you're buying dramatically. If you win 4 or 5, maybe it's, you're pulling back a little bit on what you're willing to spend.
Interesting.
We're talking to Steve Zinsmeister. Steve, we had Mike Hazen on like a week or so ago, and one of the things he brought up was the health of guys that they already have. It's just a matter of like what they're going to know internally. And they obviously can't know everything because they can't be like, oh, Corbin Burns is definitely going to pitch on September 1st or whatever. But how much do you think what may happen in terms of a Corbin Burns return or a Ryan Nelson return or Mike Soroka sooner than later? How much might that factor into what they do, whether it makes them more aggressive to buy or less aggressive to buy pitching or whatever?
Yeah, so with Burns, the latest update we got from Torey Lovello today, he's been throwing bullpens, and he'll probably be doing that until the 2nd or 3rd week of August. He'll need some live at-bats there, and then probably he'll be ready by the end of August is the most recent that I heard. And so if they can get Burns back on the mound by the end of August, Ryan Nelson's probably a September guy. Maybe a little bit quicker if they bring him back as a reliever instead of a starter. That's a conversation they're at least having behind the scenes right now to determine, can we get more out of him if we don't have to build him up as much. Zach Gallen, I believe we just got an update today that he's starting his throwing program back up, so there's still a good chance we see him at some point. The biggest question, and I understand none of us have the answer, is when, right? Like, you've got all these horses coming back, but how much are you willing to invest in another starter when you've got other guys that could come back? My response to that would be, well, you're probably not getting Soroka. He'll be the first one back, and that might be a week or two away.
Yeah.
But there are spots in the rotation that are available. But fortunately, you've gotten pretty good production so far, especially out of Cole Drake in his debut. Mitch Bratt's been solid, and I think he's going to continue to go deeper into games.
Yeah, they've leaned on a lot of young players who've come through this year.
It's really good to see Corbin Carroll as well starting to square up some balls, isn't it?
Yes,
Two balls the opposite way, one out of the yard, one about a foot away from being another one.
Yeah, and we know when he gets going, it doesn't take him long to really get going. Steve's going to stick around. When we come back, we'll get more into this 10-game road trip that starts here in about an hour and a half. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lavello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Most home sellers get like one offer, and it's somewhere between lowball and not what they were looking for. But Orchard changes that for you with Orchard's new Orchard offers. You don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors who are all competing for your home at the same time. That's right. Make investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace, and here's how. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers, and you can review them all, pick the best one on your terms. If you think about it, that makes it a lot easier where you don't have to settle on one offer or worry about leaving money on the table that maybe you didn't even know about, because you're going to see every offer side by side, and you'll know you're getting top dollar. Orchard offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, you can look at them all side by side together at first, and you can do that right now. You can get a free home valuation and see your offers today with Orchard offers. You don't have to wait. Just go to orchard.com. It's all right there on the website. That's orchard.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
This summer, there are 250 reasons to join T-Mobile.
Girls trip? Booked. And switching to T-Mobile helped make it happen.
With Experience Beyond, switch and get $100 back. Plus, $650 in value in built-in plan benefits. That's $750 in your first year, guaranteed.
And honestly, that $100 back, I'm putting it towards the zip line.
Now that's how you do summer.
Exactly. Best switch I ever made.
This is just one reason to join T-Mobile this summer. There are 250 reasons. Find yours.
Savings based on the value of benefits included with Experience Beyond, like entertainment and 1 year of AAA Classic and Dash Pass on us. Benefits may require activation. See plan for details. Get $100 via virtual prepaid MasterCard with eligible ported, no cash access, and expires in 6 months. Issued by Sunrise Banks, N.A. member FDIC. Allow 8 weeks.
Out here, you know the drill. Animals are hungry, dogs are getting muddy, and you just noticed you're low on feed. Stocking up at Tractor Supply is easy on your wallet with our unbeatable prices on select shavings, retriever dog food, and Producer's Pride animal and poultry feed. From backyards to barnyards, we've got everything to keep your pets, animals, and livestock well fed and comfortable with low prices all summer. At Tractor Supply.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like public works supervisor.
Hey, this waterman is under a ton of pressure. Did you ever fix it?
Yeah, 3 layers of duct tape. Wait, should I have added a 4th layer?
This is a job for Sponsored Jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed-sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, July is an exciting time for truck buyers.
That's right, Dave. Our red, white, and blue sales happening all month long with huge savings on some of our most popular trucks. You pay what we pay. Employee pricing on our 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 or take advantage of 0% financing for 36 months. And if a midsize truck better fits your lifestyle, you can lease a 2026 GMC Canyon for just $319 a month.
So stop by Liberty GMC or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hi, it's Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision. Have you heard about refractive lens exchange? K2 Vision RLE means no glasses, no contacts, and no readers permanently. And you'll never develop a cataract. After 150,000 procedures, our team has the experience to tell you if it's your right time for K2 Vision RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consult now at k2visionrle.com and enjoy life with no readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks will play a makeup game against the St. Louis Cardinals this evening at Busch Stadium. First pitch is at 2:15 with pregame coverage starting at 1:30 over on ESPN 620 AM. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the D-backs. He'll oppose Michael McGreevy. And Miles Bridges was introduced as a member of the Phoenix Suns yesterday. He addressed his much talked about off-the-field concerns.
I've been at rock bottom before, and I've had to work my way back up to where I am now. So just being committed to one thing, being great off the court, being great on the court. Like I said, I've been to therapy sessions, I've been to counseling. They helped me a lot.
And that is what is trending now.
Hey, it's Gambo. Can the Diamondbacks keep their strong play rolling this afternoon in St. Louis? Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 and on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, Steve Zinsmeister is joining us in studio right now because the Diamondbacks are getting ready to take on the St. Louis Cardinals at 2:15. Steve, this starts a 10-game road trip, and by the end of it, they will be at the trade deadline. So we've already been talking about, whether or not they may already be in buy or sell mode. Not sell at this point, but whether they're going to buy or not. I know you said that they may already have a plan, and the next week and a half might not impact that too much, unless, I guess, if things went south. But how much do you think these next 7 games in particular impact where they go this season? Because you've already won the season series with the Cardinals, but this is still a huge game. They're only a half game back. The Nationals are just a game and a half back, and the Pirates are just a half game back, and you are currently losing the season series with the Pirates. So we've unfortunately been on the wrong end of a tiebreaker in this city in the last couple years. So how locked in are these next 7 games as far as big picture with this team?
I think you nailed it with the tiebreaker with Pittsburgh is probably the most impactful thing that could come out of this road trip. Taking 2 out of 3 is imperative there. That would at least tie you up with the Pirates, I believe, in the season series. Earning that tiebreaker would be huge for the point that you pointed out. 2024, we all learned a hard lesson against the Mets and the Braves, and sitting there on that Monday after the season ended and trying to figure out if other people were going to determine the future for the Diamondbacks. So you don't want that to happen. 1 game in St. Louis. I know it doesn't affect the season series, but to your point, by the end of the day, the Diamondbacks and Cardinals could flip in the standings, and every day matters at this point. You got 3 in D.C. against a team that I believe is only like 2.5, 3.5 games out, whatever it is. They're still trying to figure out which direction they want to go. Do they want to push the chips into the middle of the table and make a go at it at the trade deadline, or are they still rebuilding? I think that's still very much up in the air. So there's a couple of teams you're going to face this week, and the Diamondbacks might hold their destiny in their hands as well, not just their own.
That's a good point.
But I do think this is the most important stretch of the season. I always hate to talk about it that way because, the players, they like to handle every one game at a time, one series at a time, win today, win tomorrow, win the series, and then it'll all be okay. But the truth is that, yeah, you are kind of on this sliding scale of trying to figure out, are we just buying rental guys that can fill out the roster, or are we buying guys that are big pieces of our future moving forward? And I think that's the part of the spectrum that we're at right now with their buy or sell plan. I think it's buy. I just don't know to what degree yet.
Yeah, Zeke, it's so weird because I know that when you're talking about this is a big game in baseball, 162 games, and I even asked Amiel Sadeh, I asked him this yesterday when we were talking about it, is this dangerous to talk about one big game? And he said, well, it can be.
He fully acknowledged that.
It could be dangerous, no doubt about it. And I have a tendency, of course, to make it a big game, a lot more big games than maybe Mike Hazen or Torey Lovello would ever say. But in terms of the Arizona Diamondbacks going forward on this road trip, do you have any concerns? What is your biggest concern with this team? What needs to improve for this team?
I want to see all three of the big three get going at the same time.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool.
Great signs from Corbin Carroll yesterday. Obviously, the opposite field home run. Even if it wasn't a home run, just putting the ball to opposite field is always the thing that coaches point to when you're in a rut. Just put the ball the other way. Use the whole field. I don't care if it's an out. I don't care if it's a fly ball. Just hit the ball the other way, and then you'll start to pick up the timing. So to see him punch that ball out didn't surprise anybody, but it was definitely good. And then he hit another one that ended up being a triple off the left field wall. I don't know that anybody else gets a triple out of that, but Corbin.
Yeah.
And that was probably less than a foot away from being his second home run of the day. So that's great signs. Cattell, obviously want to see him get going. He's crushing left-handed pitching again this year. I don't know why any manager puts a lefty reliever on the mound when he's coming up. I don't know why, but he makes him pay almost every time. Perdomo, what I love about him is early in the season he struggled. In my opinion, I think that he believes that he was a specific type of player based on his production from a year ago. I can drive in 100. I can hit 20 home runs. And the thing is, that's never what made him special to me. And I think he's getting back to what makes him special, which is he's one of the most solid defenders in the entire game. He doesn't have the most range or the most speed or the strongest arm, but he's the most reliable. And I think that speaks to his defensive ability. And he gets on base by drawing the walk. He knows the strike zone better than most umpires. And if you watch the games, he's using the ABS challenge willy-nilly because he's right. And so if we can get all three of those guys clicking at the exact same time, while on top of that, Gabby's punching 2 hits to right field every night, and Nolan Arenado's on a heater right now, hitting home runs, Max Kepler we talked about. Now all of a sudden you've got a 1 through 9 that's really clicking.
Talking to Steve Zinsmeister, one of the other things Amiel said when you asked him that yesterday was, and he wasn't diminishing wins and losses obviously, but he said he's looking beyond just wins and losses to how well they're playing. And he also brought up how they haven't really, in his mind, gotten to the point where they're just consistently playing good baseball. Do you feel like we're starting to see that over these, they're 8-2 over their last 10 games? I know it's hard to say consistently because there was an all-star break in there, but do you feel like we're starting to see them as a team just play better? Not totally regardless of the results, but setting the results aside for a second.
Sometimes you have to almost look at it not even as like a game-by-game thing, but like an inning-by-inning thing. Because like we talked about with those games the other day, you hit the walk-off on Sunday, and then you come into Monday's game, and they didn't score for the first half.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay, well, where was the continuation of what happened yesterday? And so, yeah, there have been times where they come in and have a great day, and then the next day is the complete opposite, or vice versa. And so, yeah, you want to find more consistency. But for me, I'm almost breaking it down by an inning by inning or maybe even at-bat by at-bat kind of thing. Like, you can't take those off. And you see what happens when you start to slide and you don't score for 5 innings. That puts you way behind the 8 ball, I should say. And all of a sudden, you're trying to claw your way back into games. And they've been pretty good at that. They have more comeback wins than anybody else in baseball. But it's so much fun to watch when they get that early lead and they play downhill.
You know what? How important is that they have more comeback wins than any other team in baseball? At what point in time do you start looking at the leadership inside that clubhouse and crediting them for what they've been able to do?
I think it's huge for 2 reasons, Wolf. One is it gives the hitters confidence that they're never out of a game.
Which is important.
Absolutely. But you know what else it does? It also gives the hitters confidence in the bullpen. Because when you have a bullpen that you know is going to keep you in games and they're going to give you those opportunities in the later innings to get back into a game or to hold the lead or to retake the lead, all of a sudden you're a dangerous team when that happens. I mean, I've talked with several hitters who feel that way about this bullpen as opposed to in years past where, all right, you know what? Our bullpen hasn't been very good this year, and we're in the 6th inning and we're down by 4. This one might be over. Not that anybody told me they specifically felt that way, but like that's easy to understand, right?
Yes.
And whereas you've got this Diamondbacks team, they could be down 4 in the 8th inning and nobody thinks that they've lost. That's dangerous to me.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it because they have played that way all year, even when things haven't gone well. It feels like there's been, I don't know, 5 or 6 times this season where it's like, okay, they're on the ropes. Like they're not playing well and they're about to, and that Dodgers series was one of them. You're going into that series like, okay, they're done. They're not, and they sweep the Dodgers in LA. So there is something there that's immeasurable, but you know this, like the good baseball teams seem to have that. So we'll see where they go.
You know where I saw that too was the other day against Jeffrey Springs, who has one of the higher ERAs in the American League, and he no-hit them for 5 innings, or not no-hit, he shut them out for 5 innings. And I'll bet you a lot of those hitters and a lot of those players on that team thought to themselves halfway through that game, like, we're good.
Yeah.
We got a bullpen that's going to keep us in the game. Their bullpen's not nearly as good as ours, and this second half of the game is ours.
That's spot on.
Really a good point.
Steve, great stuff, man. Thank you so much.
All right, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, that's Steve Zinsmeister joining us right there. When we come back, we'll stick with the D-backs. Can they basically go back and pick up another series win over St. Louis this evening? We're going to preview the game next with D-backs on deck. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 1-0 pitch. He swings, he sends it to right center field, and Barossa makes the catch, and the Diamondbacks win it. What a way to finish the homestand. They blow out the A's by a final score of 15-5. Home runs galore for the Diamondbacks.
D-backs Cardinals was rained out about a month ago, and after raining 15 runs on the A's, the D-backs play that rained-out game today in St. Louis with pregame coverage at 1:30 on the Arizona Sports app and ESPN 620.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. We celebrate independence every July, of course, but financial independence is something you build, not something that arrives on a particular day. Yeah. Trajan Wealth helps you put the pieces together. Your investments, your taxes, your estate plan, all working as one. Call Trajan Wealth and take the first step toward that plan actually being built around your life. 855-TRAJAN-1. When I sat down with Trajan Wealth, I got straight talk, not a sales pitch. One team coordinating my investments, taxes, and estate plan, all working together. I saw the difference for myself and became a client because they are fiduciaries. Pick up the phone and give Trajan Wealth a call at 855-TRAJAN-1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Are you planning a home renovation? Getting quotes on windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, or flooring? Before you commit, visit the Window Depot and make sure you're not overpaying. The Window Depot is your one-stop shop for top quality products at the lowest prices. We're locally owned and operated with no installers and no middlemen, so you save big. Perfect for DIYers, contractors, and homeowners. Visit a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Arizona, your summer upgrade starts now during the Sanderson Ford Summer Sales Event. Get 0% financing for 36 months, 0 payments for 90 days, 0 maintenance fees for 2 years, and $1,000 towards your down payment on select Ford models. Summer won't last forever, and neither will these deals. So hurry in today and choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Must be financed through Ford Motor Credit OAC. Not applicable on specialty models. See dealer for select vehicles that qualify. All offers expire 8/31/26.
We wouldn't be celebrating America 250 if it wasn't for a strong foundation set by the framers. Hamilton built America's financial foundation on sound money, later embodied by the gold standard. But we abandoned that discipline in 1971 and have seen inflation erode the dollar's value. What's the foundation of your savings? Is it gold or something that can be devalued? Hi, it's Dr. Ron Paul, and I encourage you to speak with my friends at Birch Gold Group about diversifying an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. Learn more by requesting a free info kit on gold IRAs. Just text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Let Birch Gold help you build your foundation with gold. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Text SECURE to 989898.
Dan Bickley here for Waltz TV and Appliance, where you'll find a full lineup of JBL Party Box speakers. These are perfect for tailgating, perfect for backyard parties or indoor events. They bring the sounds, the lights, and the energy to the party, no matter where it's happening. Visit Waltz off the I-10 in Warner to check out their great selection, great pricing, and extremely knowledgeable staff. And while you're there, remember to drop my name for big discounts. Shop online at waltz.com.
It's where every home run memory and walk-off victory is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. But as any ball player knows, a brain or spine condition can change the game. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is always swinging for the fences, pushing the boundaries of neuroscience medicine. Ranked top 10 in the U.S., Barrow helps patients hold on to their dreams, their memories, and themselves right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-backs on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Thanks to Steve Zinsmeister, who just joined us here in studio. He's getting ready for the Diamondbacks pregame show. You can hear that over on 620 because the Diamondbacks are taking on the St. Louis Cardinals. First pitch is at 2:15 on ESPN 620 AM. You might be saying, like, wow, this is kind of a weird time for a game, and weird that you would just be playing a team once in the middle. Yeah, well, this is because this is the game. This is the makeup for when the Diamondbacks tried to get that game against the Cardinals in St. Louis a few weeks ago, moved up a few hours, and it didn't play out that way, and then it got rained out, so they got to play this one.
Yes, very interesting. So now they've got a one-and-doneer. How about that? You don't see that very often in a Major League Baseball season.
And so, Rick, they are up 2-1 in this series. They just need to win today to finish that win of that series.
Yeah,
basically.
Be a series win today.
Yes. So they're up 4-2 in the season series against the Cardinals. This stuff matters, having the tiebreaker against St. Louis and Pittsburgh in particular, these two teams. So they've already got the tiebreaker against St. Louis, but you may as well try and pick up another win here, certainly, as well. Let's get to the pitching matchup, which is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? They have doors, they have skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring. Proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Go to thewindowdepot.com. It's Brandon Pfaadt against Michael McGreevy of the St. Louis Cardinals. Brandon Pfaadt is 4-1 with a 4.58 ERA, but those numbers, those are real, but they're a little deceptive because since he has gotten called back up as a starter, he's 4-0, and that ERA is in the twos, low twos.
Boy, that is incredible. Also, too, when you think about it, Michael McGreevy is going to get the opportunity to take the ball for the St. Louis Cardinals. And can I just say right now, you have to go all the way back to May 26th to see where he got blowed up. Everything else, it's been 2 earned runs or less since May 26th.
Yeah.
Stop and think about it.
He's another one of those pitchers that the analytics community, for whatever reason, is like, I don't know how sustainable this is, but he keeps doing it. And we're almost into August. So at a certain point in the season, like, I get it if you're a front office and you're looking at the peripheral stats just to make sure if there's anything you need to fine tune. But we already saw him pitch well against the Diamondbacks, just last week, and he went 6 1/3, only gave up 1 earned run. So he's having quite the season. A 2.92 ERA on the year. He's only 4-7, but he's pitching well enough to have a much better record.
I do want to say also too that Brandon Pfaadt, though, once again, oh man, how good is this? The guy has taken the ball in his last 4 outings and really pitched well for the Diamondbacks. It's really good to see that. We've been talking about it ad nauseum, it seems, yet at the same time, this is a great competitor. He really is one of those guys that I have a lot of confidence in when he's right technically, when he's right fundamentally. Things typically go well because of the competitive nature that he brings to the hill.
Let's get to the injury report. It's brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. D-backs manager Torey Lovello spoke to the media ahead of yesterday's game. Like, we ran through these yesterday. There were so many injury updates this team is dealing with right now. But here's Torey giving an update specifically on Dre Jamison, who's on the 15-day injured list with right hip inflammation.
Dre had a right hip impingement. It was something that he felt towards the back end of his outing. He was into pitch like 32, 33. We knew he could give us 45 pitches. And he felt like he just couldn't get down the slope and get on line and be consistent with his lower half when he felt this pain. He's been trying to throw through it for the past couple of days. At some point yesterday during his throwing program, we made the decision that it would be the best to put him on the IL and give him 15 days to recharge and heal.
Okay, so there you have it, Andre Jamison. Any other injury news?
I got A.J. Puck. This is labeled as a puck date in our system. But this is an update on A.J. Puck, who is dealing with a left shoulder capsule sprain.
Puck is we're still trying to figure out the plan for him and still waiting for a little bit of information from Dr. Elatrosh as well, yes.
Oh, man, it just, it's all this uncertainty right now. When are we going to see A.J. Puck? When are we going to see him? September?
Couple things. I mean, we had Steve in here before, and he said Torey gave a little bit of an update today that maybe Corbin Burns, maybe towards the end of August? Maybe. I mean, nothing's definitive, obviously.
Yeah.
But if you go back to where we were at the start of the season, and again, you were looking months out, so nothing was certain, but Burns, they were hoping, this is, again, going back to spring training, they were hoping like right around now, coming out of the All-Star break, he'd be good. So he's obviously been pushed back a little bit, but I mean, A.J. Puck, there was hope he'd be good in May, so that's almost the one I'm more concerned about at this point.
Yeah, and, honestly, I also believe, too, Paul Sewald has done an incredible job at the back end as the closer of this team, and that's what I'm going to call you, Paul, the closer of this team. He's done an incredible job.
He's going to be pitching angry today if he pitches.
Oh, yeah, and again, tell me right now, you just don't want – I want to see the Diamondbacks with a 2-run lead going into the ninth inning, and there it is. Paul Sewald is going to close it out.
Yeah. Let's get to the keys to the game.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master.
I am the key master.
D-backs keys to the game. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
Well, I think I'll keep my key simple, Wolf. You scored 15 runs yesterday, so can you do it again? 15 more. This is I think if you can just get a couple runs off McGreevy, which again has not been easy because he's got a sub-3 ERA this season, but if you can get a few runs off of him, Brandon Pfaadt's giving you an opportunity to win every time he starts a game right now, and it's not like he has just been facing bad lineups. He faced the Dodgers in there. He's faced St. Louis in there. So you give Brandon Pfaadt a little bit of run support right now the way he's pitching, you're in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, I would also say, too, the 5 home runs that the Arizona Diamondbacks hit, of course, yesterday, that was really nice to see. How great was that to see some of the names as well that were involved in hitting those home runs. I'll take 4. The key to the game, hit 4 home runs today as opposed to 5, and you win.
What do they always say, be 1% better each day? You can even be 1 home run worse today,
That's right.
And you'll still be good because you hit so many yesterday. Let's get to the MLB standings. They are brought to you by Liberty GMC, where the deals are a home run, and nowhere can you buy a new GMC for less. Well, here's the thing. You win that game yesterday, as the Diamondbacks did, and all of a sudden the Pirates, they split a doubleheader with the Yankees. So the Diamondbacks right now are all alone in that final wild card spot.
Man.
2.5 back of the Phillies, so it's not like you can't catch them. 4 back of the Cubs. They're catchable as well because there's still, 60 games left this season. But you do got to look behind the Diamondbacks because in their rearview mirror, directly in their rearview, is where the teams they're going to play in the next week are. The Cardinals today, St. Louis is a half game back. They got a 3-game series in Pittsburgh next week. The Pirates are a half game back. They got a 3-game series against the Nationals. Nationals are a game and a half back. So Steve kind of hit on this. You control your own destiny, and that if you beat these teams, okay, but especially that Nationals series, if you could I mean, could you sweep them? Then you probably turn them into sellers, too. You don't just move yourself up. You turn some of these opponents into sellers, potentially.
Yeah, and you know what, also, I just want to say this because I enjoy it so much. The San Diego Padres. The Padres are 15 games back. Okay, now the Diamondbacks are 11.5 back of the Dodgers, of course, in the NL West, but 11.5 is not 15.
That's true. That's true.
11.5 is not 15. Padres.
I don't want to laugh too hard at the Padres because they're not out of the wild card race yet, but at the same time, we're past 100 games. They're on another losing streak. They just don't hit. And actually, Manny Machado's been hitting lately, which he wasn't doing earlier in the year, and they still don't score runs. So, but that's a long way of saying there's a lot on the line in this one-game series with the St. Louis Cardinals this afternoon. All right, when we come back, Brian Gregory, it's pretty undeniable he's gone out on a limb with this Miles Bridges trade. He gave you his reasoning. We'll react to that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to D-Backs on Deck. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
Arizona Sports is your exclusive home for Cardinals training camp breaking news, roster updates, video highlights from camp, and takes on the team from Arizona's biggest sports personalities.
Let's go!
Cardinals Camp 2026, back to football. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Cardinals, baby.
Keep up with the Cardinals on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7 FM.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Progressive presents the Museum of You.
We begin our tour with a unique piece, a relic from the early big screen television era. Remarkable. Next, we find a juicer, which historians believe has only ever been used once. And finally, compact discs from the emo era. A rare find indeed.
Some things should be history, but until then, you could protect what's important to you and save by bundling your auto insurance with a renter's policy from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Have you noticed all of a sudden there's a bunch of lawyers saying they're going to fight for you? Yeah, until you read the fine print below them. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. If you look closely at that fine print, you'll see not an attorney in this state or not a law firm.
You never trust your future in the hands of someone other than a serious, experienced trial lawyer. And you definitely can't trust someone who won't even tell you who they are.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where there's big news coming from your service departments.
That's right, Bick. We have slashed prices on major repairs and 12 essential services, from oil changes to brake pads. The savings are incredible, and you don't have to take my word for it. Just go to ChapmanBMW.com, put your VIN number in, and you'll see all the money you're saving. And it doesn't matter where you purchase your BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
One great experience.
Hi, I'm Jay Arthur, the current president of Drying Prevention Coalition of Arizona and a retired captain with the Phoenix Fire Department. The number one killer of children, age 1 to 4, in Arizona is drowning. As a first responder of 36 years, a child drowning was my worst nightmare. On those calls, I would desperately try to revive a cold, limp, lifeless little child with every ounce of the skills I possessed, many times with no success. In just a few devastating moments, a child gone too soon. Don't let this be your nightmare. This is preventable. Surround your pools with an approved fence. Have high locks and audible alarms on all doors leading to the pool area. Have a designated adult with eye-to-eye contact when children are in the water. Learn how to swim and learn CPR. Drownings can happen to anyone. Please, don't be that anyone.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks will play a makeup game against the St. Louis Cardinals this evening at Busch Stadium. First pitch is at 2:15 with pregame coverage going on now over on ESPN 620 AM. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the D-backs. He'll oppose Michael McGreevy. And Miles Bridges was introduced as a member of the Phoenix Suns yesterday. He addressed his much talked about off-the-court concerns.
I've been at rock bottom before, and I've had to work my way back up to where I am now. So just being committed to one thing, being great off the court, being great on the court. Like I said, I've been to therapy sessions, I've been to counseling. They helped me a lot.
And that is what is trending now.
Hey, it's Kellen filling in on Bickley and Murata. The drama continues around the Arizona Cardinals and their training camp situation with their quarterback. We'll give you the latest updates at 6 a.m. here on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube page.
Got to be one of the most frantic songs out there.
Yeah. Interesting. It's kind of like tunnel time music, is it not? Especially right here when you bring it down.
That's like the calm before the storm,
It is the
right?
calm before the storm.
Nice. Okay, no big deal.
You're going to look at your brothers standing next to you in the tunnel as well. A lot of them have a look on their face that isn't very reassuring, I might add.
That's not good.
You never want that. And then you go out of the tunnel, and here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, indeed. Come out swinging. And you might lose by 3 touchdowns today, but that doesn't mean you have to lose, does it? Blow your face off, bro.
How badly do you want to get out to training camp?
I'm ready, man. I'm ready for the pads to go on.
It is that time of year. It's a little bit earlier this year for the Cardinals and the Panthers, but as you pointed out yesterday, it's later than you're used to. You when you were playing, you're ready to be out there on July 5th getting into this.
That's right.
So practice today, I guess. What are we calling these 4 o'clock practices? Evening, late afternoon, like
the afternoon practice.
Okay, the afternoon practice. It's a little bit later than it's been the last couple of years of Jonathan Gannon, but obviously Michael Fleur wants to do things his own way, so they're going to be practicing a little bit later. But the first one is technically today for the Arizona Cardinals. We'll get back into football in a little bit. I want to get back into the Miles Bridges conversation from yesterday. Well, for 35 minutes, that was that press conference. So I give those two credit for sitting there for 35 minutes, answering questions. I said this earlier. You have to kind of always put a disclaimer. A good press conference doesn't just get rid of what people might be concerned about with this move for obvious reasons. This is bigger than basketball. But that press conference, I would say, went about as well as it could have. And the thing that stood out to me was they didn't run from the elephant in the room. They talked about accountability, and they did it. Yes, they took questions about it. Yeah. It would have been horrible if they're like, oh, no, just basketball questions. They didn't do that. They also addressed it before there even were questions. So, again, that doesn't just fix everything, but as far as a press conference yesterday could go, I think it went as well as it could.
No, I totally agree with that. We said this earlier, and I'm going to continue to say it, Basin. There's nothing he could have said yesterday that I think would have made you feel better about this. But there was a lot of things he could have said that would have made you feel worse. Yeah. Okay? So it was a situation for Miles Bridges, this young guy trying to make his way. It's a situation where he could have never won the press conference, but he certainly could have lost the press conference.
Yeah, this is there was a lot there to unpack. Certainly, there was a lot of conversation about Miles Bridges and just kind of rebuilding his image when he was in Charlotte. You and I were talking about this earlier. It's not completely different, but it is a little bit different when you have a player, something happens off the court, and he's still on your team and he's been on your team.
Yeah.
That's a little bit different than a player has something that goes on off the court and then you trade for him. It's a different thing. Everybody has how did Miles Bridges say it yesterday? I thought he said, "Oh, here, I'll play this cut." He said basically he knows, he's well aware that there are mixed feelings from the fan base about him being here.
I know it's going to be like BG said, it's mixed feelings about me being here. But I take full responsibility, of my actions. I've been to counseling, I've been to therapy, and right now I'm just prioritizing, just like BG said, just being better as a man every day, on and off the court, mainly off the court, and just being a great father and earning the trust of this fan base and this community. I can't wait to get started. But yeah, I'm very excited.
I thought he handled that really, really well. I thought that was the correct thing to say.
Yeah, this is a very odd press conference. I mean,
yeah,
not in how they handled it yesterday, but you just don't typically, hey, we got this player that we're trading for, and he's up there basically saying, I know you don't all want me here.
Yes.
That's not.
Yes.
That's just not common.
Yeah, no, when has that happened?
I can't think of a time.
I can't think
I really
of a
can't.
time. Yeah, I know.
Because even if that's out there, like in the social media world, if it's not about something big, if it's just like, oh, I didn't like this draft pick, like it's never big enough where a player or a GM is going to address it publicly. They obviously had to yesterday, and they did. Now you've been bringing this up for a few weeks now. What is it about this guy that Brian Gregory is willing to put his reputation on the line a little bit? Brian Gregory's reputation as Suns GM is real good after year one, and he's willing to put it on the line for this guy. I'm going to play a couple here. I'll start with this one. Brian Gregory was asked about the concerns that his MSU connection may have clouded his judgment in this situation.
Like I said, that was a piece of our evaluation. You know what I mean? And there was multiple pieces of that, evaluation process. I can't control what other people are going to think and evaluate in terms of our process and so forth. But again, I think when you have an opportunity to have a personal relationship, and it's not like we've gone on vacations together since then. You know what I mean? He was a freshman. I know what he's about. I know his family. I know the people around him. I know who he played for. But we talked to everybody. We talked to his former coaches at Charlotte. We talked to the equipment people at Charlotte. When you find a guy that treats everybody with respect and so forth, then you know what kind of person he is. So that was one piece of it, But it's also a personal piece.
Well, there it is. That is the difference right now. This is the only way something like this, I think, is going to happen. You've got a personal relationship with not only Miles Bridges, maybe, but also many people that are around Miles Bridges.
Yeah. And
can actually talk about Miles Bridges, the kid himself. Again, not perfect. What he did was unacceptable and heinous, Basinonians. We all know this. We all know this. Just being the failed and flawed product that I am, just a sinner saved by grace. I am about forgiveness and second chances, and I want this for Miles Bridges in the baddest way, that he gets it right, that he goes on and he's a good teammate, that he balls out, that he's physical, he plays hard, and he loves people off the court and stays out of trouble and makes the right decisions in his life. This is what I'm rooting for. I'm rooting for him to get it right.
There's more from Brian Gregory.
Obviously, a lot of other questions, so I wanted to make sure that I acknowledged those questions and the concerns surrounding Miles and his unacceptable conduct that has occurred in the past. Those questions are part of his story. He's dealt with them before, and we'll deal with them today as well. And I think those questions we are aware of and knew about, and that's also why we took this decision so seriously during the process and when we made it.
There it is.
It's such a unique dynamic. We'll obviously have a long time to talk about this in the season, certainly to talk about it too, but I don't know Miles Bridges. I do wonder, Brian Gregory brought this up last night, that Gregory was there, as a consultant in Michigan State for Bridges' freshman year. I do wonder if you're Miles Bridges, are you looking and saying, hey, I know this guy from way back. I know him from when I was a freshman in college, and he's sticking his neck out on the line for me. Like, I don't want to let this guy down. This isn't just some random team trading for Miles Bridges.
Great point.
This is a guy that knows you from way back and is putting his well-earned reputation on the line for you. Like, there is, I hope Miles Bridges feels that responsibility. Yeah.
You know what, too? Don't tell me Tom Izzo was not involved in this. Don't tell me he didn't have a lot to say and a lot to do with Miles Bridges being a Phoenix Sun.
Yeah, good point. We come back. Cardinals' first practice here getting underway today. So which Cardinals are in line for a potentially big training camp? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Larry Legend does it again!
Larry Fitzgerald is headed to the Pro Football Hall of Fame on August 8th as a first ballot inductee. And we're celebrating with the ultimate fan debate.
Larry Fitzgerald, the Japanese fighting fish.
We've picked 16 of Fitz's greatest plays, and you get to decide which one is the best.
And it's a pitch to Fitz, running straight ahead into the end zone. The shovel pass for the touchdown of the win.
16 plays, 4 rounds, 1 winner. It's a bracket-style showdown. Head to the Arizona Sports Contest page to cast your vote. When you vote, you're automatically entered for a chance to win one of 3 signed Larry Fitzgerald footballs.
Fitz is loose 40, 30, goodbye!
Countdown to Canton. Winners announced August 7th. Vote now on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? There are so many families stuck with student loans they can't afford, and with payments so high, they feel hopeless. If that sounds familiar, Y-Refi can help. They refinance distressed and defaulted private student loans, the loans other lenders won't touch. They're not a debt settlement company, and your credit score doesn't matter. Y-Refi works with you one-on-one to create a custom payment based on your ability to pay. They can reduce your monthly payment, guarantee interest rates under 6%, and they may even lower your total loan cost, saving you thousands. They offer a 3-minute rate check with no credit impact, accept bad credit, and can release co-borrowers from the loan. Take control of your student loans today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi, a light at the end of the tunnel.
Not available in all states.
Every summer road trip starts somewhere. Start yours at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, we have employee pricing for everyone and 0% APR for 60 months on new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 models. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Employee pricing for everyone and 0% APR for 60 months for well-qualified buyers. Must finance with GM Financial. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by August 3rd, 2026.
Freeway Chevrolet. I-10 and Bay.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Hey, it's Gambo, and when you think about Diamondbacks baseball, everything comes down to what you can see. The pitch coming in, the movement of the ball, the play unfolding in the field. The clearer your vision, the better your game. That's why I've always believed in the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Schwartz and his team have built a reputation on precision, experience, and results. And it's no surprise he's the official team eye doctor of the Arizona Diamondbacks, trusted to help keep the pros seeing their best. If you're ready to ditch glasses and contacts, LASIK is your winning play. It's a quick procedure with fast recovery and proven results. Not a LASIK candidate? Evo ICL or Clear Lens Exchange could be your next move for sharp, clear vision. Schedule your free consultation and see how Dr. Schwartz can clear things up. With locations in Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa, visit teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and joint pain is awful when you're the person who's fighting through it, but I'm betting you aren't the only ones affected by it. Maybe you love someone who struggles with joint pain. You see what they don't say, what they've slowly stopped doing. For instance, it's July, the days are long and hot, it's time to be in the pool, moving, living, and you're on the sidelines sitting it out. Let's talk about getting that life back, because at QC Kinetics, that's what's happening every day. People who were stuck in that cycle of pain are finally stepping out of it with regenerative treatments done right there in the office. No surgery, no long recovery, no putting your life on hold, just real relief. The inflammation eases, the pain lets go, and you suddenly feel like your old self again. Go find out what's possible with a free consultation. They have clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Cardinals Camp 2026. Back to football. With Wolf and Luke. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Welcome back. Final segment of the show here on a Thursday. It's Wolf and Luke. Wolf, before we get into football.
Yeah.
You stuck around yesterday for the whole game.
Yeah.
That's
it's kind of cool, man. I was with the Warrior Queen.
Okay.
Of course.
So I was wondering if you were okay. Yeah.
Hanging out with the Warrior Queen and some very, very dear friends who are more like family. That's right, Wayne and Connie. Thank you. Hanging out there. I just want to thank the station for giving me some really cool seats. There's no doubt I think there were the suit seats.
They look like pretty nice
You know what I
seats.
mean? They were really nice, if you know what I mean, right behind the old plate right there. And by the way, I did not know this, but Basinonians, this is how long it's been since I've actually gone as a fan. Okay, to any sporting event. I'm telling you, you know me. I don't like crowds.
Yeah.
I don't like sitting in crowds. I don't like that. On the field, I'm okay with that. Sitting in crowds, I'm not okay with that because somebody might punch you in the face or something like that. Or maybe you're punching somebody in the. Okay, don't. Okay, let me just don't get me sidetracked. All right, you're right. I'm just saying. But did you see this, Basinonians? Did you know that you could just sit there and bring up this menu, scan the seat in front of you right there, which is really your seat, and then all of a sudden the QR code, boom, you're taken to this menu, and you could just go ahead and say, man, can I tell you that cheeseburger looks real good? And you hit the cheeseburger, and you know what happens? Dudes come out of nowhere, and they serve it to you. I was like,
just see Wolf hitting order for like 7 innings yesterday.
Here's the other thing, too. I was like, man, they have Cracker Jacks on here. When's the last time, and this is not payola, Basinonians, when's the last time you had a Cracker Jack box?
Man, it has been a while. They were bringing them around the newsroom, I don't know, like a year or two ago.
Okay.
But I haven't just like pushed a button and ordered them at my seat at a baseball game ever.
The Warrior Queen was just there, just ordering me stuff. Like, it was unbelievable. The Cracker Jack bag, and that's what it was. Basinonians, it was a bag, man. I'm not talking about the little box they used to have. It was a bag, and the thing was big. Like, what? This is amazing. I don't have to do anything. I have to just sit here and enjoy the game. I don't ever have to get up.
I love how it's like you traveled in time, and all of a sudden, like the last sporting event you went to was 15 years ago or something.
I know.
As a fan.
As a fan, I just don't like that. I don't. And yet at the same time, man, I think I'm going to like a lot more of this going forward.
Seems like you actually kind of do like it, to be honest.
I just kind of... I thought it was awesome.
I'll just hit this button. They'll deliver me a pizza at my seat.
Wait a minute. And that's what they did, too. I had this American flatbread is what they called it at the ballpark. And what it was just like pizza is what it was. It was American flatbread.
Sounds pretty good.
Man, I killed that.
Wait, so did you have American flatbread or a bag of Cracker Jacks or a cheeseburger?
I had... okay, I didn't have all three. I didn't, but I had, the Cracker
all
Jacks.
available to
was
you.
for me. And not only that, I got peanuts, too. I mean, who does
a baseball game?
Crack them open, eat the peanuts, flip the shell. I mean...
Did the Warrior Queen let you order, or was she smart enough to hold on to the phone?
No,
and
she was.
order?
Yeah, she was ordering.
Wolf, wait until you check out the buffet. Do you know there's a buffet down there at Chase Field as well?
No, can I just say I'm not big on the buffet. Okay,
that surprises me.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of people. If you have some of the conduct at the buffet line is not always the most.
Not as surprised that you're not a big buffet guy for the reasons that you're alluding to right there, but also like you don't get the amazingness of somebody just bringing you your food to your seat because you clicked one button.
Yeah.
Like that goes out the window with the buffet. You have to get up and heap it all onto one tray.
I love the fact that the box, like the pizza, was delivered in a box, basically, that had a top on it. Okay, so it wasn't like some guy sneezing all over it as he's bringing you the box.
There are two types of people.
And at buffets, there's a lot of people sometimes, man. Will you stop talking? Will you stop it? Please? Talking over the food?
There are two types of people, those who like buffets and those who don't.
That's right.
One is Jarrett Carlin and one is Wolf.
And I know, you could have people doing that back in the kitchen, but at least I didn't see it.
There's at least a chance they're not, right?
That's right.
Whereas the buffet, you get the guy scooping out the mac and cheese with his bare hands, like, hey, I'll just put this on my plate. You want some of this? Here, there's still some in my hand. Yeah, okay.
Bro.
So you might be doing this more often then.
Yeah, you know what? This whole idea
order
of
stuff.
actually just going there and sitting there, especially with friends that you can talk to. Baseball's so chill in between the innings. And it's so chill for the most part. And then you could just sit there and, man, I like that. Dink.
I could just see Wolf sitting there ordering a bunch of food that he's not even eating. Like, I want to see them carry this out.
Yeah,
Dink.
I know. Man, it was fun,
Dangerous.
though. That is a good time at the ballpark, is it not, brothers?
Especially when the Diamondbacks put up 15 runs. All right, so we only have a couple minutes here, but as practice really gets going for the Cardinals here today now, Wolf, anybody jump out to you that is a player that could be in line for a big camp? I think the obvious one is Carson Beck. Now, he may not have a big camp, but the opportunity is there for a big camp. I'm
going to start with our first-round pick, man.
Yeah.
I mean, Jeremiah Love, here we go. I cannot wait to watch this guy and see how he develops in this offense and really how he impacts this offense going forward. Because once again, he's got that kind of talent where when you go into a game based on earnings, you are game planning for how you're going to get Jeremiah Love in some of these matchups. How are you going to get him the ball, especially in space? How is that going to happen? How much of an impact can he have in terms of running the ball and run down situation? How you going to bring that safety down, that eighth man in the box? Now, this is going to be really, really important stuff going forward, and I can't wait to see how it develops.
Well, look, I mean, I understand we're just saying rookies here, but Chase Basantis has got to be on that list too, because that job is, I don't want to say it's available, but there's opportunity there for Chase Basantis.
Yeah.
There's just not a ton of positions on this team. We were talking a couple weeks ago where you see like a clear opportunity for a team that's not projected to win a whole lot of games.
Yeah.
It does feel like a lot of the starting spots are already kind of locked up. But Right guard would be one where it's opportunity for Chase Basantis or Isaiah Adams.
Yeah, and not only that, too, once again, Carson Beck. How well does Carson Beck play in practice? That matters. That's step number one. I mean, if in practice, if he doesn't play well in practice, he's not going to get the opportunity to play well in a preseason game. But if he does play well in practice, he's going to play well in that preseason game. That's my guess.
Before we go, Rick, you have the pup list?
Yes, our Tyler Drake just tweeted this out. Paris Johnson Jr., Tip Ryman, Garrett Williams, and Josh Sweat.
Okay. So that'll be
Josh Sweat.
Something to react to tomorrow. We're right at the end of the show, but those are some monumental names. All right, more on that tomorrow. Thanks to Rick behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
This is not the stuff you need out in the public. Well, you might have the first overall pick in the draft next year, and you've got a Manning family who one of them already decided not to go play for a team. And I think that negativity is something they don't need. If I'm Michael Bidwell, I want to get this freaking thing done because I don't want it out there to anybody that we lowball Trey McBride, that we don't want to pay Jacoby Brissett, because I might get a kid that says, I don't want to play for the Cardinals. So I want them to get this taken care of now.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
If your windows can't keep up with the heat, it's time for an upgrade. At the Window Depot, windows are what we do. Biggest inventory, best prices, guaranteed. Found a lower price? We'll beat it. Shop in stock or custom vinyl windows, built for efficiency and style. From one window to full home replacement, we help you get the right windows for less. Lower your energy bills and stay comfortable year-round. Visit a location near you or order online at thewindowdepot.com. The spotlight is on Talking Stick Resort for Arizona's biggest showdown. The 20th annual Arizona State Poker Championship runs from August 13th to the 19th, celebrating 20 years of high-stakes action. This year's tournament boasts an estimated $3 million prize pool. It's a monumental week of poker right here in the Valley. Get all the championship details at TalkingStickResort.com. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
When I was a kid, my dream wasn't a mansion. It wasn't a yacht. It was a 250cc Kawasaki dirt bike sitting in the garage. That garage and that bike represented freedom. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. At A1 Garage Door Service, we know your garage holds more than tools. It holds dreams. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm with the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth and Tax, Stuart Willis. Stuart, I've got a friend going through a divorce. He's worried about what it could do to his retirement. What should someone in that situation be thinking about?
Well, Gambo, the biggest thing is this. Divorce doesn't just divide assets. It can completely rewrite your retirement plan. Someone may have thought they were only 5 years away from retirement, but after dividing retirement accounts and pensions, home equity, income, and future expenses, that timeline may change.
So how do you help someone get clarity?
Well, we cash flow out the new retirement picture. At Asset Preservation, we use planning software like eMoney to model out their income, expenses, taxes, Social Security, everything. We don't replace the divorce attorney, but we can help people understand whether the settlement supports their long-term retirement goals.
Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The Lovebird Lowdown with Tom and Tawny.
You know, flying's overrated.
Bold statement for a bird.
Constant flapping, wind in your face. Much rather be in a Toyota.
Hey, you're right. Smooth ride, comfortable, quiet.
Just cruising along.
20 people dream of flying.
Give it a week.
Bird brains.
Right now, get 5.99% financing for 60 months on our most popular models, including Camry, Corolla, RAV4, and 4Runner. Or get low 3.99% financing for up to 60 months on Tacoma. With great deals like these, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 5.99% with $19.33 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 3.99% with $18.41 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. Offers end 8/3/26 and exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models. See dealer for details.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes, and here is what's trending now. We've got Burns and Gambo live from Cardinals training camp today. It'll be their first look at this year's team. We also learned heading into practice that Paris Johnson Jr., Tip Ryman, Garrett Williams, and Josh Sweat will all begin camp on the physically unable to perform list. This does not mean that their seasons are over, but that they will not participate in camp until they are healthy. For all the other latest news regarding the Cardinals, you can find more on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. And the Diamondbacks play their first of a 10-game road trip in just a few minutes from St. Louis. This is the makeup game that was postponed last month due to the weather. Brandon Pfaadt is on the mound for Arizona. He goes against right-hander Michael McGreevy. First pitch is at 2:15 over on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. We'll, of course, keep you updated all throughout the Burns and Gambo show. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Cardinals Camp 2026. Active football. Active football with Burns and Gambo.
Go! Straight up 2 o'clock on this Thursday afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
We were just figuring out, we were doing the math a minute ago. This is our 16th Cardinals training camp, but because I didn't have one in 2020, we just celebrated our 15-year anniversary the other day. So this would be our 15th Arizona Cardinals training camp that we are broadcasting live from. How about that?
2011 would have been the first Cardinal camp we broadcasted live from. Yeah, I've been at every single one. We always, obviously, when they were in Flagstaff, we would do a lot more shows. We'll be doing 3 shows from Cardinal camp. We will have Mac Wilson on the show today. We will have Michael Wilson on the show.
It's a big Wilson day.
It's a big Wilson day. Yeah, we don't have that Wilson from the movie. He wasn't able to make it. He's still somewhere in the Atlantic Ocean, I think.
Wilson,
somewhere.
I'm sorry.
Yes. Should have went out and got him, don't you think?
We should. We should have a volleyball
he
here
got,
with a bloody handprint on it and just set it up right between
for the
right
Wilsons.
between the two of us for the Wilsons today.
Yeah, so the D-backs will be going on in a little bit. They're taking on the Cardinals in that one makeup game.
Yes.
So we'll keep you updated on everything that's going on there. There is nothing going on in front of us as of right now.
No.
Nothing going on in front of us.
Nothing at all.
Nothing at all.
No, but when there is something going on in front of us that is worth telling you about, we will, because practice is set to begin a little later on this afternoon.
Yes.
But Cardinals training camp, they reported yesterday there was a little bit of business. In fact, you know what? We'll start off the show with that little bit of business. Let's weigh in on our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
And with the beginning of training camp, the bit of business, Gambo, that we have to get to is simply this. The Arizona Cardinals have started their training camp by putting 4 of their players on the physically unable to perform list to start the camp.
Okay.
The 4 players are Paris Johnson Jr., Garrett Williams, Tip Ryman, and Josh Sweat. According to the NFL transaction report, the Cardinals have put those 4 players on the PUP list to start this training camp. That's the bad news. I suppose the good news is who's not on that list. Walter Nolan is not on that list after he was dealing with a variety of injuries dating back to last season and all throughout this offseason.
I don't know if I've seen, I've seen a lot of lists of guys who could break out for the Arizona Cardinals this year, but the guy that dominates those lists is Walter Nolan. I've seen Marvin Harrison Jr., I've seen Darius Robinson, but I think most people will look at Walter Nolan, and unlike the other two guys that I just mentioned, the thing about Walter Nolan is that when he played, he was really good.
Yes.
You could just see, his ability to dominate a football game when he was healthy and he played. So I think people look at him. Darius Robinson, you watch a bunch of games, you're like, I don't know if the guy's any good. Marvin Harrison Jr., you're like, I've seen a lot of Marvin Harrison Jr. They target him a lot. He's going out with a lot of catches. But when he played, when Walter Nolan played, you saw a very dominant football player. So that's why everybody says if this kid stays healthy, he's a game-wrecking player for them.
There are a couple of other notable names that are not on that list for what it's worth. Guys who had some injury questions in and out of the offseason that we were kind of wondering about. Star Thomas is not on that list. Sean Murphy-Bunting is not on that list.
Right.
Marvin Harrison Jr. is not on that list. Now, I don't think we expected that those guys would necessarily be on the list, but those are all players that there were at least some injury questions about going into this camp and their availability and things like that. James Conner is not on that list. So that gives rise to one of what's going to be one of the most intriguing parts of this camp. The running back, I don't even know if battle is the right word to use. The running back room is one of the most fascinating stories of training camp because it's just loaded with guys, right?
Loaded with depth.
Loaded with guys.
And listen, one of the reasons they may not want to make a trade is because of what happened to them last year. Last year, they went in with James Conner. He got hurt. Trey Benson, he got hurt. All of a sudden, they're playing practice squad guys at the end of the season. Like, they've got practice squad guys, like, taking all the major carries, and then DeMarcado got hurt. So it was a disaster last year at running back. So now, because a lot of people say, trade James Conner. Send him somewhere. There's a lot of teams that could use a good veteran running back as a number 2 guy, try to get something for him. But I think the feeling is if one of the other guys goes down, you've got a great replacement in James Conner if he's going to be the third back. I just wanted to throw this nugget at you.
Yeah, please.
Do you know, when me and you did our first training camp here, do you know who the first-round rookie was that year?
In 2011?
Yeah.
Hold on. Was it?
He was the 5th overall choice in the draft.
Was it Peterson?
It was Patrick Peterson.
Okay.
There you go.
Wow.
That was our first year of doing.
And we were
obviously, we both had done it like 15 years before.
Of course. Oh, yeah.
I've been covering Cardinal camp since the 90s.
Yeah, join the club, right.
Right, but the first year me and you did a show together, the rookie draft pick was Patrick Peterson.
And that was up in Flagstaff. Yeah. That was 2011. That was Ken Wisenhunt, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that was Ken Wisenhunt's era
and it
still.
Was 5 days from now, the Arizona Cardinals acquired Kevin Cobb from the Eagles for Dominique Rodgers-Cromartie and a second-round pick.
Oh, my gosh.
On July 28th, 2011, when we started doing Cardinal camp, they had just traded for Kevin Cobb.
That was I remember this like it was yesterday. Like, okay, no, I really do, because I remember our first batch of shows, you and I, 15 years ago. We talked about Kevin Cobb endlessly. Right, about whether he was the answer, about whether, giving up Dominique Rodgers-Cromartie and a second-round pick was too much to get Kevin Cobb, how good it felt that the Cardinals finally had a starter, or was Kevin Cobb proven enough, had he done enough in this league to be, given that kind of money and given the starting job and having everything traded for him? Did the Cardinals finally find their franchise quarterback? God, that just seems so ridiculous now to think about it.
Skelton, the battle.
Well, that was the next year. After Cobb was hurt and Skelton won a couple games and they were kind of fighting each other for the starting quarterback job. Wow, Kevin Cobb was our first Cardinals training camp together. That is nuts.
And Patrick Peterson was the rookie coming in as the 5th overall pick.
Wow.
That's just a little trip down memory lane when you think about 15 years that we've done the show. Our first camp, that was our camp. The Patrick Peterson coming in, Kevin Cobb they just traded for Kevin Cobb, and we're trying to win.
We both saw a variety of stories today. One from our buddy Darren Urban over at azcardinals.com. We just said hi to him a second ago. One from Teo Mackey over at AZ Central. He does a nice job covering the team. Our own Tyler Drake has posted a series of questions as well. Kind of the big questions coming into camp. For reference sake, I'll just reference Darren's here real quick because it's kind of a starting point for us with this training camp and where we are right now. Darren Urban's, he broke it down into part 1, part 2. Top questions facing the Arizona Cardinals heading into training camp. You just jump in whenever you want.
Okay.
Number 1, who's QB1? Obviously, and of course, Jacoby Brissett's.
It's Jacoby Brissett's job to lose as long as he gets here in a decent amount of time.
He's here. It's just a question of what he's going to do when he gets here, and we'll find out later today when the first practice is underway. Number 2, Mike LaFleur's first year. What does it look like? How much learning on the fly does he have to do? It wasn't that long ago. It was Jonathan Gannon's first year. Rookie head coach, first-time guy, trying to figure out how to do it on the fly. Number 3, is Jeremiah Love the bell cow right away at running back, or is there competition in the room?
Let's stop there.
Okay.
All expectations are he's going to be the NFL Offensive Rookie of the Year, that he's going to put up incredible numbers, and people are talking about like yards of scrimmage and how we talked the other day about the top 5 rookies and what they put up. All indications are he's going to be great, but they also signed a really good running back. In free agency, that could have been a number 1 back, that actually signed here to be a number 1 back because he wanted that opportunity. I think you'll have a 1-2 punch. My curiosity is I really loved the way the Lions did it when they had Montgomery. It would be like Montgomery gets the reps on the first drive, and then Gibbs comes in and gets the reps on the second drive. Then Montgomery the third, then Gibbs the fourth. If we get 3 plays, it does your 3 plays. If we get 10 plays, they're your 10 plays. Now, in certain goal line situations, they would bring in Montgomery because he was the bigger, stronger back, and he could go get the 1 yard. So if it was 4th and 1, that type of thing. So, and Algier's a very good player like that, very good at those short yard situations, but I think Love's going to be really good too. So I'm really curious if it's going to be that type of start or if it's going to be Love gets 10 carries and then he comes off. It could be 3 series, and then Algier comes in for a series or 2. I really just want to see how does he use these guys through the preseason.
Yeah, and I also I have no doubt that the conversation is centered around those 2. But considering who the third guy is, beloved James Conner, who is healthy, is not starting this camp on the PUP list. They brought him back at a reduced rate. How much gas does he have left in the tank? I mean, I know there are 2 very talented players ahead of him on the depth chart, but it's James Conner, right? Like, he is a total heartbeat, pulse of the team kind of guy. What does he have left? And what does he show in this training camp to prove that he should get some of those looks too? Or is he strictly
insurance policy
here for depth and insurance? And that's the only role he's here to play? I don't know. That's one of those storylines that's going to play itself
He's not going
out.
to be happy if he doesn't play.
No, he's not. He's not.
He's not going to be happy.
Number 4, will Mike LaFleur's offense click right away? That, we're going to talk to Michael Wilson. There's obviously has a lot to do with the quarterback, Marvin Harrison Jr., et cetera, et cetera. And then Michael Wilson. And we'll talk with him on the show. How does he follow up to the unbelievable year he had last year? Is he wide receiver 1? Is he wide receiver 2? Because wide receiver 2 on a team with Jeremiah Love and Trey McBride might not get as many targets and as many catches as you would expect from a typical wide receiver 2 on
because
any other
Love's
roster
going to catch
in
a
the
lot
NFL.
of passes out of the backfield.
And
McBride's
McBride.
Voted the number 2 tight end in football. We'll talk about that later on. But yeah, no, it's very possible that because they're going to be able to run the ball. Now, again, if they get blown out in a lot of football games, they're going to have to throw the ball a lot.
Right.
But if they can stay in these football games, they're going to run the ball a lot more.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, what do the Diamondbacks have to figure out, and how important is this trip for them to figure things out before the trade deadline in a couple of weeks? That and an update from the Diamondbacks game when it comes to an injury that we'll tell you about is next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Arizona Sports. Countdown to Canton. The Arizona Cardinals franchise in the entire world will witness the induction of one of the NFL's greatest.
It's a dream come true.
Into the Pro Football Hall of Fame on August 8th.
Palmer in the gun. 3 receivers set, 2 to the right, 1 to the left on 3rd and 2 at the 33-yard line of Atlanta. Snap to Palmer. Short set. Fires far side, and it's over the head of Larry Fitzgerald, but he somehow caught it. What an incredible grab at the 16-yard line. A gain of almost 20 yards on the play, and it's a first down.
There's no substitute for a freak on a fade. That's what Larry Fitzgerald is. Wow, a one-handed grab from the Japanese fighting fish.
He didn't pull it to the chest or anything. He just cupped it.
Wow.
More memories of number 11 coming your way on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM as we continue our countdown to Canton.
Earnhardt Ford in Chandler just cranked up the heat this summer with the Ford Summer Sales event, and the deals are too hot to ignore. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and don't sweat looking for your next ride. At Earnhardt Ford, you get transparent deals, zero pressure, and serious savings, and that ain't no bull. Get seriously sizzling savings like the 2026 Explorer with up to $6,500 off MSRP. Save some serious coin with available 0% financing. The heat is on, and these deals won't last long, so get them now at Earnhardt Ford. Trusted in the Valley since 1951. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, I-10 and Ray Road, or online at earnhardtford.com.
After all applicable offers on select new models, exclusions apply. Zero security deposit. Discount examples on select available 2025 Broncos Sports and 2026 Explorers. Special APR financing with approved credit on select available 2026 F-150, Bronco, and Explorer models. See dealer for details. Offer ends August 31st, 2026.
After the D-backs-Dodgers game on Friday, August 7th, enjoy a free post-game concert featuring Jayco. Add a concert field pass to your ticket and see the show from the field. Visit dbacks.com/concerts.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
When you see this in your kitchen,
The stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
you hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Ken Goodrich with Gettle. We once got a call from two neighbors yelling at each other over a shared wall. We got there fast, isolated the leak, repaired the pipe, and calmed down a suburban standoff before it turned into full-blown neighborhood warfare. At Gettle, we do things the right way, not the easy way. So we don't just fix the pipes, we keep the peace. Because burst pipes bring stress, and we bring solutions. Gettle, G-O-E-T-T-L. We'll fix your pipes, but it's hard to spell.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Make sure your family is well taken care of with life insurance. Protect your phone, laptops, and more with electronic device insurance, and cover your furry friends with pet health insurance.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Friday morning. Do the Diamondbacks keep their groove going in St. Louis? That and a lot more starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
So we got a lot going on today here on the Burns and Gambo Show. We are live from Arizona Cardinals training camp, our first day of Cardinals training camp coverage. And the first day of Cardinals training camp, period, as they'll be practicing a little later on this afternoon. Scheduled to join us today, inside linebacker Mac Wilson, wide receiver Michael Wilson. It's also a busy day because airing right now over on 6:20 a.m. in a game that we will, for obvious reasons, keep you completely and totally updated on.
iPad right here.
It is Diamondbacks and the St. Louis Cardinals in that rain delay makeup game from a few weeks ago.
All right.
Game is underway. They're scoreless in the top of the first.
There it is. I got it.
Diamondbacks are red hot, coming off a 4-2 homestand, but now start a huge road trip. A 4-city, thank you, Jamal, I appreciate that, a 4-city trip in which they're going to be.
And this was supposed to be the off day, but obviously there was a game that the Diamondbacks requested be played earlier because rain was coming in. It was denied. I'm not sure if it was the Cardinals or Major League Baseball, but it was denied. That a game ended up getting rained out. If they would have played it earlier, they would have got the game in, but because they had a rain out, they've got to go back to St. Louis during the midst of this trip. Because then they go to, Washington right after this?
Yes, right.
So they had to play this game on what should have been an off day, and then they got to go to Washington. So not the best situation, but very interesting today with Brandon Pfaadt on the mound because he has now had 4 good starts since he came back to the lineup. Looks like a much different pitcher.
Troy Lovello was on the MLB Network today before this game, and he was asked about exactly that, about exactly what he's seen from Brandon Pfaadt in his return to baseball.
Just that he's made those quality adjustments, and that's what this game's about, right? You sit still, it's not working. We had him in a totally different role than he's ever been in before, which is pitching out of the bullpen in length. We wanted to get him back into his comfort zone where he could make those adjustments. So we said, look, go down there at some point, we're going to need you. And it was a quick turnaround, but in that time, I think it was 3 or 4 starts in Reno. He didn't waste time. You go down there as a player, sometimes you feel sorry for yourself. You have that bad attitude. You got to get over that. But he went right to work, which is a credit to Brandon. He took the responsibility to go down there and get after it with some of the things that we asked him to do. So great coaching by our pitching coaches here. That translated to the pitching coaches down in Reno. And you're right. He made quality adjustments. He's coming back and he's pounding the zone. He's got a fastball family of pitches. He's throwing a 2-seamer, 4-seamer, and a cut. And when you're filling up the zone with those pitches, it gets hitters very uneasy, and then it helps and enhances your secondary stuff, which is where he's at right now.
Now, today's game doesn't mean anything when it comes to the tiebreaker. That has already been decided for Arizona. They've won the tiebreaker against the St. Louis Cardinals. But obviously, today's game is against a direct competitor for wild card positioning. If the season were to end today, the Diamondbacks are in.
They're in as the third wild card
team.
Yeah.
But this road trip, and in particular the first 7 games of this road trip, are all against teams that are either right in front of them or right behind them in the wild card standings. So certainly, Gambo, with the trade deadline coming up on August 3rd, which is what, a week from Tuesday. Sorry, I was doing the math in my head real quick. With the trade deadline coming up, I heard Derek Hall this morning on the Bickley Marotta show, and I saw Mike Hazen's comments to Nick Picoro and Steve Gilbert and others, in which I think they still want to wait a little bit longer
to make sure.
Yeah, what these 7 games tell us, right? Like this time a year ago, they lost 8 of 9 games after sweeping the St. Louis Cardinals coming out of the All-Star break, and they were sellers. I think they want just a little more data in front of them before they go making any decisions about whether they're buyers or sellers.
Give me just a little more time.
A little more time, Gambo. A little more time.
I get it. That I don't know that they're going to separate themselves from anybody in those 7 games. I know there was a feeling about a week to 10 days ago that if they could really go on a tear and really like solidify themselves as the number 1 wild card, they might even be more active. But remember, there is a price that they struggle with players. Like, they cannot just add anybody they want because they've spent all their money already this year. So when you are trading for a player, you are trading prospects. Those prospects don't have any real value to them on a major league roster. But if you're trading for a guy making $18 million a year and you've got to pay 8 of it, well, now you're adding $8 million to your payroll. That's going to be interesting to see because I don't think that they've got a lot of leeway there to add payroll.
It's funny that you say that, and I don't doubt you. There was a story on The Athletic that basically suggested the same thing, that this is going to be a real tricky deadline for the Diamondbacks to deal with because they don't have a lot of resources at their disposal. They're kind of
financially.
Yeah,
I've reported this several
times.
times.
Maxed out, you know, like in terms of the dollars that they have. So they have to be kind of creative about
Could
how
they
they're
add
gonna do
$3
this.
million? I think so. Could they add 8 to 9 to 10 million? That's going to be hard, which is why there is a scenario out there in which they could be a buyer and a seller. Hey, can I get off this reliever making $4 million? Okay, that saves me $2. Okay, now I can take that $2 million and put it towards somebody else. So keep your eye on that, because there is a scenario in which they're buyers and sellers, and they know this, and they're looking at that. Basically, not selling because they want to, but selling because if I can move somebody that saves me $1 million or $2 million, and I could use that for somebody else, that's the direction they might have to go in.
Yeah, there was a Mike Hazen quote in a story. I think it was Nick's story, Nick Pecoro on AZ Central, on when other GMs have called wondering about his willingness to sell. Hazen said he has felt compelled to listen. Quote, "We're having conversations all over the place," close quote. And I would imagine that speaks to directly what you're talking about, like this understanding that things are tight money-wise. And look, you mentioned the relievers. That's probably, I can't believe we're saying this, but we're 100 games into the season. It is the position of strength for the Arizona Diamondbacks, right? In terms of the one part of their roster where if they needed to siphon off a guy to save themselves a little money, they probably could do that.
Your highest paid reliever makes $4 million, I think.
Is it Clark?
I think it's Thompson.
Is it Thompson? Okay.
I think Thompson's highest paid at $4 million.
Now, I don't want to get rid of any of those guys.
No.
I love the bullpen dynamic, but if you're fairly confident you're going to get Justin Martinez back, and if you think that Ryan Nelson might slot in as a reliever when he comes back because you're not going to have enough time to build up his arm strength, you could move one of your relievers and say, I've got 2 guys that are coming that I know are both going to the bullpen. I could move one of those guys to save a little money so you can get a first baseman or DH.
If you trade a guy making $4 million, you save like $1.75. Now, does that allow you to go get somebody for a little bit more money somewhere else? It probably does. So, that's the thing you're going to look at. You're going to look at that. The Cardinals just took a 1-0 lead in the bottom of the first.
Jordan Walker, an RBI double. On a sharp line drive to center fielder Ryan Waldschmidt. So it's 1-0 St. Louis in the bottom of the first.
We'll keep you up on this game throughout the day.
Completely.
But, yeah, I do think there's a scenario in which they could buy and sell, and the selling would be to just free up a little bit of money to be a better buyer.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, all this talk this offseason for the Phoenix Suns about Devin Booker and Dylan Brooks and Miles Bridges after yesterday's press conference is the key to big-time improvement from the Suns actually within Come On Malawatch? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Arizona Sports is your exclusive home for Cardinals training camp breaking news, roster updates, video highlights from camp, and takes on the team from Arizona's biggest sports personalities.
Let's go!
Cardinals Camp 2026, back to football. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Cardinals, baby.
Keep up with the Cardinals on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7 FM.
It sounds so complicated, right? LASIK surgery from the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, but in theory, it's not. I mean, it's a few minutes. It takes a few minutes. You go home, you rest, you wake up, and all of a sudden, you're seeing crystal clear. I always like when I'm here and I can see things that are so far away that others can't. I could see all of the names in their Ring of Honor here, from Aeneas Williams to Ollie Matson, Charlie Trippi, Roger Worley, Adrian Wilson. I could see them all. Pat Tillman. Because that LASIK surgery that I had done at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center was one of the best things that I've ever done for myself. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the team eye doctor for your sons and D-backs. Dr. Jay Schwartz has locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. Very easy. Give him a call at 480-483-EYES to set up your free thorough eye exam, or go online for more information at teamidoc.com.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army, our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Triple digits are here, and you can avoid an AC system breakdown by calling Collins Comfort Masters to schedule an $89 AC tune-up. Collins is trusted by the community with nearly 11,000 five-star Google reviews and expert technicians that get the job done right the first time. Take advantage of this offer now, so your home will stay cool and comfortable all summer long. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, the no-worry solution for all your air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration needs.
Hey Arizona, it's Vince Marotta here, and Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa just made summer the best time to buy with employee pricing for everyone. That means no markups or runarounds, just honest deals on the trucks and SUVs Arizona loves all month long. Drive home a 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 with 0% financing or up to $15,000 off MSRP. Now, here's where it gets really good. Get into a 2026 GMC Sierra Heavy Duty with up to $11,000 off MSRP. A 2026 GMC Canyon with up to $8,000 off MSRP. Or the 2026 Buick Envista 0.9% APR with a $1,000 purchase allowance. And best of all, 0 payments for 90 days. Find your perfect match now at Earnhardt Buick GMC and experience the difference, or shop today at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models, all offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offer ends July 31st, 2026.
Dan Bickley here for Waltz TV and Appliance, where you'll find everything you need to take your viewing experience to the next level. Great selection, inventory you won't find anywhere else, super knowledgeable staff, and great pricing just like you'd get from the big box stores, but with 10 times the service. And if you really want the hookup, head on down to Waltz off the I-10 in Warner and ask for my guy Bear. You will not be disappointed. Online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Folks ask me how to spot a termite. I tell them, if you're waiting for a sign, you're letting them get the jump on you. Termite don't want your attention. He wants the bones of your home, and he's been whittling at them longer than you think.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites get the jump on you. Smart protection starts before the damage does. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
I'm Mitch Vareldes, and here is what's trending now. We've got Burns and Gambo live from Cardinals training camp today, their first look at this year's team. We learned heading into today that Paris Johnson Jr., Tip Ryman, Garrett Williams, and Josh Sweat will all begin camp on the physically unable to perform list. This does not mean that their seasons are over, but they will not be participating in camp until they are healthy. For all the other latest news regarding the Cardinals, you can find more on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. And speaking of Cardinals, not the Arizona ones, but the St. Louis ones, they have an early advantage right now on the Diamondbacks. 4 batters in, 4 consecutive hits, 2 runs scored. Brandon Pfaadt just recorded his first out of the inning, a deep fly out by Mason Wynn. Both runners move up from first and second, respectively. So now 2 runners in scoring position, 1 out. St. Louis up 2-0, bottom 1 in this makeup game that the Diamondbacks have on the first of what is now a 10-game road trip. Also worth noting that Ketel Marte was scheduled to be in the lineup today, but he was a late scratch due to back stiffness. You can hear the entire call right now on ESPN 620 AM and on the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Arizona, the Sanderson Ford Summer Sales Event is on. 0% financing, 0 payments for 90 days, and $1,000 towards your down payment. Choose Sanderson Ford. Your offer expires August 31st.
Cardinals fans, this is your night. The Big Red Rage, coming up tonight at 6 on the home of Arizona Cardinals football, 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app.
Still in the bottom of the first, and now it's 2-0 St. Louis as they're beating the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Magical mystery carpet ride that's waiting to take you away.
For Brandon Pfaadt, yeah, it might be reality might be intervening when it comes to Brandon Pfaadt right now because he's given up 2 runs in the first inning. He's not getting a ton of help from his defense either. But it is 2-0 St. Louis, bottom of the first. Jordan Walker, RBI double. Lars Nootbaar, still one of my favorite names in all of baseball. He had an RBI single, and it's 2-0 St. Louis against the Arizona Diamondbacks. Coverage of that game on ESPN 620. We are live from State Farm Stadium. Sometime in the next, half hour, 45 minutes or so, the Wilsons are going to come by and see us. We're going to hear from Mac Wilson, Michael Wilson, and we're looking forward to both of those guys. They're both great conversations, both a lot to talk about to each of them, right?
Yes, yeah, of course. Mac Wilson, I think, was the turning point of the season last year for the Arizona Cardinals. He got hurt, and I believe it was the Dallas game, and then he was done, and they got put on injured reserve, and they won that Dallas game, if I remember correctly. I think they were 3-5 at that point. It was still like some hope left for the season, and then it all went to hell in a handbasket after he went out, and they never recovered.
Yeah, and of course Michael Wilson, almost along the same track. Yeah, he started putting up these unbelievable numbers right about the same time. And Jacoby Brissett just loved throwing to him. Obviously, he might be in line for a contract extension. So a bunch to talk to both of those guys about today. The first practice of training camp gets underway a little bit later on this afternoon, so we're looking forward to talking to both of those guys. Yesterday was okay. It was a shorter show for us because of a day game for the D-backs, and we got on and we talked a lot about Miles Bridges and the press conference and things like that. Things have settled in for the Suns. The roster looks pretty set. All the heavy lifting is done. All the moves have been made. We kind of have an idea of what the roster is going to look like moving forward.
I do want to put an end to this one thing that's been making the rounds a lot.
Sure, please.
This Markieff Morris, I guess, sent something out about James Harden to Phoenix. Did you see that?
Did not. No.
You didn't see it?
Nope.
It's just it's making its ways. I have a lot of people asking me about it.
I did not see this. No.
Probably best that Bernsey did not see it.
Did you see it, Mitch?
Yeah, he proposed the idea of Harden going to Phoenix, Jalen Green going to Cleveland, and then LeBron going to Cleveland.
Okay, did he propose it, or did he say it's going to happen?
He just put it in a tweet. It was just a thought process.
Okay, yeah, not happening. not happening. And so he was just, okay, 'cause I don't know. I mean, I got so many people asking me about it right now. Can you reaper this? Can you reaper this? Yeah, the Suns are not getting James Harden. Okay, done. But I got so many people asking me about it, so I didn't know where it came from.
No, I didn't see that.
It's from Markieff Morris.
Huh.
Now, I didn't know what it was. So, I mean, I thought maybe he was reporting something, like he thinks it's going to happen, and that's why I responded by saying it's all BS, it's not going to happen. But maybe he was just suggesting.
I don't want. Let's see. Mitch just sent it to me here in our team's chat. So let me go to Keith Morris's tweet.
Yeah.
Harden to Phoenix, Jalen Green to Cleveland, Braun to Cleveland. That's all he said.
But he doesn't. But he's not saying this is an idea of mine.
No, he just says Harden to Phoenix, exclamation point, Jalen Green to Cleveland, Braun to Cleveland.
So he's basically predicting it's going to happen. Like if I tweeted that out, people would think Gamble's reporting that this is going to happen. He's not saying, hey, I have this great idea. This would really work for these three teams. Watch this.
Yeah.
He's basically reporting it.
I do. It's funny. It's funny for a couple reasons. Number one, for all of his ASU ties, to Mitch's point, I am not a huge fan of James Harden on a basketball team. So there's that.
Okay.
And number two,
I don't know that I disagree with you on that.
I'm not a huge fan of James Harden on a basketball team. I'm not. I understand.
I would love him on a game on 3-on-3.
Individually, he's a tremendously talented player. I don't feel like there's a lot of team success that follows James Harden around for all of that skill, so I'm not a huge fan, but whatever. What's interesting, and I'm just kind of scrolling through some of the Twitter responses to this, the owner of the Cleveland Cavaliers and the owner of the Phoenix Suns are bitter, mortal enemies. I don't know if they're doing business together. You know, like I know at some point you have to put that aside, and business is business, and you do what's best for your basketball team.
Right.
But Dan Gilbert and Matt Ishbia,
they would like to avoid it.
Are not frenemies. They are enemies. They do not like each other at all.
No.
I don't know if they're
in the same business.
Yes.
They're in the same mortgage industry together, and
yeah, I don't know if there would be a mutual collab between the two of them. But whatever. I mean,
I always think you do what's best for you, and who cares about all that other stuff. But you probably have a point there. I'd like to not do business with this guy.
I don't know. Yeah,
but however he put it, a lot of people are taking it like he's reporting it. I'm telling you, there is nothing to it.
Okay.
I just want to get that done.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you did because I had not seen that at all. Speaking of the Suns, I did not expect to read this today, and I thought it was worth talking about it for a couple of minutes, even though I know we're heavy Diamondbacks and heavy Cardinals today, given that we're out here at camp and the game is going on as we speak.
Mm-hmm.
There was a story on ESPN.com this morning, what we've learned in the NBA offseason, and it had all 30 teams, and one thing we've learned about each team. The one thing that this NBA writer says he's learned about the Phoenix Suns this offseason is that Kaman Malawach deserves a real shot. His exact words. The Suns, he writes, haven't made any earth-shattering moves. Miles Bridges and Luke Kennard are in. Grayson Allen, Royce O'Neal are out. Devin Booker, Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks form a decent core, but they're not scaring any of the West top contenders. His idea that in order for them to actually scare some of the West top contenders is if Kaman Malawach can be that true two-way center who would look so good in this system.
He says it.
Defend near the rim, shoot the three ball well enough to justify being out there.
A stretch option.
That could be the true difference maker for the Phoenix Suns this year.
Says it. Malawach could potentially represent the best of both worlds as a stretch option who fits Ott's vision and a big body defender. And he goes on to say the Suns should dramatically expand his role to see how quickly he can become a reliable difference maker. A lot of people are very, very excited about what he did in the Summer League. Take it with a grain of salt. It's inferior competition. It's the Summer League. It's not NBA players. It's not a lot of NBA players. There are some, of course. But he played so well and took a big step. The other thing people love about him, the kid's got a work ethic that's unsurpassed. Nobody's going to work harder than this kid. People may work as hard, but nobody's going to work harder than him to be great. He shot about 40% from three-point range in the Summer League. He is a big body. You saw what Oklahoma City without Jalen Williams, how much Shai got bottled up and guys weren't able to go inside against Wembanyama.
All right, we're going to take a break because when we come back, and we'll talk more about this later on the show because I want to explore this a little bit. But when we come back here on Burns and Gambo, Michael Wilson, Cardinals wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2, I don't know. We'll ask him next. He'll join us here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Larry Legend does it again!
Larry Fitzgerald is headed to the Pro Football Hall of Fame on August 8th as a first ballot inductee. And we're celebrating with the ultimate fan debate.
Larry Fitzgerald, the Japanese fighting fish.
We've picked 16 of Fitz's greatest plays, and you get to decide which one is the best.
And it's a pitch to Fitz, running straight ahead into the end zone. The shovel pass for the touchdown of the win.
16 plays, 4 rounds, 1 winner. It's a bracket-style showdown. Head to the Arizona Sports Contest page to cast your vote. When you vote, you're automatically entered for a chance to win one of 3 signed Larry Fitzgerald footballs.
Fitz is loose 40, 30, goodbye!
Countdown to Canton. Winners announced August 7th. Vote now on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. I spent years in professional football taking hits. Never backed down from anything, Basinonians, but living with teeth that are broken and falling apart, that wore me down in a way football never did. Every meal was a battle to smile. What a gamble that was. Listen, I got the All-on-4 implants. It really changed. It's a game changer. Eating what I want, smiling without thinking twice. Trust me, if you need this done, you want the best hands in the game, and that is Dr. Joe. That's right, at Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. Over 3,000 full-mouth cases. 3,000, man. This is what he does day in and day out. Right now, Aria Dental is running their summer promotion, the All-on-4 with premium zirconia teeth, starting at $12,500 per arch. This deal will not last. Call now, 602-877-0429.
For windows and doors that combine style, performance, and efficiency, come to the Window Depot. We carry a large selection of Milgard windows and patio doors, with many options in stock and available today. Choose from a variety of colors, styles, and energy-efficient designs that can help improve comfort while adding value to your home. From new builds to window replacements, our team can help you find the right Milgard products for your unique project. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend and the guy who will hook you up, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where the summer sales event is already in full effect.
That's right, Bick, and the savings are incredible. So if you want to spend your summer in the ultimate driving machine, now is a great time to make it happen. And to all your listeners, remember to ask for me by name. I'll make sure you get the best price you're going to find in the Valley.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
At the UPS store, we get it. Being a small biz owner requires grit and hustle, but you don't have to do it alone. We've got your back. You put your heart and soul into your biz, we put ours into packing and shipping. While you're keeping track of your custom-made orders, our mailboxes are keeping your packages safe. Because we're here to help you be unstoppable with shredding, printing, notary, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Most home sellers get one offer, and it's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. But Orchard changes that. With Orchard's new Orchard offers, you don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors who are all competing for your home. That's right. Make those investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how it works. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers, you review them all, and you pick the best one on your terms. That way, you don't have to worry about settling on one offer or maybe leaving money on the table without even realizing it. You see every offer side by side. That's how you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. See, not only does Orchard give you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later, you still get top dollar for your home. And this is how. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com, Orchard.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
To learn life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com or text the word SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Cardinals Camp 2026. Back to football. With Burns and Gambo. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
First official practice is coming up later this afternoon under new head coach Mike LaFleur. And joining us right now on the Burns and Gambo Show, rejoining us, we've had him on many times since he was drafted by the Cardinals a couple of years ago. It is a pleasure to have on Michael Wilson as he joins us here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Michael, good to see you again as always. You look great. How you doing?
Doing great. Thanks for having me on the show. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, you got it, man.
What a year last year. I mean, your breakout year, once you got to start playing with Jacoby and that ball started going down the field, we were all able to see what you could do. See that you are a number 1 type wide receiver in this league. And I'll just never forget. I think it was the San Francisco game, right? It was the San Francisco. You had all these games. You just, weren't doing very much. And then that game right there is like, wow. What do you remember about that one game?
Yeah, I remember, obviously, I hadn't had a great season so far, especially the first 5 games with Kyler. I think I had 8 catches, less than 60 yards. So at that point, I was going home, talking to my wife, I might not be here next year. I need to.
Really?
Yeah. I was worried about.
That.
Yeah, I mean, I can admit that now, but I was definitely worried about just because the production. I mean, I was playing in 70% of the snaps and just not getting the ball. The ball wasn't finding me, and so when Marv got appendicitis and then Zay Jones tore his Achilles, unfortunately. Now I was kind of thrust in that role where I knew the ball was going to find me a lot, and I hadn't been in that situation since the last couple games of my rookie year. And, I treated that week like my life depended on it, my family depended on it.
15 catches for 185 yards.
Right.
The next week, 10 catches for 118. 2 weeks after that, 11 catches for 142.
Right.
It wasn't just this one game outlier.
Right.
You took that game and you ran with it.
Right. Yeah, I think what that's a lesson in that, and I was saying this from OTAs is that we often as fans, receivers one of the easiest positions to judge from a fan perspective because all you have to do is look at the stats.
Right.
But the stats don't tell a full story involving a receiver, how good they are. It's all about opportunities and targets. And so, like, I feel like I've been capable of doing that. Maybe not at that level since my rookie year, but I know from my rookie year and my second year, like, I was better than what my stats say. And I think,
you were.
Eventually the cream rises and I got my opportunity and the laws of football rewarded me for all the work. And, yeah, you can't fluke your way to 3 games in a row for 100-plus yards. So.
I see you looking. You've got something interesting you want to ask.
I'm thinking about, okay, so all of these great things that happened to you last year happened in some ways because of the expense of others, right? Marvin Harrison Jr. has the appendicitis and Zay Jones. And then obviously a lot of it was dependent, too, on Jacoby Brissett.
Yeah.
When you factor all of that in, how do you kind of equate the success you had to I hate to use the word fortune because that's not the right word, but you know what I mean? Like it took a unique lining up of these circumstances for you. How often do you think about that when you think about your year last year?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I think obviously it was very unfortunate that Marv had appendicitis and Zay, who's, great friend of mine and, a big brother to me that tore his Achilles. Like if those two things didn't happen, then, I'm probably not sitting in the seat talking about me having 1,000 yards last year. That's just the reality of the situation. However, if you do play the game long enough and treat the game the right way, I think I'm a firm believer in life is going to give you opportunities to show what you can do. And for me, there's a really good quote that I love, and I said this maybe a couple months ago in an interview, but it's by Winston Churchill, and I'm paraphrasing, but it goes something like this. It says, to each there comes a point in every man's life when he's tapped on the shoulder and asked to do something very special and unique to him. What a tragedy if that moment found him unfit or unprepared for which would have been his finest hour. And in my profession, that quote that is going to be the catalyst game in my career. If my career continues to ascend, that I'll forever be able to look back on and say, that was the moment that my career kind of things started to fall.
You totally had him quoting Winston Churchill.
I'm looking it up right now.
Yeah.
I went to the Churchill Museum in London.
Yeah.
And I love Churchill.
Yeah.
I love Churchill.
Mm-hmm.
And I was so fascinated. You've got to go.
Yeah.
You have to go to the Churchill Museum.
All right.
When you go, I know the World Cup's in Brazil next year.
Yeah.
But if you get to go to London, spend like 5 hours at the Churchill Museum. You'll love it.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. Yeah, but look up that quote.
I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna see if I have it on my my thing.
Tell me, Michael Wilson's our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show, and as a reminder, tickets for Cardinals home games, including season ticket packages and single game options, are on sale now at azcardinals.com/tickets. Specifically, your relationship with Jacoby.
Mm-hmm.
Take me inside how that worked and why it is you think you two clicked as well as you did, because obviously it was very special to watch.
For sure. Well said. I think, the interesting thing about that is prior to him, getting the start against the Colts week 6, I believe, I think I probably had caught, and I'm not exaggerating, maybe 10 passes from him from the entire offseason until up until that point.
So there was no chemistry.
No, we just had natural. I feel like we just kind of see the game the same way, just natural rapport. Yeah, because like during training camp, Kyler never was hurt or missed any time. So I'd always do routes on air with him, one-on-ones with him. I was taking all my reps with the ones. So Kyler was the one that was throwing me the ball, and so. Yeah, it was just that first week or that week of practice leading up to Indy game was the first time I actually really caught balls from Jacoby.
What was it about you and Kyler that didn't click? There had to be something. There had to be something, and without knocking him, but there had to be something as to why you were not able to have success when he was the quarterback.
Yeah,
be honest. Be honest.
That's a fair point, and obviously you could look at the stats and come to that conclusion. I think me and Kyler did have some good moments, but I also think, when I really ascended with Jacoby, I was playing X. I wasn't playing Z.
Right.
And so, the first, I don't know how many games I played with Jacoby prior to Marv going down, but it was maybe 4 or 5. Like my stats were better, but they weren't what they were. And I think a lot of that had to do with me playing X and not Z.
Okay,
and so
but you're not going to play X in this offense, are you?
No, but it's a different system.
Okay.
It's a completely different system.
Because Marv's going to be the X.
Yeah, and so I would say, if I had an opportunity to have more ISO reps at X, which I feel I feel like it's really not apples to apples. Like, I think if I would have had a good, 6 games last year with Kyler where I was playing X, getting 15 targets, it might have looked the same way.
Okay.
We just don't know.
That's a fair answer.
Yeah.
I'll accept that one.
Yeah.
So given your breakthrough year last year, do you this Jacoby Brissett situation, and I know, it's kind of looming over everything for you, how personally invested are you in getting this situation resolved, given the success that you had with him throwing you the ball last year? Or do you feel your game has evolved now to where, hey, you proved that you did it with him. If it's Gardner, you can do it with Gardner. If it's Carson, you can do it with him.
Right.
How do you process all of that with what's going on with Jacoby?
It's a great question. I would say, obviously I feel like I'm good enough and I'm confident in my ability where I can put up statistics and stats with any quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
However, I would be lying to you if I sat here and said that, I don't have a special place in my heart for Jacoby, just because he obviously played a massive role in, the back half of the season last year. And, we do have a special connection both on and off the field. And so it would be great. I mean, I think most of the locker room loves Jacoby, if not the entire locker room.
Good football player.
Great football player.
Good quarterback. Good person.
Great person. I think that's kind of what, makes him such a phenomenal person to play with, is just like the character that he has.
Yeah.
Does he give you the best chance to win?
Shooting.
I mean, he knows this. He knows the players, the personnel. He's the one quarterback that was playing with you guys.
Yeah.
So he should have a built-in advantage there.
Right. I mean, for sure, but it's also a system he's never played in. I don't want to say he's gives us the best chance to win, because then that's also, talking down on Gardner and Carson, and that's not fair to them because they haven't been given an opportunity to actually play a game on Sunday. I will just say that from the locker room standpoint, and I can speak on everyone's behalf, like, we would love to have Jacoby as a quarterback and have him on the team, just because, he's got such a good connection with Marv. Marv was playing really well. Trey obviously was, the best tight end in the NFL last year with him and broke records. So, well, that situation will figure itself out. But, whoever's quarterbacking for us, we're going to play great and put on the show.
Last year, you were very one-dimensional. You guys didn't run the football a whole lot.
Yeah.
With Gannon, we do a show with the coach every week.
Yeah.
And we just felt like you threw the ball 42 times, you ran it 18. Like what? There's no balance in this offense. Now you got Jeremiah, you got Algier, you still got James Conner. It should be much more balanced offense. Sure. I look at you, I look at Marv, I look at Love, I look at Trey. Is it one ball? Is there any concern about everybody getting to eat a little bit?
Not really. I mean, you look at the best teams in the NFL, the best offenses. They all have a multitude of weapons, and I think that's a good issue and a good problem to have. And so it's on Mike, it's on all of us. When our number's called, you got to make the most of the opportunities.
Michael, we appreciate the conversation.
I appreciate you guys.
We,
yes, sir.
We thank you for stopping by. Best of luck with training camp. Best of luck this season. I'm sure we'll catch up with you at some point this year.
Yes, sir. Thank you, guys.
Michael Wilson joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. And once again, a reminder, tickets for Cardinals home games, including season ticket packages and single game options, are on sale now at azcardinals.com/tickets. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, from one M. Wilson to another M. Wilson, Mac Wilson Sr. is on his way up, and we'll talk with him next here on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marana mornings.
It was not your run-of-the-mill introductory press conference for a number of reasons, and Brian Gregory talked about questions about Miles Bridges' character. He used the term unacceptable to describe some of the actions in Miles Bridges' past. Brian Gregory spoke very openly about this. He relied on his past experience in working directly with Miles Bridges while he was a consultant during Bridges' freshman year at Michigan State. I kind of wonder, had that experience not happened for Brian Gregory, would we be talking about this right now?
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, back here to tell you about Global Credit Union and one of the many, many reasons why I am a proud member of Global Credit Union. One of the many reasons why I have a checking account and a savings account and a loan set up with Global Credit Union, because over this past weekend, I had a little issue come up with one of those accounts, and I needed some answers. And so I called my traditional, if that's the word you want to use, my traditional bank. And of course, it being on the weekend, I got an automated system and I couldn't get any answers, and I got a whole lot of frustration. I called Global Credit Union and I spoke to a person based in the United States, a person who could give me answers and direction and guidance. And I thought to myself, this is where being a member of Global Credit Union has its advantages, because with a traditional bank, I had to wait until Monday morning, 8 o'clock Eastern time, before I was able to talk to somebody. With Global Credit Union, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, a person based in the U.S. to answer your question. Joining is simple. You can sign up online at globalcu.org or stop by any of their 9 Phoenix area branches. Global Credit Union, better rates, fewer fees, real savings, and the kind of service that makes your money work smarter for you.
Every summer road trip starts somewhere. Start yours at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, we have employee pricing for everyone and 0% APR for 60 months on new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 models. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Employee pricing for everyone and 0% APR for 60 months for well-qualified buyers. Must finance with GM Financial. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by August 3rd, 2026.
Freeway Chevrolet. I-10 and Ray.
Doug.
Hot dog, get your hot dog.
Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct, to the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn, get your popcorn.
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters can help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Get a new high-efficiency Lennox AC system installed for as low as $99 a month. Serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins Comfort Masters has served the Valley for over 40 years. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule today. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration.
Earnhardt Ford in Chandler just cranked up the heat this summer with a Ford Summer Sales event, and the deals are too hot to ignore. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and don't sweat looking for your next ride. At Earnhardt Ford, you get transparent deals, zero pressure, and serious savings, and that ain't no bull. Get seriously sizzling savings like the 2026 Explorer with up to $6,500 off MSRP. Save some serious coin with available 0% financing. The heat is on, and these deals won't last long, so get them now at Earnhardt Ford. Trusted in the Valley since 1951. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, I-10 and Ray Road, or online at earnhardtford.com.
After all applicable offers on select new models, exclusions apply. Zero security deposit. Discount examples on select available 2025 Bronco Sports and 2026 Explorers. Special APR financing with approved credit on select available 2026 F-150, Bronco, and Explorer models. See dealer for details. Offer ends August 31st, 2026.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes, and here is what's trending now. We've got Burns and Gambo live from Cardinals training camp today. As a matter of fact, they're set to talk with Mack Wilson Sr. up next. So don't go far, because they're going to talk with one of the defensive leaders of this Cardinals team. Should also pass along that Paris Johnson Jr., Tip Ryman, Garrett Williams, and Josh Sweat will begin camp on the physically unable to perform list. This does not mean that their seasons are over, but they will not be participating in camp until they are healthy. For all the other latest news regarding the Cardinals, you can find more on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. And speaking of Cardinals, just not the Arizona ones, the Diamondbacks are playing the St. Louis Cardinals. It's the first of a 10-game road trip. This is that makeup game that was postponed last month due to the weather. They're playing that today. Should also note that Ketel Marte was in the lineup today, but was a late scratch due to back stiffness. And the offense could use a Ketel Marte as of right now. It's early. Middle of the third inning, but St. Louis is up 2-0 on the Snakes. A couple of runners in scoring position opportunities, I should say, for the Diamondbacks. As a matter of fact, they're 0 for 4 already with runners in scoring position, and they trail the Cardinals 2-0 going into the bottom of the third. You can listen to the broadcast right now on ESPN 620 and on the Arizona Sports app. And that is what's trending now.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app. 98.7 FM. Cardinals Camp 2026. Back to football. With Burns and Gambo. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
We are here live from Arizona Cardinals training camp. Year number 15, camp number 15 for Gambo and I. It's been 16 camps, but they didn't have one back in 2020. It's great to be back, and it's interesting to pass along this note. Mike LaFleur is meeting with the media right now, and he said that the contract negotiations with Jacoby Brissett are ongoing, productive, and that the quarterback will practice today.
Okay.
For the first training camp practice.
$15 million, and we got a done deal. I'll tell you that right now.
Okay,
I'll
see.
tell you right now. $15 million, and we're done. It's over. He gets his contract. You pay him fairly. I'm going to put it right there at $15 million.
I wanted to get that out there before I welcome in our next guest, because joining us right now on our set here on the Burns and Gambo show, a guy the Arizona Cardinals missed very, very much last year when he went out with an injury, and that's Mack Wilson Sr. joining us here on the Burns and Gambo show. Mack, welcome back. I'm Dave. This is Gambo. Glad to have you here. We've had a nice conversation with you off the air. Good to see you, man. You looks like you're doing great.
Yes, sir. I'm great. I'm happy, ready to go, in good spirits. Happy to be around my teammates again. So, yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah, listen, this is pretty easy to say. I think from the time you got injured in the Dallas game, you guys won that game. You were 3-5. There was still a chance to make something happen. You get hurt, and it went to hell in a handbasket. The team couldn't win a game. You hate to say, could one guy made that much of a difference? You scratch it. He made a big difference. Not having you on the field really hurt this football team last year.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, there's leadership amongst the defense, and, I feel like I bring that different energy, that different swagger, that different attitude to the guys. And, they believe in me so much, and I've, built that confidence within them by the way I go to work, the way I approach my business each day. And, they obviously would tell me, like, yeah, we miss you out there and things like that. But I have full faith in my guys to go out there, compete, and get it done. We were just following up short.
Now, everybody thinks this team's going to struggle this year and not win a lot of football games, have the number 1 pick overall in the draft. I know the players don't believe that. You were telling me before we got on, you think you guys are going to surprise a lot of people.
Yeah, I truly believe that.
Yeah, tell me why.
I mean, just the way we work. We're going to take it one day at a time, obviously, but I mean, if you look at our season last year and the games that we lost, we was never out of the fight. And I just feel like a lot of people just going based off what our record was last season and not the way we played and things like that. So I feel like at the end of the day, like I told the media earlier in OTAs, everybody got to deal with us regardless of wherever it's at. Just spot the ball, and we'll see what the ending is.
You got some attention for saying that during OTAs. You don't. Doesn't look to me like you have a single problem with saying it again at all, right? Like tell me why you enjoy being that brash about how successful you think you guys are going to be this year.
I mean, at the end of the day, you can't go based off what a team did last year. Everybody 0-0. You don't know how the season going to go. And, all I can tell my guys is we're going to take it one day at a time. We're going to take it one game at a time. And if we do that, we buy into the details and we lean on one another, we'll be successful.
You love playing football. That's obvious in talking to you. It's obvious in watching you play. How badly did last year hurt you to have that taken away from you? How much of that hurt?
Yeah, it was tough. Just trying my best to come back. When I got hurt in Dallas, I didn't know how serious it was. Obviously, I took some time off, took the next game off. And following up from that game, I felt like I was going to be able to play and come back against the 49ers the following week. and things just hit me differently. And then that's when I found out that, I had something serious going on and things like that where I had to end my season. And obviously, you see your guys out there fighting every day, and, you want to be there to support and things like that. And, I just show love to them the best way I can. Whenever any game we had at home, I was there because obviously I couldn't fly with what I had going on. So every home game I try my best to be here, to give them any advice and, just to try to comfort those boys and get them going. But it definitely took a toll on me, I would say. But, I'm happy now. I'm ready to go, and I'm just going to go out there and give it my all.
Yeah. Once the losses started to mount, and this team, it was a snowball effect, and all of a sudden you went from losing close games to giving up more points than anybody in a long, long time, and you started to get blown out in some of those games. Losing wears on teams, doesn't it? Did you feel like it wore on this team as the season went on last year?
I wouldn't say that. At the end of the day, I felt like the guys tried their best to go out there and fight to the end, no matter what the scoreboard was. Things just wasn't going our way. And, we had a lot of guys get hurt last year. And, it was next man up opportunities and things like that. But, when stuff like that happens, obviously, you just got to go out there, play hard. You know what I'm saying? Stick to the game plan and things like that, and just try to execute and win some games.
We did a weekly show with Gannon last week, and we'll do one with LaFleur this week. He was adamant right up to the final week that he was going to be able to keep his job and come back. Were you somewhat surprised that they decided to go in a different direction with the head coach?
Yeah, at first I was. We thought JG was going to be back and things like that, but obviously the front office had other plans and things like that. So once he came in and gave us his speech, it was kind of like everybody was kind of like shocked in a sense. But it was dope for him to be able to stand up in front of us and just let us know what was going on, and say his last words to us and things like that. So we all had love for JG. We all tried our best to go out there and fight and play hard for him. And, at the end of the day, it's a business, and we all know how this business goes.
Mac Wilson, Sr., our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. And as a reminder, tickets for Cardinals home games, including season ticket packages and single-game options, are on sale now at azcardinals.com/tickets. Gannon not here. Nick Rawlis still here. And I know you on social media first of all, you're very active on social media. You're very, it's when the team does something, you're usually the first one to tweet about it, right? You're very active. You were very supportive of Nick Rawlis being given another chance. Tell me about your relationship with him and what it meant to you that he was retained despite the struggles of the unit last year.
Yeah, first and foremost, you just look at my first year here. For him and Coach JG to come, get me and be like, I want this guy to come be a linebacker at the Arizona Cardinals was special to me. And ever since I've been here, I built a relationship with Nick. We talk almost every other day about football and things like that, of what I can do better, what he can do better as a coach. He always open to hearing that. And I just feel like this offseason was a super humble experience for him. He was able to sit back and kind of let things play out how it played out, and was blessed enough to be retained and things like that. And all the guys were super happy and stuff. And, at the end of the day, we both know we got unfinished business, and we know the potential this defense have, and we can be a top 10 defense.
How good can Walter Nolan be?
The sky's the limit for him.
Did you see it in the games he played last year?
Yeah, he's a different beast. I just got to tell him he just got to, keep his head straight, keep his mental straight, keep his body intact and things like that. Make sure he stay up on top of his nutritionist and his weightlifting and things like that, so he can be able to be out there all season.
I think a lot of us were hopeful that Calais would come back for one more year, but he decided to go back to Baltimore and give himself a chance to win there. There's a leadership void that you'll lose with him. You'll probably pick up a lot of that because that's what you do. But he was very effective for you guys last year. And you guys, outside of Josh, you guys struggled to get to the quarterback. How do you see this team being able to just, more than just Josh, being able to get some hits on the quarterback, pressures, sacks, and all the things that go with that?
Yeah, I just feel like we got a lot of guys that can do a lot of great things. Even with, Walt coming back healthy, we got BJ who's coming back fully healthy now. So I feel like we got a lot of people that can go out there and get the job done. And like I told them yesterday in our defensive meeting, if we believe in one another, we believe in the game plan, we go out and execute like I know we could, at the end of the day, we'll win games. So
how quickly did you pounce on the number one when Kyler went up to Minnesota? And how important was you to get the number one when Kyler went to Minnesota? Tell me why that number means so much to you and why you jumped on it.
Yeah, so honestly, I didn't care about getting number one. It was really more so Will Johnson. He wanted to go back to number two. And I told him, like, the only way you get me out of 2 is if I can get 1. So I asked Coach Mike when he took the job, and asked our equipment manager, was it cool if I can get 1 because Will want number 2. And they was cool with it. And I mean, obviously number 1 is a special number for anybody. And
Sure.
I go by my one-on-one saying and things like that. I always felt like I was one-on-one in anything I ever done. So number 1 is definitely special to me, and I'm gonna try my best to leave some great memories in that number.
All right, leave me with this. Contract year for you. You've been here for a couple of years. Do you like it here? Would you like to stay with the Cardinals organization?
Yeah, I love it here. Honestly, it's the first place I'll say I felt the most comfortable. My family's comfortable, and just the camaraderie that this team has. Like, it's the first team I ever really been on where it's no egos, and the coaches just pour into you, and the city is lovely.
You mean
the
there were
fans is
egos
lovely.
with the Patriots?
Hey, I'm just saying, and it's just a blessing. Honestly, it's a team that I feel like that really took me in and accepted me for who I was, and I was able to flourish here. And so I feel like it's only right for me to end my career here at Lois Will. So, Lois Will, I'm here for the long haul.
All right.
We wish you the best.
Congratulations on being back. Thank you from the community for your celebrity basketball game.
Yes, sir.
You're the second year you had it.
Yes, sir.
At Corona del Sol, which is where I went, which is where Gambo's son goes to school. So that's
Baseball
super
player
cool
there.
that you keep doing that, especially at Corona. So we appreciate it. Best
sir.
of luck to you this season.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Appreciate you guys.
Mac
Thank you.
Wilson Sr., our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. And once again, a reminder: tickets for Cardinals home games, including season ticket packages and single game options, on sale now at azcardinals.com/tickets. When we come back, we'll circle back to the story that just dropped right before that interview came down. Jacoby Brissett will practice today for the Arizona Cardinals. We'll talk about that and what it means next here on Burns and Gambo. Stay with us.
Arizona Sports. Countdown to Canton. The Arizona Cardinals franchise in the entire world will witness the induction of one of the NFL's greatest.
It's a dream come true.
Into the Pro Football Hall of Fame on August 8th.
1st and 17 at the Ram 48. 11.5 to go in a scoreless first. Back to throw goes Rosen. Pumps, fires left. Fitz with the catch. Spun down at the 40. Larry Fitzgerald has just broken Jerry Rice's record. Most consecutive games with a catch with a single franchise. 226 games in a row in which Larry Fitzgerald has caught a football.
More memories of number 11 coming your way on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM as we continue our countdown to Kent.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
Dan Bickley here for Waltz TV and Appliance, where you'll find a full lineup of JBL Party Box speakers. These are perfect for tailgating, perfect for backyard parties or indoor events. They bring the sounds, the lights, and the energy to the party, no matter where it's happening. Visit Waltz off the I-10 in Warner to check out their great selection, great pricing, and extremely knowledgeable staff. And while you're there, remember to drop my name for big discounts. Shop online at waltz.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling.
I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you'd tell your listeners about them?
Oh, buddy, you gotta have shade.
Exactly. You want to cool down your patio?
You gotta have shade.
That's right. And how about a little privacy?
You gotta have shade.
Want a comfortable outdoor space for your whole family to enjoy?
You gotta have shade.
Wolf, can you say anything else?
Do it like I did. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Cardinals Camp 2026. Back to football. With Burns and Gambo. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Back to football, and Jacoby Brissett is back to football. As Mike LaFleur, in his first press conference of the training camp, the first practice is set to begin here in another 45 minutes or so. He announced, and he didn't get into a great amount of detail about it, Gambo. But
I can play it if you want.
Oh, please, Mitch, by all means, play it.
It's been productive between us and his team, so still ongoing, but I'd say the word productive. Yeah, I mean, he's here. He's under contract, and and it's the first day of practice.
He will be practicing today.
He's practicing, and it's a show of good faith, and I think we're getting close. You might be right. Now, you've only got one more day to be right, but you said you think that this could be over by the end of this week. It seems that there is some progress towards getting something done. Now, I've been here all day. What I can tell you, I was told that a number that would get it across the finish line for Jacoby is $15 million. That number would get it across the finish line. He would take $15 million. I don't know where the Cardinals are with that number. That's an increase of about $9 million. But that would be a very, very low number for a starting quarterback. But my understanding from what I was told is that $15 million would get it across the finish line.
Yeah, and I think if I remember right from a story I read a couple of days ago, the lowest amount of guaranteed money for a veteran quarterback this year in the NFL is like Kirk Cousins with 10. I think he's making like $10 million guaranteed, and that's for a guy who's a starter and who's a veteran. That's like the lowest, and
Right.
So some people had looked at the 10 million number and wondered if that was like the jumping off point, if that was the number that was going to get it done. You're saying that it's 15. This might be a meet in the middle kind of thing. We just had a real healthy conversation, all of us here on set as we're live here from Cardinals training camp, about the importance of getting this done for the Cardinals perceptually, how it looks to everybody else, their faint chances of winning this year and how much they depend on Jacoby Brissett being the quarterback. Now, for some who don't want them to win football games, Jacoby Brissett being the quarterback, maybe it's a good thing, maybe it's a bad thing. Maybe he's too good to keep them out of that top pick, second pick, third pick kind of range. I don't know. He was 1-11 last year as a starter.
1-11, but if you look at the stats, and I know you could say that there were some blowout games, but we went through it. There were 5 or 6 really one-score games. 5 or 6 one-score games that they were involved in. His yardage number was good. What he did with Michael Wilson was remarkable. Touchdown-interception ratio was good. They had an atrocious defense that was legendary for giving up points.
Yeah.
And then, we asked Mac Wilson about this, just the snowball effect of losing and how it beat you down. And, they were trying, and they had so many injuries, and they were trying, they just couldn't get over the hump. But, I think the thing is, once this gets done, we got to see what the number is. But, man, I hope we're not looking back and saying, well, why the hell didn't you get this done 6 months ago? Like, why didn't you just get this done? Like, if that's the number, like, If $15 million is truly the number that gets it across the finish line, really, we couldn't have done this 6 months ago?
Yeah,
4 months ago, 3 months ago.
And I hear what you're saying, because I don't think, from a football standpoint, I don't think they've lost anything by not getting this done a few months ago. But from a perception standpoint and how they're viewed around the league and how they're viewed by their fan base, it's been kind of a bad look that they haven't been able to get this done with Jacoby Brissett.
Yeah.
So like you and I agreed the other day, from a football standpoint, man, he could probably miss another practice or two, and he's probably going to be fine. It's going to be a long training camp. The regular season opener is still a month and a half away.
Yeah, they're ahead of everybody else, them in Carolina?
Carolina. So there's time for him to acclimate himself to Mike LaFleur's system with official practices. But perceptually, it's a bad look. And I'll tell you something else, and this is where – and you and I have had a lot of conversations about the differences between Jacoby Brissett and Gardner Minshew. You think there's a substantial difference between the two.
I do.
I don't. But I'll meet you halfway on this point. If the locker room thinks that Jacoby Brissett is their best chance to win, you have to bring him back, right? Like you because you have to tell your locker room, hey, look, I know things are bleak, and I know we're only projected to win 3, 4, 5 football games, but we're going to do everything we can do. And if that means bringing Jacoby Brissett back, you've got to send that message to your locker room that you are at least attempting to win football games by doing the things that are in front of you. You can't run the risk of losing the room because you're playing hardball with Jacoby Brissett over a few $1 million, right?
I could not agree more. I could not agree more. And again, the perception with this organization a lot of times is not good. That's why, like, if you're haggling over a little, like, just get it done. Just get it done, man. Like you don't. This organization, out of all the teams this organization does not need any negativity, any bad perception, anything like that about being cheap. Listen, we go back to them, charging guys, when Bill was the owner for the FedEx package when they get their check. You want an extra pair of socks? It's coming out of your paycheck. $6.47 coming out of your paycheck for the extra pair of socks. We go back to, like, this organization had an incredible negative
perception
of being very, very cheap. And it, in many ways, it still does. I think the longer this drags on, the more people are able to knock you for that again.
Yeah. If Jacoby – now, look, when I said I thought this was going to get done by the end of this week, keep in mind, once again, for anybody out there watching, anybody out there listening to Burns and Gambo, Gambo's the information guy. I stay in my lane. I'm just making guesses. I'm throwing darts. I'm just kind of reading the room and taking a guess, and it was an educated guess that this – and maybe it does, maybe it doesn't get done by the end of this week. I do wonder, though, if it does get done and Jacoby does come back – I mean, there's this, and we talked about this earlier, there's this belief the Arizona Cardinals are in line for the first, second, or third pick in the draft. And I know they were 1-11 last year with him, and I know we talked the other day about how that's not all on Jacoby. You can't pin that all on Jacoby, the record they had with him as a starter. I do wonder if he makes them just good enough to miss out on that top 5 pick. Because we looked at the standings from a year ago.
Yeah.
6 wins is enough to really push you to what? 7th in the draft, 8th in the draft, 10th in the draft, depending on what's going on around you.
6, you're probably at 10.
You're at 10. And I do wonder if Jacoby is good enough to push them into that zone, which you and I have talked about not really wanting to be in as an organization.
I don't want to be in that zone, but I also, they're going to play the best guy for the job. And the best guy for the job to start is Jacoby Brissett. Now, Jacoby Brissett may be the best guy for the job after 10 games. But if they're 2-8, it doesn't matter you're the best guy for the job then. Now I got to take a look at another kid.
Yeah.
In week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4, who gives you the best chance to win a football game? These players believe they're going to win. Did you hear Mac Wilson?
Oh, yeah.
Like, they think they're going to win.
He made a statement a few months ago during OTAs in which he said, hey, man, they got to deal with us. And everybody in L.A. was like, did you see what Mac Wilson Sr. just said from the Cardinals? They got to, we're scared. We got to deal with the Cardinals. But, yeah, he said the same thing to us off the air. He believes this team is going to be better than what people think.
Told me we're healthy. Like, we weren't healthy last year. We're healthy. Like, all our guys are healthy.
Yeah.
Because we're going to surprise some people. He told me, we're going to surprise some people. Like, okay, I'm going to ask you about that when we get you on. They think they're going to win. Now, That's why you don't throw Carson Beck out there in week 1. These players think they're going to win. They're going to try to win. You put your best player out there. Now, if you don't, and eventually you want to make the change to Beck, then you go ahead and you do that.
Yeah, plus there's the whole Monty Ossenfort thing, too. I don't know if he can afford for them to be that bad
He
again
can't.
this year. I don't think he can either.
He can't.
I think his job's on the line to be better than they were a year ago. What number that is, I have no idea, but being better than they were a year ago. So that's the latest. Practice set to begin here, I think in about a half hour or so. And, yeah, I got a thumbs up from producer Lauren about a half hour from right now, and we'll see what Jacoby Brissett is able to do. The countdown to Canton's Best Fits Moments bracket rolls on. Round 2 voting is open now through Monday. Really cool thing that we're doing. We've taken all the best fits moments and we've put them in like a March Madness style bracket. If you missed round 1, no problem. You can still jump in, vote for your favorite Larry Fitzgerald plays, and you're entered to win one of 3 autographed Fitz footballs. Again, text the word Fitz to 620-620 for a link to the bracket. Very cool thing we've come up here at Arizona Sports. When we come back, we'll check in with the D-backs in St. Louis, look ahead to the rest of this pivotal road trip. We'll tell you what's going on next here on Burns and Gambo.
Arizona Sports is your exclusive home for Cardinals training camp breaking news, roster updates, video highlights from camp, and takes on the team from Arizona's biggest sports personalities.
Let's go!
Cardinals Camp 2026, back to football. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Cardinals, baby.
Keep up with the Cardinals on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7 FM.
My uncle's Maytag washer lasted over 37 years. His motto, buy once, cry once. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. When I started at A1 Garage Door Service, I thought about my uncle's Maytag. Most garage door springs get about 10,000 cycles for 3 to 5 years. Our Max Life springs last over 100,000 cycles. That's a minimum of 30 years. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
Summer in Arizona is pool days, backyard cookouts, and a house full of memories. But where does it all go? The gear, the towels, the camp stuff for the cabin. Space Solutions designs custom cabinetry for the rooms that hold your life together. Closets, mudrooms, and offices. From Munns Park to Mesa, Peoria to Payson, wherever home is, we'll come to you with a free design consultation. Local, family-owned. Call today to book your summer install. Visit SpaceSolutionsAZ.com. Call 602-298-6956.
Empty slogans and cute jingles, lawyers love to act like they care. Do they back it up? Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. One study found that half of all clients were unhappy with the lawyer they hired. The #1 complaint, a total lack of communication.
We take client happiness seriously. That's why we survey all our clients and know that over 97% are happy. Do your research. Call the husband and wife law team first.
When you've thrown over 4,000 innings like I have, you know joint pain isn't a maybe, it's a guarantee. For you, was it climbing ladders or too much heavy lifting? Hey, we're all in the same boat. But surgery, that was never my answer.
Baseball legend Roger Clemens knows there's a better way. That's QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself. No scalpels, no fake fixes, just real relief.
What I love about QC Kinetics, these are the most respected medical pros in the country that specialize in non-surgical therapies to get you moving again.
Don't mask the pain, fix it. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation.
I trusted QC Kinetics. You should too.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1. TRAJAN 1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
Ready! At Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, saving customers money isn't a promotion. It's how they built their business. That's why they're the home of the no-fee emergency. No trip fees, no overtime fees, no weekend fees. If you'd like a second opinion on your AC or plumbing repair, Ready Services would love the opportunity to earn your business. They'll do a great job, treat you right, and work to get you the best value possible. Are you ready? Go to nofeeemergency.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldes, and here is what's trending right now. We've got Burns and Gambo live from Cardinals training camp today. Their first look at this year's squad, even though it's a closed practice, so they'll only be able to say so much. The latest from head coach Mike LaFleur is that quarterback Jacoby Brissett is in the building. Contract talks have been productive, and that he will practice today on this first day of training camp. However, not everybody will be able to practice today. Paris Johnson Jr., Tip Ryman, Garrett Williams, and Josh Sweat are all starting camp on the physically unable to perform list. This does not mean that their seasons are over, but that they will likely not be participating until they're healthy. Well, of course they won't be participating until they're healthy. They're not right now. All the latest Cardinals info you can find right now on ArizonaSports.com. And the Diamondbacks playing their first of a 10-game road trip starting in St. Louis. If you recall, this is that makeup game that they are playing due to a rainout that happened last month. Ketel Marte also supposed to be in the lineup today, but he was a late scratch due to back stiffness. And it looks like the offense has turned things around, powered by Tyler Locklear, clubbing his first home run of the season, a 2-run shot that has now given the Diamondbacks a 3-2 advantage as we're just now beginning the top of the 5th inning. You can listen to the action right now over on ESPN 620 AM and on the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Galaxy Lending Group. Pay off your mortgage in 5 years or less without changing your lifestyle with the Ownership Accelerator loan from Galaxy Lending, because 30 years is optional. Just text Galaxy to 620-620. NMLS 142766, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, it's Luke. Were the Arizona Diamondbacks able to get another series win in their makeup game against the St. Louis Cardinals? We're reacting to that game tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Well, so far, so good in that regard, Luke Lipinski, because Tyler Locklear, originally not in today's lineup, but in it because Ketel Marte got scratched and they moved some things around. I think Vargas was supposed to play first initially.
2-run homer.
2-run homer for a 3-2 lead for the Diamondbacks. He hit that 3-run shot in the top of the 4th. And the Diamondbacks, after being down 2-0 early after Brandon Pfaadt gave up 2 in the bottom of the 1st, have rallied to take a 3-2 lead against the Cardinals in the top of the 5th inning right now.
And a Diamondback player just hit a triple. Want to guess who it is? Who could it be?
Who on this
You've
team
got 9
hits
guesses. You've got 9 guesses to tell me which Diamondback player just hit a triple.
I don't think I'm going to need 9. I think it's going to be Corbin Carroll.
Corbin Carroll is correct.
Who
Yes.
is,
How did you get that right? My God. Yeah. Wow, there was an 8 out of 9 chance you'd get it wrong, and you got it right. That's amazing.
He's still standing on third right now. Perdomo, he was a leadoff triple. Perdomo flew out to left for one
Short
out.
left. Couldn't score him.
So there's still an opportunity to get that runner in with the red-hot Gabriel Moreno, who is up to the dish right now. We'll see what he or Max Kepler could do. Here's what Locklear's homer sounded like. Did I get a sack
Oh, that'll get the run in. That'll get the run in. Yep.
Moreno? Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Corbin Carroll scoring with that, and it is now 4-2.
Let's go. Beat their asses for making you have to go play this game.
Here's the
You were supposed to have to play. Beat their asses for having to play this stupid game today. Should have been a day off.
Oh, that's funny. Here's Locklear's homer.
Here's the set. The pitch. Swinging a drive down the left field line. Hooking in the corner. That ball is gone. It's gone. A 2-run homer for Tyler Locklear. And the D-backs take the lead. It's 3-2.
If you saw it, it just hooked the fair pole. I mean, just like wrapped right around it, right at the base of the fence.
Listen, if they can get, he's playing first base today. they don't ever get production out of first base.
No.
They got a home run and 2 RBIs out of first base. That might be more than they've gotten out of first base all year in today's game. At least it seems like it. So all eyes are on him. He was tearing it up in AAA. I hope he can play well enough to help them.
Look, there's a thing that's been happening with the Diamondbacks lately, and it's not the main reason why they are winning these games. It's not the main reason why they went 4-2 in this homestand or swept the LA Dodgers. But part of the reason why they've won 8 of their last 10 is that, and we've talked about this all year long, the bottom half of the Diamondbacks lineup, which has been so unproductive almost the whole year, right? I think I saw a stat from Alex Weiner this morning that from July 9th on, Diamondbacks hitters in the lineup 4 through 9 are hitting like 318, which is the best in baseball. Now, it's a small sample size, and obviously we're not talking about a lot of games here, and certainly that includes Gabby Moreno, who's as hot as a firecracker right now. But 4 through 9 has the best batting average in baseball over the last couple of weeks of the season. Maybe that's not the main part, but guys like Locklear, guys like Waldschmidt the other day in that home run that he hit, the big explosion we saw yesterday, guys in the bottom half of that lineup being productive on a day-to-day basis is a huge development for this team to be able to go grab one of these wild card spots.
Well,
huge development if that were to stick.
Del Castillo's batting 5th. He's got a double today. You got the home run by Locklear and the 2 RBIs. You got an RBI by Tawa, who I think it was a sac fly, but he drove in the run. So now you start to look at it, and you're right. You don't have to rely so much, especially with Cattell not in the lineup today. If you can get production out of the bottom of that lineup, that will be huge for them. And then, of course, we were worried a little bit about Fott in that first inning when he gave up those runs, but he's through 4 right now, and he still has only given up the 2 first-inning runs. So he put up zeros in the 2nd, the 3rd, and the 4th innings, and now he's coming out there for the 5th. Another good sign.
He's thrown 65 pitches so far. The 6th has kind of given him some trouble in his last couple of starts, right? Like there seems to be a wall that he hits when he's out there. Whether he can break through that today or not, I don't know. But I love where you're coming from on this one, my friend. Go beat their asses because you should.
Yeah. You shouldn't have to be there.
You should have said yes when we asked to play a doubleheader.
Right.
And you're going to make us stop here on our way to the nation's capital to play this game. Fine, we're going to whoop you. And you already have the tiebreaker over them. So in that regard, it doesn't matter. But this is the team that's a half game behind you in the wild card standings. So you'll take whatever you can get at this point when it comes to these teams that you're playing.
Well, you know how
right
important off days are as you head to the end of the season, especially when you've had to use the bullpen as much as the Arizona Diamondbacks did, which is why yesterday's game was fantastic for them, that game against the A's, because they didn't have to use any of their high-leverage guys. I think Loaizaga was the only guy that they used, and then they had Eldemaro Vargas pitch, but they won that game going away. And, again, we've said this many, many times this year, the Diamondbacks don't blow out many teams. They don't have a lot of blowout wins. So, yesterday was welcome based on the fact that they don't have an off day. I think they get an off day Tuesday. But it's going to be next week. I mean, today would have been an off day for them. They didn't get that because of this makeup game against the Cardinals.
I think it's next Thursday.
Oh, Thursday.
I think it's a week from today.
So,
is the next off day.
So they go Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, then Thursday's the off day. Right. So you got a while before you got an off day.
Look, so here's the deal for the Diamondbacks now with this road trip. Obviously, we know the trade deadline is 12 days away now. 12 days from the trade deadline. They've got 10 games against 1 against the Cardinals, 3 against the Nationals, 3 against the Pirates, 3 against the Guardians. All good teams, maybe not great teams, but all good teams. The Cards, Nationals, and the Pirates, the next 7 that they're playing are against direct competition for the wild card spot. I don't blame Mike Hazen for wanting to give it a little bit more time before he declares, yep, that's it. We're buyers. We're going out. We're making a bunch of trades because I'm sure he wants to see how his team does. Certainly.
Padres lost today.
Did they? Okay. They were the only team.
They're behind them.
Yeah, but they were the only team in the National League in the wild card race that was playing today. It's kind of a lighter schedule.
They
so
lost.
That was the one to keep it on. So that's good.
They lost. They were 2 games under 500. Now they lost their 3 games under 500.
You've got 60 games left if you're the Diamondbacks. 17 of them, so nearly a third of your games are against the Cardinals, Pirates, Marlins, Nationals, and Padres. The 5 teams directly around you for the wild card. Those 17 games, 7 of which are going to be played in the next week. I don't think I need to stress how important they are for the Diamondbacks. Because I think if they get to the 7 and they've gone 5-2, Mike Hazen's going to have no choice but to go to Ken, go to the organization and say, hey, guys, we got to buy. Let's make this work. Let's figure out the money, and let's figure out what we got to move around and what the budget is, because we're making our push. And I told the guys, hey, you go prove to me that we're buyers, and I'll go buy. If they finish these 7 games strong, I think Mike Hazen will have no choice but to go and add that bat that they need in this lineup.
I think it'll be interesting to see if the Padres fall apart, what happens to Mason Miller.
His name is out there a lot.
My God, I would love to have him on my team.
A lot.
I mean, if you said you could have a number 3 or 4 starter, or you could have Mason Miller, I'll take Mason Miller. Make my bullpen as strong as it can be.
He's dominant.
He doesn't make any money.
No.
He doesn't make any money.
No, he's cheap.
Yeah, right now.
Yeah.
Not going to be cheap.
No. What is he free agent? Is he a free agent at the end of the season? For some reason, I thought Mason Miller had some control.
I think he's under team control.
Yeah, I thought that Mason Miller.
That's a good question right there. What is Mason Miller's? I don't think he's making any money this year. Maybe like $5 million.
1 year, $4 million contract. He's a Super 2 ARB player.
Okay.
He remains under team control through arbitration for 3 additional seasons.
After this year?
After this year.
Oh my goodness.
He won't be a free agent until 2030. He's arbitration controlled for 27, 28, and 29. Yeah,
the Padres are going to be like, I'll take your top 5 prospects.
Yeah.
And we'll call it a day.
But the Padres can make a killing on that if they decide to move him.
He's under team control for 3 more years?
Absolute killing if they decide to move him. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, this our first day from Cardinals training camp. All eyes are going to be on Jacoby Brissett. We just found out about 30 minutes ago that he's going to be practicing. All eyes are also going to be on Jeremiah Love. What kind of position is he in to succeed? We'll talk about it next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
One of the most important things that you could do in your life is to make sure that you are taking care of your financial future. It doesn't matter what age you're at, 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. It's important to have a great financial advisor who's a fiduciary and has your best interest in mind by law. That's Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. I recommend him highly because I work with him, and he does a great job for me. The right advice, the right guidance, having a tax plan, an estate plan, making sure – a lot of times when you retire, you've got money in a lot of different buckets, and, you've got to manage the tax portion of that. And the most important thing you could do is make sure that, you're taking out money from the right buckets so you don't pay more in taxes than you should. That's why you need a good financial advisor. Give him a call. He's got 5 locations in the Valley. He offers a free portfolio review when you call 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Earnhardt Ford in Chandler just cranked up the heat this summer with the Ford Summer Sales event, and the deals are too hot to ignore. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and don't sweat looking for your next ride. At Earnhardt Ford, you get transparent deals, zero pressure, and serious savings, and that ain't no bull. Get seriously sizzling sizzling savings like the 2026 Explorer with up to $6,500 off MSRP. Save some serious coin with available 0% financing. The heat is on and these deals won't last long, so get them now at Earnhardt Ford. Trusted in the Valley since 1951. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, I-10 and Ray Road, or online at earnhardtford.com.
After all applicable offers on select new models, exclusions apply. Zero security deposit. Discount examples on select available 2025 Bronco Sports and 2026 Explorers. Special APR financing with approved credit on select available 2026 F-150, Bronco, and Explorer models. See dealer for details. Offer ends August 31st, 2026.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
To learn life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com or text the word SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Cardinals Camp 2026. Back to football. With Burns and Gambo. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
All right, practice set to begin. The first training camp practice set to begin at 4 o'clock. I know that a portion of it is open to the media. A portion of it is closed to the media. They're not kicking us out. We just are limited in what we can describe what's going on in front of us.
Nothing to see here.
And to be honest with you, Gambo and I both,
Nothing to see here.
In all the years that we've covered training camp, you and I both have a problem of doing a radio show and watching practice at the same time. Like, I'm focused on this in our conversation.
yeah.
I'm not sitting, it's like I can't watch practice and do a show with you at the same time. So I don't think the Cardinals have anything to worry about. But this being Mike LaFleur's first year, he is understandably being a little guarded about these practices, especially ones that aren't open to the public. So there will be a portion of it that is open to the media, and we can tell you what we see. What we're looking forward to seeing is Jacoby Brissett is going to be out there. He will practice today. Does this mean a deal is coming? I don't know. We've been speculating about it all day long, but Mike LaFleur did confirm to the media about an hour ago that he will practice. One other guy that we're going to be watching, and again, how much we're going to see or learn about Jeremiah Love in the first practice on July 23rd. Happy birthday to your wife, by the way. Miss Chelsea, she's listening.
Yes, I was.
Happy birthday to Chelsea.
I know. My lovely, amazing, beautiful wife has a birthday today. So happy 38th birthday to Chelsea.
And she's celebrating it by watching Q play a baseball game.
She's at a doubleheader today watching our son play.
Just the amount of, oh my God.
She's got one heck of a present for when we get home, so she'll be fine.
Oh, does she? Oh, okay.
She does.
Okay,
She
I was
does.
gonna say, that's a good mom right there.
Yeah.
Watching baseball in this muck for a doubleheader today.
I know.
Good for her.
Yes, so incredible. I've been with her for 16 of her birthdays, believe it or not.
Yeah, but that's crazy.
Yeah, we've been together for a long time.
Yeah, we've been together for a long time.
Yeah.
It's about the same time, as a matter of
It's
fact.
about the same time.
It's about the same time. Yeah.
Right.
It's
She said, because she even said, I totally remember when you and Dave started doing the show together.
Absolutely. So all eyes will be on Jeremiah Love. And again, I don't think we're going to learn a whole lot about him today, but certainly we talked about the running back room and our expectations of Jeremiah Love. It is a really interesting room at running back for the Cardinals, given the amount of resources and attention they have spent on that room this year.
I just think it went from the biggest weakness to maybe their biggest strength. And with what they were able to do in free agency and the draft, you took what was a real weakness, and it was a weakness last year. One, they couldn't run the ball, and two, because of the scores, they couldn't run the ball. So I think that this is now a major strength. They've got a terrific young player that everybody's expecting to have a great. It would be such a disappointment if he didn't just pop right away. Now, I will say this. I do think it's a different situation than Marvin Harrison Jr., because even though we thought that Marvin Harrison Jr. was going to come out of the gates and be great, There was a debate as to which wide receiver they should take because there was also Malik Neighbors and Roma Dunze, who are both very good. There was no debate with Jeremiah Love. No. He was the only running back that was going to go there, the only one. Even going into the draft with Marvin Harrison Jr., there was debates about 3 wide receivers that were all very talented. The question was, you got to get the right one. No debate here with Love. So I think there's even more pressure, if you want to say, for him to come out of the gates and be great.
The debate was the position, not the player. The debate was, do you take a running back at number 3? And we talked about it in the weeks and the days and the hours leading up to the draft. Had David Bailey been there at number 3, I would have much rather they taken David Bailey over Jeremiah Love. And I don't, maybe I'll change my mind on that a year from now or 2 years from now. But if you had a premium edge rusher sitting there, I think when you didn't have the premium edge rusher sitting there and you were staring at guys like Arvell Reese or Caleb Downs or Mawanoa or anybody like that, at that point, yeah, go ahead, take the game-changing running back, because there wasn't a clear, obvious number 3 guy in this draft at a premium position. So I had no problem with them taking the running back. I would have if David Bailey had been there. I'll just be curious to see how productive he is, because you found this fascinating stat.
Let me say it.
Go ahead and say it, because it doesn't bode well in terms of rookie running backs and the success they can have necessarily.
There have been 6 running backs taken in the top 10 overall over the last 10 years. Don't knock the table down, because I did that earlier. I knocked the whole table down. I just put my hand on it.
I put my elbows on it,
and
I
it
thought
just
the whole
shook.
thing was just going to...
The whole table just shook.
Man.
I mean, I did it earlier, and things went flying all over the place. There have been 6 running backs taken in the top 10 overall over the last 10 years. Those players averaged 144 carries for 636 yards and 4.5 touchdowns as rookies.
That's it?
That includes Christian McCaffrey. Believe it or not, the inclusion of McCaffrey brought those figures down harshly, is what they said. CBS fantasy football experts project 214 carries for 1,025 yards and 8 touchdowns, 42 receptions. But 6 running backs taken, top 10 overall, the last 10 years, they've averaged 636 yards for the season with only 4.5 touchdowns.
So the betting odds that came out a couple of days ago that we talked about had a little bit more than that for Jeremiah Love in his first year. They had it at 899 rushing yards, 6.5 touchdowns. And they also had him for 425 receiving yards, which would have put him at about 1,325 yards from scrimmage. Now, the record for a rookie, and we talked about this a couple days ago, is Eric Dickerson back in 1983.
Yeah.
His yards from scrimmage were obscene. It was like 2,200. Edgerrin James in 99, 2,100. Of the recent vintage, Saquon Barkley is third on that list in 2018. He had over 2,000 yards from scrimmage his rookie year in the NFL.
I don't think he could get top 5 status there, because unless they hadn't, even if they didn't sign Algier, I think they're going to play 2 running backs. He's used to playing with a good running back. And at Notre Dame, he wasn't he was the featured guy, but they used 2 running backs.
Yeah.
You're coming here, you've got Algier, you've got James Conner. I would have to assume they're not going to give him 25 carries a game.
I would have to assume that too, but it does become a really interesting dynamic when you spend the number 3 pick overall in the draft on a running back. There is part of that dynamic that suggests, hey, you went to the store, you paid a lot of money for this player. You paid a lot of money for this pair of jeans. Wear it all the time, whenever you go out, whenever you go to dinner, whenever you go to the clubs, whenever you do anything. You spend a lot of money on this pair of jeans.
You got to wear those Sassoon jeans.
Wear the jeans.
Ooh la la Sassoon.
Right? Well, you didn't buy the jeans to leave them in the closet. You didn't buy the Corvette to leave it in the garage. You spent the number 3 pick, and you spent, what, $52 million guaranteed?
Yeah.
On Jeremiah Love?
Was it 52 or 56?
Okay.
You're probably somewhere in the 50s.
In the neighborhood. Okay, in the 50s.
You're probably right.
You spent that money for him to share reps with Tyler Algier?
Oh, there's one way
there's
one way he doesn't share a whole lot of reps. Just rip off 3 runs for 60 yards and we got to play this guy.
Yeah.
No, I think Algier. Look, I think, is it realistic that Algier will get eight carries a game? 6 to 8 carries a game?
Especially in goal line situations, I think that's very
short yardage
realistic
situations. I mean,
yeah.
I don't think he's going to get 2, but I also don't think he's going to get 15. If I wanted to make the number a little bit broader, I would say 7 to 10.
Yeah.
Somewhere in there. I think that's a fair amount that he would get. But that is, that's also taking 7, 8, 9, 10 carries away from Jeremiah Love.
But I also think Jeremiah Love can make his impact in the passing game as well. And so I don't know if I'm going to be looking at carries with him.
Okay.
I'm going to be looking at touches with him. How many targets and carries does he
Touches
get a
matter.
game?
Yeah, touches
Touches
matter.
I think matters with Jeremiah Love.
Let me give you Algier last year. Ready?
Yeah.
Carries per game as the number 2 guy. 10, 16, 16, 10, 4, 4, 2, 11, 3, 12, 8, 11, 2, 16, 10, 7.
Sounds like an average of about 9 or 10?
143 divided by 17, because there was one game he only had 1 carry. 143 divided by 17. You're talking about 8 carries a game, is my guess?
Yeah,
about 8
right.
carries a game.
Yep.
So I think that's a fair number. Hey, we paid you a lot of money. You're going to take, but you're not going to get 20 carries a game.
Yeah, no
because
doubt.
we drafted this kid number 3 overall.
Cardinals are on the practice field now as we speak. We're live from Cardinals training camp. This is the Burns and Gambo Show, and we come back. We turn it over to our ace producer, Lauren, who will give us the 4 o'clock reset and everything that's going on in sports next here on Burns and Gambo.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
Payoff pitch to Beatty. Swung on and hit out to deep center. Waldschmidt moving back, makes an over-the-shoulder catch.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. They haven't done this in 8 years at Liberty GMC. That is employee pricing on the best truck out there on the roads today, the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500. You pay what they pay. The savings are substantial. The time, it's a little bit of a crunch. You want to make sure you get it done and get it taken care of because this deal is not going to last forever. Employee pricing on the 2026 GMC Sierra right now for the first time in 8 years. Now, if that doesn't move you, how about 0% financing for 36 months? That's also your option when it comes to the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500, and it's all at Liberty GMC. They're in Peoria. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Are you planning a home renovation? Getting quotes on windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, or flooring? Before you commit, visit the Window Depot and make sure you're not overpaying. The Window Depot is your one-stop shop for top quality products at the lowest prices. We're locally owned and operated with no installers and no middlemen, so you save big. Perfect for DIYers, contractors, and homeowners. Visit a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Hey, it's Austin with Moxie Pest Control. When I was a kid, we didn't have much. One day, a box showed up on our doorstep. No name, no note, just things we really needed at the time. I was probably 7 or 8, and I still remember opening it and feeling what real kindness felt like. That's why we show up the way we do at Moxie Pest Control, because one small act of kindness can mean everything.
Make the move to Moxie. Call Moxie Pest Control.
Hey basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Murata. I had LASIK performed about 25 years ago, but with age and time, my vision has changed a little bit. So I met with Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein at K2 Vision and received a thorough examination, complete with great information about my eyes and my vision, and more importantly, what options I have should I choose to address my changing vision. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have combined to perform over 300,000 procedures, and I know from my personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you, whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or refractive lens exchange. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE, no glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
Bunker to Bunker's annual Summer Throwback Golf Tournament presented by Shady Rays Sunglasses is coming up Sunday, July 26th at McCormick Ranch Golf Club in Scottsdale. The popular two-person scramble is loaded with team competitions, the big raffle, special prizes, and breakfast. It even includes a coupon for a second round of golf, all for just $120. Proceeds benefit St. Mary's Food Bank. This event is open to the public, but space is limited, so grab your partner and register today at bunkergolf.com.
All right, Arizona, listen up, man. Ron Wolfley here for Tim Hovick's summer sales event at Santan Ford, bringing the heat. Right now, you can drive home a new Ford with no payments for 90 days, plus a free 2-year maintenance program. Boom! That's how you attack summer. If you've been waiting for the right time to upgrade your ride, this is it. It's an easy drive, the Santan 202 freeway in Balvista Drive in Gilbert. No payments for 90 days. Free 2-year maintenance. Head on over to Tim Hovick's Santan Ford.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis, and here is what's trending now. We've got Burns and Gambo live from Cardinals training camp today. Their first look at this year's team. The latest that we got from head coach Mike LaFleur is that quarterback Jacoby Brissett is in the building. Contract negotiations have been productive, and that he will practice today on this first day of training camp. As a matter of fact, they're going to be getting to practice any minute now. We also learned that Paris Johnson Jr., Tip Ryman, Garrett Williams, and Josh Sweat will all begin camp on the physically unable to perform list. It does not mean that their seasons are over, but that they will not be participating in camp until they are healthy. And checking in on the Diamondbacks, it's their first stop on what is now a 10-game road trip. They have a makeup game that they're in the midst of against the Cardinals in St. Louis, and the Diamondbacks still holding on to that lead. In fact, they've added a run. It's now 4-2 Snakes in the top of the 7th inning. We're currently going through a pitching change with one out in the top of the 7th and Corbin Carroll at the dish, so Michael McGreevy's day is done. Brandon Pfaadt has been quality this afternoon. 6 innings, 7 hits, 2 runs allowed, 2 walks, and just 1 strikeout. The presumption is that he will keep going out there. He's currently at 87 pitches, so maybe he'll get replaced. But if you want to see how that game is going or hear how that game is going, you can listen to it right now on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
Reset time here on the Burns and Gambo Show. We get you caught up on everything going on in the world of sports. Our producer Lauren is out here with us at Cardinals training camp live from State Farm Stadium. She is off camera, stage left, but she's here. Hello, Lauren.
Hello, guys.
How are you? Good to see you, even though the YouTube folks can't see you.
Yeah, wow. This is kind of my dream. Just like the quiet, all-omniscient voice off to the side over here.
Off to the side, nobody can see what I'm doing. Take us on a guided tour of what's going on in sports, please.
All right, well, let's start with what's happening in front of us right now, because I just went on a little scavenger hunt, and I can report that Jacoby Brissett is out there right now
dun, dun, dun.
with the team
Dun, dun, dun.
practicing.
I think a resolution is in sight. I think Burnsy could end up being right, and that would mean that it gets done by tomorrow. He had an inkling earlier in the week that this would get done, finalized by tomorrow. I was told today by somebody very close that $15 million is a number he would take. Jacoby would take $15 million. Not asking for 25 or 30 or 22. I was told he would take $15 million and it would get it over the finish line. So we'll see.
Yeah, the fact that he's not a hold-in, that he's practicing today, and granted, it's the first practice of training camp. They're not going to do a whole lot. But the fact that he's out there doing something suggests to me, and I was just guessing when I said it was going to get done by the end of this week. I didn't know. It suggests to me that things are close because I don't know if he's doing this if they're not close to getting something done, and he'd be closer to a hold-in. But, yep, see him out there right now. He's got a red hoodie on underneath his jacket and underneath his jersey, and he's doing a lot of jumping jacks and jumping around like the rest of the
He's
team.
wearing like 3 layers out there.
It's cold out there. You know, he's got to stay warm.
It's not.
Yeah, no, it's really not at all.
Let's just get this done. Like, this is getting, like, I don't want this to drag. This has been a ridiculous conversation for many, many months. It's stupid. It's ridiculous. Get a deal done. Come to a number. He's your starting quarterback. You want him to be the starting quarterback. He actually played well for you last year. Let's stop this nonsense and get the deal done.
And amen from the congregation
just
on
get
that
it done.
one.
I'm tired of this.
Amen.
And a few updates from the Cardinals today. They placed Paris Johnson Jr., Tip Ryman, Garrett Williams, and Josh Sweat all on the PUP list to start training camp. And another update as well, Isaiah Adams is out on the field right now practicing with the team as well.
Okay.
Yeah, vehemently denies that he had any gun and the allegations against him, so he's going to fight it. His agent has come out and said so we'll see where that goes, but he is here. He is here.
What's interesting about the PUP list, too, is the guys who are not on it to start the season. Walter Nolan is not on it. Marvin Harrison Jr. is not on it. James Conner, Trey Benson aren't on it. Star Thomas and Sean Murphy-Bunting aren't on the PUP list to start the season. I'm not saying it's great that those other guys are, and I think Mike LaFleur kind of downplayed the fact that those 4 guys were on it when he met with the media about an hour and a half ago. But good to see those guys are full participants and ready to go right from the jump.
And former Arizona Cardinals tight end Travis Vokalek has announced on social media his retirement from the NFL because of a neck injury he suffered on a kickoff return in a game against the Indianapolis Colts last October. Doctors suggested that he no longer play because of that neck injury.
Wow, that's got to suck.
Then you don't play.
Yep.
You know, your health is the number one thing. You don't have health, you don't have anything.
Don't mess around with those neck injuries if you're an NFL player.
Nope.
If you're a football player in general, you don't mess around with that.
No. And the Cardinals, they're not the only ones that reported to camp today. The Carolina Panthers reported to camp, and news already coming out about their camp is that outside linebacker Nick Scourgeon suffered a torn ACL in his right knee during the team's first day. They had a wet field. He went down early in the practice, and immediately all of his teammates surrounded him.
Oh, my God.
The first day of camp.
First day.
Wow.
Second-year guy.
That's a new level of suck right there. God, that's terrible.
Mm-hmm.
On a wet field.
On a wet field.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't got to worry about that here.
Nope.
No. And the Ravens have waived QB Diego Pavia. He was the Heisman runner-up. They waived him even before training camp started.
Wow, interesting. He very confident in his belief.
Vandy kid.
The Vandy kid.
He got waived
He got
already?
waived.
Yeah.
Got waived. Yeah. Wow.
He's going to have a great career in the Canadian Football League.
You knew it was coming.
is.
You
He
knew it was coming.
He just is. He's going to light up the Canadian Football League.
That's funny.
And be great at it. He was a great college football quarterback.
He was a really good college
exciting
football
guy.
You know,
Yeah.
he was exciting. I mean, Johnny Manziel was a great college football quarterback. Couldn't play in the NFL.
Yeah.
So I think like he'll play because he's talented. He's just not going to play at this level.
And the Raiders have signed number 1 pick Fernando Mendoza to a 4-year, $57.27 million fully guaranteed contract with a 5th-year option. That leaves now only Rams QB Ty Simpson as the only first-round pick left unsigned.
And there's like I read a story on that today, and they're like, this is ridiculous that he's not signed. Like, you know, Stafford signed an extension for an extra year. You draft this kid when you could have, like, how is he not signed?
Yeah. How is it not done yet?
There's some criticism in LA about that not getting done.
Big time.
And in MLB news, Ketel Marte was scratched from today's lineup in their makeup game against the St. Louis Cardinals. Corbin Carroll hit leadoff today for the D-backs. Let me tell you guys, it turned out pretty okay anyway, because the D-backs got a quality start from Brandon Pfaadt on the mound.
First one.
We could play a Pfaadt Rock song then. We could play a Pfaadt Rock song.
When the game's over and they hold on for a win, knock on wood, if we're lucky enough for that to happen, I think we could have a Pfaadt Rock song.
Okay, we got to get a win, though. But he got a quality start.
The 6th inning was kind of a roadblock for him.
Okay.
And he was able to get through. It looks like his day...
His day is done. Brandon Garcia just came out
right
for him.
Now. For Corbin Carroll, he tripled. He is now tied for the active lead among active Major League Baseball players for triples in a career. The 2 guys who are he's tied with are Starling Marte and Mike Trout, and they both have substantially more career at-bats than Corbin Carroll does. I mean, it's ridiculous that he's already number one active baseball player tied for number one in triples, and the two guys he's tied with have been playing for
100 years.
Yeah.
Hit another one today.
Yep.
Had one in the A's series, too, I think.
Two-run homer for Tyler Locklear today. He wasn't even in the lineup, but got in because of the Ketel Marte scratch. So far, so good for the Diamondbacks in this game, where I agree with Gambo. Go kick St. Louis's ass because they
punks.
We wanted to play a doubleheader. We asked really nicely to move the game up earlier in the day. You said no. Go beat their butts.
It's like the kid that caused you to get suspension in school because he ratted you out or did something.
Yeah, it's like that.
Or karma.
Or karma.
Right.
Yeah.
Karma, come
Karma's
on.
nasty.
Yeah.
I love it.
All right.
Who's making all that ruckus in the back of the class? Somebody points to you like, really?
Really?
Like,
Me?
I will beat your ass.
I feel like you're speaking from experience there, Gambo.
Maybe.
Yep, the silence was damning right there. All right, and Zach Gallen, he threw at Salt River Fields. He told Torey Lovello directly after that throwing session that he wants to get back on the mound. Torey Lovello a little bit more skeptical, saying we're going to slow play this, see really how he's feeling.
For Gallen.
Yes.
For Gallen.
Yeah, I reported the other day that he had come back from his meeting in L.A. with the doctor, and he was going to begin his rehab assignment. I know Jack Summers quickly pointed out that probably, he quote tweeted me and said that means no surgery. I was told no surgery, that he was back throwing, and that was the case. He was actually back throwing. Would I like to get him back? Sure. I mean, I'd like them to have that option of having him pitch for them. Because they can't. Obviously, I don't see him as a playoff pitcher in any of the. If they can play a 7-game series, I don't see him even pitching in those games. But I do think for the rest of the season, they'd probably prefer to have him back.
There's a lot of uncertainty when you're asking Mitch Bratt or Cole Drake. I mean, Cole Drake was great the other day. Mitch Bratt has had a hard time getting deep into games, but there's every time one of those two guys take the mound, there is a little bit of a hold your breath, what are we going to get kind of thing.
I would bet you if we did a poll question, which, in order, which of these three guys would you rather see, Bratt, Drake, and Gallen? Or Drake, Bratt, and Gallen, or Gallen, whatever it is, Gallen would be last.
I think so, too.
I think the fans would be like, he's last. I'd rather see Bratt and Drake.
I think you're right.
Hey, Web Desk, if any of you are listening, we have your poll
There's
question,
your poll question
for
for
tomorrow.
Roll it out. Let's
Here
go.
you go. We're trying to help you out. All right, and finally, the Orioles ended the Red Sox franchise tying 15-game winning streak.
Sick of that.
They beat them 5-1 in the nightcap of a doubleheader yesterday.
Yeah. It tied, the Ted Williams Boston Red Sox from 1946, I think was the last time they had won 15 straight games. Yeah, they've
19. Wow, incredible.
With rookie manager Chad Tracy. No,
not that
one.
Chad Tracy.
Yeah,
it's a different Chad Tracy.
They have put themselves. I mean,
they might make the playoffs.
Every time I see a list of players that might be available at the deadline, take any Red Sox player that's on that list off the list. They're not going to be sellers. Not now. They've played themselves right back into this, especially in the American League, which is so soft. They're not going to be sellers at this point, not with this win streak.
Listen, not a fan of communism, so happy to see the Red Sox lose.
Oh, God.
All right, and with that, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
Let them all lose.
Good time for Lauren to get out of this conversation. Not because she's a communist or anything.
Well,
No.
Boston is.
The insinuation that Boston is a
I
bunch
know.
of
I have
communists.
nothing to do with Boston or communism. I want to put that on the record.
Make sure we're very clear about that.
That's why I don't root for Boston.
What will Marvin Harrison Jr. look like in year 3? That and more questions that we have about this football team going into this camp next on Burns and Gambo.
Larry Legend does it again!
Larry Fitzgerald is heading to the Pro Football Hall of Fame on August 8th as a first ballot inductee. And we're celebrating with the ultimate fan debate.
Larry Fitzgerald, the Japanese fighting fish.
We've picked 16 of Fitz's greatest plays, and you get to decide which one is the best.
And it's a pitch to Fitz, running straight ahead into the end zone. The shovel pass for the touchdown of the win.
16 plays, 4 rounds, 1 winner. It's a bracket-style showdown. Head to the Arizona Sports Contest page to cast your vote. When you vote, you're automatically entered for a chance to win one of 3 signed Larry Fitzgerald footballs.
Fitz is loose 40, 30, goodbye!
Countdown to Canton. Winners announced August 7th. Vote now on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. You know what you can trust? The protection you get when you bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive. You know what you can't trust? Everything else, apparently. Like when you saw that article that said that thing you eat every day is a superfood and great for your gut health. But then 30 seconds later, a different article warns you to avoid it and it's taking years off your life. Well, which is it? Kind of a big difference there. Anyway, bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive for reliable coverage in a reliably unreliable world. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. Get a free oil filter and more during the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone, now through July 27th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
We watch these lawyers get on TV and say they're going to treat their clients like family, when we know they put secret mandatory quotas on their lawyers. That means your own lawyer pressures you into a premature, terrible result. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. We don't set settlement quotas. We measure success by achieving each client's best outcome and by each client's happiness.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
We're hiring at A1 Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at a1garage.com/careers.
A1garage.com. A1 from day one.
Dan Bickley here for Waltz TV and Appliance, where you'll find everything you need to take your viewing experience to the next level. Great selection, inventory you won't find anywhere else, super knowledgeable staff, and great pricing just like you'd get from the big box stores, but with 10 times the service. And if you really want the hookup, head on down to Waltz off the I-10 in Warner and ask for my guy Bear. You will not be disappointed. Online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
All right, Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you'd tell your listeners about them?
Oh, brother, you gotta have shade.
Temps hitting triple digits and the kids won't go outside?
You gotta have shade.
Hosting a backyard barbecue?
You gotta have shade.
Patio furniture fading?
Robert, you gotta have shade.
Wolf, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Cardinals Camp 2026. Back to football. With Burns and Gambo. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Back to football indeed. We are out here live at State Farm Stadium. Day one for us. Day one for them, now that I think about it. Training camp is officially underway under new head coach Mike LaFleur. Cardinals on the field in front of us as we speak. At some point, they'll tell us this is a closed practice and we're not allowed to report on what we see. We're not quite there yet. They are in their individual position meetings as we speak. Looks like we got the offense over here.
We don't have to close the show.
No. Yeah, can you imagine?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, the show is closed.
You cannot watch it on YouTube anymore.
Nope. Nope.
We never do that.
No. We're always, our lives are open books for you out there listening or watching on YouTube. But whenever they do, we'll respect the wishes of the head coach who wishes to keep a certain amount of privacy, and we won't tell you about what we see. But certainly when these practices are open to the public and when there are fans out here, and we'll be out here a few more times, we'll be able to talk about what we see. And we've all got questions about this team. Now, we know expectations aren't high. We know that Jacoby Brissett, that's the big story today. He is out there practicing today. We've got no word on a new contract for him, but you and I both think it might be close, the fact that he's not holding in, that he's out there practicing right now. I just caught a glimpse of, there he is right there, as a matter of fact, Marvin Harrison Jr. Certainly when you talk about questions going into this year's team, Marvin Harrison Jr., how he's going to look, how he's going to do, and what the emphasis will be for Mike LaFleur to fix him is going to be huge. One of the most important storylines for the Cardinals this year.
Yeah, the question is the player we've seen for the last 2 years, is that who he is, or is there another level that he could take his game to? You're expecting where he was drafted as the number 1 wide receiver taken as well, that this kid would be a superstar wide receiver. Like, he would be a superstar. He'd be a top 10 wide receiver. He's not on anybody's top 10 list. When you look at wide receivers in the league, nobody has him in a top 10 list. That's a little bit disappointing. He was the first receiver taken all. He was a top 5 pick. He was a superstar in college, and everybody expected that he was going to be a great player. He was going to be the next Larry Fitzgerald for the Arizona Cardinals. We've seen a lot of targets go to Marvin Harrison Jr., but we haven't seen a lot of catches. It's been rather disappointing. I wonder in some ways if he doesn't bust out this year, if he's going to have a similar trajectory to what DeAndre Ayton has had. Yeah, you'll be in the league for a number of years. You'll be good, but you'll never be a great player. You'll never be a great player. You might bounce around with a few different teams. And, I mean, he's not trending towards getting his 50-year option picked up the way he's playing right now.
Nope.
And then Michael Wilson, who we had on the show earlier today, we know how much he popped with Jacoby Brissett and everything. Look, Michael Wilson told us he was telling his wife he didn't even know if he was going to be in the league because the way how bad everything was with him and Kyler Murray. There were no catches.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, Jacoby Brissett comes in, 15 catches, 11 catches, 10 catches. He looks like a freaking superstar.
Yeah.
So I think all eyes are on Marvin Harrison Jr. this year to see if he could, number one, be that number 1 receiver. He's going to be the X. And if he could get his career trajectory going in the right direction, because right now I think it's very stagnant. He looks like a very average player.
Yeah, I mean, you said a top 10 wide receiver. I don't think he's a top 20 wide receiver in this league. I don't think he's a top 30 wide receiver in this league. I mean, I think you have to go pretty down the depth chart before you find where Marvin Harrison Jr. is. It's going to be, something else that Michael Wilson told us when he was sitting here was, and he acknowledges that part of the reason why he was able to have that breakout season was because of the emergency appendix surgery for Marvin Harrison Jr. and how that laid him up. And because of the knee injury to Zay Jones, they didn't really have much of a choice but to target Michael Wilson the way they did. Now, I use that as sort of a conversation starter because Michael Wilson proved that he can handle the demands of being a top-targeted wide receiver, right? Like, he came through with big numbers in the second half of the season, and yet I'm sure Mike LaFleur has somewhat of a mandate here. Fix Marvin Harrison Jr. Make this work. Make him to be the star that we all thought he was going to be. And I just wonder, I think you asked Michael Wilson about all these mouths to feed out there.
Right.
You got Love.
I did, yep.
You got Trey McBride. You got Michael Wilson coming off the season. You've got Marvin Harrison Jr., who you're trying to fix.
One ball.
I don't know if you can accomplish all of that on one football team and getting all of them to flourish the way you want all of them. I don't know if you can do all that.
The running game is going to increase by about 15 to 20% per game.
Right.
You're going to run the ball more.
Someone's going to suffer. It's not going to be McBride.
Nope.
We know it's not going to be him.
No. And if Brissett's the quarterback, it's not going to be Wilson either.
And so I just wonder if Marvin Harrison Jr. can get there. I wonder if he can get there on a team that just might not be equipped to feature him the way they once were a year ago. I don't know the answer to that.
Kyler went to him a lot. It was just there weren't enough completions.
Nope.
Kyler was going to him all the time. He was trying to get something going, but I mean, how many times would he come in there and he had 5 catches on 13 targets? Like, that's not good enough. He had 4 catches on 11 targets. How many times do we look at the targets and not just the receptions and say, there's something really wrong here? Now, there's something about Michael Wilson popping once he stopped playing with Kyler Murray. And I tried to get Michael to talk about it. He did.
He didn't want to talk about it.
I mean, he did. He did talk about it. But clearly, he had no connection with Kyler Murray. There was no chemistry there. He wasn't getting the football. And then once Jacoby Brissett came in, all of a sudden, Michael Wilson was able to show what he can do. So, I don't know. Marvin Harrison Jr. played with Kyler, wasn't great. Played with Jacoby, wasn't great. And now we're going to see if this next year in the league. You know, remember what we talked about last year with Marvin Harrison Jr.? Oh, he looks stronger. Oh, look at him. Look at him. Oh, he worked out. He made himself stronger. He's going to be able to win those 50-50 balls because he's, he just looked different, right? He changed his body.
Uh-huh.
He got stronger, and it didn't really change many things.
They're saying the same thing about him now. Michael LaFleur was even asked today about Marvin Harrison Jr. bulking up this offseason.
I think he looks good, obviously. I mean, I think we'd all take that. Maybe some of you guys do look like that. I do not. No, the bulk, the weight thing, all that kind of stuff, that is person to person. It's like, how much should you weigh? Well, as much as you can to be the best player you can be, so I don't overly get into the weights. There's obviously got to be a range. There's got to be discussions amongst a lot of people that are smarter than me in terms of the nutritionists and the medical team and the strength staff and all that, but he looks good. And again, as long as he's moving, being the best Marv he can be, great weight, you look good, man.
Mike LaFleur is the X factor in this whole conversation. Mike LaFleur's offense is the X factor in this whole conversation, because if he's got an offense that is designed to feed all of these mouths that need to be fed, then maybe things can be accomplished in terms of keeping all of those guys happy and productive.
I don't know if this might be a fantasy number. His wide receiver final ranking was 30 in 2024. It was 49 in 2025.
Okay.
You have to make a big jump up.
Yeah.
You have to make a jump up.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, we'll turn our attention back to the Arizona Diamondbacks. We'll get you an update on how their game is going in St. Louis against the Cardinals right now, and then we'll talk about that trade deadline, which is 12 days away. Mike Hazen is still not shying away from how he feels heading into the trade deadline. We'll update that next on Burns and Gambo. Stay with us.
Arizona Sports. Countdown to Canton. The Arizona Cardinals franchise and the entire world will witness the induction of one of the NFL's greatest.
It's a dream come true.
Into the Pro Football Hall of Fame on August 8th.
Inside 6 minutes to go in the third. 3-0 Lions. First down in the Arizona 30. David Johnson is the running back. Cardinals go with 2 tight ends. And Rosen, play fake, setting up, looking for Fitz, throws for Fitz far side, and a sliding catch at the 44-yard line for a first down. Larry Fitzgerald takes the ball, throws it all the way to the Cardinal sideline as he breaks Jerry Rice's record for the most receptions with a single team in the history of the National Football League. 1,282 career catches for Fitz.
More memories of number 11 coming your way on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM as we continue our countdown to Kent.
One of the things about the Lund Mortgage team, and I was just thinking about this, if you actually purchased a house when me and Bernsey started doing this show, you're at least halfway done with paying off your house if you had a 30-year mortgage. If you had a 15-year mortgage, you're done. You're done. You paid it off. That's how quickly it can happen. That's why I encourage all of you to get pre-approved for a mortgage absolutely free. Some people don't even realize that they can afford a home. They don't think they can. Some people think they need 20% down, which you don't. There's a lot of great programs out there, mortgage assistant programs, where you can get into a house for a lot less than 20% down. A lot of you think that, my credit rating's not good enough. Well, contact the Lund Mortgage team and see what's possible. They'll get you pre-approved for free. It only takes a few hours to know exactly what type of house you can afford if you can get one. And that's why it's worth it to not rent. Because once you own your own home, you build an equity into something that's yours. The Lund Mortgage Team's a local company. Lisa Lund, Matt Oliver, ready to help you right now. Call them at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130.
You know, I used to think all money managers were the same until I spoke with Fisher Investments.
Really? How different are they?
Fisher's investment counselors are dedicated to service, not sales, keeping clients up to date on their portfolio.
Well, they probably just invest in a bunch of mutual funds like I do.
Nope. They build a tailored portfolio based on their clients' personal goals, helping them stay on track for a comfortable retirement.
Well, they must make commissions selling products.
Actually, Fisher doesn't sell any commission-based products. They're a fiduciary, and they believe that's a conflict.
Then they have some kind of complex fee structure.
Nope. Fisher has a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of their client's portfolio. So they do better when their clients do better.
It sounds like Fisher really is different.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Fisher Investments. Clearly different wealth management. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
By the time August rolls around, you've stopped being surprised by the heat. You walk outside, you get in your car, and wait for the AC to catch up. And at the end of the day, the one place you need to be cool is home. Your AC has been running since May, morning, noon, and night. And when it stays hot overnight, it never gets a rest. It just keeps grinding until something gives. At Gettle, we've been doing this for over 85 years. We know what a summer like this does to a system. Call us and make sure your home is the one place the heat can't follow you. GOETTL. We'll keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 25% upfront bonus? And are they promising you up to 9% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait, only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They aren't. That's up to $25,000 upfront or up to $9,000 per year on $100,000, guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have performed over 300,000 procedures, and I know from personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldes, and here is what's trending now. We've got Burns and Gambo live from Cardinals training camp today, getting their first look at this year's squad, and it looks like pretty much full squad, almost full squad. We'll get into that in a second, but most importantly, head coach Mike LaFleur informed the media pre-practice that quarterback Jacoby Brissett is in the building, contract talks have been productive, and that he is practicing today on this first day of camp. So positives there. The negatives is that Paris Johnson Jr., Tip Ryman, Garrett Williams, and Josh Sweat are all starting camp on the physically unable to perform list. Now, it does not mean that their seasons are over, but they will not be participating in camp until they are deemed healthy. And let's check in on the Diamondbacks because, gotta be honest, that wound that has been opened up in St. Louis, it's growing larger and larger and larger in favor of the Snakes. 8-2 now in the top of the 8th inning. 2 runners on, 2 out, a 3-1 count to Geraldo Perdomo. We're just going to watch this pitch live. Matt Swanson, he comes set, he comes home, and it is high, and now Perdomo's on base. The base is loaded again. The Diamondbacks, as a matter of fact, in this inning alone, have plated 4 of their 8 runs. So they're really creating separation and making St. Louis regret having to postpone that game in the first place. You can listen to the call right now on ESPN 620 AM and on the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. This summer, get employee pricing plus 0% APR for 60 months on the new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 at Freeway Chevrolet. New retail delivery by August 3rd.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Friday morning. Did the Diamondbacks keep their groove going in St. Louis? That and a lot more starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Spoiler alert, you don't have to wait until the morning show tomorrow to get the answer to that question. Yes, they kept their groove going They've opened up a can on the St. Louis
Oh,
Cardinals.
good. Beat them like a drum.
9-2 right now in the top of
Make it
the
more.
eighth.
Make it more.
They are whooping
Yeah,
St.
you guys
Louis
made us
right
come
now.
here. Well, you're going to pay the price for making us come here.
Y'all should have just let us play that game earlier like we asked.
Beat you to a pulp. We're going to take it out on you. I didn't want to be here in St. Louis. I should be resting at home right now or on my way to Washington.
Yeah, or in Washington, taking all the
having
sights
a nice
in.
dinner with whoever, my teammates, or playing some video games. But no, I got to play this baseball game because of you guys.
Gabby Moreno, an RBI single on a line drive to right field, has scored yet another run. Corbin Carroll has a sac fly this inning. I don't know what the hell got into Tyler Locklear, but you'll take it. He's 3 for 4 with 3 RBI. He's got his first home run of the season.
He said, I'm glad we're playing this game today.
I did the math real quick.
Yeah.
Hitters 4 through 9 in the lineup today.
Oh, yeah. What do you got?
9 for 21.
Wow.
A homer, 2 doubles, and 6 RBI.
Wow.
I'm telling you, that is maybe not the key. That is one of the keys to how they've been playing as of late. They are getting production from everybody not named their top 3 guys. And today they even scratched Ketel Marte at the last minute with back tightness. They moved Moreno up to third, and they're getting contributions from Lawler, or not from Lawler, from Locklear, from all the guys down at the
Corbin
bottom.
Carroll has a triple.
Yeah.
Tawa's got an RBI.
It's they're rolling. And Brandon
yeah,
Pfaadt, a
they're
quality
rolling.
start for the Diamondbacks today.
Yes, 6 innings. Nice.
6
really
innings,
nice.
2 earned runs.
My kid's playing today. It's 110 degrees outside. He's got 2 doubles and a triple.
Good for him.
Yeah, the Q-man. Yeah.
He could bat in 4
He could be
through
batting
9
right
for
now.
for the Diamondbacks
2
right now.
doubles and a triple for Q.
So far so good for the D-backs, and we all talked about this road trip, this 10-game road trip, but most importantly this 7-game stretch to start off the road trip, where they're playing St. Louis, then it's 3 against Washington, then it's 3 against the Pittsburgh Pirates, and we all knew what was at stake in these 7 games, in that it's the last opportunity for the Diamondbacks to send a clear message to their general manager: we deserve for our organization to be buyers, and I understand Mike wanting to wait. I even understand, listen to Derek Hall this morning when he was on Bickley and Murata, trying to, I think, say the same thing that Mike's been saying. Let's give it just a little more time until we declare who we are, because we just need to see a little bit more.
I think, obviously, we have played some good baseball. We're not going to continue to play at that clip. We're just not. And teams around us are not going to continue playing to the level of mediocrity or failing the way they are either. There's a team that lost 9 in a row. Well, guess what? They're not going to continue to lose. So, we have to keep that in mind. And I know there's a lot of talk, buyer, seller, why aren't you doing it now? It's very difficult to do right now, as you guys know. There's only a few teams that are proclaimed sellers at this point, and they're going to hold everybody ransom as they should. And they're going to take their time, I think, unless they're totally trying to dump payroll right now or as soon as possible. So there's still a lot of baseball to be played. And as I said last week, we've got pretty tough homestand that we got through, and in good fashion. But now we have a really tough road trip, those 4 cities and 10 games, and we'll see how we look. But I'd say we're trending in the right direction. I also believe we have, we still have guys that are going to be coming back that are like acquisitions for our roster. So I think there's a lot to look forward to in a positive way for our roster building.
I was told the game 3 in a row against the Dodgers, 3 out of 4 against the Cardinals, 2 out of 3 against the A's. As a team, they could not be making a better statement to their general manager than what they've done in these 3 series.
Yep.
Agree?
Agreed. 100%.
Because that's 8, and in the 3 series, that's 8-2.
Yep.
Swept the Dodgers, 3 out of 4 from the Cardinals, 2 out of 3 from the A's. Could not make a better statement. Could not.
Nope, you could not. And I think at some point, I understand there are 6 very important games against the Nationals and the Pirates. They're direct competitors in the wild card race as well.
Yeah.
And I understand you want to waste. It's funny that you said that, though, because without knowing that you knew that about them relying on the returning guys versus the trade deadline, listening to the comments of Derek just a second ago, reading the comments of Mike Hayes and some of the beat reporters from yesterday, I got the exact same impression. I got the impression that they are banking on basically the 8 guys who at some point could or will come back in the last 2 months. Those 8 guys are on the schedule. I still think they need to go get something, but I do think it's interesting that both Mike and Derek in the last 24 hours have kind of used that, and then I'm basing this off of what you just reported as well, and I know you're sourcing and what you do, that suggests to me the organization, I hope that's not the only thing they're going to do, I guess is what I'm trying to say. That can't be the only thing they're going to do is count on those injured players returning.
Fate of the team depends more on returnees, is exactly what I've been told.
Okay.
The fate of the team will depend more on the returnees. Gallen, Nelson, Burns, Soroka, Martinez, Lawler, Troy. Nobody's untouchable for a controllable player. For a controllable player, every single top prospect they have is available. None of their top prospects are available for a rental. None of them. So, like even last year, Gino Suarez was hitting 40 home runs, and they couldn't get a top prospect for him. So they're not going to give up a top prospect for a rental. So that's basically, in a nutshell, what I could tell you. They've got a lot of holes to fill. They can't fill them all. But the fate of the team will depend more on the returning guys than what they're able to do at the deadline. They cannot fill all their holes with the limited resources they have financially.
I just hope they don't use that as a reason to not go get something at the trade deadline.
Oh, they will. They will.
I hope they don't. And I think what you said earlier, too, is really interesting about the idea that financially they're kind of up against it and that they might have to do a buy-sell at the same time. Move off a player who's maybe making a little bit of money and then use that money they've saved to go get a player that's a buy. And the position of strength that potentially they could deal from is the bullpen, especially if they're confident they're going to get J-Mart. And if they slot Ryan Nelson into the bullpen because they can't build up his arm strength in time to make him a starter, they might look at their bullpen as a way to move off a guy or two, knowing they're going to get those players back to be able to add the first baseman or DH they need to make it work dollars-wise. Because you've said it, and I don't disagree with you. I think money-wise, there isn't a ton of wiggle room in terms of assets that they've got to be able to add. You know, it's a little tight right now with the finances.
Yeah. I brought up the problem is, like, you look at these teams, like the Twins are under 500 by a couple of games, but they're only 2.5 games out of a wild card.
Right.
I was told the other day Josh Bell would love to come back to Arizona. I'd love to have him. Go look at his numbers. Like, I'd love to have Josh Bell be your first baseman for the stretch run. He was good when he was with the Diamondbacks the last time in a rental role. You're not going to pay a lot for him. But the problem is the Twins are only 2.5 out. You know, so like there's all these teams that are you in or you're out? There's just too many. Now, there are definite sellers.
Yeah.
But not as many as you would like at this point.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, there's at least one reason why the Cardinals should be doing everything they can to win football games this year and beyond. We'll tell you what that, and there's more than one, but we'll tell you what that one reason is next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Arizona Sports is your exclusive home for Cardinals training camp breaking news, roster updates, video highlights from camp, and takes on the team from Arizona's biggest sports personalities.
Let's go!
Cardinals Camp 2026, back to football. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Cardinals, baby.
Keep up with the Cardinals on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7 FM.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Moving season is quickly approaching, and I didn't even know there was a moving season. How would you advise people?
Actually, the month of May is National Moving Month. That's right, we have a National Moving Month. Yes, we will be busy this summer, so we always recommend calling us as soon as possible. Let us come out, do an on-site estimate. Let us meet you.
If you've got a move coming up, go to movingteam6.com for more information.
Your move is our mission.
Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where there's big news coming from your service departments.
That's right, Bick. We have slashed prices on major repairs and 12 essential services, from oil changes to brake pads. The savings are incredible, and you don't have to take my word for it. Just go to ChapmanBMW.com, put your VIN number in, and you'll see all the money you're saving. And it doesn't matter where you purchase your BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else: the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
The Lovebird Lowdown with Tom and Tawny.
Wow, look at those tough Toyota trucks.
Tundra is so tough.
Tacoma, nimble and tough.
Tough like me. What was that?
A teacup Pomeranian.
Wow, those little things can really project.
Get behind me, honey.
Right now, get 3.99% financing for 60 months on a rugged Toyota Tacoma. Or get low 2.99% financing for up to 72 months on a full-size Tundra on both gas and hybrid models. With great deals like these, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 3.99% with $18.41 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% with $15.19 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 8/3/26 and exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models. See dealer for details.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream house and you could just move in right away without waiting around to sell your old place first? That sounds perfect, right? Okay, now what if on top of that, you could maximize the return on your old home? That's even better. See, most home sellers get one offer, and it's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. But Orchard changes that. With Orchard's new Orchard offers, you don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors who are all competing for your home. That's right. Make investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers, you review them all, and you pick the best one on your terms. So you don't have to settle on one offer or worry about leaving money on the table. You see every offer side by side. That way you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. Get a free home valuation and see your offers today with Orchard offers. Go to Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Damon Allred. Josh Sweat was among 4 key Cardinals to begin training camp on the PUP list. Ketel Marte was a late scratch for today's makeup game in St. Louis with back stiffness. And GM Brian Gregory dismissed the Suns' draft pick predicament after the Miles Bridges trade, saying we're always going to be good. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
All right, welcome back, Burns and Gambo, live from Arizona Cardinals training camp. We've officially reached the closed portion of training camp, so we will not be reporting on things that are happening in front of us, and that's all we'll say about that. But we can continue to talk about the team, and we will continue to talk about the team. I would imagine, Gambo, at some point while we're here, because it is a camp tradition, and we were kind enough to hear from Trey McBride in our 15-year anniversary video.
Trey McBride, Kurt Warner, Dylan Brooks, Gonzo.
Gonzo. John Bloom was on. There were a whole bunch of people on there. Derek Hall. Yeah, we appreciate it.
Josh Bartlestein.
But Trey McBride, it was special. I think we've forged a good relationship with Trey over the years.
We have.
We always have him on. We were out at OTAs. We had him on. I have no doubt we'll have him on during training camp.
Well, the reason we have a good relationship is he didn't actually see the reaction you had when I told you that they were drafting Trey McBride.
I think we've told him about it, though.
Have we? Yeah.
Oh, I think we've mentioned it to him. Yeah.
That was one. We broke that story nationally that the Cardinals were selecting Trey McBride. And at that point, it was like,
why are they taking a tight end?
Why are they taking a tight end here?
Yeah.
They got Ertz, and they got, was it Max? Was it Max Williams? They had the two tight ends. Like, why you drafted a tight end? Well, it ended up being a great draft pick.
Ended up being a great one of the nicest
One of the
things
best.
Steve Keim did for the organization before he
Great draft
exited
pick.
stage left. That was a great draft pick by the Cards to get him. That he is elite at his position. There's just no other way to say it. He's one of the best in the NFL. And I know our expectations are really low for this season, but there is a part of you that says you can't have a weapon as good as Trey McBride and waste a season and waste his career. The greatest crime would be you get to the end of this and you'd say to yourself, man, you had one of the best tight ends in the NFL.
Yep.
And you couldn't do anything with it during those years. That'd be a shame if we ever got to that point.
I mean, I think you look at Travis Kelce and you say, okay, that's one of the best tight ends, that we've seen, and you realize the success that they had with him, and they took advantage of that. Now he's not the same player that he used to be, that's for sure. But when you look at the top tight ends in the league, what stands out to you is, George Kittle's had a lot of success with San Francisco. Two of the best are guys that are on bad teams right now. Brock Bowers and Trey McBride are considered the best in the league, 1-2. You look at Loveland with Chicago, you're seeing the success they're having. Kincaid with Buffalo, Tucker Kraft with Green Bay, Laporta with Detroit. That's a good team. You're seeing some success with a lot of these guys. Now, Kyle Pitts is a really good one. Atlanta hasn't been able to have that success. But I think if you look at the top, I saw a ranking the other day that had Bowers 1, McBride number 2. This one's got Kittle 1. This is by Pro Football Focus. They've got George Kittle 1, Trey McBride 2, Brock Bowers 3. Two of the top 10 tight ends are guys that are on teams that are really bad. And that's what you don't want to do. You don't want to waste those years that you've got a generational type player. Trey McBride is, on a trajectory to go be a Hall of Fame tight end. He's putting up incredible numbers.
Yeah, and unfortunately, there have been, with Larry Fitzgerald about to go into Canton, which is coming up in a week and a half, and of course, can't wait to hear the speech. Can't wait to hear, because he is the literal definition of this organization, and he's our favorite son, right, of the Arizona Cardinals. Larry had his chances. He didn't have enough of them. And Trey McBride, while not on Larry's level, and I'm not suggesting that he is for a second, I think Larry is kind of the perfect example of, well, you just wish there was more team success when he was here. There was the run to the Super Bowl. There was the run to the NFC Championship game. There was another good year in there the year after they went to the Super Bowl before the game against the Saints and Kurt and all that. But for the most part, Larry Fitzgerald's career was defined by being a very, very good football player on a very mediocre football team. And it was, unfortunately, what led us all to want Larry, hey, look, dude, if you want to go play for the Patriots at the end of your career and go ring chase, you ain't going to bother us.
I remember those conversations.
Knock yourself out. Really, we get it. We understand it. He never did. And I just hope that with Trey McBride, we never have to have those conversations. Quite frankly, it's kind of similar to Devin Booker in a way. The first 5 years of Devin Booker's career, it felt like, man, where is this going?
What was Fitz
spinning our wheels and doing nothing here?
What was Fitz's first year? Was it
2003? 2004?
Okay.
2004.
4 was the first year?
Oh, 3 or 4.
Okay, in 2003, they won 4 games. In 2004, they won 6. Then they went 5-5, 8-9-10. There was a little run there, 8-9-10. 5-8-5, then 10-11-13. So there were 2 runs. There was 8-9-10 under Wisenhunt. 8-9-10. They made the playoffs twice. And then there was 10-11-13. Believe it or not, they did not make the playoffs the year they went 10-6. But they did make it 11-5 and 13-3. So he had 2 3-year runs overall that would be success. But that's kind of it. There was, in between that, there were a lot. What was his last season in the league?
2020.
All right, so this was the end for him, going backwards. 8 wins, 5 wins, 3 wins, 8 wins, 7 wins. No playoffs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years total. 5 years total, 31 wins in 5 years. That was an average of 6 wins a year and no playoffs in his last 5 years.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I know what you're saying. You don't want to waste great years of a player like Trey McBride in his prime. Nobody wants to. There were some wasted years with Fitz, but at least there was a couple of runs where they had success.
Yeah, his first year was 04.
04.
I just looked it up. It was 04.
Okay, so that was 6 wins. So they went 6-5-5-8, and then they went 9-7. So first 4 years, no playoffs. Last 5 years, no playoffs. And in the middle, there was a good run, and then a bad run, and then a good run.
Yeah.
He played a long time.
He did. Trey McBride is too good of a football player. I hope the same thing doesn't happen to him, and that there are those pockets of success, because he's just too good of a football player not to have that. When we come back, we'll circle back to our top story of the day on the Burns and Gambo show. Jacoby Brissett reported for duty today and is practicing for the Arizona Cardinals. Does that mean we are close to getting this done? That is next on the Burns and Gambo show. Stay with us.
Bickley and Morata mornings.
Our best moment as a Cardinal fan base is going to happen during the Hall of Fame induction ceremony, because that's going to be a great, great day. That day is going to feel like being a Cardinal fan is worth it, because we get to experience this. We were part of this.
How many players get inducted and have only played for one franchise their whole life? Tom Brady did not play for one franchise. Right. Joe Montana did not play for one franchise.
Yeah, and Fitz, during his speech, I guarantee you, he will shout out the Bird Gang. He will make everybody who has spent any time cheering this football team feel really, really good about investing their time.
Bickley and Morata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Progressive provides protection for your boat and other outdoor vehicles so you can explore new things.
Oh, I can finally try pesto.
We meant like water skiing.
I've just never had pesto.
Or maybe take the boat somewhere new.
I mean, is pesto spicy or sweet? Oh, guess we'll find out, right?
Right. Bundle home or auto insurance with your boat, RV, or motorcycle and stay protected with Progressive while you explore.
I don't know. Maybe I'm not ready for pesto.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
When you see this in your kitchen,
the stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
You hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves, or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
1877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Folks ask me how to spot a termite. I tell them, if you're waiting for a sign, you're letting them get the jump on you. Termite don't want your attention. He wants the bones of your home, and he's been whittling at them longer than you think.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites get the jump on you. Smart protection starts before the damage does. Call 602-BLUE-SKY for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
At the UPS Store, we get it. Being a small biz owner requires grit and hustle, but you don't have to do it alone. We've got your back. You put your heart and soul into your biz, we put ours into packing and shipping. While you're keeping track of your custom-made orders, our mailboxes are keeping your packages safe. Because we're here to help you be unstoppable with shredding, printing, notary, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. Get a free oil filter and more during the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone, now through July 27th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. All right, Arizona, listen up, man. Ron Wolfley here for Tim Hovig's summer sales event at Santan Ford, bringing the heat. Right now, you can drive home a new Ford with no payments for 90 days, plus a free 2-year maintenance program. Boom! That's how you attack summer. If you've been waiting for the right time to upgrade your ride, this is it. It's an easy drive, the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. No payments for 90 days, free 2-year maintenance. Head on over to Tim Hovig, Santan Ford.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis, and here is what's trending now. We've got Burns and Gambo live from Cardinals training camp today. It's actually happening right now, but shh, they can't talk about it because it's a closed practice. But Burns and Gambo are getting their first look at this year's team. We learned from head coach Mike LaFleur prior to practice today that quarterback Jacoby Brissett is in the building. Contract talks have been productive, and that he would practice today. And as things currently stand right now, he is practicing today on this first day of training camp. We also learned prior to practice that Paris Johnson Jr., Tip Ryman, Garrett Williams, and Josh Sweat are all starting camp on the physically unable to perform list. That does not mean that their seasons are over, but they are not going to be participating in camp until they are healthy. And then checking in on the other Cardinals, the Cardinals that we're not rooting for, the St. Louis Cardinals against the Arizona Diamondbacks. This one's all but wrapped up. The Diamondbacks are up 10-2 right now in the bottom of the ninth inning, in St. Louis. As a matter of fact, St. Louis is down to their final strike. Ryan Thompson on the mound against the rookie J.J. Weatherholt. 10-2 the score. That was padded by a 5-run 8th inning by the Snakes, and they're about to win their 3rd straight game as they continue on a 10-game road trip. If you want to catch the final call before it's over, tune on over to ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Talking Stick Resort. The 20th annual Arizona State Poker Championship is back at Talking Stick Resort August 13th through 19th with an estimated $3 million prize pool. Don't miss it.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Cardinals Camp 2026. Back to football. With Burns and Gambo. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Yeah, me personally, at the end of the day, I want...
Well, that's not the one I wanted to play.
Uh-oh.
No, it's fine. I wanted to...
You've got your eyes set on that movie right now.
No.
You're ready to be sitting in that IMAX.
This is the one I'm not going to the IMAX.
Oh, the regular theater.
This is the one I wanted to play.
Still ongoing. It's been productive between us and his team, so still ongoing, but I'd say the word productive.
That was Mike LaFleur earlier today on Conversations with Jacoby Brissett. Day 1 of training camp, and we are live here from training camp on the Burns and Gambo Show. I'm totally focused on the next hour of broadcasting and not the fact that I have 6:45 tickets to go see the Odyssey tonight at Arizona Mills. Not at all.
Good night, everybody.
No.
Oh, okay.
So the story of the day is that not only is Brissett here, he is practicing. He is not holding in. He is not holding out. He is here. Mike LaFleur did confirm earlier today that Jacoby Brissett will practice.
He will be practicing, yes.
Okay, and we can confirm from the open portion of practice that he was, in fact, practicing. On social media, there were plenty of pictures of him out there, and we're here. Now, the part of the practice we're watching now is closed, so we can't comment on what's going on in front of us, but during the part that was open, he was here. I had told you yesterday, day before, I was just throwing darts, taking a guess, kind of thought that maybe this thing might get resolved this week.
Yeah.
And the fact that he's here leads us to believe that maybe this thing is going to get resolved here quite quickly.
Yeah, I think we're close to a resolution. I think him being here and practicing and get here, you work a little bit, you try to, that's the importance of being at some of these places. I was told that a number that would make Jacoby Brissett be like, okay, we're done, is $15 million. That it's not 20 or 25 or anything. It's like $15 million would get it across the finish line. That's what I was told. Now, I don't know where the Cardinals are with that negotiation, but it doesn't seem to be this, like, ridiculous number that you wouldn't be able to come to an agreement on. Now, maybe they come in at 12 or 13 or 14 and he agrees, or maybe they give him more than – but my understanding, based on being here, is that that number would be enough to get Brissett to be like, okay, we're done. Let's just get this done. It would pay him – $9 million more than he's scheduled to make right now, and I'm sure a lot of that would be guaranteed. So that to me, I think that's a number to circle, and that it's probably going to come in right around there, give or take a little bit.
Yeah, the number that I was looking at earlier in the week was $10 million in guarantees. That would $10 million guaranteed, and I know you're saying 15, but I'm just throwing it out here for comparison's sake, would tie him for the lowest non-rookie amount of guaranteed money for a quarterback in this league.
Okay.
Next to Kirk Cousins.
The $15 million?
10 million.
10 million.
Would tie him for the lowest non-rookie amount of guaranteed money alongside Kirk Cousins. That's if he comes in at 10. And that's guaranteed. So maybe the 15 is it 15 guaranteed?
10 guaranteed with incentives.
Who knows? Right. I don't know.
I don't have a number. I was told $15 million is a number that would get it across the finish line from somebody very, very close to the situation.
Either way, I think what's substantial here, to your point, it's not so much that he's here, it's that he's out there. He's not standing on the sideline with a clipboard. He's not watching. It's not a hold-in. He's not spinning exactly. It's not a hold-in.
It's not a hold-in.
It's not a hold-out. It's not a hold-in. He is on that football field.
Good faith.
Participate, and that is exactly it's a
good
sign
faith.
of good faith. Like, okay, we're close.
We're close enough.
We're close enough.
Okay, We're going to be able to get this thing done. We're not there yet, but I feel like progress is being made. I'm going to show up and play. Let's get this going. I want to be ready to help you guys. You've made some moves. You may have moved some moves up. I've come down a little bit. We're going to be able to get this thing done. I'm hopeful that you're right. It would be a great call by you if this thing gets done tomorrow. I don't want it to drag into next week. I think it's taken long enough. It's time to get this thing done.
Buda Baker on July 9th tweeted out, just want Bro to get his bleep done. He's not asking for what you think. Bro is asking for below the bare minimum. Let's just get it done. Today, Buda Baker was available to the media before practice, and he was asked why he tweeted his feelings about the Brissett situation. Here's what he said.
Yeah, getting closer to the start of camp. At the end of the day, I want the best guys to be on the field, and I don't know if it's competition or not competition, but just to have as much players that we can have to compete for a role, that's definitely special for me, because that's how you get better. That's how you win games, is by competing. So just getting towards camp, I'm getting a little itchy, and some things were slightly said. That's just how I am. I just want everyone to be on the field. If you're signed with the Arizona Cardinals, be on the field, get work in, grind, take it one day at a time, and whoever's with the ones is with the ones. But at the end of the day, you're only going to get better by practicing. So just the ability to have him even practicing, that's going to be good for him because he hasn't practiced at all. So hopefully he's with the ones so I can pick him off. But, I'm just a competitor at heart.
You want to hear something sickening?
Sure.
Is this Buda's 10th year?
I think so.
One winning season.
Yeah, that's sickening.
We were talking about Larry Fitzgerald and wasting. Buda Baker has had one winning season. This is his 10th year in the NFL with the Arizona Cardinals. Once they've had a winning season.
Yeah, that's depressing.
It's really depressing.
That's a waste of a career.
It's a waste of a career.
It sure
that
is.
was a great. That's a great player. Like, he should be up in those rafters, and he's had one winning season.
Yeah, he will be up in those rafters one of these days. But that is a shame. But I'm glad to know that when Buda tweeted what he did, that there wasn't any hidden meaning. That there wasn't it wasn't a disguise. It was like.
Do you think it moved the needle?
Yes.
Do you think it pushed them?
Yes, I do.
I do too.
I do.
That's your leader.
That's your guy.
That's your best player.
That's the face of your franchise.
Yeah.
I mean, it's one of the most recognizable, popular players in the organization, and he's not beating around the bush.
Enough's enough. Get it done.
Get this done. Yes, I do think it moved the needle.
I think so too, because all of a sudden it seems like there's a lot of progress being made. Jacoby's here. You got to feel like they're getting close to getting this thing done. And the number that I was given today does not seem like a number that's unreasonable in any way, shape, or form.
No, and I think what Buddha's doing is speaking for the locker room. All right? He's telling management, look, you want to convince us you're doing everything you can to make us a winning organization. We want the best players in here. And I know we could sit here and say Jacoby Brissett 1-11. What are we talking about? How good was he? Some of that he's responsible for. Some of it's not. I think we can all agree that Jacoby Brissett makes you a better football team than you were before. If Jacoby Brissett signs in the next 24 hours, they're a better football team because they've got him on it than they are without. How much better? I don't know. It's debatable, but they're better. I think the loudest message that needed to be sent was from the locker room to management, like, would you just cut this out and get it done?
Yeah.
Please?
Yeah, I agree.
Show us that you care that we're trying to win football games.
I think
show us that.
And then I think the McBride situation where he did the podcast and he kind of said the Cardinals have no fans and they lowballed me and they only wanted to give me this much money, and then you got the executive that was suspended even though he's fighting it. I just think that, all of a sudden it's like you don't want too much negativity around your program. Get this Jacoby Brissett thing done so we can move on and not talk about it anymore.
No doubt about it. It's done, and he's here. Let's see if it gets done. When we come back on Burns and Gambo, checking in on the Diamondbacks in St. Louis. The ending did not come easy, but they got it done. We'll talk about it next, give you an update on what happened in the game here on Burns and Gambo.
Arizona Sports. Countdown to Canton. The Arizona Cardinals franchise and the entire world will witness the induction of one of the NFL's greatest.
It's a dream come true.
Into the Pro Football Hall of Fame on August 8th.
First down on the Cardinal 20. Fitz wide to the right. Two receivers to the left. David Johnson the back. Palmer under center. Palmer takes the snap, play action pass. Palmer setting up, he's in trouble, he's hit, gets out of there, rolls right, throws back to the left. Fitz is wide open, caught at the 35, nobody's there. He's at the 40, at the 50, turns upfield at the 45, at the 40, 35, stiff arms 30, 25, 20, Fitz to the near side 10, to the 5 and tackled there. Carson Palmer somehow got out of trouble and found a wide open Fitz, 75 yards.
More memories of number 11 coming your way on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM as we continue our countdown to Canton.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
You gear up, you ride safe, you follow all the rules. Then someone crashes into you and suddenly you're guilty until proven innocent? Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. If you're a rider, you're already fighting every day just to be seen. Distracted drivers love to blame riders, even when the facts say otherwise.
We have been promoting motorcycle safety and trusted by the riding community for nearly 30 years. Do your research after a motorcycle injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend and the guy who will hook you up, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where the summer sales event is already in full effect.
That's right, Bick, and the savings are incredible. So if you want to spend your summer in the ultimate driving machine, now is a great time to make it happen. And to all your listeners, remember to ask for me by name. I'll make sure you get the best price you're going to find in the Valley.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
If your windows can't keep up with the heat, it's time for an upgrade. At the Window Depot, windows are what we do. Biggest inventory, best prices, guaranteed. Found a lower price? We'll beat it. Shop in stock or custom vinyl windows, built for efficiency and style. From one window to full home replacement, we help you get the right windows for less. Lower your energy bills and stay comfortable year-round. Visit a location near you or order online at thewindowdepot.com.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Murata. I had LASIK performed about 25 years ago, but with age and time, my vision has changed a little bit. So I met with Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein at K2 Vision and received a thorough examination, complete with great information about my eyes and my vision, and more importantly, what options I have should I choose to address my changing vision. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have combined to perform over 300,000 procedures, and I know from my personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you, whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or refractive lens exchange. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com, K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE, no glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Cardinals fans, this is your night. The Big Red Rage, coming up tonight at 6 on the home of Arizona Cardinals football, 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app.
All right, back here on Burns and Gambo, live from Arizona Cardinals training camp day 1. Also, the Diamondbacks game just wrapped up over on 620. God, I wouldn't call it interesting, but certainly not the... Ryan Thompson gave up some runs in the ninth. Let's put it that way. It was a 10-6 final when it was all said and done.
Oh, no, did he?
Ryan Thompson gave up 4 runs in the ninth inning. He gave up 5 hits, 4 runs through 29 pitches in the ninth.
Oh, his ERA probably went over 3 then with that.
3.82 to
Oh,
be
my
exact.
goodness. It went up a full run.
So it was never in any doubt. At least I don't think it was. But the Diamondbacks took what was a 10-2 lead in the top of the ninth after Nolan Arenado's RBI single, and the Cardinals got some of them back. Either way, the Diamondbacks' mission accomplished. The St. Louis Cardinals wouldn't play nice, wouldn't agree to moving up one of those games earlier in the day or playing a doubleheader. It got rained out. They made the Diamondbacks fly back into St. Louis on their way to Washington, and the Diamondbacks kicked their butts because of it. Good for them.
Well,
good for them. It's got to be satisfying. Like, hey, man, you're gonna make us come back here and play this game instead of moving the game up 3 hours like we could have.
We're gonna
Fine, we're gonna beat your butt. Yeah.
They needed it. It really means that they won 3 out of 4 from the Cardinals. Because they just played the Cardinals 3. I'll make it a 4-game series. 3 out of 4 from them, 3 in a row from the Dodgers, 2 out of 3 from the A's, 8-2 in those 10 games. And then listen, the importance of winning the tiebreaker was huge, but you would like it to not become a factor even. So now by winning this game against the Cardinals, you push yourself really a couple of games ahead of them. Not just one, because they can't tie you and get in. They've got to pass you. So by you dropping them to 52-50 and you improve to 54-49, you now have a little bit of a cushion over them. Not a lot, but a little bit of a cushion because they have to pass you if they're going to get in.
Yeah. I'm going to bring this up. I'm just going to mention it. I'm just going to throw this out there. Diamondbacks are now 2 games behind the second wild card spot in the National League, just for what it's worth. They're 2 games back in number 2.
Loss column?
Loss column.
Okay.
Loss column, win column, whatever column you want. 2 games back of Philadelphia for the number 2 wild card spot in the National League. Now, again, this road trip it's a monster. It's 4 cities in 10 days. There's one off day built into it. Today was supposed to be an off day. It got taken away because St. Louis wouldn't agree to move that game up any earlier, or Major League Baseball wouldn't, whoever wouldn't. They still have to go to Washington and play 3 games against the Nats. That's going to be very important. The Nationals are 2 games back of the Diamondbacks right now in the wild card standings. And then after that, they have to go to Pittsburgh and play 3 against the Pirates. That's also very important. Pittsburgh is a game back. It's also very important from a tiebreaker standpoint. Right now, I believe the Diamondbacks don't have the tiebreaker against either of those 2 teams. I think they dropped 2 out of 3 to the Nationals, and I think they dropped 2 out of 3 to the Pirates.
But they can still get them.
But they can still get them by at least winning those series or sweeping those series, at least with a win, putting themselves in a position to go to the next tiebreaker down the road. So they're hugely important series when it comes to the tiebreakers and the standings and the things like that. But if the message was there to be sent to Mike Hazen and management about being buyers, it is being delivered resoundingly by scoring double digits in back-to-back games.
Yeah, it was sent FedEx next day delivery.
Right.
With a registered return receipt. Please sign for this. We just went 8-2. 3 in a row from the Dodgers, 3 out of 4 from the Cardinals, 2 out of 3 from the A's. Mike, sign this and open this up. It's a good message to send. You want to play meaningful baseball as you head into August and September. This team is very resilient. Every time they lose a game, there's these people that put these clown faces on Torrey and want him fired. The guy's got the team 5 games over 500 right now in a wild card spot, 2 games out of the second wild card spot. They don't have Soroka. They don't have Gallen. They don't have Burns. They don't have Nelson. That's 4 starters. They don't have Lawler, who's expected to play a big role. They don't have Troy. They don't have Gurriel right now. What they've been able to accomplish with the amount of injuries they had is truly nothing short of outstanding. Astounding. I understand the people that just want to win, and they're tired of not going to the playoffs. And, hey, you were in the World Series, but that was a while ago. The next few years you haven't made it. I get it. This team has spent a lot of money. And Ken Kendrick should demand that they win. I think that you've got to give them a really good chance here by getting them whatever their major need is. And if I'm Mike Hazen, I'm going to Ken Kendrick, and I'm saying, look, here's my list of needs. And Ken's not going to be able to fill them all. But he should be able to go to Mike. What is the biggest need you have? What do you think could help us get over the hump? Playoff baseball brings in a lot of revenue.
Yeah.
A lot of revenue. That run to the World Series put $50 million extra or something in their pockets.
Yeah.
And allowed them to go do all these things that they weren't expecting to do. So if you got the chance to go play some meaningful baseball games in the postseason, it is a lot of revenue you're going to bring into your organization. You got to go for it.
Amen to that. There were a lot of meaningful developments today in this game, this little one-game stopover in St. Louis. Brandon Pfaadt, he is now 5-1 with a 4.43 ERA on the season. He threw 87 pitches. It gave him a quality start. He went 6 innings, gave up 7 hits, 2 earned runs, walked 2, struck out only 1. I don't know how many whiffs he got, but he kind of broke through that 6th inning barrier. It's kind of been a problem for him in his last couple of starts. He was having difficulty with that. I'm going to keep mentioning this because I think it's significant. 4 through 9 in the Diamondbacks lineup.
Crushed it.
12 for 27, a homer, 2 doubles, and 7 RBI. No Ketel Marte today. He was scratched. So because of that, Gabby moved up to the 3-hole. Tyler Locklear was inserted into the lineup. He had, now I'm not saying this is going to last, but he had 3 hits today, drove in 3 with a 2-run home run and an RBI single. Vargas had 3 hits. Del Castillo had 3 hits. Moreno, who's batting third, as I mentioned, he had 3 hits today. He continues to be on an absolute tear to the point where I heard the guys on the morning show today ask Derek Hall about contract negotiations for Gabriel Moreno. And he didn't really say yes or no, but we're kind of getting to that point where Gabby's value is really starting to shine through here, right?
He was in the beginning of the season. I asked about, are there anybody else up for an extension? And Gabby was a name, and it was like, no. And once the season starts, they don't like to negotiate. Yeah. They do not like to do it during the season. They like to do it before the season or after the season, but they don't like to do it in season.
Here's the quote from Derek this morning with Bickley and Murata. Quote, "We love Gabby. We've had those conversations in the past with him, and I'm sure we'll continue to have conversations with him about his future because he has become a mainstay," close quote. He has been one of the main reasons why they are on the tear that they are right now. He has been red hot, just red hot. Been huge for them. So,
and Locklear today gave them more production in one game than they had all year at first base.
The whole season.
Who's got more hits right now, Locklear or Pavin Smith?
Oh, dear goodness.
No, it's Pavin.
I know.
But it's up by a lot.
It can't be by a lot. You're going to make me look now, aren't you? Hold on.
I mean, how soon until he passes his production?
I'll look. Give me a minute. I'm pulling up the stats. You got me curious.
How many hits did Pavin Smith have?
Pavin Smith this season had... where are you, Pavin? Where are you? Where are you? There you are. He had
10, 11?
11 hits.
11. What's Locklear got now?
Locklear's got 5.
All right, he's got to get him.
He's got 5 hits.
And how many at-bats?
Locklear had, well, I'm adding today's game in. He's got 5 hits in 12 at-bats.
Oh.
Pavin Smith had 11 hits
78.
in 78 at-bats. Yeah.
It's crazy.
That's funny. So a good win.
Sad.
But, look.
It's really sad.
6 games against the Nationals and the Pirates. You win both of those series. You go 4-2 in those. It's done. It's over. You're a buyer. You're in it. Now what financial balls Mike Hazen has to juggle to make it work under the budget remains to be seen, because as you've hinted, more than hinted, you've said that there are going to be financial balls that need to be juggled here. The Diamondbacks are going to declare themselves as buyers, and they need to respond appropriately.
Look, we trade that, we sell that rookie Mickey Mantle, Willie Mays, and Hank Aaron card, Ken, and we can afford somebody.
Sounds
Let's
good.
Let's go get a player.
Michael Wilson felt like his career was on the line last season, and then the breakout happened. That and the other best bits from our interviews today at Cardinals training camp, next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Arizona Sports is your exclusive home for Cardinals training camp breaking news, roster updates, video highlights from camp, and takes on the team from Arizona's biggest sports personalities.
Let's go!
Cardinals Camp 2026, back to football. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Cardinals, baby.
Keep up with the Cardinals on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7 FM.
Dr. Jay Schwartz. You know the name. He's the team eye doctor for your Suns and your Arizona Diamondbacks. He did my LASIK surgery about 15 years ago, about the time I started doing the show with Dave. I don't wear glasses. I don't wear contacts. I don't wear readers. I see great daytime, nighttime, up close, far away, thanks to the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Now, you said in LASIK surgery, it's probably, how detailed is it? It was a piece of cake. I went in. I had an eye exam. They said I was a candidate. I said, okay. Scheduled appointment to go in and get the LASIK surgery done. Went in, sat in a chair. They open up your eyes, couple seconds on the laser. The whole process only takes a few minutes. You go home, you rest, you wake up, and you're like, wow, I see the world a lot differently. I don't have to squint anymore. Everything's crystal clear. 3 locations for the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. 1 in Scottsdale, 1 in Glendale, 1 in Mesa. Just call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or go to teamidoc.com.
The garage door springs that come standard with most homes don't last. And when they fail, it's not just inconvenient, it's dangerous. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello at A1 Garage Door Service. Our springs are the toughest in the industry, backed by our lifetime warranty. That's right. Fix them once and you're covered for life. Don't risk your family's safety or your peace of mind. Let A1 replace your springs before they become a problem. From repairs to upgrades, it's A1 from day one.
A1 from day one.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 25% upfront bonus? And are they promising you up to 9% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They aren't. That's up to $25,000 upfront or up to $9,000 per year on $100,000, guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service, or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior. Adventure? How about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Bunker to Bunker's annual Summer Throwback Golf Tournament presented by Shady Rays Sunglasses is coming up Sunday, July 26th at McCormick Ranch Golf Club in Scottsdale. The popular 2-person scramble is loaded with team competitions, the big raffle, special prizes, and breakfast. It even includes a coupon for a second round of golf, all for just $120. Proceeds benefit St. Mary's Food Bank. This event is open to the public, but space is limited, so grab your partner and register today at bunkergolf.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldes, and here is what's trending right now. We've got Burns and Gambo live from Cardinals training camp, their first look at this year's squad. We learned from head coach Mike LaFleur prior to the game that quarterback Jacoby Brissett was in the building. I'm using past tense for a reason. Contract talks have been productive, and that he would practice today on this first day of training camp. Now, present tense is he is in the building, and he is practicing today as practice continues on from State Farm Stadium. Also prior to practice, Paris Johnson Jr., Tip Ryman, Garrett Williams, and Josh Sweat were all placed on the physically unable to perform list. That does not mean that their seasons are over, but they will not be participating in camp until they are healthy. And the Diamondbacks successfully made the Cardinals regret scheduling a makeup game. Arizona continued their offensive surge with a 10-6 win in St. Louis. Tyler Locklear hit his first home run of the season, and Brandon Pfaadt collected his 5th straight win since rejoining the big league club. Arizona now heads to our nation's capital for a 3-game series against the Nationals starting tomorrow. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Worried if your retirement savings will last? Don't guess. Cash flow test it. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Cardinals Camp 2026. Back to football. With Burns and Gambo. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
They are, I don't know if I'm allowed to say if they're done with practice or not, so I can just tell you we're at Cardinals training camp right now. Practice is closed, but I think they're just about done for the day here.
Give me your credential. You're done.
Here you go. You can. But we are here, and we had a good first day with the Arizona Cardinals at training camp, mostly because of, two things. Number one, we had the Jacoby Brissett news, which was confirmed by Mike LaFleur that he was going to practice today. And during the open portion of practice, we did see Jacoby Brissett out there. You mentioned good faith, and I think that is something to consider here when, we knew he was here. He was here for the mandatory stuff as well. but he didn't do anything during the mandatory stuff back at Cardinals headquarters during OTAs. He was on the practice field today, which I think you're right. That is a sign of good faith.
Sign.
That maybe they're getting kind of close, and this thing is just about done. We'll see. We'll see if anything comes down.
I hope it's tomorrow. That was your prediction. So, look, he was here today. Contract's not done. Tomorrow, I would think. I would think they're close. Based on two things. Number one, I was told there is a number for him that would be like, okay, I'll take that, and that's $15 million. I was told that today. $15 million's a number. He would take $15 million, and we could just call it a day. Yeah. Okay, if that's true, and I have no reason not to believe it because it's from somebody close to him. If that's the number, that's a fair number. That's a reasonable number. You should be able to get that done. Number two, if he is here and he's not holding it, like it is a good faith. It's like, okay, I feel like we're close enough to get this deal done. I'm going to work. I'm going to show you my commitment to be here from day one, to get us ready for the season. And then you'll show me your commitment by making sure that you do right by me.
We'll see if something comes down in the next day or two, but I feel good about it, and then we can kind of, as you said, put this silly story behind us and move on to getting this football team. It's good to have football back. I know the expectations are super low for this team, but it is good to see them back on the field. It is good to see them back practicing, and now we can start talking about the football. We did also have two really good conversations today with the Wilsons. We had Michael and Max Sr. on today. And I'm going to go back to something Michael said to us. You asked him about his breakout game against San Francisco last year, and there was a lot of conversation with him about the season he had with Jacoby Brissett and kind of his emergence last year. You asked him what he remembers about his breakout game last season, and he gave a very interesting response.
Had a great season so far, especially the first 5 games with Kyler. I think I had 8 catches, less than 60 yards. So at that point, I was going home, talking to my wife, like, I might not be here next year. Like, I need to.
Really?
Yeah. I was worried about. Yeah, I mean, I can admit that now, but I was definitely worried about just because the production. I mean, I was playing in 70% of the snaps, and just not getting the ball. Ball wasn't finding me, and so. When Marv got appendicitis and then Zay Jones tore his Achilles, unfortunately, now I was kind of thrust in that role where I knew the ball was going to find me a lot, and I hadn't been in that situation since the last couple of games of my rookie year. And I treated that week like my life depended on him.
Wow. I don't know if he's ever said that out loud before in a press setting. I don't think he has.
No, I played that week like my life depended on it. And to think that talking to his wife about, I don't know if I'm going to be in this league. And I was with Nolan Arenado the other day when he got his 2000 hit, and he was talking about my June was so bad, I didn't know if I'd be here. Like, I didn't know if I was going to. These professional athletes, even if you're a star like Arenado, a guy who had been a star, or a young up-and-coming guy, like, there are times when things aren't going well that you worry about your future.
We also asked him about Jacoby Brissett and how invested he is in getting Brissett back on the field, given how much success he had with Jacoby Brissett last year. Here's what Michael Wilson had to say about that. If it would just load for me, it won't load. Give it just a minute. Here it comes right now.
I would say, obviously, I feel like I'm good enough and I'm confident in my ability where I can put up statistics and stats with any quarterback. Mm-hmm. However, I would be lying to you if I sat here and said that, I don't have a special place in my heart for Jacoby, just because he obviously played a massive role in, the back half of the season last year. And, we do have a special connection both on and off the field. And so it would be great. I mean, I think most of the locker room loves Jacoby, if not the entire locker room.
Good football player.
Great football player.
Good quarterback. Good person.
Great person. I think that's kind of what, makes him such a phenomenal person to play with, is just like the character that he has.
And I think that answer also speaks to what Buddha said earlier when he was talking to the media about why he felt the need to speak out about the Jacoby Brissett situation, because I do think the locker room, that there's a belief in the locker room that they are a better football team and they have a better chance with Jacoby Brissett. And if they're not going to give Jacoby Brissett, if they're not going to meet Jacoby Brissett halfway or bring him back in, what does that say to the locker room about management's commitment to really trying to win football games this year?
Yeah.
I think that really speaks to that.
Yeah, I there's such a respect for him all the players are going to be on his side, not the Cardinals' side.
Of course.
They're all going to be on, pay the guy. Like, he's a good person. He's a good player. He cares. I thought the fascinating thing that Wilson said also was, like, I had no prior, like, chemistry with him. I had maybe caught, like, 10 passes from him the whole time. That was fascinating to me.
Yeah. That with Jacoby. It wasn't like he and Jacoby had been lighting it up in practice and they knew it was going to carry over. The other thing from Michael that was interesting, and this is a question that you asked him, and I'll be honest with you. I could tell that Michael was struggling to answer this question because he didn't want to say anything bad about Kyler.
Yeah.
But you asked him about, was there any bad on-field chemistry with Kyler? Here's what he said.
That's a fair point, and, I mean, obviously you could look at the stats and come to that conclusion. I think me and Kyler did have some good moments, but I also think, when I really ascended with Jacoby, I was playing X. I wasn't playing Z.
Right.
And so, the first, I don't know how many games I played with Jacoby prior to Marv going down, but it was maybe 4 or 5. Like, my stats were better, but they weren't what they were. And I think a lot of that had to do with me playing X and not Z.
Okay,
and so
but you're not going to play X in this offense, are you?
No, but it's a different system.
Okay.
It's a completely different system.
Because Marv's going to be the X.
Yeah, and so I would say, if I had an opportunity to have more ISO reps at X, which I feel I feel like it's really not apples to apples. Like, I think if I would have had a good, 6 games last year with Kyler where I was playing X, getting 15 targets, it might have looked the same way.
I know that he's not going to be the X. It's going to be Marv. Him saying that, like, I wasn't the X last year, but then you're not going to be the X this year, but a completely different system. So now I'm curious.
Mm-hmm.
The XYZ in this system, how different is it than the XYZ under Petzing? Because obviously the X was a big factor in having success last year for him. He's not going to be the X. He's going to be the Z here.
And that led to another question about the everybody eating. At Marvin Harrison Jr., Trey McBride, Jeremiah Love, Michael Wilson. There are a lot of mouths to feed on this offense. Is there a concern of everyone eating on this offense?
Not really. I mean, you look at, the best teams in the NFL, the best offenses, they all have a multitude of weapons. And I think that's a good issue and a good problem to have. And so, it's on Mike, it's on all of us when our number's called. You got to make the most of the opportunities.
I'll just be curious to see how they balance it, because not every offense in the NFL has a Trey McBride. And Trey McBride demands to be fed, demands it. He's just too good not to get him the ball and watch him do his thing. So if you account for his targets, how much he's going to get, I do think it sets up a really interesting wide receiver 1 battle in camp between Marvin Harrison Jr. and Michael Wilson, knowing that wide receiver 2 is probably not going to get the targets and the touches and the looks that they think they should get. And I think that's, especially with factoring in Jeremiah Love and the amount of carries and targets he's going to get as a receiver in this, I think wide receiver 2 in this offense might not be super thrilled with how much attention they're getting in the offense. I think there's at least that possibility.
Elijah Higgins had 30 catches last year. Michael Carter had 33. Greg Dortch had 29. Zay Jones had 12. Bam Knight had 12. DeMar Carter had 13. Trey Benson had 13. I think one of the things we complained about an awful lot last year was the amount of times in a big situation they didn't go to one of their best players. And I hope under LaFleur that really changes. I don't want to see a 3rd and 8 go into the 5th best guy that's on the field.
Yeah.
I want to see more, hey, this ball's going to, everybody in the building knows it's going to go to Trey McBride. That's okay. Throw it to him. So I want to see more of making sure that the 2 or 3 best options are the ones that are consistently getting the important 3rd down plays in this offense.
So we will be out here next Wednesday for a practice, right? Next Wednesday.
We're here, and then August 3rd is our finale.
Yeah, which is Monday, a week from Monday. So we'll be out here 2 more times. I believe tomorrow's practice is an open one for the public. Producer Lauren, the boss, she is shaking her head and giving me the thumbs up, so that is a yes. So tomorrow, fans out here getting their first chance to take a look at this thing. And we'll see. We'll see if news comes down about Jacoby. Don't want to promise anything. We have no idea, but it certainly was a positive development to see him back out on the field. And we'll see what is next for the Arizona Cardinals after today's day one of practice. Gambo is doing me a solid.
You got to go.
He's
Go.
shooing me
Go.
out the
Matt
door.
Damon's waiting for you.
Because Matt Damon's
waiting for you.
Trojan horse is waiting for me at the Arizona
Christopher
Mills.
Nolan needs your money.
No, he does not.
He needs your cash.
No, he doesn't. But
the theater wants you to buy an extra large popcorn.
Well, that will happen. He's going to get it whether he likes it or not.
You put a lot of butter on it?
No butter.
No butter?
No butter.
Oh, I can't do without the butter.
No butter.
I have to have the hot
plenty
butter.
Of butter as it is.
Go.
I'm
Go.
out of here.
B.
Gambo's going to finish up the show. We'll see you tomorrow at 2 o'clock. Gambo, I think, is going to talk about D-backs baseball.
Also some D-backs baseball after the big win today.
Sounds good. We'll see you tomorrow at 2 o'clock here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about Sanderson Ford, 51st Avenue in Glendale, America's most awarded Ford dealership, and a dealership that I have been going to. My good buddy Luis Gonzalez also shops at Sanderson Ford. It is a great dealership to go get yourself a new car, truck, or SUV. It is the one place that I've been going to for a long, long time. Matter of fact, I drive a Mustang Mach-E that I got from Sanderson Ford. My wife has a new Lincoln Aviator that she got from Sanderson Lincoln, and right now their summer sales event is going on right now. Great time to upgrade your ride. Get 0% financing for 36 months, 0 payments for 90 days, 0 maintenance for 2 years, and $1,000 towards your down payment on select Ford models. Summer won't last forever, and neither will these deals. So hurry in today. No hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Sanderson Ford, 51st Avenue in Glendale, or online at sandersonford.com.
On BritBox, there is a place where stories twist like cobblestone roads, grand manners hide secrets, and stakes are higher than seaside cliffs. Find places worth getting lost in on BritBox. Watch new series like The Other Bennett Sister from the world of Jane Austen and A Woman of Substance starring Golden Globe winner Brenda Blethyn. If you want to get away, you're in the right place. Stream the best of British TV on BritBox. Free trial at BritBox.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Paul Calvisi here with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, most people have a 401k and a CPA, but no real plan tying it together?
Right. They have accounts, not a strategy. And without a coordinated plan, your income, taxes, and investments can actually work against each other.
So where do people start?
With a conversation. Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116. We'll show you exactly where you stand and what to fix. BrightWM.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. A question I get all the time is, how did we become the largest injury firm in the world? We have over 1,000 lawyers in all 50 states and close to 6,000 coworkers. Our call center is on duty 24/7. You can reach us at any time at forthepeople.com. But the real reason is we won a lot. When you visit our website, go to our verdicts and settlements. There you will see what our clients were offered and what they were awarded at trial. All those verdicts help us resolve many cases fairly and early. You see, nothing beats reputation. The insurance industry knows who we are. We even have insurance adjusters call us for representation because they know too. We've made it easy. On your mobile device or computer, go to forthepeople.com and we will get busy. It's that easy. Call today. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
Gambo, really quick. We got
what
some
is
bills
on
today.
tonight, Mitchy Mitch?
It's
what do we
brought
got?
to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. I tell you what, if you're Dave Burns, you know exactly what's on tonight.
You got 3 hours of watching Odyssey tonight.
I'm saying it now because I think I'm the one of the four of us that has seen it.
You're the only one that's watched it. I think I'd like to see it at one of the IMAXs, but I know they're sold out for like a month.
Yeah, he's going to love it. We'll see. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt because I think you should still enjoy the story.
Yeah. I want to see it. Like, I'm very intrigued by it. I definitely want to see it. I mean, it's already smashing all these records for sale. So I'm all on board to watch it, Mitch. I'm all on board. I want to see it. I just can't get in because there's no tickets available.
You'll get
unless I see it in like a regular movie theater, and I don't know if I want to do that.
You want the true experience. I know it sounds hoity-toity or uppity to want the best possible experience.
We know anybody that's rich that could just rent out the movie theater for 3 hours?
Not to point the spotlight back, but you're probably the richest of the three of us left, if I'm being honest. As far as what's on tonight sports-wise, all the local teams are done, Gambo. Diamondbacks with a 10-6 win over the Cardinals. They're now making their way to D.C. WNBA, they're on All-Star break, so no Mercury. If you want to talk golf, there's, I think, the 3M Open's going on.
Watching this show on Apple TV, Lauren knows about it. It's called Lucky. It's
with
good.
Anya Taylor-Joy?
The girl from the Queen's Gambit.
Yes, I love her. She's great.
She's great. She's a great actress. Really great actress. So I just watched Task.
Task
and
is
then
good.
now I'm watching Lucky. That's a show that me and Chelsea are watching together.
My favorite Anya Taylor-Joy performance, there was this movie called The Menu that came out a few years ago. It was her. Ralph Fiennes was in it. I'm blanking on the other guys. Nicholas Hoult was also in it. That's who I was thinking of. And it is spectacular. It's kind of an unsettling movie. They go to this island restaurant and basically they just become game hunted. It's kind of eerie.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, it's crazy. But
wow,
highly recommend if you get
The Menu.
The Menu.
Okay, I'll have to do a preview on that and add it to my watch list.
And that's what's on tonight.
All right, that's what's on tonight. I do want to wish my incredible, lovely wife a happy birthday. So today is Chelsea's birthday. So we will. I'll get
happy
home
birthday,
right after
Chelsea.
this show. Yep, and our son had a triple and two doubles today. So he had a really good game. Two doubles and a triple. Had a big day today for Q. So that makes her very happy. And then we'll take her to dinner and spend some time with her as we celebrate her birthday. All right, the D-backs get the win today. 10-6 over the Cardinals. The biggest storylines to me, number one, Brandon Pfaadt again. 6 innings, 7 hits, 2 runs, 2 walks, 1 strikeout. An incredible outing for Brandon Pfaadt. Now, to me, the main thing here with him is that this is a continuation of what's really turned into a run for him ever since he got back. There's been 5 Brandon Pfaadt starts since he was brought back to the lineup. Not once in the last 4. He came back and he pitched against the Dodgers 1 inning. But then he's been a starter now for it's 5 starts in a row. And in all of these starts, Mitch, you're seeing him go over 5 innings. Not once has he been knocked out in the 3rd inning, the 4th inning, the 5th inning. He's still building up his pitch count. But you're seeing that go from 66 to 72 to 77 to 87 and to whatever he had today. So I think we're seeing some really good signs by Brandon Pfaadt. He has had a tremendous run in July. I think that is very impressive. And then you look at the offense. You thought that game against the A's might have been a little bit of an outlier. They, that final game against the A's when they mashed all those home runs and Waldschmidt got his first one. Then they go out today and they pound out 16 more hits, 10 more runs. You got a triple from Corbin Carroll. You had a big day out of Tyler Locklear with a home run. You had a big day out of Gabby Marino, who went 3 for 4 and is now batting .309. He has been on an absolute tear this month. I mean, he came in to this game batting .365 in the month of July. .365, and then he goes 3 for 4. That's a really good sign, too, that he's been able to give them that pop. We've been looking for a middle-of-the-lineup pop guy. They gave Kepler a chance. He's not really that guy. But Gabby Moreno, with no Ketel Marte in the lineup today, Gabby Moreno gets 3 hits. Adrian Del Castillo gets an opportunity. He gets 3 hits today as the DH. Tawa delivers another RBI. So a lot of good things happening. Nolan Arenado, 2 for 2. His batting average is now at 250. Nolan Arenado with a good day. You take 3 out of 4 from St. Louis. You take 3 from the Dodgers, 2 out of 3 from the A's. You've won 8 out of 10. Clear message to Mike Hazen to start making those calls so you could be a buyer. Tomorrow they'll start a series against the Nationals. We'll have a shorter show, but we will have Torey Lovello on. That'll do it from Cardinals Camp. Thanks to everybody for participating. We'll be back tomorrow, 2 o'clock sharp, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Have a great night, everyone.
You're still here?